and they'll bring your own wine on Mondays and Tuesdays. Book your fine dining experience at ristoranteluca.com.
When it's time to move, you have two choices. You either call up all your friends, hope they show up on time, hope they don't break anything, listen to them complain, or you can do what I did. Call Meeting House Movers. They'll be your friends for the day, but they're going to do everything that your friends aren't going to do. They're going to show up on time. They're going to make sure that your stuff is protected, and you're not going to have to sweat one bit. So when it's time to move, don't reach out to your friends. Reach out to your friends for the day who are good at it. Meeting House Movers. Go to meetinghousemovers.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
You won't want to miss the action when the division rival Braves are in town for a midweek series on Tuesday, May 27th, Wednesday, May 28th, and Thursday, May 29th, all at 6:45. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Kids 14 and under will be celebrating when they receive an IBEW Local 98 Fightin' Season t-shirt on Sunday, June 1st at 1:35 when the Brewers are in town. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Steve Kerr was prescient last month as the NBA regular season was grinding to a conclusion. The Warriors head coach declared that home court advantage in the playoffs was no longer the difference maker it used to be, because he said the three-point shot is such a variable, and boy is it. This year's round 2 proves that out, and the case in point has to be the three-point driven Knicks-Celtics series. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio.
Shark babies have teeth while they're in the womb. And sand tiger shark babies, their mom has 2 womb chambers.
Okay.
And the first baby that's born with the teeth in each chamber eats all of its brothers and sisters, every other embryo in that chamber, so that sand sharks give birth to 2 pups every time they give birth. Every 2 years, it's
Seriously.
2 pups.
So it's like survival of the fittest within the womb?
In each womb, you've got survival of the fittest, and then that one that ate all of the others is the only one that's born.
Well, that's a
and
real...
there's 2 every time.
That's an extremely morbid way to start the show today, John.
Yeah, I guess that is. Well, or interesting.
Again, right?
Fascinating.
As Rhea mentioned there, right after Mother's Day, we have this...
Right after Mother's Day, we talk intrauterine cannibalism.
This great celebration of mothers and birth and everything, and you come back with sand sharks eating each other.
That's pretty amazing.
Eating their siblings.
2 pups every time.
Wow. I mean, that is... Yeah, I don't really know where to go from there. Hopefully that's the most negative thing we get throughout the show today.
Well, the baseball, the Phils are no longer providing us with negative fodder.
There's nothing negative there, and there's a lot of things we'll get into throughout the course of the show today. We will get to the Sixers. Huge night franchise-defining night for the Sixers tonight with the NBA Draft Lottery, but we will start with the Phillies. If you stayed up late last night, Phillies win again, 3-0. Zach Wheeler, tremendous. The bullpen comes in, they do the job. Kyle Schwarber. I mean, at this point, what can you say about Kyle Schwarber?
Extend him now.
Yeah. I mean, that price. I don't know. If you're Dave Dombrowski at this point, do you get a little mixed emotions as you see Kyle Schwarber hit 2 more bombs last night? He's up to, what, 13 on the year?
14.
14 now? Okay, 14 home runs on the year. Because that price is just going up by the minute with Kyle Schwarber.
Kyle Schwarber, I was amazed to learn this morning, is 32 years old. I did not realize Kyle Schwarber was only 32 years old. This guy has achieved a ton. To be only 32, we need to get him locked up in the very near future. There is no doubt in my mind. There is no drawback. This guy is the ultimate leader. He has shown us that he can change. He can transform his game as the team needs him to. He has grown. He has gotten better as his approach has been refined. And man, he's the ultimate clubhouse guy on top of it all.
Well, yeah, and it's incredibly impressive. And if you want to get in and start the show, 215-592-9494, your reactions to the Phillies weekend and the Phillies road trip, because you look at what they've done here. They go 5-1 on the road trip. They go down to Tampa. They sweep that series in what was, really entertaining games. The offense got going. They scored 8 runs in the first game, 7 in the final 2. Then this weekend, bad performance Friday night. Aaron Nola gets lit up a little bit. Offense doesn't do anything, but you bounce back. Ranger Suarez, shutout performance Saturday. Zach Wheeler in the bullpen combined for it last night.
It looks like Bryce started to do some stuff on Saturday.
He's starting to get going a little bit. He hit a homer, and you look at this team, and I want to know some people's biggest takeaways, because here's mine, is I believe this team is the clear favorite to win this division at this point. I think you look at the standings, there's still one game. They're
favorite.
Still the clear favorite. There's still one game back of the Mets.
Clear favorite.
I think they're the clear favorite. Look at this, John. Now explain. Let me make my case real quick.
They're really good.
Bryce Harper
the
hasn't
Mets
gotten
are really
going
good
yet.
Too.
Bryce Harper hasn't gotten going yet. The bullpen is improving. The starting rotation is now full. The starting rotation is healthy. And we got a chance this weekend to see what that looks like. When Ranger Suarez, who's probably your 5th starter, goes out there, gives you the kind of outing he gave you Saturday. You got Zach Wheeler Sunday. There is no break for these teams. And I think you look at it over the course of a full season, the Mets are not going to be able to sustain that pace. They don't have the kind of pitching the Phillies do. The Phillies starting pitching makes them almost immune to any significant losing streak. And you look at all the things that still need to get going. Like we said, Bryce Harper's hitting what, like 230?
Well,
he hasn't gotten going yet.
We're a quarter of the way through the season, and Bryce has been stinky Bryce. It's nowhere close to the Bryce that we expected we'd get. And the team is still a game and a half out of first in the division. So in that respect, yeah, it's. I can't say I'm certain they're the favorite to win it. I think you might be getting a little ahead of yourself here, Tom. We are looking good right now, man. This thing, it's just recently that I've been feeling confident like this, though.
Fair enough. I just look at it, and I think if this team stays anywhere near reasonably healthy, they're not going to lose this division. Like, they're going to win around 95 games. That's what I predicted at the beginning of the year. They got off to a slow start, and I think when we look at this season so far, it's really been, one bad week? Like, one bad stretch where they lost
against the Mets.
Right. They lost that
problem.
No, that's true. They lost that final game against the Marlins. They lost the 3 against the Mets, and then the first game of that series against Chicago. But they bounced back in a real significant way. Where do you stand, Rhea? Like, when you look at it after this weekend, do you think they're the clear favorite in the division?
I don't know about clear favorite. I'm kind of with you on the Mets a little bit, but I want to see what the Braves are going to look like when Acuna's coming back soon, right? I mean, they said late May. So I want to see, I don't rule out the Braves just yet, but I'm not sold on the Mets.
Yeah, and the Braves are going to be back, like you said. They're going to get healthy.
Back. They're not completely out of it.
No, and I mean, they got off to that terrible start,
Oh, my God, brutal.
And they made up a lot of ground there. But I just think what we've gotten to see now over the last week, 10 days or so, is what this team looks like when they're fully healthy, is you get Ranger Suarez back in the rotation.
That's the most encouraging thing right there.
That's
how
huge.
He pitched.
And then you get to move a guy like Taijuan Walker back to the bullpen. And, hey, I mean, it's one outing. I'm not going to get overly carried away. But I don't know. I think Taijuan Walker is a guy you could get some use of back there. And you look at the minor league pitching coming up. You got Painter, you got Mick Abel. Whether you're converting some of those guys to bullpen arms, whether you move Ranger Suarez, I feel like the problems that the Phillies have, there's a pathway to them getting fixed a lot quicker than we may have thought like a week ago.
I think so too. The case in point is Taijuan. We felt like Taijuan was a throwaway because he wasn't the starting pitcher we'd hoped for. But then you put him in the bullpen, his velocity comes up. He gets a little angry. He gets a little ticked off and pitches better. He looks. I feel so much. I don't know. Like there's a safety net. Like there really is a plan beneath the plan. That we've got some options that I didn't realize were available. And I know that Dave Dombrowski can go out and get some more help. If before this trade deadline in the bullpen, that was the biggest complaint that we had. We need bullpen help. It was outfielders and bullpen help, and now it feels like that bullpen help. They've been pitching better lately, but the Taijuan thing felt like a revelation. And it felt like, okay, maybe things really aren't as dark and stormy as they feel and look at times. And now this road trip, that was an incredible performance. I mean, we lost one game on the road. We come back, we should be feeling really good about the way things are ignited at this point. I think we're ready to go on a real run here.
And that's the way it feels. It feels like this team is starting to hit their stride a little bit.
Totally.
And I don't know. And
they understand now who they are. Remember when they were told no more daycare? And I do think it took a bit. And now we're a quarter of the way through the season. I guess it makes sense that they are more comfortable in this incarnation. The 2025 Philadelphia Phillies have officially arrived. Let's get our star up to speed. But I do think we're almost there. We're almost where we need to be. And that feels pretty good because this is a talented team, as they should be. They're paid that way.
It is, absolutely. And if you want to get into 215-592-9494, do you think after this road trip, the Phillies are the clear favorites in the division? And wanted to ask you guys as well, when you look at what's happened here in the start of the year, I think we all felt it, and we talked about it a lot amongst the fan base. And there being like the lack of excitement that there's been in past years, maybe a little bit of a hangover. What do you think, Rhea? Do you think the team was feeling a little bit of that too?
They were feeling pressure.
That's kind of the sense that I get, is that maybe they felt the same kind of hangover from last year that we felt, and now they're settling into the rhythm of the season. I get that when you're hitting, things are going to look different. But just over the last week, 10 days, this just looks like a different team to me emotionally on the field and the energy they're playing with.
Well, and when you're led by Kyle Schwarber, I mean, that makes a huge difference. But, the thing to me is, like, the hitting is going to be hit or miss. You've got Schwarber hitting 2 home runs, and the rest of the team kind of pretty much did nothing. And although I will say that Ortiz is pretty good. That was a pretty good pitcher's duel. He threw one mistake. I thought it was interesting. The announcers on ESPN said that it came from the dugout not to throw that pitch anymore, that he threw to Schwarber and he didn't throw it the rest of the game. But Romano, if he can be reliable, I'm not saying lights out. It's a huge difference. And the word is he was tipping his pitches, and now they said they fixed it. I guess, but if he can be reliable, and you don't have to rely on Alvarado. You cannot overpitch Alvarado. There's a massive difference when you don't overpitch him.
Well, I think if there is one concern, that's what it would be, is like the depth of the bullpen. Like Romano looks a lot better now for sure. But
it's a huge deal that they figured out the problem.
Right. Your problem is when you have those kind of back-end guys, the Tanner Bankses, the Carlos Hernandez. Yeah, like those guys you can't really rely on. That's why you need to rely on the Alvarados and the Strom so much. But I just look at where this team is right now. And again, Painter's going to be up at some point. Mick Abel, who knows? They've been talking about him for years. He's starting to look good at the minor league level. You bring some of these guys up, it just by nature, some of them are going to have to go to the bullpen because you have so much starting pitching. And it just feels like we're in a much better spot than we were like 2 weeks ago.
And Bryce still isn't, being Bryce. That's what's impressive about it.
Yeah, and that's gonna come around at some point. Where's your faith at Bryce in this point, John?
Well, I can't believe he hasn't started being Bryce yet. That's frustrating. I know it's in there. I know it's imminent. I thought it was arriving on Saturday, and then we got another lull yesterday. I don't understand exactly what the impetus is, like what's going on. I know that as a competitor, he's going to figure this out, and he will be fine. Let's hope that the 3 quarters of a season that he provides make up for this, whatever you'd call it, trough. It was a trough of a first quarter for Bryce Harper.
And when you look at Bryce, though, this isn't that abnormal. Like, if you looked at his stats last year, they were similar. I mean, he was about the same spot at the start of May. He got going about, like a week ago this time last year, like around May 5th. He's a little late. He's a little late. But ultimately, I look at it more as a positive that you're able to do what you've been able to do without Bryce Harper being Bryce Harper. And you're in a really good spot. So you want to get in, start show, 215-592-9494. Do you feel at this point the Phillies are the clear favorites in the NL East? Get into that. When we get back, it's a massive night for the Philadelphia 76ers. The shape of the franchise, direction of the franchise could be changed forever tonight. We'll get to that. We'll unveil our side topic today for a chance for you to win Post Malone tickets May 24th. So that's coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara.
Face tats.
Have
you considered?
I have not.
The face tat.
Would you ever get one?
It is so bold. It is so bold. There is no way I could ever pull it off.
I saw him performing with
Post Malone is so good that he is able to pull it off.
He's performing that guy Jelly Roll. He's got face tats.
He's got tons of face tats too. Both those guys, they can pull that off. There's no way I can do it. You might be able to, Tom.
I don't. Yeah.
We need to talk about Tom Kelly. Like what made Tom? What made Tom Kelly, like the fights through high school, like, the way that you had to battle?
I wasn't fighting a whole lot through high school, John. I don't know what you're
Tom.
thinking.
I don't think Tom's a fighter.
Yeah, I'm not a fighter. I wouldn't have won many of those fights.
More like a lover. He's got like 3 kids.
Yeah, 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. We'll get to the Sixers, your chance to win Post Malone tickets. Let you know how you can do that coming up. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara. This is The Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code RadioLaunch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jack Fritz here. I want to share my experience with Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and continue to shop to this day. Now that we're a family of 4, I purchased the all-electric Honda Prologue SUV. Scott Honda made the process so easy with transparent pricing, exceptional service, and their thoughtful and professional team. They make the whole car buying experience stress-free. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade your vehicle. So visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or at scottautogroup.com. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
I'm Chris Sylvester with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Saints quarterback Derek Carr is retiring after 11 NFL seasons, citing a shoulder injury. 34-year-old made the announcement over the weekend, thanking teammates, coaches, and fans, saying, quote, "Your unwavering support has meant the world to us," before signing a 4-year, $150 million contract with the Saints in 2023. Carr was a second-round pick by the Raiders in 2014 and holds several of their franchise records, including most pass yards, passing TDs, and highest passer rating. Saints head coach Kellen Moore says the starting job is now up for grabs between Spencer Rattler, Jake Haener, and rookie Tyler Shuck. Browns were one of 26 teams that held a rookie minicamp over the weekend. Quarterback Shedeur Sanders says he's putting his draft slide behind him and is ready to get to work. Sanders added, quote, "My job here isn't to prove people wrong. I'm proving myself right, and I fully still have belief." This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Golf season is back. Can't wait to play in the Surfside Golf Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club May 13th. Now, we'll be broadcasting our show from the course from 2 to 6, so come check us out. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Must be 21.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Today, partly sunny and very warm, high 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation.
Romano ready. He kicks the 3-2. Strike three called on the outside corner. He got him looking, and that is the ball game. The Phillies shut out the Guardians on Sunday Night Baseball, and the Phillies have won their 5th series in a row.
Scott Fransky, the call is Kyle Schwarber homered twice. Zach Wheeler dominated. The aforementioned Jordan Romano helped nail down the shutout. He's had 5 straight scoreless outings. Schwarber tied for the league lead in home runs at 14, extended his on-base streak to 46. Zach Wheeler struck out 8 over 7, no walks. 51st time Wheeler has gone 7+ in a start over the past 5 seasons, and that is tied for the most in the majors during that time. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Partly sunny, a high of 82. It is currently 56. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Division. Would love to get your take on that. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in.
Tom, you didn't get in a lot of fights when you were in high school.
I didn't
this
get
was
in a
something
ton
we
of
talked
fights.
about a little bit the last period, the last segment. So you were not like a bad messing around, late to school, running truancy.
No, I was a good kid. I was the
you were
class
not
treasurer.
the tardy.
Yeah.
Tardy Tom.
No,
you weren't tardy Tom in high school.
No, I was somebody you could trust. I was somebody you could believe in, John. Now, I'm glad you brought that up,
but
because somebody that can't believe
hold
in
on. I
is
could
Daryl
believe in you
Morey.
in a. Hold on, but you could also get in fights and be rough and tumble.
No, I was not a fighter. Look at me. I'm not a big guy.
All right.
I was not. I was
Well,
not.
that doesn't mean you don't have.
Were you a fighter in high school?
No.
Were you a fighter in high school, Rhea?
I went to an all-girls school.
Well, that doesn't mean there
There
weren't
weren't a lot of fights.
any fights at an
Never got
all-girls
to
school.
No, there was no fights.
But there
Paddle
were more
Academy.
fights than there
Grade
are
school,
now.
there were fights.
Yeah. Well,
There
yeah.
were fights, and there were, it was, and then people would gather around, and it was kind of exciting. And this was before everyone had a phone on their person. So then the fight was over, and it was really sort of over, and everyone went to the principal's office. And
I feel like there aren't a lot of fights in school anymore. I feel like it's
maybe there
it's
weren't
toned
fights
down.
in your school. We had fights in our school.
Well, there weren't many in my school. There weren't many in my school.
All right.
In Upper Moreland. But big night tonight for the Sixers, John, because tonight's the NBA draft lottery. And I don't.
We could end up with Cooper Flag.
We could end up with Cooper Flag.
10.65% chance.
And we all heard
Or something
Daryl
like
Morey the other day on the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast. And my biggest takeaway is that he has no real plan to fix things.
No.
Like, it seems like, the hope is he said we're the most unpredictable team in the league or something like that. Great. Okay, well, I think you're pretty predictable. Joel Embiid and Paul George are likely going to get hurt because they're older players and they're not very healthy. But it feels like that's like the plan, is we're going to pray for Embiid and Paul George to stay healthy moving forward. And that doesn't sound like a good one. And I look at it, guys, and it feels like, does it not feel like the future is incredibly bleak if they don't get the number 1 overall pick
It
tonight?
could completely change at 7 p.m.
Yeah.
I mean, some people are never going to get there, but I mean, you have to feel excited if they get it. Unfortunately, the same organization is running the team.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is you can have all your fortunes change tonight, because as bad as it's been, as poorly managed as they've been, as much as the bad decisions as they've made, if you are able to get this number 1 overall pick, you're getting a true difference-making player. And here's Kevin O'Connor, who was on with the afternoon show, guys, a few weeks ago, talking about Cooper Flag and where he stacks up in terms of prospects who have come out in recent memory.
Where would you rank Cooper Flag? You don't have to give us an exact number, but some context. As far as the best prospects in the NBA over the last 20 years or so, where do you see Cooper Flag sitting in that hierarchy?
In terms of college prospects, I'd have Cooper ahead of Zion Williamson for sure. With Cooper's perimeter play, I'd have him ahead of AD because of the creation ability. And so you're going back to 07, Greg Oden, Kevin Durant that year. with Cooper Flagg. I completely shaking his head at me right now. Clearly there's some disagreement there, but no, I think Cooper checks every single box on the floor. We saw that with what he's been doing the entire season for Duke, and we saw that absolutely in the Sweet 16. So I think I'd go back to KD, Greg Oden back in 07 as the best college prospect that I've seen.
And that's true. I mean, this guy's a franchise-changing player. And it's crazy how, as bad as it's been, as many of the bad decisions the Sixers have made, it's almost like they get a get-out-of-jail-free card if they get this pick tonight.
Yeah, and there's a very real chance this could happen. It's not. It wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the second time. This does occur. Cooper Flagg will make us. Wow, will transform things. There's no doubt that reinfuses the city with, I don't know, just not necessarily hope, but excitement. This guy is that legit. This guy really is like generational talent. Decades. Every so often you get a guy. It's masterful watching a guy at that size do everything well.
Right. It's not just scoring. It's the whole game. I mean, he can defend, he can rebound, he can do it all.
And it's so smooth and fluid and effortless every step of the way.
And with this team, there's an excitement that's gone. Like, it's not only waning, it's gone based off what happened this year.
Well, we're mad, we're hurt.
And I want to know how excited people would be if the Sixers get this pick tonight. And that's our Twitter poll question. Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. If the Sixers get the number 1 overall pick, would you be excited about them again at WIP Morning Show? Rhea, I know you're probably as down on the Sixers as anybody. Did they get you back if they get this pick tonight?
Did they get me back? Yeah, because I want to see him. I mean, and you know me, I hate Duke, but I love watching that kid play. I mean, it's just too much fun. And I think Nick Nurse has kind of been screwed here by what's gone on. So I don't really know how good of a coach he will be. But I think, he had pretty much nothing to work with this year. So, yeah, I mean, but I guarantee you this poll will be more like there'll be a lot more no's because people do not like this team.
Agreed. But I look at it like if I'm looking at it objectively, I think they're kind of saved if they get this pick tonight. And I don't
know about saved.
You still have the Embiid contract. You have the George contract. This kid is, he's incredible. I mean, you heard Kevin O'Connor talk about it right there. Might be the best prospect in like 20 years in the NBA.
When he says Oden, though, don't you eye roll? Because first of all, Oden looked like he was 55 when he came out of college. Like, I never believed his age. And, he was never able to really because of the injuries.
Yeah, I just think with Cooper Flagg, he looks like I don't know. Some guys you can just tell they're built a certain way. They don't look like they're going to get hurt. I don't feel like Cooper Flagg's a guy who's going to be somebody who we're worried about getting injured all the time.
Well, no, and Greg Oden had the signs coming out. Everyone knew he had degenerative knee issues, and he looked sort of wobbly to begin with, and he was gigantic. Now, not quite as gigantic with Cooper Flagg. It feels like that we're so far past where that sort of thing can happen. The Oden thing, he was incapable of playing. Don't we have technology to this point where that can't occur with the same? I mean, come on. Like, doctors evaluate these guys. They're scanning you. They're 3D scanning you on the inside.
Somehow these doctors cleared him to get an extension.
Well, that's...
it's the most insane thing.
I cannot get behind that concept.
Yeah.
I can't imagine any doctor cleared him for this extension. I think this is rogue Daryl Morey going and saying, hey, we gotta reward Paul George now for some reason. Like, that is as rogue as it gets. There's no doctor who signs off on him getting paid.
No, the Sixers were the only
future.
We're the only team who was willing to pay him. And that's why I feel like tonight is such a big night. Because honestly, if they don't get the number 1 overall pick, I think they're screwed. Like, I don't think they're going anywhere. But if you get this player, it gives you the ability to change everything. Maybe then you do just say, okay, we're going to restart. We're going to trade Embiid. We're going to trade George. We're going to build around Maxey and Flagg. And I'd honestly be excited about that. The Lakers potentially? Hear the Bill Simmons rumor last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? I think you might be able to get rid of him. If not, you keep him, you still have Cooper Flagg. That would be a big addition to this team. But we want to manifest luck for the Sixers tonight.
Joel is not completely used up in
we'll see.
His age again, there has to be more. If you can get him right physically, if the Lakers, if someone can be convinced that he can be gotten right physically, then that is appealing. I mean, former MVP is at his age. How old are we talking?
That's the thing. Somebody is I always feel like there's a team desperate enough to try
31.
something. So who knows? I mean, it might be possible, but either way, you get Cooper Flagg, you're in a much better position. And as we try to manifest luck for the Sixers tonight, that's our side topic. And your chance to win Post Malone tickets, a pair of Post Malone tickets, Citizens Bank Park on May 24th. So 2 Saturday nights from now at Citizens Bank Park. Give us something that is lucky. Who or what is lucky? That is our side topic to try to win tickets for Post Malone on May 24th at Citizens Bank Park. So there you go.
So what is John? John, what's
yours, John?
Numbers are lucky.
Numbers?
Yeah, numbers.
Okay.
Numbers. I have a weird problem with numbers where I don't know if you do this. Like when you set an alarm or something, do your numbers have to add up to specific numbers?
No.
Or else you can't leave
that's
the clock.
That sounds like, an obsessive compulsive disorder.
And I don't know that I'm that. I just think that I have a weird number thing.
Okay.
I don't think I'm like obsessive compulsive, but I can't leave the clock set if the numbers add up to 15.
Well, does that not sound obsessive compulsive?
No, it is.
Yeah.
But I agree with him that numbers are lucky. Everybody's got their lucky numbers.
What do you got, Ray? Do you have
Lucky
something that's
Charms.
Lucky Charms.
Love Lucky Charms.
There you go. Should I give one away? I don't want to take the
Yeah,
answers from
we all
callers.
give one.
All right.
But don't take a haymaker.
Well, all I have is a haymaker.
Oh my
God. 4-leaf clover. Is that a haymaker?
That's not going to win, Tom.
No.
Okay. Well,
But that's okay.
there you go.
That's
There you go.
pretty. It's pretty. Nondescript. It's not exciting in any way.
Okay.
It's
So
chalk.
it's good. Yeah.
It's
Not
good. It's a
exciting
good
in
example.
It's a chalky answer. You got
Really
something,
good.
Buzz?
Both of mine, guys. I was going to do the leprechaun specifically from Lucky Charms. His name is Lucky
Well, that
Leprechaun.
works. There
And
you
then
go.
I was going to say the 4-leaf clover, and then you took it. So I'm unprepared without a third.
Well, I think you got it
Wow.
with the leprechaun.
Well,
man.
thank you, Buzz, because I thought mine was bad. You just made it worse.
Well,
So
I'm
I appreciate
glad.
that.
I'm happy to boost your answer up.
Yeah, thank you. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. So you want to give us something that is lucky. That is our side topic today. So we manifest luck for the Sixers tonight. Coming up next, talk about an interesting kind of trade situation that the Phillies could be involved in. Player out there could be available. Get to that coming up next. This is The Morning Show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera today. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 with bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today, because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship. minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Good credit, bad credit, no credit. Stars and Stripes Harley is accepting all credit applications. Bankrupt's on speed dial to help get you approved. Bankruptcy, divorce, even repo. Let Stars and Stripes Harley Davidson get you financed on a new Harley today. Visit starsandstripesharley.com.
On approved credit.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Don't stress. Take your party to a whole new level with our event catering or our Crab Fries Express food truck. We cater on-site for big parties, small parties, grad parties, and all parties. Order special catering options or our signature menu items. Book your off-premise event today. ChickyandPete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's, the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles First Trust Bank Club and Eagles Training Camp. Chickies and Pete's.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flapping?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models. Exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies won a 5th straight series, shutting out the Guardians 3-0 in Cleveland, led by a dominant Zach Wheeler outing and the bat of Kyle Schwarber.
Hit deep, center field. Martinez back at the wall, out of room, it's gone, and Schwarber has gone deep again. A 2-run home run here in the 8th inning. his 14th of the season. He's driven in all 3 tonight for the Phillies, who now lead it 3-0.
Scott Fransky, the call. Wheeler struck out 8 over 7, particularly nasty in the 5th. 11 pitches thrown. Got out of a jam in the 6th with 2 on. Struck out Carlos Santana on 3 pitches to end the threat. Jose Alvarado and Jordan Romano, 2 scoreless innings as the Phils recorded their 2nd shutout of the season. Now until May 31st, get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows, plus pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Partly sunny, high 82. It's currently 56. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Tell them bring another round, we need plenty more. 2 stepping on the table, she don't need a dance floor. Oh my, good Lord.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara today. Now, this might be a stupid question.
Yeah.
Is this Post Malone right here?
No.
No, it's
This is not
Shabuzi.
Post Malone? Shabuzi?
Yes. Oh my
Who's
God, you
Shabuzi?
really don't know any music.
I never
at all.
heard of Shabuzi.
This does not even remotely sound like Post Malone.
It doesn't?
No. I will play some Post Malone next break, and you will hear the stark difference.
All right. I thought
Post Malone, he is so talented. Could we hear like later at some point some Post Malone?
Yeah,
where
yeah,
he's
next
doing
segment.
a cover? Next segment, we got like, Post Malone.
segment.
Malone covers are amazing.
Yeah?
He does everything.
what's his most famous cover?
I don't know.
You just said he does everything.
I don't. He does everything. So his most famous cover, it could be anything by anyone. I can't even imagine what his most famous cover is. He does like this guy is so talented. It's like he just gets up there at his concerts and goes and plays on his own. Like keeps going. Like the guy who keeps coming back for more encores. I went and saw Neil Young in Mountain View, California in like 1996. And it felt like he didn't ever want to leave. And I appreciated it so much. Neil Young up there on the stage. You know how like the band will go off.
Yep.
And then you know they're going to come back the one time with the encore. And then they're going to play the big song and all that. He kept coming back. He actually, I don't know how many times, maybe 5. He actually made good on that promise. Like, oh, he's bowing, but he's not really going to come back. You know, like he did, and it meant something to him. Like you could tell how important it was to Neil Young that we hear this message.
Doesn't it get a little
get
annoying after a while, though? It's like, all right, dude, we get it.
It wasn't annoying
we get
to
the
me.
bit. Just play the song.
I was
so
a college kid. It was like, holy cow, this is the longest concert. Like, I'm getting the best deal I've ever gotten for my money at a concert. I don't want to leave. And by the way, it's Neil Young. He's going and doing, he's amazing. So you got this whole history, this huge log of songs, and they're all good.
I couldn't name one Neil Young song.
Oh, really?
No. He's a different person than Neil Diamond, right?
Is he Sugar Mountain?
Cinnamon Girl.
Oh.
Ding, 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 ding.
Well, that's
ding,
another.
ding,
We'll
ding,
add it to the
ding.
list, Buzz. We'll play that later.
Is there an artist you could name more than like 3 songs of?
Man, that's tough. I'm not a music guy.
Well, that's been Neil Young been wrote very clear. So many songs like for the Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, like that whole
Oh,
thing.
yeah, they're my favorite.
Really? No. I get the
No,
feeling
just
that's
playing
not at
along.
all the case. Well, he's talented, not a good singer, sort of Bob Dylan-esque. You
Okay.
know, good music, good lyrics.
would hate it,
just
Tom.
not good singing.
But Post Malone is great. So make sure you get in.
true.
That's our side topic today. Give us something that's lucky. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to Post Malone, Citizens Bank Park on May 24th. You're welcome to get in on that. Trying to manifest luck for the Sixers tonight. And talking about the Sixers, would you be back excited about the team again if they get the number 1 overall pick with Cooper Flagg? I would be. I think you look at this player. This guy is a unique talent. This is like your get-out-of-jail-free card. All the moves you made, you get Cooper Flagg, you're back headed in the right direction. And it's like we can kind of forget about the last few years.
Well, I mean, it does make it a lot easier. I think I'm still resentful. I'm still hopeful at some point that Joel can actually do this. You know, Joel is supposed to be able to come back and play basketball again. You know, they told us that they've gone in and they've done the surgery or a surgery.
And they've always been so truthful about injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
The guy should not be done playing, and let's hope he's not. And let's hope he's not done playing in Philadelphia because he's former MVP. I mean, he really is that good if he's right. I worry, can he be right in Philadelphia? You know, like, is he going to get it in his head that he wants to be right with LeBron, with that plan? Because that scares me a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think Embiid's ever going to be healthy again, and that's the thing. I just feel like if you don't get this pick tonight, you're really headed down a dark path as an organization. But it could all change.
So we have a 10.65% chance to not be headed down a dark path.
Yes. So you're saying
that doesn't sound like good odds.
It's
man.
a chance. It's 1 out of 10. So we got a shot. 215-592-9494. Also with the Phillies, are you confident after this road trip they're going to win the NL East? I am. I think that's my biggest takeaway from the weekend. We see what this team looks like when they're at full strength. You got a starting rotation that is dominant. I mean, you've got a bullpen that is really talented as well. And coming into their own, and offensively, Bryce Harper hasn't even gotten going yet.
I don't know that the bullpen is really talented as well. I think it's a big plus that Romano is no longer giving away whatever he was giving away. It does seem like something changed. Is it that obvious? Whatever he was doing, how obvious was it?
I don't know.
Cow.
I mean,
his ERA was over 15, so it was. I mean, it's going to take forever. He's gone 5 scoreless outings, and it's still barely dipped down.
Yeah, and he looks. I mean,
but what a major difference!
Yeah.
Whatever he was doing, he stopped doing it, and I, even though it's hard for me to get my head around the fact that he might be good, it looks like he's good now. It looks like as night and day as it can get.
Certainly looks a lot better. So do you think the Phillies are the clear favorites in the NL East after this road trip? 215-592-9494. This segment sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Receive 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 3 years to pay off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. In a few minutes here, we'll get to an interesting trade potential option for the Phillies. First, let's get to the phones. Go to Neil in the Northeast. What's up, Neil?
Oh, sorry, Tom. I hate to rain on your parade, but, 10 or 12% chance of getting Cooper Flag. I agree with Barkley. The Sixers are going to be bad the next 10 years. So if you want to see games, you could get tickets on the secondary market, cheap tickets, and I would watch the NBA playoffs, which are very good this year, so I don't believe in the Sixers.
So Neil, even if they get Cooper Flag, I mean, this kid's a generational player. They could get
they're not going to get him. 10 to 12% chance. They're probably going to get the 5th pick and squander it. Like they could have got Mikal Bridges, whose actually mom worked with the Sixers, and they traded away. And you see what he's doing with the Knicks and even the Nets before. They would have got a good player, but they don't get good players. So I don't trust the process. Sorry. What's your opinion, Rhea? You're the same way?
No, I don't trust that team at all. But if they get Cooper Flag, you got to be a little excited.
Yeah, well, that I agree, but the chances of getting him are very slim.
They are. It's a lottery, Neil. The chances for every team are very slim. I mean, the team with the best odds has what, like a 14% chance? So it could be anybody.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know about the ping pong balls, but okay. Anyway, talk about the pill.
It sounds like you don't trust it, Neil. Sounds like you're not. You think they've got it in for us or something.
Yeah, well,
I think we're going to win this thing.
I believe like Yali, I think Morey is just terrible in making picks, and I don't think Embiid's going to ever. He might be like Yao Ming, with arthritis and, the conditioning, I think it's bad. So when Barkley, who I think is a very good analyst, says, like he hates to say this from the area, that they're not going to be good for 10 years. I believe it. So.
Well, what's something that's
so
lucky?
Now let's talk about optimistic. The Phillies, 11 out of 13, the scoring runs, like, especially when the weather gets, like hotter, like they should, get 7 or more runs, and that helps the bullpen immensely. And, they got Painter. I wait till July to get Painter up, and Schwarber's having like MVP season. Stott, I think, and Turner, at least hitting-wise, are probably all-stars. And I think Wheeler's in contention for the Cy Young this year.
Well, Neil, give us something that's lucky.
Well, I say a horoscope, a lucky horoscope.
Okay.
Horoscope. What do you
All
think
right.
of that answer, John?
I'm not a big believer in the horoscope, but I do like to read them. And I usually try to see, how are these vagaries really going to, like, how hard did they try to really do a good job with this? Most of the time, it doesn't seem like they tried very hard.
So you don't believe in the horoscope, but you need your numbers to add up to a certain number because you're superstitious that way.
I don't know that it's superstitious. I just think that numbers, I don't know, maybe it's because numbers like identified us and that started to mean way too much.
What time is your alarm in the morning?
Think about
for this show.
It depends. I said a lot of them. So, but
they all
to
add up to the same thing?
No, they have to add up to certain numbers. They can add up to 16 because 16 is 4 squared, and 4 is the best number in my book. Like 4 matters the most. So when you've got multiples of 4, that works. I do not like the number 5, even though I love Donovan. I do not like his number. I cannot have 5 be the sum at any point. Like, so I could never have my alarm set for 104.
Wow,
or 401.
That's bizarre.
It won't work.
That is very weird.
403, I love that. 7's a beautiful number. It's a little bit cliched for being so beautiful, so I probably would veer away from 7. But 4, 8, 9, especially if it adds up to 9. 13 is actually a good number for it to add up to. 14, yes, because it's 2 times 7.
Okay, well, there you go.
Does that make any sense at all?
It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Bizarre.
But
wow.
Yeah.
Well, it feels important at the time when I'm doing it.
Right, but I'm learning a lot about you, and that's what's important. Is we're becoming closer now.
I know.
215
like peas and carrots, you and me.
9494. If you want to get in, we'll get some interesting sound in a minute. First, here's Sean.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Groceries got. It's a good time for a reward. You know the one, your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Now, when we talk about the Phillies, and obviously the trade deadline this year is going to be a really important part of this season, where they're going to improve their team, what the Phillies are going to do here. And over the last couple of days, an interesting situation's kind of started to develop across Major League Baseball, where in Boston, they have this situation with Rafael Devers, third baseman for them originally, signed to a long-term deal. Now, in the offseason, they signed Alec Bregman.
Which made no sense.
No.
Since they had just signed Devers to that deal.
Right. Devers had been signed to the contract. And then they asked him to move to first base. He didn't like that. Now they're asking him to move to DH. And it doesn't seem like this is going to be a marriage that's going to work long term.
Doesn't it remind you of Manny Ramirez when he used to drive them crazy back in the day, but he could hit?
It does. It does. I mean, it's a very similar situation with what's going on with Devers right now. And, they had possibly been trading Manny. They ended up keeping him, and that obviously worked out for the Red Sox. But this was from the Talkin' Baseball podcast over the weekend. An interesting idea as far as a destination for Rafael Devers.
Chris Rose, the trade thing, and I can't believe you started there. I have a team, and I have a guy who can play first base and hit right-handed, which the Red Sox actually sneaky still need right-handed hitters. You get off of the Devers contract, and a team that's been looking for a third baseman upgrade for a long time, the Philadelphia Phillies.
Oh, my gosh.
Can you imagine the star power? They have Schwarber coming off the books this offseason. So if they don't think Devers is going to stick at third, that could be your DH spot. Okay, if it was Bohm and maybe you throw in a couple of those Phillies pitching prospects or something like that. The Phillies have been looking for that next step to elevate them in this now crowded NL as they have their core in their early 30s. This is obviously daydream. I have zero sources. My brain just jumped there for no reason this morning, and I was like, whoa, could both sides love this?
Now, it would be an upgrade from Alec Bohm theoretically.
Not defensively.
Not defensively.
Not at all.
But this is the thing. I'm not making this move for Rafael Devers. I mean, you look at it, first off, I didn't like how he handled the offseason. I mean, move positions. That's what's best for the team. You do what's best for the team. And if I'm cashing in my big-time prospects, I'm not doing it for a bat. That's not what you need right now.
Here's the thing with him. I didn't have a problem with Devers being upset when they acquired Bregman, because it's like, what are you doing here? I mean, I kind of got that, and now they move him to DH, and then the guy gets injured at first. It's like, dude, it was an injury. It was a catastrophic injury. The guy's done for the year, right? So they needed help. Like, you go there.
Yeah,
but the casual way that they dropped in there, well, they're going to move on from the Kyle Schwarber contract. I'm like, no.
Right. Do what's best for the team. And moving on from the Schwarber contract, what do you think, John? I mean, does this have any appeal to you whatsoever? Devers is a guy, 4 years younger than Schwarber?
I have a problem with I want Kyle Schwarber to be a Philly. Kyle Schwarber holds this team together. And he's only 32. I do not see him as over the hill. We're watching him hone his game. We're watching him improve as a hitter. And look, he hasn't been bad when he's been out in left field either. I think I'm imagining a little bit of sprightliness at times when I'm not saying I want him to be our left fielder. He's our DH. But in a pinch, he has not been horrendous when called upon in left field. In terms of this question of Alec, what we're really talking about is Alec Bohm. Rafael Devers, is he better than Alec Bohm? Alec Bohm, I do not appreciate the attitude, the catastrophic, woe is me,
This guy doesn't.
Yeah, well, you're going to love Rafael Devers.
That's the thing.
He's great at the plate.
This guy's
but not
bringing the same attitude problems, and I don't know that it's an upgrade. So I'm sorry, it's not the deal I'm looking for.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but I would agree with you. I don't think it really fits for the Phillies, but would love to get your take. If you're the Phillies, should they have interest in Rafael Devers, another big bat you could add to the lineup, and at least for this year, you'd have Devers in the lineup with Schwarber. We'd see what would happen long term, but it would definitely beef up your offense for this season, but would love to get your take on that as well. 215-592-9494. When we get back, get to some of your calls. Side topic today, give us something that's lucky as we try to manifest luck for the Sixers tonight, also with the Phillies. Are you confident they'll win the NL East after what we saw on the road trip this past week? Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is the Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Hop aboard with fans of Philly to ruin the final season of Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No, this is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back road.
Order up!
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. With a Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
Golf season is back. Can't wait to play in the Surfside Golf Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club May 13th. Now, we'll be broadcasting our show from the course from 2 to 6, so come check us out. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Must be 21.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new
Why? It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Stop hair loss. Defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Did you know that hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men already experience hair loss and thinning? Glad Hair has got you covered. With cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes, they help you keep the hair you already have and help bring back what you've already lost. Call them at 610-980-4000. Glad Hair will help you keep what you've got and help replace what you've lost. Visit GladHairMM.com.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
Hey, basketball fans, ready for the NBA playoffs? Get in on the action throughout basketball's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. Sign up or log in to score odds boost, tokens, and more, supercharging your profits whenever you make a winning NBA playoffs bet. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless b-ball betting options, including new looks, in-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Just sign up or log in today and you'll be on your way to exciting NBA action all through the postseason. Get ready for this season's exciting finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents how to hit summer's sweet spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. Normally, the return of Yannick Sinner to the Italian Open after a 3-month doping ban would dominate tennis, but not when newly minted Pope Leo XIV declared tennis to be his sport. The Chicago native is also a diehard White Sox fan. Apparently, his special affinity for the downtrodden runs very deep. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera today. John Richie Ray Hughes here as well. This is Post Malone. Right?
Wow, nothing gets by you. We told you it was going to be that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a strong, strong job by you.
Okay.
We said it was going to be Post Malone.
Did you though?
It was it was a joke.
I mean,
yes.
I knew it was Post Malone.
All right.
Yes.
Did you?
I did. Only because you guys told me.
You've never heard this song?
No. I don't think I have.
What?
You live
what
under a
stuff
rock,
do
don't
you
you?
listen to?
I probably have heard this song.
Do you
I
listen
only
to music, Tom?
I listen to podcasts.
So you
listen to
don't
radio.
listen to music?
No, not a music.
Okay, that's fair. I mean,
Yeah.
Hey, you're not gonna be able to identify Post Malone if you've never heard.
What do
him.
you listen to? Neil Diamond, you said?
Oh my God.
I like
Neil Young.
Neil Young. Oh.
If Neil Diamond has an album called 13 Songs that was produced by Rick Rubin, that if you haven't heard it, you should check it out. Amazing. I think the first song is as good as Sweet Caroline.
Oh, yeah?
You know Sweet Caroline, everyone's favorite song
No, I never
at
heard
a
of
party or karaoke? Come on.
I'm kidding.
Okay. I don't know
I got you,
sometimes.
John.
I don't know. The camera would not know that.
No,
It's possible.
he'd know Sweet Caroline.
It's
Give me a
possible
break.
he would not.
I believe he'd know that.
All right, maybe. Maybe you're right. But anyway, that Sweet Caroline, great song. But this 13 songs, there's a song on there called Oh Mary, and I think it's the first song. You've got to check it out. It's up there with the best songs ever
I'll
written.
never check it out.
Neil
You have to understand.
Diamond.
This is going in one ear and out the other. Real quick.
Why?
Al has
Because-
tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just doesn't work.
Neil Diamond is a good songwriter.
Yeah,
And Rick Rubin actually forced him to play guitar on this album, and it's just Neil Diamond and a guitar and his voice and great songs that he wrote. It's excellent.
Okay. I'll check it out right when I get home today. That's the
I
first
don't
thing I'll
believe
do.
you now.
Yeah.
You're now looking down your nose at some really good music, Tom. You should not be so haughty and scoff
First
at
of all,
Neil
Tom,
Diamond.
again, is it Neil Young or Neil Diamond?
Both.
Okay.
Neil
They're
Diamond
two different people.
is good. Neil Young, also good. Very, very, very different.
All right, perfect.
John, also,
I'll make
Tom
sure I
doesn't
check
look
it
down on anything.
Yeah, got you, Buzz.
Oh,
Figured you'd
messed
jump in
up.
on that.
It's a height
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But reacting to the Phillies' big weekend, they beat the Guardians 3-0 last night. A great performance from Ranger Suarez on Saturday. I think this team is the clear favorite to win the division. I know they're still a game and a half back of the Mets. We know what happened in that Mets series a couple weeks ago, but I feel like now this team's taking shape. Now they've rounded into form. Bryce Harper still not getting going. The offense still producing. The bullpen's improving. And this starting rotation, this is the best starting rotation in baseball.
I'm thrilled with the way it's all shaping up. And when we lost the World Series, to the Astros, I felt like someday we're going to take this and apply it, and we're going to get pitchers like that, and we're going to be able to no-hit people with our fourth combination of pitchers, and that's when we'll be good, and that's when we'll win the World Series. Well, we've got pitching like that now, and we've got to get a few other things in order, tighten some things up, but we're close. I'm not going to. I'm not ready to go where you are saying that we're the hands down favorite to win the division, because the Mets are really good, and when we played them, they proved that. We got to be better when we play the Mets if we're going to beat the Mets for the division.
Yeah, I just look at it. I think it's partially an aberration what happened to the Mets. I mean, that's one series. Yeah, it was an ugly series, but it's only three games. I mean, that's one series.
It reminded you a lot of last playoffs.
It did. It absolutely did. But you look at this team, I think the Phillies are built to win over 162. So I want to get on that. Also, Sixers, big lottery tonight. Side topic today. Give us something that's lucky. Could be something that's personal to you, something that's unique to you as well. So make sure you give us that chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Post Malone. Let's go to JD and Langhorne. What's up, JD?
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Great, JD.
I wanted to call about, you had a caller on a few, maybe half hour ago. His name was Neil, talking about how Daryl Morey can't draft, and nobody called him out on it. If you get Tyrese Maxey at 21, and then you redraft that draft, he goes 3 or 4, and then you get Jared McCain at 16, and if you redraft that draft, he goes 1 or 2. Now, they didn't have picks in 22 or 23, but how does that equate to not being able to draft? And I'm curious why no one called that more.
Because generally Tyrese Maxey is considered to be an Elton Brand pick. Will you agree?
He's actually not. But okay.
Actually, he is, but that's okay. But
All
you're right
well,
on.
we
Jared
don't-
McClain
Rhea,
was
we
a great
know that
pick.
you're a Sixers hater. We know
No, I'm
you
a
are,
Daryl
so that's
Morey
fine.
hater. I don't think he's ever done anything for this team that's been great.
Well, I'd say in fairness to Morey here, I mean, it was after Morey took over. I know a lot of the scouting the Sixers did was previous to him taking over, but he was the GM when they made the pick. So I think you can give kind of credit both directions.
I will not, but go ahead.
Yeah.
And those are incredible value picks with McCain and Tyrese Maxey. If you look at them at face value, yes, incredible value, JD. It's a bad job not calling him out by us.
But I mean, I don't have any faith in Daryl Morey. Like, I have no faith that if they don't get this,
That's the problem.
If they don't get this first pick tonight, okay,
The
what's
general
the plan?
theme was that Daryl Morey is screwing this up, and I agree with that.
Regardless,
If
whoever you
kill
get,
Daryl
I mean,
Morey for free agent stuff.
Yeah.
So some of those decisions, absolutely, you can kill the guy for that. But for his drafts, no, you can't say a word about the guy for his drafts.
Well, he's had a couple nice picks. I mean, there are a lot of picks in between there, JD, between Maxey and McCain, and those guys haven't
Like
really
what?
contributed anything. I mean, exactly. Who have they picked in between
well, that's
those
my
years?
point. They didn't have picks in 22
Right.
or 23. So which picks are you referring to?
I mean, getting guys in the second round, getting guys later in the draft. I mean,
well,
it's not like
Dembona is not a bad pick at 41.
and Dembona is not a guy who's going to be on who's going to be playing a major
Well, he'll be
role
a
on a
backup
championship
center.
team.
He'll
A
be
backup center.
A backup center.
Yeah, I
The-
mean,
the
they're
pick that was probably not great. Jaden Springer was not a great pick for sure.
Right.
But they got him at 28 in the first round. So was there studs there at 28 in the first round? I don't think there were.
well, if that's where you're drafting,
I mean-
you got to find a way to get impact players. There are other teams that get players later on in the draft.
Well, we could look at all the 28 picks and see how many studs there are.
Right, but JD, but
I
if
have
you're
a
going to
feeling
point
that
to
you're reaching 'em.
if you're going to point to they got Maxey and McCain, then we can also point to the fact that there have been years they've been drafted around the same spot and they haven't gotten those kind of guys.
Right, and I just said that Springer was not a good pick at 28, but I'm just saying, how many great picks at 28 are there?
No,
At least in that draft.
It's not as high a percentage. What do you got for what's lucky, JD?
Rabbit's foot.
A rabbit's foot. There you go. Well, I appreciate the call, JD. A rabbit's foot. What do you think?
Yeah, lucky. I think kind of gross. You know, like I'm not.
I don't think most of them.
I've
are
never
real
used
rabbit's
one.
foot.
Yeah,
I've seen them, and it is gross.
Yeah,
really, like I can't believe people do that. It feels like it was done more probably like in the 1800s, turn of the century, 1900s. Like, doesn't this feel like I don't know, people in Mechanicsburg might be more likely to do it than the folks in downtown Philly.
Wow, you're coming after your people in
My own
Mechanicsburg.
folks in yeah.
A lot of people around there carrying around rabbits' feet.
I have seen them there. Yeah.
Little more country out there?
A bit. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say that my high school, Cumberland Valley, the nickname was Cow Valley.
Oh,
Cow
really?
Valley, because there are cows everywhere all around my school.
Well, there you go.
And I think I have talked about it. When we had archery in gym class, we got in trouble by the farmer whose farm abutted up against the playing fields because we were, they were not sharp arrows. They were blunt arrows, but there were people who were aiming at the cows instead of the targets.
That's like when you're on the driving range and you aim for the guy driving
Exactly.
around the car.
And I've been that guy.
Yeah.
When I worked at the University of Michigan, after my freshman year, I was forced to dig bunkers on the driving range. Dig holes that were bunker-sized on the driving range. For weeks, I was in the middle of a driving range digging holes with a shovel with a little plastic pith helmet on. Every single person who was driving was aiming at me for weeks. I'm positive. Every ball was
absolutely.
coming. There's no question they were trying to hit me.
As somebody who used to do that, everybody's aiming at you. No
Yep.
question about it. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in.
That guy seemed really angry that we weren't Daryl Morey fans.
Yeah. I mean, Daryl,
know.
how could you possibly be negative about Daryl Morey
Well,
and
his drafting.
The great job that he's I mean, he's made two good picks.
He has made
Let's
value
calm down
draft
here.
picks.
He made two good picks here.
Yeah.
He got Maxey, he got McCain. And like, Rhea said, Maxey, you can kind of spread out the value. I'm not going to rip anybody for ripping Daryl Morey. I don't like all the Daryl Morey positivity.
You and me both, Tom.
215.
Once again.
He was managed to get rid of the Al Horford
Yeah.
contract.
Yeah.
I'll give him props for that.
And that was a good job, but overall, not great.
Who was a sleeper double agent, I will always believe.
Right.
And
215.
that's on Al Horford.
592-9494 if you want to get in. When we get back, we'll talk a little bit about the Eagles. Schedule coming out Wednesday night. Maybe some leaks during the show today. So we'll get to that coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is the morning show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
May is officially here, and so are the rising temperatures. Beat the heat. Keep the AC where it belongs in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows.
During their semi-annual sale, you'll get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment, especially when prices are rising. So how exactly do they keep prices so affordable?
Well, here's how they do it. Window Nation works directly with the top window manufacturers in the country, which means all their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future.
My new windows look and feel fantastic. My house is cozier and it actually feels temperature controlled for the first time since we moved in. So call 866-90-NATION like I did. But remember, Window Nation's semi-annual sale ends on May 31st, so don't miss your chance to get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. Lunch and batting practice with Topper. You and a friend in that 2025 team photo. And play video games on Fanavision with WIP midday shows Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. And more. To benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So
we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code Radio Launch. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa Rewards members redeem unlimited bonus offers for $1 hot coffee, $2 iced coffee, or 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for just $1.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night in 360 Lounge at Parks Casino. Robert Kelly from Live at Gotham headlines Thursday, May 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 with bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Labor's District Council. Less at fun. Phillies shut out the Guardians 3-0, taking a 5th consecutive series win, doing so off the bat of Kyle Schwarber, pair of home runs, and the arm of Zach Wheeler.
Wheeler ready. He kicks the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Fooled him badly on a breaking ball. Santana goes down on 3 pitches, and Wheeler gets out of the jam. 8th strikeout of the night for Zach Wheeler. And it comes at a great time as the Guardians strand 2.
Scott Fransky, the calls the Phils wrap up a 5-1 road trip back home to host the red-hot Cardinals, winners of 8 in a row. Big night for the Sixers. Hopes for the future NBA draft lottery, 7 p.m. They've got a 10.5 chance of winning the number 1 overall pick. The Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Labor is building a better future today. Partly sunny, high 82, currently 60. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order.
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Because they were huge fans of him. They kidnapped him for some
What a
reason.
concept.
Yeah, but anyway, obviously talking a lot about the Phillies today. They win the series over the Guardians. Are you confident they're going to win the NL East? And a massive night for the Sixers tonight. Cooper Flag. Are you back? Would you be back excited about the Sixers' future if they get Cooper Flag?
Would you care about the Sixers? Would you support the Sixers? Would you fall back in love with the Sixers?
Well, this is a massive night, and that's the thing. I think this is their only chance. I think this is the one get out of jail free card. If they don't get Cooper Flag tonight, I just don't see any way that they move forward and are, in a good spot. I mean, Daryl Morey basically said on the Rights to Ricky Sanchez last week that, hey, we're just going to hope Paul George and Joel Embiid get healthy.
Yeah.
If they don't get healthy, and I mean, spoiler, they're not going to get healthy, this team's dead. They have no chance.
Well, they will have a chance if there's Cooper Flag in the fold.
They will.
Imagine how amazing that's going to look.
It would be amazing. It really
truly would. And I am, fascinated to see what that looks like. And we have a 10.65% chance.
Yep.
Which
Very
doesn't
exciting stuff.
feel that remote.
No, it does. I mean, it seems low, but when the team's above you, they have only like a 14% chance.
Right.
You could see. I mean, there's a world in which this happens, and this would be huge for the Sixers. And we're trying to manifest luck for the Sixers tonight. So give us something that's lucky. Could be something that's personal to you. Could be a bigger answer, but you're welcome to do that. If you do, and you win, you'll get a pair of tickets to see Post Malone at Citizens Bank Park, May 24th. A pair of tickets. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. So make sure you get in on that.
A lucky person, Tom?
A lucky person?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at me. I mean, I get to sit next to you and work with you. I'm extremely lucky.
Well, that sounded a little bit tongue-in-cheek.
Of course not, John. You're such a pleasant guy. You're such a happy guy.
I think you seem like, luck of the Irish, Tommy Kelly.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean.
I like, that's your
feel lucky like that?
Do that accent again.
I didn't know that I did an accent.
You just did.
100%.
Tommy Kelly.
That's not bad.
Tommy Kelly.
Are you Irish?
No, I'm Scottish.
Okay.
But
Well,
it's Scotch.
They have similar.
Irish. I mean, it's like I
That's
think
similar accents. I think
we're kind of in both places.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah.
similar. So,
But I did get burnt this weekend as a result of my Scottishness. I don't know if you did also.
I got
It's starting
fried
to get
yesterday.
bright out there.
Yep.
And I usually, because I'm so pasty white, a lot of times I'll reflect it right back at the sun, and I'll escape unscathed. This weekend, the UV rating must have been a little higher because I got some sun.
Yeah, you look
Too
good.
much
You
sun.
look tan.
No,
I think you look
I
kind
don't-
of tan today.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been. So I appreciate it.
Well, you look good. 215-592-9494.
Too much.
And in a few minutes, you look great, John.
Thanks.
But in
So
a
do
few
you.
minutes here, later on this morning on the Today Show, they're announcing the opening game for the Eagles' schedule this year.
No, I don't know if they're announcing the. Are they?
Dave Uram.
Oh, they
who-
just said it. Okay,
you
good.
Can't doubt Uram's information.
Well,
he said Savannah Guthrie said
Okay.
they are announcing the opening game to the season.
I
which
love that.
obviously the
cow.
Eagles will host. So
Of
let's
course.
Let's go around.
We-
Let's go around the horn, guys. Guesses for the opening game. John, what do you got?
I would love to see one of these up and coming NFC, like an Vikings.
Vikings
up against.
They play the Vikings this year at home.
I don't know.
Well, you have to. Yeah, that's an
Yeah, I don't
important
think
thing to
I'm sure
consider.
about
What do you have, Rhea?
Detroit Lions.
Lions. What
That would
about
be
you,
great,
Buzz?
too.
I want a Rams rematch.
A Rams rematch?
Yes.
I want the Commanders. Give me Washington. They did all that crying about the tush push.
I like that too.
The whining in that NFC Championship game. Let's kick their ass again to start the year.
They play the Vikings
Okay.
in Minnesota, by the way.
Oh,
So,
there you go.
so that
So it
that's
cannot be the opener.
forget
eliminated.
that then.
Take another guess. You're already messing up the game.
No. Not the Rams. Not the Rams. Maybe who do we 49ers? Could we 49ers this?
I don't think
because
they play
think
them at home either. I don't know.
the 49ers are going to be down, and I'd like to take
They
it
don't
out
play
on
the
them.
49ers at all.
All right. Well, that
John
won't
didn't do
work.
his research before this segment.
No. All right, Lions it is.
All right. Well,
But
but sound excited about that pick.
I think that
Yeah.
will be a wonderful game, for sure. It's awesome getting to host this game because it means you won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
They could play the Bears, John. That could be a possibility.
That's a good one. That'd be a fun game.
I do.
NFC
I don't feel
North
like the
and AFC
Bears
West
are
are
up
the
there
divisions.
yet, though. I don't feel like the Bears
I don't
have
either.
gotten enough respect to be put in that
The
slot.
Raiders. No, I don't think them either.
No.
I like the Rams is a good call.
Yeah, Rams could be a good one.
Yeah.
So we'll let you know when we get that information. Should be a little later on. Eagles opening game will be announced this morning. 215-592-9494 in a few minutes. Interesting NFL news over the weekend that could potentially impact the Eagles. We'll get to that coming up. First, so let's go back to the phone. Let's go to Heather in Westchester. What's up, Heather?
Hi there, guys.
Hi,
How
Heather.
are we?
Great.
I have a couple of things. So Phillies have been looking great. The road games were fun to watch last night. I just couldn't believe my eyes. I think they're coming back again. So I'm very excited. We're actually going to the game today.
Nice.
And so, big bus trip from Westchester. So shout out to the Barnaby's crew that are hanging out at the Phillies game today. So
Cool. I used to go
yeah,
to Barnaby's all the time when I was a player in Philly because it was right by my house, too.
yeah, we do a yearly Eagles Autism Foundation event there. So it's a good time. There's always a bunch of the players that come. So
That's great.
yeah, thanks for your support. So
Yeah.
with regard to the Sixers, yes, we need Cooper Flag badly. This is absolutely get out of jail free card. As I'm going to the Phillies game tonight, you know what? I think I'm going to put all my eggs in the basket. I'm going to be trying to get pooped on by a bird because that's a lucky.
I got
a
pooped
lucky
on
thing.
twice by birds in the last 2 weeks.
Was it lucky
And
for you?
I don't know. I have never been pooped on by a bird. And in the last 2 weeks, it's happened twice. And I'm certain of it, which I don't know, Heather, that might be something. I might be able to apply that to Cooper Flag.
I really think it is, and I will take one for the team today.
Yeah.
If I get pooped on the bird,
Just
pooped on
stay
by a bird,
outside. Stay
I-
outside as much as
know I
possible.
am.
You might want to go to like a heavily wooded area also where there
What?
are nesting birds in the trees and things like that. Really put yourself out there as a target.
here for it. I am here for it. And then
Sometimes I think they
also-
aim for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean,
really
I'm
do.
not tall. I'm not tall by any stretch of imagination like you, Don, but
I'm medium. I'm medium, but I get it. Don't be a moving target. I mean, lay yourself out there. Allow yourself to be seen.
Yeah.
I think the UV is going to be pretty good today. So while I'm tailgating,
careful.
I'm gonna be waiting for the bird to poop on it so we get Cooper flag.
Well, that's all.
Yeah,
That's awesome,
that's all we
Heather.
need.
Appreciate the call. That's a good one too. Being pooped on by a bird. That's a pretty
It is luck.
popular lucky thing.
Very, very lucky.
Yeah.
Great one. Great answer on that one.
I think Elliot got pooped on by a bird a few weeks
While
ago.
live on the air.
Yeah, how
It
about
was pretty
that?
funny. Yeah.
Is it happening more? Because I've never, ever in my life, as far as I know, I mean, maybe it happened and I didn't know because look, it's on the back. It does seem like it's on the back. Both times it was on my back.
This happened to you 2 weeks in a row. You're not
Yes,
making this up.
I'm not making it up. Two weeks in a row. Maybe it's even in the same week. It has been in an incredibly short duration of time. I've been pooped on after it never happened in my whole life.
Well, is 2 one of your lucky numbers, or is that one of your
I
unlucky
don't like
numbers?
to.
Well, then this means you need to get pooped on a third
You're going to aim
time.
for a third now?
I'm somewhat indifferent to 2. It's okay. I'm neither here nor there.
Now, I'm just imagining
3 is good,
if
though.
2 was one of the numbers that you hated. Would
I
you
like
just
2
be like,
because it's 2 squared is 4,
Right.
and 4 is my favorite.
but if 2 was the number that you hated, would you just be like going to wooded areas, running around, finding a bird to poop on you?
No, I don't think that really works.
Okay. So your
I don't
OCD
think
is limited to certain situations.
I
not
don't think this
involving
luck,
birds.
the luck poop. I don't think you can force it. I when we were talking to Heather, that was insincere on my part because I don't really think that works. I do think it's lucky. I don't think you can force it.
Yeah, you just got to let it come to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to let it come to you.
If
I
you
agree.
force it, then it's not really magical.
Yeah, that's true. 215-592-9494. Let's go to Stephen Egg Harbor. What's up, Steve?
Yeah, I just can't believe this early in the morning there's a Daryl Moron supporter calling. That was a stunning thing. I mean, and by the way, he did give credit to Elton Brand for drafting Maxey because he was only here for like 7 or 8 days before the
Thank
draft
you, because
started,
he
so.
literally had gotten hired. Remember, the year of that draft was pushed back because of COVID. So the draft was like in mid to late November, and Daryl Morey was hired like November 2nd of 2020.
Right.
So, I mean, unless people are doing revisionist history, what I remember is him giving credit to Elton Brand because he had just gotten here.
Right, and that really makes him a moron because he's going against Rhea, who knows pretty much everything they're doing.
No, I don't know everything, especially about the Sixers, but,
I'm all for taking credit away from Morey. That's fine.
I just wanted to give, a shout out to the Phillies. 5 out of 6 on the road. And I'll tell you what, everybody's talking about Harper. I'm not worried about Harper. The man is starting to smack the ball hard to left field. And when he starts hitting the ball the opposite way, this is when he goes on one of his 3-week, 4-week tears. It's coming, and it's coming soon.
Really? I sure hope so. And does it bother you, Steve, that we have to wait like this for Bryce? Like I believe in Bryce, and I am, a supporter in every way. I'm frustrated. I'm very frustrated that this always seems to happen. And I watch Kyle Schwarber go out there. I watch Kyle Schwarber go out there and actually amend the way he plays baseball offensively. He made himself a better offensive player last season and now this season as well in a different capacity. And it just feels like, oh man, we're seeing the same thing from Bryce again. Like the trough. Why are we in a trough? Do we really have to be?
That's the reason why Kyle Schwarber's doing better because he's hitting the ball a lot of times the opposite way. He's getting more hits to the opposite field, and that's when Harper usually starts getting hot. And no, I'm not upset because we're winning. And as long as you're winning, you don't get upset about anything. So when Harper starts hitting, we're going to start really winning,
I think so
like we
too.
did before.
What do you have?
That's exciting.
What do you have that's lucky, Steve?
Lucky Daryl Moron for still having a job.
There you go. Appreciate the
Gonna
call, Steve.
upset that previous caller.
Yeah. So Daryl Morey for still having a job is lucky. That's not a good answer.
By the way, there are lots of rumors going around. I got a text from somebody, and then Austin, one of our engineers, said he had heard it. There are a lot of rumors that it could be the Cowboys.
I'd actually be a little disappointed in that.
Well,
if it's
you know what I'm
Cowboys.
sick of? I'm sick of that all of these division games happen at the end of the season, and the division is already decided at that point.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know about the first game of the year, but could be interesting.
I just don't think the Cowboys are going to be that good.
They're
I'd
horrendous.
rather have a
They're-
good team come in here.
They
buddy
don't
Uram-
qualify for the opening game of the season against the Super Bowl champ. They do not qualify.
Our buddy Uram did note that would be the first time they opened with Dallas since the pickle juice game.
Oh, wow. How about that?
Yes. Has not happened in 25 years.
Did you play in that game, or that was before you got here?
No,
2000.
I was in Oakland.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were drinking pickle juice, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was that
went
wasn't just
around
like an Eagles
wildfire.
Yeah?
But it was after the Eagles did it.
The
The
people
Eagles did
still-
that, and everyone thought it was going to make them
Andy
play
Reid was a
like the Eagles
trendsetter.
did.
That's Rick Burkholder.
Oh, pickle, yeah.
Nobody's drinking pickle juice now, though. I mean, they probably
Maybe
have drinks that taste better that kind of have the same effect, I'd imagine.
Yeah, probably. I mean, the whole key to the pickle juice is just salty.
Yeah,
You know, like you
'cause
just
you lose it.
retain
Yeah.
a lot of water when you drink that much salt. So, yeah, it's good. It's not usually good for you to have that much salt in your system.
Yeah.
But when the hottest game I ever played was in Dallas. The hottest game I ever played was 1998, and it was a noon kickoff in Irving, Texas. I think it's what it's called. The top of the old stadium that they
It
had
used to
there
open up, right?
was a square, an
Yeah.
open square, so that the sun at noon would just beam directly on the away sideline. And as an Oakland Raider at the time, they put us in black. So they're in their pristine white, fancy white. We're in black with the sun blazing directly on us on the sideline. And I swear, they had the little thermometers and things. It said 120 degrees. It said 120 degrees. And then whatever it was with the heat index on top, how you can see heat, how it kind of like swirls up from the ground?
When it's that hot, sure.
It was almost like everywhere you looked, it was an illusion of swirliness. It was crazy. I had never seen anything like that. And I cut my knee in the first quarter of this game. I got a gash, like cleated or something, to where my sock, the white part of my sock, was completely red, bright red, filled with blood. And my mesh shoe was also completely red. It was a bad cut.
Ugh.
One series, I'm looking at this. I'm like, oh man, this is really awful. I'm going to have to get it checked out. I look down like 3 plays later, and my leg has been washed clean from the massive amount of sweat that just coursed across my leg, shoe, sock. It washed my shoe and sock clean. The sweat.
Wow.
That's a lot of
sounds
sweat.
disgusting.
We have breaking news.
Breaking news.
The Eagles, according to today's show, will host the Dallas Cowboys.
There you go.
September 4th to kick off the 2025 NFL
Holy
season.
cow.
Eagles Cowboys. What do we think the opening line is on that game? Eagles minus 5.5, 6.5, something like that.
More than that.
I don't know about
The
that.
Cowboys are bad.
Yeah, but they're going to look at it and say they've got a healthy Dak. They've got George. I think the George Pickens things could be a nightmare if he doesn't get a new contract.
Yeah, I look at that situation and I think that's such a Cowboys move, like a flashy move. We're going to trade for the big receiver. That's not what they need.
The big receiver
I'm a little let down. I would have rather had Washington or Detroit.
Well, because this makes the Cowboys think that they're something special.
Yeah,
and they're not.
Yeah, so the Eagles will.
I don't think they deserve that. They don't deserve to play in the
That's the
opening
best
game.
way to say it, John.
Right.
Yeah.
Why are they? I can't believe this. It's wrong.
Yeah.
They do. You have to earn this starting game. This is the opening of the season against the team that won the world championship. They're not at that level.
I agree. So the Eagles, they'll be playing the Cowboys week 1, the opening game. If you want to get in, your thoughts, you're welcome to.
That's going to be awesome.
215-592-9494 if you want to get it. But did want to mention another piece of news in regards to the NFL this weekend that I think kind of came as a surprise. But Derek Carr, quarterback of the New Orleans Saints, he ended up retiring this weekend. I'd say an okay
I thought he had retired a long time ago.
career. Well, he hasn't
Not a
played
fan.
in a while, but he officially retires over the weekend. And obviously, Kellen Moore, former Eagles offensive coordinator, took the head coaching job in New Orleans this offseason. Here was Kellen Moore talking about Derek Carr and his decision to call it a career.
As we've gone through this whole offseason, Derek's had to go through a lot just as you go through this process, and obviously making the decision ultimately to retire from the National Football League after 11-year career. I mean, first of all, you respect and appreciate so much that Derek's done in this league, and for the way he's done it, the on the field performance, the off the field person that he's showcased, and the impact he's had on so many people in this profession is really, really special. And so certainly, coming here, I've always had so much respect and appreciation for him, and as we've gone through this process, obviously this is how it kind of ultimately was settled. It was really good communication through the whole process as far as navigating this. Again, challenging circumstances with him being injured at the end of the year, and then just kind of navigating things throughout the whole offseason process. And so, I think, Derek, the people that are a part of his life have communicated really well with the Saints. I think there's been really good communication, and so we feel like it was done the right way.
Now, I'd say probably the right move. Derek Carr's been banged up for a while. Maybe good for the Saints as well. They can move on. Now, as Kellen Moore mentioned there, they took a kid, Tyler Shuck, in the second round of the draft. But I don't think they drafted him with the idea this guy's going to start. I think they expected that Derek Carr would be their quarterback. The rest of their quarterbacks are terrible. They have this kid Hayner, who was bad last year, Spencer Rattler, who's terrible. I wonder if, because Kellen Moore has the relationship with the Eagles and obviously with Tanner McKee from this year, I wonder if the Saints would be interested in pursuing Tanner McKee as kind of that bridge quarterback to the rookie Tyler Shuck if they feel like he's not willing to or ready to go this year. And I wonder, John, how much would you need to get in return to trade Tanner McKee? Because I think he's so valuable to this team. I'm not trading him for anything less than a second-round pick. You got rid of Kenny Pickett basically because you said Tanner McKee's our backup. We have confidence in him. I'm not ready to just say, oh, yeah, Kyle McCord drafted you. You're ready to be the backup quarterback. I need at minimum a second-round pick if I'm trading Tanner McKee.
Jeez. Well, I don't agree. I understand that everyone thinks that the third-string quarterback is
second string.
Okay. Last year he was our third-string quarterback. He, in my mind, feels like the third-string quarterback. I guess he's been promoted. He's still a backup, and I guess in our city that means that he's as good or better than the star.
The only
this is a
person who would think
phenomenon.
that would be Joe DeCamara. The rest of us don't.
Well,
he's not Jalen Hurts.
He's not worth as much to anyone else as he is to us. And I think that we tend to get a little bit greedy with the price that we expect. A second round, you're saying a second round pick or no deal?
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's a bit greedy. I don't need that much to get rid of Tanner McKee. He doesn't fit the offense the way that Jalen does specifically. A guy who is a little sprightlier would be a closer fit. A guy who could actually do the pull reads and keep it himself, I would prefer.
So why haven't they brought one in like that?
They did. Is Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
That's why I'm saying, John, I think you're out of your mind. I mean, I look at this situation. Tanner, the other quarterbacks you have on your roster, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who when he's gotten a chance to play.
And they drafted Kyle McCord.
They drafted him.
You know that the coaches like him.
But he's a rookie. I mean,
okay.
You got to develop these guys for a few
years. You
years.
think Tanner McKee's developed?
They've been developing him for the last 2 years. He stepped in.
I think that's why you get what you can for him now, because he has played well enough that it could pique someone's interest.
If it was last year, I'd agree with you. If it was last year and you had still had Kenny Pickett on the roster, I'd entertain that more. But the fact is, you got rid of Kenny Pickett because you thought Tanner McKee was ready to step in and be your backup quarterback, and that's an incredibly important position. We've seen it more than any other city. The way if you don't have a backup quarterback and step in and play, it can torpedo your entire season. And if you
it torpedoes
right
your season when your starting quarterback gets hurt regardless.
And Jalen's
we had
gotten
such
hurt.
a rare situation with Nick Foles. I think that gives a false sense of I don't know, realistic. What's realistic and what's not? It's not realistic to expect to go and win a Super Bowl if your quarterback's hurt. We did that, and now I think we have, I don't know, a false expectation for what a backup quarterback really represents.
But I'm not even talking about going on to winning the Super Bowl. But I'm talking about if Jalen Hurts misses like 2, 3, 4 games, which is something that has happened over the course of the last few years. 2022 missed a couple games at the end of the year. Last year gets knocked out of that Washington game. Pickett has to come in, play the rest of that game, play the Cowboys game the following week. I just think you're really playing with fire if you were to make that move. Now, I do think the Saints will probably have interest. I think Kellen Moore, obviously, they worked together last year, and Tanner McKee played really well
and
when
he was a
had the
sixth-round
opportunity.
pick in 2023. A second-round pick for a sixth.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get that.
I'm totally cool. Like, that's incredible if you can get that. I'm cool with the third. I'm cool with a lot of options short of a second-round pick for Tanner McKee. Because, again, he was a sixth-rounder. We went and drafted another sixth-rounder this year that this coaching staff likes too.
Well, you know who else was a sixth-round
And
pick?
you've got Dorian Thompson-Robinson waiting in the wings too.
Dorian Thompson-Robinson stinks.
It's not very
How do you know? He's started in this league.
Yeah, he's played
for the
poorly.
Cleveland Browns, but he is a quarterback who can do the same things that Jalen does with the pull read. And
doesn't mean he's good.
Developed this coaching staff developed Tanner McKee. You think Tanner McKee coming out of Stanford was not at all accustomed to this offense. The offense that he was running was the standard West Coast, as vanilla West Coast drop back pocket as you get. This is Kyle McCord is more suited to what this coaching staff wants. That's why they went and got him.
But he's young and he's raw, and you got to develop him.
And that's what you do.
And
with
John,
your quarterback that you just drafted. That's the plan. They want to develop him. They see the traits that they like in Kyle McCord. That's why they drafted him.
But that doesn't mean he's ready to step in and be your backup quarterback if Jalen is to go down.
And he might not be ready. Tanner McKee might not be ready. Dorian Thompson-Robinson might not be ready. None of these guys are expected to go out and win games and win Super Bowls. Tanner McKee is not as good as we make him out to be.
Oh, I disagree. I think Tanner McKee's a good quarterback in this league.
I think
this is Cardinal
unproven.
on Cardinal crime.
He played in the preseason, and at the end of did he play at the end of the year when everyone was out?
He did play one
He played the
game.
Giants
So he's
game.
playing against third stringers. That's the assessment that you can make.
The Giants are playing their starters in that game.
And the Giants starters are essentially third stringers.
Well, he had a
They're
good performance.
comparable to third stringers.
I'm not ready to get rid of him, but would love to get your take.
Look, I'm not out to get rid of him, but I'm okay with getting rid of him, and I'm
Sounds like
fine with getting rid of him for short of a second-round pick.
So would you take a fourth for
Sure.
Tanner McKee?
Yeah,
Really?
he was a sixth-round pick. Anything that's better than that really is a net improvement. I don't feel great about taking a fifth or a fourth, but it is. You have upgraded if that's what you do.
What round were you drafted in?
Third.
The third round? Do you
Yeah.
think you were worth a third-round pick? I think you were worth more than that.
No, I think I was probably worth about what I feel good about being 63rd.
Yeah.
I think being a fullback 63rd is strange, and I'm proud of that.
Nowadays, that would be a second-round pick. Look at you.
It would.
You should say you were a second-round pick.
I know, but I can't.
You can, though.
It does. It's not
What do you
real.
think, Rhea? I think that flies. He can say he's a second-round pick.
It's
Nobody's
going to
go look it up, John.
Maybe I just say 63.
Yeah, just say you're in a 63.
Yeah, I was 63rd.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
That's a big number, though. It was the
good
third
number.
round because ESPN2 hosted the third round, and we didn't have ESPN2 at my house, so I didn't even see it happen. I didn't know I was drafted.
Weren't you at like Blockbuster?
I was at Blockbuster. I was renting The
You weren't
Peacemaker
watching-
with George Clooney. I was renting the Peacemaker, and I was pretending I couldn't hear the Boy Scout who was trying to sell me something as I was leaving. And all of a sudden, my new cell phone from Radio Shack rang, and I had no idea what the number was. And it was a woman who said, "Hey, Coach Gruden is excited to talk to you." And I didn't know who Coach Gruden was.
If this was me and I was going to be drafted potentially in the NFL draft, which obviously would never happen, I would be glued to my TV. I'd be watching
but
every
we didn't
second.
get that channel. Like, I
Go
was
to a
glued.
bar, man. I don't
was
know.
glued to the first 2 rounds because we got the first 2 rounds on our TV because we got ESPN. The package, the cable, we didn't have like the cable package, I guess. We're a bunch of, college students.
There's nowhere you could go to watch this draft?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess there probably was. I don't think I knew that the draft was going to go off. I don't think I planned ahead and realized that I wasn't going to be able to see it after the second round.
Wow.
I mean,
check your local listings, John.
I didn't.
Yeah. Well, make sure you
I
get
probably should have.
You should have, definitely.
No
But I
NFL
was
Network back then?
What's that?
I was like, no NFL Network back then? I'm
no,
joking. I
guess
know.
not. But I was, I was made aware that I got drafted by the woman who called me, and then this guy who she said was Coach Gruden got
You
on the
didn't know
phone
who
and he
he
was like,
was.
"You ready to bring some juice, Richie, or what?" And I was like, "This can't be real. There's no way."
Yeah, you get a call from Gruden. You probably do think somebody's pranking you.
No, this isn't real. And then I got home, and my roommates were like, "Dude, it's real."
That's bizarre that you did.
There's crazy stuff going on.
It's a story you could have been able to tell forever.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Let's go to Rocco. What's up, Rocco?
Hey, good morning. How you doing, guys? First time, long time.
Wow, that's awesome, Rocco. Thank you.
I am probably about 100 miles east of Rapid City, South Dakota, on a baseball and landmark tour, and was in Cleveland Saturday night to see the Phillies, and ultimately going to hit most of the stadiums in California.
Holy cow.
But,
are you by yourself, Rocco?
Well, my buddy Albert left Cleveland yesterday morning. Now I am by myself.
Man,
So
that's
I'm
a lot of
heading
driving.
Yeah.
It has
You're an
been.
Iron Man.
Well, I take naps and make sure I keep myself fresh. But I was at that game Saturday night, and my one big concern was Ranger Suarez, how he would handle after this game, after his debut of the season. And he pitched well.
Yeah.
Harper had some nice hits, a nice home run that landed. I couldn't really tell. We were in the center field bleachers, but I can't tell if it landed in front or in the bullpen. But he's starting to come around. Whether or not this team's got it in them to win the division, I don't know. The Mets are tough. This team, boy, it gets you high, it gets you low, don't they?
Yeah.
But we'll see what it takes. It's a long year, and I'm hoping for the best that they can give the Mets a run for their money here.
Well, yeah, and I think Rocco, after the start, and they'd fallen back in the division a little bit, but they've cut it down to like a game and a half at this point. And I mean, when you look at this Philly season, I know that stretch a few weeks ago and that series in New York especially was rough, but really, it's been one bad week. Aside from that, this team's played really well, and I thought this road trip was a really good sign. They go on the road, get away from Citizens Bank Park, and have the success they had. And that Cleveland team, that's a good team they just beat over the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was talking to my buddy about. That I told him that this series with Cleveland would tell us a lot. And they went out, especially getting shellacked Friday night,
Right.
the way they responded Saturday and last night. It left some positive vibes here.
It did feel like they were a little too high on the horse Friday, and they paid for it. But then they responded.
Yes,
they responded on Saturday with the type of response, with the play that I would have hoped.
Well, I think they were tired. Late night the night before. You get in late. You're going to have those kind of hangover games.
Sometimes, especially when you're feeling good about yourself because of the series you're coming off. They had sort of turned things around. They were smelling themselves a little bit.
They
Can't
picked
get a little
themselves
too.
up.
Can't put the cart before the horse, which I think they did a little on Friday.
Sure.
They're learning as they go as a team, and it all feels like the signs are pointing up.
What's something that's lucky, Rocco?
After listening to the show this morning, I think John Ritchie for not having brain damage for digging bunkers on a driving range.
I didn't have a choice.
Appreciate the call.
I did not have a choice. I wish I could have said no, but they said, take this shovel, go out to the driving range. We're making it more, I don't know, we're decorating. What was the term? Making it, I didn't understand why there needed to be a bunker in the driving range. I mean, I ended up digging a couple of them. And it felt like, it was cruel and unusual.
And all
like
they gave
were
you was a
punishing
little
me.
helmet to protect you?
Yeah, plastic pith helmet, like a brim the whole way around. It was white plastic.
Did you have like welts from the balls hitting you in the legs and stuff?
Yeah, big, bruises, like black golf ball sized bruises from where it would like hit your leg.
That sounds like an awful job.
I was really mad. I was very resentful, and I think I still might be resentful toward golf as a result of that whole experience.
You sound resentful.
A little bit. I was low man on the totem pole on the grounds crew. So that meant when there was a bad job, like, oh, we got to cut down that whole row of trees behind the 9th green. Richie, go take that chainsaw and then feed them through the wood chipper by yourself.
Yeah.
Because we got other stuff we got to do.
Yeah.
Like, you just go do it.
That's not great. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. You're listening to 94 WIP, HD1 Philadelphia, broadcasting from the Tasty Cake Studios. Obviously talking a lot about the Phillies today. And if you missed the game last night, Kyle Schwarber went deep twice. Again, 14 home runs in the year for Kyle Schwarber. And the price tag for Kyle Schwarber.
It's going up.
Oh, my God. Is
Sign
it going
him now.
up? It is crazy, Rhea. It is just incredible what Kyle Schwarber is doing. And, to put his season in perspective here, it's crazy how productive he's been. Here was Brian Kenny last week on MLB Now talking about Kyle Schwarber and just putting in perspective what he's done so far this season.
Now, if you watch this show, you know the kind of player we like. Defense, base running, plays multiple positions, preferably in his prime, late 20s. So Kyle Schwarber is none of these things. Yet why do we love this player so much? Let's do a little digging in. Kyle Schwarber is in his age 32 season. He's in the final year of a 4-year contract with the Phillies that has been a huge win for Dave Dombrowski in Philadelphia. Over these last 4 seasons, Schwarber is second in all of baseball in home runs, second only to Aaron Judge, third in baseball in walks to Judge and Juan Soto. He is also 12th overall in total bases. Now, Schwarber has a unique set of skills which prompted the Phillies to bat him leadoff. He obviously has power, but he also has plate discipline, and he's having a career year this year.
You hear those numbers. It's just insane what Kyle Schwarber's done this season.
How is it that he has been able to improve his offensive play to this degree? And we watch the other guys. Now, Bryson Stott this year, there's definitely a marked improvement from last season because we know that the injury was, restricting him. But Kyle Schwarber actually made himself better. He focused on his approach and improved it twice, in different capacities. Last year it was to lead off. We need you to be more parsimonious. We need you to have a better eye, to keep, to walk more, to, just change the way you swing, change the way you choose to swing or not. And he did that with aplomb. Like, he did that and then some. He dominated while doing that. Now this year they move him to 4, and he's once again different job expectation. But he's improved on his own ability and then some now to be the protection for Bryce. And Bryce isn't even capitalized.
Well, he's like a chameleon. He can adapt to his surroundings. You need him to do the thing a leadoff hitter can do. He can do that. You need him to do what a cleanup hitter can do. He can do that. And here was Bryce talking about Kyle Schwarber when asked about the impact of him hitting behind him.
Have you felt a difference with Kyle behind you? just for for us, like how you're being pitched, or just the fact that he's behind you now?
Not really.
No? Okay.
I think obviously Kyle, he's an incredible hitter. He's been great for us this year. Anywhere he hits from 1 to 4 or anything else, I think each team kind of has what they want to do. They circle a guy each series, and they don't want to, let him beat him. So
right.
It's part of the game. Obviously, I'm missing pitches in the zone and swinging at pitches out of the zone. And I need to cut down on that. Hit the ones that are in the zone hard, and stop lining out to left field. I can tell you that.
There you go.
And this is the thing. Eventually, Bryce is going to start to hit. He's going to start coming around. He's going to start benefiting from Kyle Schwarber hitting behind him. But, and I know we probably all sound like broken records here. You got to re-sign Kyle Schwarber. You got to find a way to bring him back.
Yes. He means so much to this team, but then he's also the guy who puts the work and effort in. Not only is he a leader in what he says, but what he does. We must bring him back. And I can't believe, it's crazy to say this, I can't believe how young he is. I did not realize he is as young as he is. He's 32 years old?
Yeah.
I thought he was like 35 too.
I thought 35, 36.
And it's like I was worried about maybe signing him to a long-term deal because of that. But, 32 years old, you got to find a way to bring this guy back. And I give Rob Thompson credit for moving him down in the order too, because I think Kyle Schwarber obviously likes to lead off. I think the Phillies like him leading off as well. But this is the thing. The Harper protection part of it, it's going to start paying dividends for Harper eventually.
Hopefully.
I think it will.
Soon.
It's got to. He has to pick himself up. He recorded the way through, and he's been so much better than what he's shown. I think that you also, Tom, we talked a little bit before the show. You need to be better with your son.
Need to be better with my son?
Yeah, and I hate to get personal like this. It does sound really personal, doesn't it? You need to be better with your son.
It does.
It's like, who am I? Who am I to be?
Yeah, who are you to be
like
giving
this?
me,
I just heard some disturbing stuff about your little fella.
Okay.
I was sharing some information about myself.
Yeah, it was unnecessary, by the way. Extremely unnecessary. The information you were sharing about yourself. But yeah, you were critiquing me because my son's 4 years old.
Yes.
And I still assist him in the bathroom.
Right.
What's wrong with that?
Well, I think it's time that you both just bravely take that next step. And, he's old enough to be doing everything himself at this point. Like the cleanup process.
Yeah.
The cleanup part.
Well,
prior to washing your hands.
I don't think that's too old to give him a little bit of help.
Still, I think he's ready. That's just my personal, and I don't even know. Like, he's not my son. I'm just saying, like, from where I sit, I would have been done with the wipe assist at this point.
Well, he's pretty young, so I'm going to assist him.
4.
Yeah,
he's going to go off to kindergarten next year.
He's learning.
What about
he's still
the
got
other
another year of preschool left? So.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
So he's not going to kindergarten next year.
Not till he's 5. Not till you're 5. 5's kindergarten, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's next year.
Yeah.
He's 4.
Yeah. I think he's still got a little bit of time. So I'm not too worried about it. 215-592-9494. Let's go to Dave in Wilmington. What's up, Dave?
Good morning.
Dave, what's up?
Well, I want to start out at the beginning of the show. You guys were talking that you feel like kids don't fight anymore. And,
Tom said he didn't fight.
I never got in a fight.
Well, last one, Tom, you're filling in. You don't know me. I drive a school bus.
Oh, and the kids are fighting a lot?
Oh, with social media, people calling, messaging in their DMs of boyfriends and girlfriends, it is like a fight every single day.
Dave sees the drama firsthand. Sounds like you got a pretty calm bus going on now, Dave.
Well, I'm in between my runs right now.
Okay. I already
sense.
did the drop-offs.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And now in 10 minutes, I get to pick up my elementary kids.
Well, that's some good information from you. The inside scoop. There are fights going on.
Yeah, I was speaking with... I was speaking with no knowledge whatsoever. I have no clue what goes on in schools these days.
Social media causes lots of the fights, Dave. So do you have fights on your bus that you have to break up?
I've had one fight this year on my bus.
Wow. That's got to be rough.
Yeah.
Well,
you know.
What do you got?
Not really fun on the buses. They wait till they get out of school in between going to their buses.
Yeah, what do you got on the
You
Phils,
know,
Dave?
Well, I'm really excited for the fact that when Bryce Harper is on his game, that we are going to basically be unstoppable.
I think Tom shares your belief there. Tom thinks that we are the odds-on favorite to go and win the division. I think the Mets have proven that they're ahead of us a little bit right now, but we've got some room for improvement. I'm excited to see where we can take this.
I think it's a month in. I think now the Phillies are getting healthy. You got the starting rotation healthy. Like, I just think with this starting staff in particular, Dave, they're immune to having like a big losing skid with this team because especially the bad teams in Major League Baseball, they're not going to be able to hit these starters.
We have such a good problem of having so many good to great pitchers. It is a great problem to have.
I feel good about it.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Absolutely, Dave. What do you got? What's lucky?
Who was lucky was Jalen Hurts being drafted to the Eagles. Because if he's drafted to any other team, he is not the player he is today.
Well, that was pretty appreciate the call, Dave. It was a pretty lucky pick because regardless of what the Eagles say now, there's no chance they thought Jalen Hurts was going to be this.
Oh, they'll tell you that now.
Yeah. Yeah. Now they'll say, oh, yeah, we saw this in Jalen the whole time. There's no way they thought he was going to be this.
It turned out to be an incredibly smart pick.
Yeah.
Like an all-timer.
Yeah, it was, but I think pretty lucky as well.
They're a football factory.
With
Come on,
Jalen.
they're a quarterback factory.
I couldn't believe they did it.
Would you classify that as lucky?
I don't know. I don't think lucky's the word.
Prescient, as
I don't. No, I'm not going to say prescient or whatever that word is. Like Howie's got the inside scoop. It was fantastic value wise when you look back. Holy cow! Second round pick becoming what he has become, Super Bowl champion. Whew. I hated the pick though. I thought it was.
Oh yeah.
Incredibly dumb.
So did
I wasteful. Like, what the heck is going on? And I couldn't believe they undermined our quarterback like that.
Well, it turned out to be one of the best things they ever did.
He deserved to be undermined, apparently.
Yeah.
He needed that, bring him back to reality, and he did not cope with that. And as a result, we have a new leader in town, and I'm glad that we made the pick once and for all.
Turned out pretty well for sure. Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com, at WIP Morning Show on Twitter. Would you be excited about the Sixers again if they land the number one pick in tonight's NBA draft lottery? Do you want to take a guess, John?
30% say yes.
68%.
Wow. Okay, people are not as upset as I thought.
That's how good Cooper Flag is.
Deep
That's
down,
what it speaks to.
Wow, you're right.
Is that this
he
kid
is that good?
It's
He's
more to
that
do with
exciting.
Cooper than the Sixers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's more to do with the Sixers. If they don't get this pick, nobody's going to be excited about them. So this is probably the only way you can get people back.
Yeah, you're right.
215.
But it is like a whatever you'd call it, get out of jail free and then some. This truly is. I feel ingratiated. I feel like the Sixers can become something I am excited for again. I love watching the gracefulness. Like Cooper Flag makes everything look easy on a basketball court to where it's just, like he looks so abnormally large to be that fast, to be that smooth. He does it all with just ease that's fascinating to watch.
If they get that pick, they're going to be in great shape.
Yeah.
For sure. No question about that. By the way, we gave you the breaking news earlier on. Eagles-Cowboys, the opener. Breaking news on WIP. Presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera today. This is the morning show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No. This is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back road.
Order up.
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. With a Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get 1 line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop the bastard. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Hey, hockey fans, ready for the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs? Get in on the action throughout hockey's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. Sign up or log in for odds boost tokens and more throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless NHL betting options, including new look same-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Follow the action and excitement for every goal and every game throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs with BetMGM. Get ready for this season's fantastic finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Napa, we are the pros that know AC services inside and out. From professional-grade replacement parts to complete system solutions, Napa has what your business needs to keep your customers cool mile after mile. Need AC repair kits and refrigerant? How about compressors and condensers? Name the part, Napa has you covered coast to coast, behind a nationwide network built to keep your business ahead of the curve. Find your AC parts right now at Napa.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Astros right-hander Lance McCullers Jr. should be celebrating his return to the major leagues for the first time since Game 3 of the 2022 World Series. Instead, he's visibly and publicly worried about social media death threats from a deranged fan that target not only himself, but also his wife and their 2 young daughters following a poor outing. What does this world come to? I'm Boomer and Science.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. As the defending Super Bowl champs, the Eagles host the 2025 NFL season opener Thursday on September 4th at the Link. Mike Tirico, voice of Sunday Night Football, making the announcement on the Today Show.
We will start the season on September 4th in Philadelphia with one of the great rivalries. It's been a quarter century since the Cowboys and the Eagles have played Week 1. Dallas, new coach in Brian Schottenheimer, Dak Prescott back against Jalen Hurts, 2,000-yard rusher Saquon Barkley, and the Philadelphia Eagles. What a way to start.
So the Dallas Cowboys get a front row seat to watch the Eagles unveil their Super Bowl banner, and that seems appropriate. Phillies back home after a pretty successful 5-1 road trip. They shut out the Guardians 3-0 to win a 5th straight series. Kyle Schwarber homer twice and a dominant Zach Wheeler outing. NBA Draft Lottery, 7 p.m. tonight. Sixers with a 10.5% chance of securing the #1 overall pick. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Partly sunny, high 82. It is currently 62. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara. Today, John Ritchie, Ree Hughes, as we break down the Phillies. Phillies, big series win over the weekend, and the last 2 nights. I mean, I think this is where you look at this team, and you see how dominant this team can be. Ranger Suarez Saturday night, and that was great to see. Ranger come out after a rough first outing, bounce back on Saturday, goes 7 innings, only throws 82 pitches, which I think is really a big deal. Last night, Zach Wheeler goes out.
Yeah, just
he
3
gives
hits.
you a great performance.
Only 1 walk for Ranger.
And gauging people's confidence on where you are as far as the Phillies winning the NL East, I think this team is the clear-cut favorite. I know they lost that series to the Mets a few weeks ago, but when we look at it, and obviously, like, regular season baseball is different than playoff baseball. There's no question about that. But I just look at this team, and I see the starting pitching, and we see the offense, and the fact that the offense, Bryce Harper hasn't even gotten going yet. Trey Turner's been fine, but it's not like he's hitting with a lot of power. Your bullpen's starting to round into form after being really a complete disaster in the first month of the season. I just think regular season-wise, this team's almost foolproof. They're going to win a ton of games, and I think they're going to win the East. That was my biggest takeaway from this road trip.
I think they're going to win a lot of games, too. I can't say for sure. Like, you feel so confident they're division winners. I'm not ready to go there. I am amazed by a lot of things you say, Tom. Today, I'm concerned about your take on coffee, the fruit part of coffee. I don't understand what the heck we're doing drinking coffee.
Well, you're drinking coffee yourself.
As I drink it.
Yeah.
But
and what, you drink it out of a glass, which is very bizarre.
Well,
why don't you drink it out of a mug like a normal person?
Well, I just started drinking coffee last year. Like, I'm not necessarily honed in on exactly how to do it.
Yeah, you don't drink it out of a glass.
Well, that's when I do drink it out of a glass like this, it's not optimal because it's hot. So, like, I can't even pick it up by that part.
Yeah, it doesn't look too appealing in a glass.
I'm learning. But again, I just started drinking it last year. My question is, this is the product of the pit of a fruit being, like, basted in water.
Uh-huh.
Like, coffee, it's like a seed. It's the seed of the fruit. Did you, like, you knew that, right? Like,
I did not know that, no.
Coffee, there is a fruit that actually grows like a cherry, and the seed in the middle of it is what
they're the beans.
Use. Yeah, that's the coffee bean.
Okay.
It's like,
so what about...
So why don't we do this with peaches? Why don't we do this with all these other fruits? Why is it just coffee? And why is it I've never seen the coffee fruit?
I don't know. Well, what is it that disturbed you? You said you were disturbed by my thoughts.
I'm disturbed by the fact that you don't find it incredible that we've never even seen this fruit, this supposed coffee fruit. I see beans everywhere. Everyone talks about coffee. Everyone drinks coffee. Everyone has coffee on their person 24/7, yet I've never seen the fruit that yields that bean that we end up, like, boiling and seeping and whatever we do with it, dripping it through. Why is it I've never seen a coffee fruit?
I don't know.
I think it's
I
crazy.
don't have a good answer for you.
Like, why don't they have coffee fruit in the produce section?
Yeah,
I'd like to try that.
Well, that would be interesting. I don't know why that is.
It's amazing to me that just the pit, the part that you discard from your cherries or, whatever, it's refuse. We steep it and make it into a drink that we all love.
Hey, it's great. I mean, I wouldn't be able to live without coffee. I think a lot of people feel that way. So, but
there's probably other. Let's try it with peaches.
Maybe. I mean, hey, you why don't you try it?
They make mushroom coffee.
You're right. The mushroom is now like a big thing.
Is that like psychedelic coffee? That kind of mushroom or different kind of mushroom?
That
different.
For people want to be healthy. I don't need.
It's
I
like
just want
reishi.
my coffee.
Yeah.
I make my own coffee. Like, ever since COVID, my Dunkin', which I love my Dunkin' Donuts, they're not open 24 hours a day, and I leave for work at like 3:15. So I had to start making my own coffee, and I love it.
Well, I'm like you, Rhea. I don't care where coffee comes from. I just need it.
Oh, no. I'm very particular.
Really?
Oh, I make Dunkin' coffee at home.
Okay.
So I'm extremely particular about what coffee I drink.
Okay, I'm not.
And iced tea.
I'm not.
And my Dunkin'.
I got 3 little kids at home. I just want the coffee however I can get.
Yeah.
I wouldn't survive without it. That's all I need.
But when I travel, I will I will stoop to making the coffee in the hotel room just because I have to have it.
Yeah.
And it's pretty awful.
Yeah.
It's so gross.
That coffee's the worst.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. So talking about the Phils. You want to get in on the Sixers, the lottery tonight, our side topic today, for a chance to win a pair of Post Malone tickets. Give us something that is lucky as we try to manifest luck for the Sixers tonight. And if you missed it in the last segment, been announced the Eagles opening game. They're playing the Cowboys Thursday night, September 4th at the Link. That is the opener for this year. But I've warmed up to the idea. I've warmed up to the idea a little bit. I said I didn't like it in the last segment, but I was just scrolling Twitter during the break. It will be nice
to dominate our opponent.
Raise the banner in front of the Cowboys.
That's
in front
true.
of Jerry Jones and his fake wax face sitting up there in the booth as you raise a championship
but
banner.
I also object to the idea that we are lifting the Cowboys up to some degree. Like, we are elevating them somewhat.
That's a fair opinion.
To our level. We are world champs. I don't like the fact that this is suggesting this game is suggesting that they belong on the same field as us.
The NFL saying they're still the they're still the Cowboys.
Yeah,
and I agree
America's
with
team
you.
and
I agree
everything,
with
keeping it. But
They don't deserve it.
They don't.
Yeah.
I think this is in line with the idea that they don't ever have that they always get to play at home on Thanksgiving.
Right.
This is an unfair advantage afforded the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, and I get that, but it would be nice to go out there and whoop them in game.
I agree with you.
That would be nice.
And yes, I agree.
Probably
We will
means the
take
Eagles
it-
are 1-0.
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
I think it gives them a very good chance to get off to a good start.
I'm excited about that part.
Yeah, so
Because
not
the
all
Dallas
bad.
Cowboys, they continue to handle their off seasons horrendously.
Yeah, they're idiots.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
And they just took a guy from the Steelers, wide receiver, that the Steelers could not they couldn't get the most out of him because he's a problem.
Well, I'm curious. What do you think about that move for Dallas, John?
Well, I think he's an incredibly talented player who is going to give them problems. Like, they will have issues in the locker room because he has all sorts of skill, but not all sorts of wisdom in the way that he applies that skill.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's good at football. He's not good at doing the things that make you a good teammate.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable and probably why it might not work out all that well for the Cowboys. 215-592-9494. In a few minutes here, we'll talk about the one kind of down part of the Phillies road trip, and that was Aaron Nola on Friday night, and potential issue brewing with Aaron Nola and his starts. We'll get to that in a few minutes. First, let's go back to the phones. Go to Ken in Cinnaminson. What's up, Ken?
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
Doing great, Ken.
So, TK, I think the last time I talked to you was right around St. Patrick's Day. So, Rhea, this might interest you to know you're working with a guy, the only man whose last name is Kelly, who does not know what a clotter ring is.
Oh, my God. I'm wearing one, Ken. I actually have one on right now.
Al was astonished by that I didn't know what a clotter ring was. He was trying to explain it to me, but I know now. I did not know at the time.
So did everybody at the party know? Because you were supposed to ask everybody you were going to this St. Patrick's Day party and ask them if you were the only Kelly on the face of the earth who didn't know what a clotter ring was.
Yeah, I didn't do that, Ken. I didn't ask anybody anything. I forget. Okay. Buzz would know. He produces a lot of my shows. I forget things immediately when I
Did Al explain it to you, what it means?
Yeah, he explained
Have you ever seen one?
It means you're taken or single, right?
It symbolizes love, loyalty, and friendship.
Okay.
What the heart means, what the crown means, what the hands mean, they all mean something. But then it can symbolize whether you're taken or not.
Have you ever heard of this, John? Clotter ring?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I thought John said that to you.
Yeah. I was hoping he'd be on my side.
I'm
never
sorry.
there. Never there for me, man.
Yeah, I could have said.
You could have lied.
I know.
Could have helped me
Maybe I
out.
should have.
You like to see me squirm too much.
Well, sometimes, I guess. Well, now you know what a clotter ring is, right?
Yeah, I do. I know now.
You going to get one?
Why would I get one?
Get one for your wife.
Isn't it like the same thing as a wedding ring? She's already got one of those.
You can.
I don't know. It's
can
like
get
a
her
nice thing for a gift
Yeah.
sometime.
You do earrings.
It symbolizes your commitment and love. again.
I'll come in and show you mine. So you can see what it looks like.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, what do you got on the Phils, Ken?
So just on the Cowboys on the first game of the season, bro, I agree. They don't deserve to have that stage. This whole thing that they're America's team. There's nobody on that roster who was alive to remember the last time the Cowboys played in a Super Bowl. It's ridiculous. It's
I'm
the
with
NFL
you.
trying to get as many eyeballs as they can. It's disgraceful. But hey, you beat them by 40, and then they go home and play at 425 every day for the rest of the season.
I do. I object. This game every year it feels like it's such a colossal matchup. Like it's the best of Monday Night Football.
And the Ravens. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This really falls flat.
Yeah, I would have liked the Lions. I would have liked the Commanders.
Rams the Commanders are better than the Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm torn on this one. I'm trying to come around, but
Commanders
John's
would've been
making a compelling
way
argument.
Optimal. The Commanders, that's a good game. We can feel great about where we stand when we beat the Commanders. When we slaughter the Cowboys, what does that tell us about where we stand?
Not a whole lot. It feels like a low upside game. What else you got, Ken?
So on the Phillies, listen, a couple things. I'm not falling for it. I don't get down in the dumps when they have a 10-day stretch like they had a few weeks ago, and I'm not equally getting sucked in when they play like this for a stretch of games. I'm just not falling for it. This team is the construction of this team is such that they're not going to beat the Mets. The Mets. Obviously, the Mets understand that there is no reason to throw strikes to this baseball team, and so they just don't. So I'm not falling for it. And in terms of extending Schwarber, the problem you have with that, there's nothing to dislike about Kyle Schwarber. So this has nothing to do with Kyle Schwarber. If they make the playoffs this year and go out without a whimper in the first round like they did last year, and it's obvious that you're not going to win a World Series with this core, you are stuck with so much of this core. You don't have any flexibility with Bryce Harper. You don't have any flexibility with Trey Turner. You don't have any flexibility with Aaron Nola. You don't have any flexibility with Wheeler. You don't want any flexibility with Wheeler, by the way. So I don't have a problem with that. But the fact of the matter is that if you're not going to be able to win a World Series with this core, you're going to have to reconstruct this team in a different way. And you can't keep Kyle Schwarber and reconstruct the team in a different way. And that means you're going to have to basically do what they've done already, which is run it back again and hopefully get something out of this core that you just might not be able to get. So I love Kyle Schwarber, but he's one of the only pieces that they have flexibility with. And if they don't win a World Series this year or get close, if they continue to regress as they've done since they made the World Series in 2022, they're going to have to make significant changes to the construction of this baseball team.
Yeah, no, Ken, it's a fair point. What do you have for something that's lucky?
My mother always told us when we were growing up, you find a penny on heads, that's good luck.
A penny on what?
Yeah, on heads.
Penny on heads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Penny on heads.
That is a good one.
Yeah.
You don't pick it up if
and
it's
you
on
don't
tails.
pick it up on tails, right?
What's the difference? That's a stupid
it's bad luck.
superstition. Why?
Wait. So you don't subscribe to good luck, bad luck? This is
No.
It sound really?
Yeah, I mean, if a penny or a quarter's on the ground, it's on tails. What's the difference? Same thing.
It's
you can
bad
pick up a
luck.
quarter, but not a penny.
Oh, okay.
That's the whole point.
Come on.
You really don't subscribe to the whole luck thing?
No, I mean, you guys are acting
Tommy
like
Kelly.
You guys are acting
does not
like
subscribe to the luck thing.
You guys are acting
The
like
luck of
I'm
the Irish.
like I'm the crazy one.
Yeah.
When you're saying if there's a penny on the ground on tails, you're not going to pick it up because you're
Correct.
afraid you're going to be cursed.
Yes.
Well, not cursed, but I'll have bad luck.
Isn't that the same thing?
No.
Cursed is more severe.
I would say so. Yeah. I mean, bad luck could be, got a bad break. Yeah, a bird. Yeah. They don't have my they ran out of my favorite sandwich at Wawa or whatever like
bad
that.
Luck.
Yeah, that's the bad luck.
So what would qualify
Cursed
as like a curse?
Oh well, cursed is you every Thursday you
Yeah, I don't want to.
fall off your bike. I don't know. Like,
I asked them, then I'm like, I don't know how
Scared.
deep I want to delve with John with being cursed.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to invent something that comes back and catches me on the wrong end.
Well, you got to get pooped on by a bird again.
Well, it seems like I am their target now.
They're targeting you, John.
Hey, it's really not bad. It's really not that bad. I dreaded it.
It's really not that bad.
Yeah, you don't even notice, and then it's not like it's a big. It's just a little splotch. It's white. Whatever that is.
Thank you for telling me what bird poop looks like. I didn't know.
Don't you think it's strange though? I think. Well, I'm not going to get into it.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
I really wanted to delve in there.
That might be the first time I've ever heard John say, well, I'm not going to get into it.
I was going to delve into
Usually
urea.
you love getting into it.
Yeah, I was going to go urea. Let's really talk urea here.
You know what?
Nah.
Good judgment, John. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Proud of you.
Thank you.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But did want to touch on another element of this Phillies road trip here. There was the one negative because they win 5 out of these 6 games. The only one that they end up losing was Friday night. Aaron Nola pitches. Not a great performance. Gets hit out for 2 home runs again. And what's interesting with Nola now is the situation behind the plate because Rafael Marchand, I don't know if it's been just by chance or by design, he's caught Aaron Nola more than any other starter. At least it feels that way.
I think it's how many starts does Aaron have this year? 8. I think it's 4 and 4.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right, Rhea. Is that it's 4 and 4 between Marchand and JT Realmuto.
And the splits are stark.
7.65 is Nola's ERA when Marchand's behind the plate. 2.5 is the ERA when JT Realmuto's behind the plate. Now, I look at it. Do I think there's maybe a little something to it? And if I'm Rob Thompson, am I trying
4 runs is not little.
No,
a little something to it. Marchand stinks, man. Marchand doesn't just stink. Marchand doesn't just stink defensively where he can't throw anyone. Everyone's steal on Marchand all you want. Garrett Stubbs is a better offensive player. Garrett Stubbs is a guy that everyone in that clubhouse adores. I object to Marchand being up where he shouldn't be, which is on this Phillies squad. In the major leagues, Garrett Stubbs is the catcher we need to back up JT.
First off, with Rafael Marchand, he's not to blame when Aaron Nola leaves meatballs over the plate and it gets hit out of the park.
Okay.
That's an Aaron Nola problem. That's not a Rafael Marchand
problem. Have we seen him
problem.
throw anyone out at second?
I'd have to check the numbers on
2
that.
for 8.
2 for 8. Okay. They check the numbers. Well done. That's
He's
not very
terrible.
good. Okay.
He's been horrendous.
But I can't take the Garrett Stubbs stuff.
You're bitter about Arizona.
Yeah, Garrett Stubbs is a bum. And
no,
Garrett
he's
Stubbs,
not a bum,
yes,
man.
he is.
He works hard, and everyone in that clubhouse respects the way he works.
Don't care.
He makes the team better. As a backup, the way that he prepares, everyone admires that. They know he'll be ready. They know he might give them a little something. He might, pop a homer. We've seen Garrett Stubbs belie his tiny size many a time to get that ball out of the park.
Many a time is not reality.
Stubbs isn't hitting a lot.
All right, maybe not many a time. Garrett Stubbs always impresses me with the way he can do more than what you'd expect from a backup catcher.
No, you know what? I'm going to call you a liar. I don't believe you on that.
Absolutely. First of all, catchers, we know that they struggle with the offensive part to begin with. Garrett Stubbs is adequately prepared every time he's a starter, even when he's not. He is the consummate team guy, and everyone appreciates that a ton. I've never been a part of the locker room with him, but you can see the way guys really admire and gravitate toward Garrett Stubbs.
First off, I mean, the difference between Marchand and Stubbs being on the major league roster, it doesn't matter. They play once every 7 games. JT Realmuto's going to play the rest of the games.
Because the emotions that come with Garrett Stubbs are positive and uplifting. Like Garrett Stubbs brings more to the table than Marchand does because he's a better leader.
How has that benefited them the last few years in the playoffs?
The chemistry
it doesn't matter.
will be better this year with Stubbs on our major league team.
I could not disagree more.
He needs to be a personality in that clubhouse, in that locker room, because it makes everyone. It takes a little bit of the anxiety out of things, takes a little bit of the load off. He can be, like, let's just have fun out here. Like, there's something to that, and it does help. I know that it went too far with the pool in Arizona. That is, let's let a bygone be a bygone.
I will go to my grave believing that Garrett Stubbs had a tangible impact on why the Phillies lost that series.
Okay. Well, maybe he did, and I'm sure that was not his intention. That was Garrett Stubbs maybe stepping outside where he should have stepped. He knows the way everyone feels about that. He's a guy who's going to make good. I really believe that. He's a good team guy who can. He's certainly better than Marchand.
They're the same guy.
Offensively and defensively.
They are the same guy. Garrett Stubbs, what did he hit here? 210? 213?
Has Marchand done anything to make you feel like he's gone after this backup role?
No, but no backup catcher. No backup catcher makes a significant. Who's the best backup catcher the Phillies have ever had?
The 4-run difference.
The 4-run difference. I think there might be a little something there, Rhea. I don't think we can just
be something.
But when Taijuan Walker's on the mound, opponents are only hitting 100 off of him when Marchand's behind the plate. So
I'm just saying there has to be something with Nola.
I agree with that, and I think it's fair to say they should match Nola up with JT more. But I think to blame Marchand, because people like to jump on him. People want to get on Marchand because a lot of people want Stubbs up here.
Good.
Well, I think they went with Marchand at the start of this year thinking that he would elevate his play. Like they're banking on his potential coming through and looking like something, and it hasn't.
And
he hasn't been
That's
as
really
good.
the only reason he's up.
That is the big reason.
You do agree with that, right?
Absolutely.
If he had an option, Stubbs would have been back up here.
I agree with that, but I am a little biased.
You're just anti.
I don't.
You're like me with Daryl Morey.
Yeah, I
won't give him credit for anything.
I do not like Garrett Stubbs. I absolutely do not like Garrett Stubbs.
Do you think you can ever like Garrett Stubbs? Because
no. I will never. No, I can't stand the sight of him.
He's a good Philly.
No, he's not a good Philly.
Yes, he is, man. You know the work, the prep that he has to put in as a backup catcher, man.
Yeah, that's
There's
a lot
so
of
much that goes into that.
Yeah, you know what his prep is? Setting up the DJ list for after the game. That's the prep
he does that too.
Here we go.
Yeah.
He does that too, tirelessly.
We'll get back to the phones in a second, but first, here's John.
You've heard me talk about my friends at PDQ POS and how their top-rated restaurant management system has helped thousands of companies in the restaurant, hospitality, bar, and casino businesses across the country. We've seen their operation. We've done our show over there at PDQ POS headquarters. The people, their technology, it's all so impressive. So if you're thinking of cutting your old point of sale, it's time to go all in and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS, the game changer in the world of POS solutions. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years for a reason. It's because they offer everything: mobile POS, self-service kiosks, enterprise reporting, contactless functionality, data and cybersecurity, and the best service and support in the industry. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, they'll build a custom solution for your business. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Schedule your free demo and business consultation today at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
But as far as the Rafael Marchand Nola stuff goes, that is interesting, and I'm interested to talk to Ben Davis about that at 9, because we have Ben coming up at 9 o'clock today, former catcher in the major leagues. It'll be interesting to get his perspective on that relationship between a catcher and a pitcher.
Are you going to discuss your lack of respect for the backup catcher, Ben Davis?
Wow, this is putting me in a bad spot now. I may have just messed up. I didn't think about that, but yeah, not a great look. Thanks a lot, Rhea. Thanks for throwing me under the bus there. But John, like from that part of it, and we'll get back to the phones in 1 second here. How important do you think
Ben's gonna beat you up, man?
That is.
You're gonna be in a fight now.
Yeah, oh, man, I don't want to.
I have Ben. I got Ben.
Ben.
Yeah.
I don't want to fight. Ben's hands are bigger than my head.
Kelly's gonna get in a fight today.
I don't want to fight Ben.
No, me
I got some
neither.
text.
Tell all our friends meet in the schoolyard after.
Yeah.
I did get a text from my
Don't
friend, by the
fight
way,
him,
my
man.
buddy Justin. He did remind me I did get in a fight in my friend's basement one time.
Really?
I got thrown through a wall. Yeah.
No way.
Well, I made like an indent in my friend's wall.
So
Yeah.
someone pushed you? They shoved you?
Yeah. It was
Was it a knockdown, drag out? You swung back, or
no, it
you
was
were
like
just pushy,
like a
pushy?
wresling around type thing, and I get
So it
shoved.
was a
I
wrestle
was like 14 years old.
But you were
Yeah.
friends.
Yeah.
You guys are like best friends, and it got a little aggressive.
Yes.
Okay.
But then
That's not a real fight.
I was very scared though to tell my friend's dad that I ruined his wall.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll
you
bet.
didn't. You're
So
the
what
one who got
happened?
thrown into
Well,
it.
that was my
I
argument.
mean, that would be my
Yeah.
argument.
Yeah.
I'm standing
Sure.
around minding my own business.
Exactly. It's not my fault that I'm, not strong enough to
didn't
not get thrown through a wall.
Right. I didn't intentionally launch myself backwards with enough force to dent the wall.
So I
what
neglected
happened
to
with
mention that.
Did you get in
nothing.
trouble
I mean, it was,
from your parents?
No, I mean, it was drywall. It's not like it, was a
Well, did you
really
have to
difficult
fix
thing.
it or anything?
They took care of it. I don't know.
Wow,
how it got
you
fixed.
just got
How to
away
do
with
anything
it.
around the house.
I mean, these people
No
are like
responsibility at all.
these people are like family to me. This is like my best friend, so we buried the hatchet.
Okay.
Mr.
Well,
Fleming, if you're
you
listening, I'm
did get
sorry.
in a fight with your best friend.
Yeah.
Let's be truthful here.
Well, it wasn't. I didn't get in a fight with him. It was a big party, and got in a fight.
Oh
with a different
no.
Yeah.
Wow. So a rager? That sounds a little illicit, Tom. Is this in
Yeah.
high school?
Yeah. Then
Were
this
you
was,
underage?
Yeah, but there was no alcohol involved at this point. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I
That's what he's
never did anything
Mhm.
underage.
Oh,
Thanks
okay.
Thanks for delving in.
I believe
Again.
you.
You do? Okay, good.
Said with disappointment.
Appreciate it.
I believe you.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Leslie. What's up, Leslie?
Oh, yes. Good morning.
Hi, Leslie.
I am so fired up when I heard Tom talking about putting down Garrett Stubbs because I agree with you, John.
What?
He's great. And
Yeah,
I
he is.
just read an article. Listen, I just read an article about what an attribute he's been to the Lehigh Valley team. And as a leader, as a people person,
Yeah.
they started doing this bowling in the beginning of the season, and he just has kept it up and
I
has
love
really
that.
helped build connections among the teammates. So my thing for
That's real.
who's lucky is Lehigh Valley is lucky to get Garrett Stubbs.
Leslie, I agree. That matters. That team building, Garrett Stubbs is he's absolutely being a leader. He's bringing
Yeah,
those
he
young
is.
guys along. And I would not be surprised if he's back up at some point when it matters, the end of this season. I think Garrett Stubbs makes us a better team than Rafael Marchand does.
I sure hope so. Rafael Marchand has like the personality of a rock.
Oh, poor. Hey, you don't know that, Leslie. That's not fair to say.
Oh, you don't. But he
Well-
doesn't have a Stubbsy-esque personality.
Stubbsy.
That's for sure.
Oh my God.
Stubbs,
Right,
you know
and-
what? Have you seen some of the interviews that Stubbs has done with Andrew Painter?
Yeah, I
he's
don't want to
down
hear him
there at
speak.
Lehigh
I
Valley.
never want to hear that guy's voice again.
He is so interesting, upbeat. He's a positive, truly taking on that leadership role. I feel comfortable for Andrew Painter's sake that Garrett Stubbs is down there.
They probably want him down there.
I think that's
yeah,
part of why he's there.
Oh,
they
this is
believe he can help. No,
This
seriously.
is a ridiculous
he can give
justification.
the best support staff to Andrew Painter. He will support Andrew Painter better than Rafael Marchand could.
And
that's
Rafael Marchand.
And when Andrew Painter comes up, I would not be surprised if you've got Garrett Stubbs coming up too and Marchand.
You know what? This started as
See
me
ya.
not liking Stubbs. I'm starting to actually feel bad for Marchand now. People just hate this guy for no reason
I don't
whatsoever.
hate him. I
don't
really.
hate him. I just think
Leslie
Stubbs
said he's got a
is way
personality of a bag of rocks.
That was unfortunate.
Okay, well, I'm just saying compared to Garrett Stubbs, that's
True.
how I see it.
Everyone
But,
has that compared to Garrett Stubbs.
Yeah.
He really,
And
he's
also,
a delightful
I don't know the stats,
young
but I would
man.
like to know what the ERA is for Aaron Nola when Garrett Stubbs was with him. Because I can't see it being worse than with Rafael Marchand.
Sure.
Well, how about this idea though? Maybe Nola's just not pitching as well. What about
True, but I think the catcher has a lot to do with that, like his ERA. I mean, it's obvious because when JT's an awesome catcher. So, if you have somebody that's really you're connected with on the other end, it's got to have some influence over that ERA.
Well, I mean that's a fair point,
I'm with
Leslie.
you, Leslie. And I think they're all connected to Garrett Stubbs.
Oh God, what do you have for something that's lucky, Leslie?
I told you, Lehigh Valley is lucky for having Garrett Stubbs.
All right, well,
It's true.
Appreciate
so
the call,
I
Leslie.
have-
correct.
I have some stats. So
Okay.
StatMuse says Aaron Nola has a record of 12-8 with an ERA of 3.78 in 28 appearances with Stubbs in his career.
Okay, those are
28. That's a much
fine
larger.
numbers.
Well, it's a much larger sample size, obviously, than Marchand.
Yeah,
But it'd be interesting to know what they were last year.
Yeah, but again, like with Taiwan, Marchand, he's much better with Marchand behind the plate. I think a lot of this is chance. Like I would agree that in the short term, sure,
4 runs is not chance.
I would match JT up more with Nola, but I don't know. I think more of it is Nola's just not pitching as well in those games.
Well, I don't think Nola is pitching as well, but if this is chance, I don't know. If it is boiled down to chance, I would rather have Garrett Stubbs' personality in the clubhouse when the postseason comes around, because I do think he can help keep it light. And I think part of what gets this team in trouble is when they take themselves a little too seriously and they get when they're working too hard to make the big stuff happen.
Well, it didn't help them last year.
I know. But I think they would have been worse off without him. I do think that the lighthearted outlook, it's not easy. It's not easy to create that. And it takes a special kind of recipe, a special kind of concoction in terms of the right mixture of players. He is part of the right mixture.
From a serious perspective, though, as a guy who's been in locker rooms and stuff, how much does that matter?
It matters a ton, just like CJGJ mattered to the mindset. I know it wasn't necessarily only his play that made him so important to the Eagles. I think that the fun, happy-go-lucky, crazy guy who's going to scream and do all the off-the-wall stuff, you need a few of those guys in the locker room. It's just like I said, a recipe. That special recipe. There's no exact way to define it.
Right.
But again, Garrett Stubbs is part of the right recipe for making this team have the outlook it needs to actually get this done.
Who would you say is the Garrett Stubbs of WIP? Your guy Jimmy?
I think that could be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
very
sure.
positive.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
All right.
Jimmy. Yeah. The
I don't know,
jack
it
of
does-
all trades, Jimmy Seltzer. He sure can do it all. Really sharp, really upbeat, very positive, likable. Everyone
kind of gives Stubbs vibes a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah. I'll
right.
I'll give you that.
All
I
right.
think it's a great comparison. And you know how Jimmy makes you feel when you call the show.
A lot better than Buzz.
I'm very short and to the point.
Yeah.
Seltzer likes to hold happy hour back here.
Buzz doesn't make me feel nearly as good. when I'm
Buzz.
talking to him.
Seltzer uplifts you more.
Yeah. And you're a buzzkill.
Well, that is where the name derives from, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it started as Buzzkill in middle school.
Kill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm anti-fun.
He kills every Buzz.
Seriously?
Yep, immediately.
It's a terrible nickname to have.
Yeah, it
How
was,
long
but it
is this-
stuck.
Really? I
Sixth
didn't
grade.
know that this was your nickname until now.
Yeah, he goes. It's his on-air name now.
Well, now
Buzz.
it's
He
just
goes by
Buzz.
Buzz.
The only one who still uses the full Buzzkill is Ike, actually. Every time he sees me in the hall, Buzzkill!
Yeah, so
Only
you-
one.
You can't call him Dan anymore. Just call him Buzz.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. I like nicknames. I've always hoped for nicknames. I like creating nicknames for people. I never have had one.
Really?
No.
Richie Rich?
Well,
Richie
I
Rich.
mean, like you said it at the start of the show.
Did that annoy you, by the way?
No.
Okay.
I liked Richie Rich a lot. I mean, like I used to ride my bike to the little. It was called Hattie Harris. It was a little market, and I would buy Richie Rich comic books every month.
Well, there you go. 215-592-9494. When we get back, we'll be joined by Ben Davis. He'll talk to us next about the Phils and the backup catching situation. We'll get to that as well. Tom Kelly in for Joe Cameron. This is the morning show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Joe Camry here. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. They are amazing. And now they're doing something really great for our community. United Tire has partnered with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to help fund life-saving care, comfort, and brighter days. This May, stop into your locally owned and operated United Tire. Donate to support CHOP, and United Tire will match it dollar for dollar and give you a voucher for $50 off a set of 4 new tires. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone, drive United.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some features from our latest seasonal menu. Try our Southern California chicken sandwich, our delicious Southern glazed cutlet with avocado and jalapeno pineapple salsa, and our seafood pasta with our signature crab, mouthwatering shrimp, and penne pasta with our world-famous red or Sicilian sauce. Pair it with a seasonal cocktail like our Very Berry Cherry Martini or our Watermelon Shandy cocktail. Taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-599-8811. That's 800-599-8811. Again, that's 800-599-8811.
Here is your game of the week, presented by Hyundai. After leading their first-round playoff series 2-0, Winnipeg allowed St. Louis to make a run for the series. With an absolutely electric Game 7, Winnipeg was able to secure the series with a double overtime win at home. Now the Central Winners battle is a series against their divisional foes in Dallas, who will be able to clinch the series and advance to the Western Conference Finals. Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you you from the truck drifting towards your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006 because Hyundai's always working to ensure the road doesn't get you. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 62225, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then, place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB odds boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB odds boost token can be used on any MLB odds of -300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If I were getting paid $313.5 million to play baseball for the Boston Red Sox and they asked me to switch positions, I'd say, sure, whatever helps the team. But Rafael Devers has publicly balked at moving to first base, forcing owner John Henry to fly out to Kansas City to try and reason with him. Man, what a diva. It's unfortunate, too, because he's a really good player. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. The Today Show on NBC announced the Eagles' season opening opponent on Thursday, September 4th, will be the Dallas Cowboys. Last time these two division rivals met in Week 1, the year was 2000. In the ensuing quarter of a century, the Eagles have been to 4 Super Bowls. They've won 2. The Cowboys have not been to any. Phillies back home after a 5-1 road trip. They will host a Cardinals team that has won 8 in a row. 6:45 game time. Christopher Sanchez on the mound for the Phillies. He is 4-1. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Partly sunny, high of 82. It is currently 67. Now until May 31st, get 60% off with a free entry door with a house of windows, plus pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera today. I'm just talking a lot of Phillies, also Sixers lottery tonight. Time for a read on our Twitter poll question at WIP Morning Show on Twitter. The poll question sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Our poll question of the day today. Would you be excited about the Sixers again if they land the number one pick in tonight's NBA draft lottery? Do you want to guess again, John? It's probably...
Well, I feel like I'm going to have a better
have a good
chance
read
this
on
time.
it, yeah.
The last time, I guess 30%.
Yeah, that was way off.
And it was 68 or something.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess it's 69% now.
67.
Oh, I went the wrong way.
Man, 67% would say yes. They would be excited about the Sixers again if they get the number one overall pick in the lottery tonight and get Cooper Flagg, who will be the number one pick. But obviously also talking a lot about the Phillies, a good road trip. They go 5-1 on the trip. They win the final two games in Cleveland. Tremendous pitching performances from Ranger Suarez and Zach Wheeler. And now joining us to talk about all of it, you can see him on NBC Sports Philadelphia in-game commentary as well as pre- and post-game show. Ben Davis joins us. What's going on, Ben?
Not a whole lot. What's going on?
Not much, man. A heck of a series for the Phils over the weekend. Great road trip. And Ben, let's just start there. How impressed were you by what the Phillies were able to do on this road trip?
I was very impressed. The offense is what we were expecting throughout the course of this early season, and they did it with the long ball. They did it with small ball. They moved runners. Their base running was outstanding. They did a lot of great things on this road trip, and I think it was evident that this is a team that needs to be reckoned with, and this is a ball club that I think that a lot of people get frustrated with them, but when their offense is clicking on all cylinders like it was on this road trip, it's fun to watch, and that's exactly what we saw, going 5-1 on this road trip.
How should we be concerned at all about the Aaron Nola continued, giving up homers, giving up losses? It feels like Aaron Nola is struck by incredibly poor luck, Ben, but also it just hasn't been as good this year. How do you make sense of that?
Yeah, I don't know if it's luck, John. I think it's just poor execution of his pitches, and I know the conviction is there. He's just not executing right now, and when he's missing up in the middle of the zone, and it's getting hit, and you can't do that in the big leagues. It's just a matter of his previous two starts were really good, and he was executing his pitches. When he missed down or off the plate. It seems like the last start when he missed up in the middle of the plate, and that's something that, it's just not his MO, and it's not something we've been accustomed to seeing over the last so many seasons. He's been so good for the Phillies. I mean, so good and so reliable for the Phillies. It's just this year he just doesn't seem to have the same stuff. The velocity's down. Not the velocity is everything, but it does help out. When you miss with velocity, you can get away with it sometimes.
Yeah.
Right now, when he's missing, he's getting hit.
Well, Ben, and I'm interested to get your perspective on it because big story has been the difference in performance when Rafael Marchand's behind the plate compared to JT Realmuto. I think Nola's ERA with JT behind the plate like 2.5, with Marchand behind the plate 7.65. From your perspective, somebody who's been a catcher in major leagues, how much does that matter, the relationship between the catcher and the pitcher, and how much do you think that is really influencing Aaron Nola?
Well, I'll answer your second question first. I don't think it affects him that much. He has come out publicly multiple times and said, I don't care who catches me. I still have to execute my pitches. I have to pitch to what – I have to throw my pitches and get them to where they need to be. Pitchers are fickle creatures. I'm trying to be as PC as I can. The pitchers they're delicate at times, and other times they don't care what happens. There's certain guys that didn't like me catching them. There's certain guys that love me catching them. It is what it is. When I caught Mark Burley in Chicago, he would go into his windup before I put a finger down. And that's neither here nor there, but he had conviction every pitch that he threw. I think the whole thing with the Marchand ERA and the JT ERA, I just think it's such a small sample size that it really doesn't matter a whole lot. I think Rob Thompson's tired of answering the question coming from that last start that Aaron had. I don't think it's a big deal. Aaron still has to – we just give suggestions. All we do is give a suggestion. I think you should throw this fastball in. I think you should throw this changeup down and away. The pitcher has the final say on what he throws, and that's the bottom line. I don't think it's a big deal. I just think it's the way it is right now. It's such a small sample size. I just don't think Aaron Nola is executing his pitches right now. It just so happens that Marchand is behind the plate at the time it happens. Marchand has to play. Whoever is the backup, he has to play at some point. JT can't play 162 games. It's just the way. It's just the way it is right now.
Catchers defending catchers.
Last night, I watched Bryson Stott slide into second base, Ben, and he acted strangely after he slid into second. He looked sore. He looked like there was something physically going on with him. And now I'm really nervous, about in light of last year when the injury is what held him back. Is there something going on with Bryson Stott? Should we be concerned about that? Because he looked so incredibly sore, and I know he's going to keep trying to play. Is there something going on with him?
I don't think so. I think it was just a slide. I think the slide got him.
Okay.
I don't know if he knocked the wind out of himself. I don't know if he landed on a part that doesn't feel very comfortable. You know what I'm talking about, John?
I do know that part. That makes sense. Maybe.
That's what I'm thinking happened. I think he'll be just fine.
Good. That's good to know. When should the Phils re-sign Kyle Schwarber?
Probably 2 days from 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I caught a lot of flack on Twitter last night. I love this guy. Like I said I don't know where Kyle Schwarber is going to land on my all-time top 5 favorite, my top favorite Phillies of all time. But I had Mike Schmidt on there as number 1. I had Darren Dalton on there as 2. Juan Samuel's number 3. Jimmy Rollins is number 4, and Kyle Schwarber's number 5. And I caught a lot of flack. No Ryan Howard, no Chase Utley. No, this is my list. It's my list of guys that I love watching play with a Phillies uniform on. Okay? And Kyle Schwarber, for me, is he's just must-see TV. I know what he does for the clubhouse. I know what he does on the field. I know the hitter that he has turned himself into. I know he DHs and he doesn't play the field. I get that. But this guy means so much to this ball club, and he means so much to the lineup, and this dude just rakes. And I love watching him come into the batter's box and hit balls harder and farther than anybody else in baseball. And to me, that's must-see TV.
Ben Davis joining us now. You can catch him on NBC Sports Philadelphia, also here on the WIP Morning Show at Ben Davis NBCS is where you can find him on Twitter. And Ben, when you talk about the lineup, obviously Kyle Schwarber up to 14 home runs this year. He's been incredible. Bryce Harper, a slower start to the season, kind of feels like he's locking in a little more now. What are you seeing from Bryce, Ben? And are you concerned with a slower start than we're kind of accustomed to seeing with him typically?
Not concerned. I think he's making the right strides to get back to where he needs to be. We were concerned about him last year, and you know where he ended up last year. The things that I like right now that he's doing is he's starting to let the ball get a little deeper in the strike zone, and he's starting to drive it more towards left center. And once he does that, then the ball on the inside part of the plate, that's just an afterthought. He just he spins on it and hits it out to right. But when he lets pitches get deep in the strike zone, he's able to stay behind it more and get some backspin as opposed to cutting down and across it where he gets that side spin. That's a lazy fly ball to left field. That's the pop up to shortstop. But when he gets to get deeper in the strike zone, he stays behind it, gets that backspin. That's when the ball carries out to left center. And then everything after that is an afterthought. Like I said, he just starts to turn on pitches and start to drive them. But he's fine. He's just in one of those funks, from game to game where he gets out of it and he starts to get off on his heels a little bit. Sometimes he gets his momentum going towards like the first base dugout side where he gets on his heels and the balance isn't there. But once he keeps his legs underneath him and he stays behind the ball, he's a whole different hitter. And I think that's where he's starting to get back to right now. And the signs are very telling from that standpoint.
Is Romano fixed?
Yeah. I think he is. I think we've seen him. The stuff has been there throughout the course of the year. It's just, again, execution. It's that execution of the pitches, much like Aaron Nola. Romano is, you can see he's got the goods. I mean, it's 98, 99. That slider, it can be a wipeout slider at times. But he looks like the back end piece that Dave Dombrowski went out and got, to replace Jeff Hoffman out in the bullpen, and he looks really good right now, and I think very dependable. I also think he's more comfortable in his role and being in this city. It's a whole lot different pitching in Philadelphia than it is in Toronto. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And one more for you, Ben. You look at the starting pitching performances the last couple nights, just incredible. Nice to see Ranger do what he did Saturday. Zach Wheeler, obviously, last night. What is the heights of this starting rotation, considering you could get Andrew Painter up here at some point? But how good could this rotation be, considering the depth that they have?
I know it's very cliche to say, but I mean the sky's the limit for this rotation. These guys can do so many different things. The way they can move the baseball in and out of the strike zone. A lot of these guys can make it go up and down, east and west. They are what we saw at a Ranger the other day. What was that, Saturday? That was the first 10 starts of the season last year, where he was he was on pace for the Cy Young. He was an all-star last year, and then the last 14 starts after that, second half of last season into this year, it just wasn't very good. But he was on top of his game. Zach Wheeler, I think, is the best pitcher in baseball. I know I sound like a homer when I say that, but I firmly believe that he is the best pitcher in baseball. And what you saw last night was a clear indication of that. That's a very good lineup that the Guardians have. And he went through like a hot knife through butter. He was just on top of his game. Luzardo has been unbelievable. I think Aaron Nola is going to right the ship. I really do. And Christopher Sanchez might be one of the most underrated pitchers in baseball. This starting rotation is legit. And they can carry a ball club. And, they always say you win with pitching and defense, and this pitching staff, especially the starting rotation, they got the goods to bring it home. That's for sure.
Well, Ben Davis, you can catch him on NBC Sports Philadelphia, in-game, pre-post-game. He does it all. Also here on the WIP Morning Show. Ben, thanks for hopping on, man. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, guys. I'll see you on Thursday.
Thanks, Ben.
Take it easy. Right. Ben Davis. And it's true, man. I mean, this rotation is incredible. You look at Luzardo, Sanchez. I agree with him. I think Zach Wheeler, since the Phillies signed him, has been the best pitcher in baseball. I mean, when you have Aaron Nola or Ranger Suarez as your number 5, that's a pretty incredible position to be in.
Is that where we sit right now?
Yeah. I don't know. Nola?
Who
I said Nola's the 4. Nola might be the 5 at this point. I think he's fallen back. After that Ranger performance.
Well, we've only got 2 performances at a Ranger this year.
He's not
one
the 5, Tom.
One was bad.
Well, who's the 5 then?
It's still Ranger. He's had one good and one bad start.
I think it is still Ranger.
You are a hater.
Okay. I thought you were on my side with Nola.
No, Nola drives me crazy sometimes, but he's not behind Ranger at this point.
Okay.
Ranger could come out, and he's got to build up. He looked great the other night. He looked great in the first one.
All I'm saying is he looked awesome on Saturday.
Yeah, he outstanding. 3 hits.
He gets hurt a lot.
Yeah, I am worried about the back. The backs are so tricky, and as soon as that gets tweaked a little bit, you can't do anything. Your back's bad. You can't put socks on.
You were saying today you were having problems with your back, didn't you? Or did I mishear you?
No, my back is.
Oh, okay.
Doing all right.
You just say a lot during the breaks. It's hard for me to retain everything. It gets mixed up.
I'm lucky about my back.
Yeah.
My back is actually good.
Okay, good.
I don't want to jinx it. But, if some people struggle with the back, and just one little, muscle, if it's a little tight, that can throw off your whole day.
What is the thing from the football career that bothers you the most post-playing?
Yeah, just the joints in general. I'm really noticing my wrists lately. But wrists, ankles, my neck, shoulders, those are bad. Knees.
That's pretty much everything.
Joints.
Yeah.
Those have been problematic.
Okay.
Shoulder, as a fullback, like using your shoulders more often, using your neck and face as a weapon, that ends up making your neck feel kind of bad.
But the fact
using
you
your shoulders as a weapon when you're kicking out, that ends up giving you problems there.
The fact you don't have back issues is pretty
It is
good,
amazing.
though. I
feel good about it. For the first 2 weeks of training camp every year, getting in and out of a 3-point stance, firing out of that stance, my back would always be just so sore, devastatingly sore. I would be cursing my back for the first 2 weeks, and then it would even out and go away, and I'd feel okay. I feel very fortunate to not have back problems today.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that you're feeling
I feel
good. The back's feeling
sprightly.
good.
Yeah, like a young man.
You look like a young man.
Thank you.
You look like a youthful gentleman.
I'm trying.
There you go. Let's go to Joe in the Northeast. What's up, Joe?
Hey, morning, Chief. How you doing?
Doing great, Joe.
Let's say if the Phillies get to the postseason, and that's not a given, and they're in a 7-game series, who's your 4 starters?
It's a good question. Wheeler, Sanchez, Luzardo, and I'll go Nola.
Grudgingly.
Yeah. Same thing for you, I'm guessing.
Wheeler, Luzardo. Yeah.
Sanchez got to be in there.
Christopher Sanchez and Nola.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what happened to Suarez? I mean, that they want him to pitch right now as a starter. And that leads all back to the Stubbs thing and Marshawn. When JT was hurt last year, I don't know about the ERAs, but I know that Stubbs had a better winning percentage than what Marshawn did. And it's not only about, before they have the game, the pitching coach goes over the game plan. It's experience. Stubbs has been a backup catcher. He's caught more games in the major leagues. Do you see the catchers periodically, like Realmuto? He'll, before the pitch is thrown, he'll look up at the batter and to see what he might be doing before the pitch is delivered. There's more to that than just having, and they're both not good hitters, but Stubbs he's done a great job with that pitching staff down in the minor leagues. Now they have him with Painter. Nick Abel is now pitching real well. I would not trade him for any bullpen help. And there's this pitcher down there. You remember J.V. Boyer, right? In 2008?
Yeah.
J.V. Boyer threw under 90 miles an hour. Well, they have a guy down there named Nabil Krismat. He has the best numbers as any starter down there. He's a 30-year-old right-hander. He's not overpowering. He throws. We saw the game yesterday. He threw 88 miles.
Joe, is this your new Cal Stevenson?
No, yeah. Listen, I'm listening.
What's his name?
I'm saying his
Krismat.
name is Nabil Krismat. Okay,
30 years old.
Yeah. Watch him. Yeah, watch him for the next month. Okay, the guy at his last 5 or 6 outings. All right, 6 innings, 1 hit. He's not a strikeout pitcher. 9 strikeouts.
Well, there you go, Joe. I appreciate the call. I'm sorry, Joe will go on about Krismat for another 15 minutes. Joe's a big minor league prospect guy. He was the guy who loved Cal Stevenson last year.
Yeah. And he knows his stuff. I mean, he watches lots of these games.
Yeah,
all these games.
But Cal Stevenson stinks, to be honest.
Well,
I love when you make
he has. He hasn't come
stink.
through as a major leaguer yet.
Yeah, he's never going to. He stinks. So,
well,
you don't think he stinks? Have you watched him play?
Yeah, and I have not seen the good part yet.
Yeah.
Like, I'm waiting. I'm not saying he's not capable of it. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
You guys think he stinks? Buzz, Rhea, Cal Stevenson?
I'm not going to be as mean as you are. But
Buzz?
He had his moments last year.
Oh
Joe
my
got his
God.
victory lap. I'm not saying he's good, but last year he had his moments.
This is ridiculous.
Robbed a home run, had a home run. That was Joe's moment in the sun.
Yeah, it was. Joe had a good couple days there. 215.
Why you got to make Joe feel bad about himself?
Well, I'm not trying to make him feel bad
Joe's a
about
good
himself.
caller.
He is a good caller.
You're not
He's
scouting
just got
guys down on the
bad
farm.
baseball opinions. That's all. I mean, Cal Stevenson's a minor league player.
Why aren't you locked in
And
the
I
Iron
know
Pigs?
you're just trying to trigger me. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. When we get back, we do need more answers. What's lucky? Your chance to win a pair of Post Malone tickets to the concert Citizens Bank Park on May 24th. We have an update on the Bill Belichick situation from over the weekend. He was at the Miss Maine pageant.
And why wouldn't
Imagine
you be?
that.
Over the weekend.
Yeah.
His girlfriend was a participant.
She was Miss Maine.
No, I don't think she won.
Yeah. Well, I think she was previously.
Runner-up.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Runner up.
all right. Well, we'll get to that coming up in the next segment as well. And your time's yours calls. 215-238-4500. That's how you get in on Time's Yours. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera today. This is the morning show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A kid's wiffle ball party at the yard with Bryce Harper. Broadcast an inning of Phillies baseball with Scott Fransky. Have lunch at Chickies and Pete's and be part of the WIP afternoon show.
Hey-o.
And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The New York Jets are going to look completely different in 2025 with a new head coach and quarterback. Their win total sits at 6.5. If they can't win more than 6 games with Aaron Rodgers, they can't win 6 games with Justin Fields running the show. Jets under 6.5 wins is my bet for the 2025 NFL season. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries. We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious dip and sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and auto-pay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Summer's better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at truegreen.com. Restrictions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, basketball fans, ready for the NBA playoffs? Get in on the action throughout basketball's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. Sign up or log in to score odds boost, tokens, and more, supercharging your profits whenever you make a winning NBA playoffs bet. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless b-ball betting options, including new looks, in-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Just sign up or log in today and you'll be on your way to exciting NBA action all through the postseason. Get ready for this season's exciting finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense will remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Well, the Dallas Cowboys are finally going to get to see a Super Bowl banner raised after 30 years. Of course, it won't be their own, but the Philadelphia Eagles, as the defending champs, they'll host the Cowboys Thursday, September 4th, as the NFL kicks off the 2025 season. Christopher Sanchez on the mound for the Phillies tonight as they open a series against Cardinals team on an 8-game win streak, while the Phillies, winners of 5 consecutive series, was coming off their shutout in Cleveland on Sunday evening. 6:45 first pitch tonight, live here on 94 WIP. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Weather brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Partly sunny, high 82. It is currently 67. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara today here on the morning show. Hopefully, Sixers can get the number 1 pick in the draft. Lottery tonight. And I was just telling you during the break, John, did you see Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce in Philadelphia this weekend?
I didn't realize that you were so
plugged into social media.
Deeply immersed.
I'm not deeply immersed. I literally just saw a picture on Twitter.
Oh, man. And what was it like?
It was magical.
Did they seem totally in love?
Well, they were having a big Mother's Day outing with, his mom, I think her mom, I think the Jason and Kylie were there.
Oh, really?
From what I heard, yes.
Okay.
Very
nice.
cool place right across from Washington
Wow.
Square.
Nice. All right.
Well,
yeah.
this sounds like a great Mother's Day. All together. Man, this is exactly what I had hoped for. Don't you think?
What?
Why?
What was exactly what
sounds,
you'd hoped for?
It sounds so just pristine and idyllic, like this lovely family moment that they shared together. It just feels right. I mean, I love the fact that the Eagles feel like a family. We get to see Jason and his brother, their family to some degree, and it feels right.
I mentioned that to you right before we came back, and you were just astonished by it.
Well, I'm amazed that you are keeping up with the social media. You're so on top of all of that stuff.
Well, I'm a Swiftie. You didn't know that about me. Oh, that's somebody I could have named more than 3 songs.
I do know that about you. I'm amazed at that. I am not as much. I mean, I think she's very talented, but I don't follow her to the same degree.
Yeah, I don't know the names of her songs. I know her songs, but I don't know the titles.
I've been to multiple Taylor Swift concerts, probably upwards of 5.
You've never paid for any of them, though.
No, I paid for one. I paid for one.
Oh, did you?
I went.
I think that's fine. I think that's good.
I used to be an usher at the Link, so I worked some of her concerts, but then I went with my wife and my sister-in-law and my brother-in-law.
That's
one of her
great.
shows. Yeah.
She's incredible. Just really incredibly talented.
Yeah.
And I am a big supporter of the music myself. I don't know it as well as you do.
Okay.
Maybe. It just seems she's very good at what she does.
Yeah, she is.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that Travis is happy and she's happy and Jason is happy and they're all happy.
You want to keep going?
I'm not.
Kylie's happy.
That the children are doing well.
Yeah,
I mean, it really does feel like we are closer than, to that family. Like we feel like we are invested.
realm.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad.
I feel happy that they feel happy.
They make you so happy. I'm glad that their
I
relationship.
feel
makes
joyous when I think about the Kelseys on Mother's Day.
Yeah.
It's very
She's a
nice.
global superstar, and she's having Mother's Day brunch in Philadelphia. That is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
Super cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
let's
is.
be honest.
Super.
Yeah, definitely. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. In a minute, we will get more into this Bill Belichick situation. We have an update on that. First, let's go back to the phones. Let's go to our buddy Bam. What's up, Bam?
Good morning, morning crew. Hey, Tom, Kelly, what's going on?
Hey, Bam.
How you doing? You all right? So, to my Phillies point, I think we got to win 86 more. I called it with when I called John Johnson before he went on vacation before the season started. I said we're gonna win 110. We're on pace for 110.
110.
They're not on pace
Bam.
for 110, Bam. I don't think that's accurate.
I don't think your math is correct.
I don't know. I feel lucky with this team.
How many games are they playing this year?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Nothing.
No,
It just seems like a lot of games, man. At 110, that's a robust total.
Robust.
I don't think they're that good.
I'm very
I mean, they're
optimistic.
good. They're not that good.
Yeah, but I'm very optimistic. So.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
Well,
I'm
that's
with
good.
you, man.
That's good, Bam.
Yep.
Just not
Before I
that
give my
with you.
answer to
what-
my answer was lucky.
what's
remember
lucky?
A couple weeks ago, Tom, on your show, you challenged Buzz to a tournament. Hey, how about
that's
Hey,
right.
Buzz, I know you my little brother, right? I know you can beat Tom in billiards.
Sure.
Billiards.
It is actually in my DNA.
You're Bam's little brother?
No, I'm not. But, he likes to say that.
So what's lucky, Bam?
You know how you start your show with 50 Cent?
Uh-huh.
50 Cent. 50 Cent is lucky. He got shot 9 times and still survived.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean,
9 times.
I guess that's
I
lucky.
guess that
Sure, I
is.
would call that lucky. I would
Yeah,
say
well-
probably wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
Unlucky. I would call getting shot 9 times unlucky.
But if you do survive,
That is true.
then it does shift to lucky.
Mhm.
But yeah, what Bam was referring to, you know how Joe and Jack are doing their little, I guess,
Well, they're
triathlon of
supposed to.
events.
Uh,
I challenged
I
Buzz
hope.
to a similar style thing on like the undercard. Maybe Buzz and I could
What
play
are you
could be the
gonna
opening
compete
act.
in?
or something.
Well,
Maybe
he
you
apparently
guys
wants
should
us
box.
Me and Buzz?
to.
No,
box.
I would actually like to box Buzz.
You guys,
I'm in.
Really?
That box, Tom.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if
let's-
that could get sanctioned here.
I think it could get sanctioned.
think
A
so?
boxing match.
We'll talk
between
to
you
the
two?
higher ups.
Would you be interested in being the official?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yeah, I would love that.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know that I do a good job, but I'll try. I don't know how to
I've never
officiate a
bo- I-
boxing match, but I mean, I've gone to them. I've watched them. I can try to be safe for you guys.
What do you think, Buzz?
I would love that.
I'm
by the way.
I'm down.
Mix it up a little
We
bit.
can be we're the opening
You're
act.
the
for-
undercard
Exactly.
for DeCamera and Jack.
Yeah.
if it ever happens.
So yeah. So before we set up a ring
I guess so. Yeah.
next to the
Typically, where boxing's held. Yeah.
field. We're talking about like we're going to the
I
baseball
get it.
diamond.
Yeah. Well, why not?
I mean, I guess you guys could just fight wherever we are.
Tom can finally get in a fight. Yeah,
Now John,
after all
now
that.
John's saying
We're gonna
just fight
fight.
right now. John wants us to just fight
Just
right
live on the air.
now. Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, I think it would be a funny bet.
I like the idea.
I can tell.
So, I mean, it's hard to box.
You
It's-
really like
it's very
You really
tiring.
like violence, don't you?
I do a
Yeah,
lot.
I can tell.
I do.
That's why
I
he was
can
a
tell.
fullback.
That was very creepy the way he said that.
I
too.
do.
I do a lot.
Well, I mean, it really is fun. The part that part of sports.
Yeah.
You
Well,
like
you played
it
a very
too.
violent position.
Yeah,
So that
we all like it.
adds up. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But did want to get to Bill Belichick, because Bill Belichick, did you see him this weekend? He was at the Miss Maine pageant,
Wow.
and he was sitting next to Jordan, his
Jordan.
girlfriend's Jordan?
Apparently, it's Jordan.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's
I
what
didn't.
heard.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know it either. It's kind of dumb.
Uh,
So we'll just call her Jordan.
He was sitting next to her dad, watching her perform in this pageant. Very
Does
odd
Bill
kind of
call her
situation.
Jordan?
I don't
like
know.
that?
I don't know what he calls her, to be honest with you.
His future father-in-law, who's 30 years younger than he is. Yeah.
It's an odd picture. But anyway,
So she was competing in the,
I think so. Either she made a speech. I know that.
or she was there
An
supporting the
inspirational speech.
event. I bet.
No, she was competing in it. She
Wow.
finished runner-up last time, and this time she finished like in third place.
Okay.
She was not pleased.
So I can imagine
Hmm.
not. And apparently she's causing like all sorts of issues down at North Carolina to the point where she's apparently been banned from the facility. Here's Pablo
Incredible.
Torre last week on his podcast talking about Bill Belichick's girlfriend Jordan and the what he's found out about her standing in North Carolina.
In the final 30 seconds, what do you think is next in this story?
I think you're going to see people push back on the reporting out of North Carolina that I've said, which is that there was a power struggle in which the adults had to intervene. I think there will be disagreement about that. And I think that what is happening to my phone will continue to happen, which is that it will continue to melt. I signed up for this. I get it. aggregation, interviews like this are all great. I hope people listen to the episode, but I can tell you that everybody who's dealt with Jordan Hudson, and one person said, quote, she is the worst person I've ever dealt with on earth, and I have dealt with actual sociopaths. I'm not saying that is everybody. I'm just saying this story, Dan, is extreme, and there's a lot, including injectable erectile dysfunction drugs, as just a brief tease for what else we had to find out.
Nice tease there. Great to talk to you. Thank you.
That was Pablo.
As I always dreamed, Dan. As I
Yes,
always dreamed.
Of course.
That was him on Dan Patrick's show. This is reacting to his reporting that she's been banned by North Carolina,
which they've pushed back on, and I think, I mean, listen, has she kind of stepped out of her lane a little bit? But I think comparing her to a sociopath is a little much.
The worst person they've ever met in their life.
She probably comes across. She's pushy. It certainly seems that way. But I mean, I think that's a little over the top.
Does this whole situation, like, in some ways, I don't know, like, tarnish his legacy? It's
of course,
it's really weird. Like, the whole thing, for this to be like the exclamation point on Bill Belichick's career is just, it's bizarre. I don't know what else to say about it.
I can't imagine being a player at North Carolina and like going through spring. It's spring ball.
Right.
Like, this is supposed to be practice time. You've got like 15 practices to get it right, and you've got Jordan on the field inserting herself into the huddle. We saw the video of her interrupting practice, and now they've had to put their foot down at North Carolina and ban her. I can't imagine being a parent of those athletes. I can't imagine what I would do if I saw this at the school my son was supposed to be focusing on his studies and athletics in. This is deviant.
Well, I gotta give credit to Al, because Al called this like right when this relationship started. He's like, I would not hire him. If I'm an NFL team, I would not hire him solely based on this. And I said, well, whatever. That's stupid reason not to hire a guy for an NFL job. But I mean, it does seem like this is something like, could you imagine?
Al knows people.
Yeah.
And it's from New England.
Yeah.
Al knew people.
Like, could you imagine being in an NFL locker room with this going on?
No. And I can't, Pablo Torre mentioned injectable.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Yeah,
that
I don't know
was
what
about.
that was.
That was weird.
What?
I don't.
Where is this going?
I don't know.
Is the question.
When he got to
if it gets worse,
I started to go, I don't know about Pablo Torre.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest.
Yeah, that was
weird.
That part of it was bizarre for sure. But without further ado, let's do what we do every day this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours. All right, time's yours line, 215-238-4500. What do we got today, Buzz?
Once again, Johan Rojas makes a catch that nobody else in the major leagues can make. He's the best defensive center fielder in baseball. You gotta give him credit. ERAs all over the Philadelphia Phillies pitching staff are lower because of him in center field. The time is yours.
He's been a lot better than I thought he would be on the offensive side of things. Yeah, he makes some plays defensively. It was a nice catch last night. I've seen him frustratingly miss a lot of plays that I expected him to make, though.
Yeah,
but he has been so much better this year, both offensively and defensively.
Yes, he's been much better at the plate as well. Time's yours, by the way, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. What's next?
11-3 in their last 14 games, and they just won their first series in Cleveland in 23 years. Don't let this team get hot.
Hey, they're getting hot, and I just think with this rotation especially, they're not going to be a team that loses a ton of games in a row. Like the long losing streaks, I think they're kind of immune to that this year.
Can we please get subtitles on the YouTube feed that give definitions to the words that John Ritchie uses? Thank you. Time's yours.
That's a good idea. You do use a lot of big words that I know I don't understand.
Oh, come on.
Smarter people would, but I'm not that smart.
Yes, you are, Tom.
No, I'm not.
Come on.
John, you're reading it all wrong. Dallas for a home opener? Come on, who hasn't been wanting to rub Jerry Jones's face in a banner for a quarter century? I know I'm one. I mean, that's about the only thing that'll be better than playing the Giants on opening day. Somebody's nose has to be rubbed.
I mean, I do like the fact that it feels like we'll start the year off positively, against that train wreck of a team. It just continues to be disastrous. Everything they do in the offseason. It's exactly how to not run a team.
Yeah. And with that, let's shut it down.
The Times Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
Time's Yours. Final read on our Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. And the final read on our Twitter poll question of the day, at WIP Morning Show on Twitter. Are you going to be excited about the Sixers again if they get the number 1 overall pick in the draft tonight? One more guess, John.
67%.
66.
Wow.
So close. So close.
Right.
Pablo, last one for what's lucky, Pablo?
Lucky is being able to wake up in the morning and be a 27-year-old, let's say, just say arbitrage kind of number, and be a Philadelphia Eagles sports fan.
All right, well, there you go. There you go, Pablo.
Point.
Appreciate it. Good
Golden
one.
era.
Our nominees today, what's lucky? We have Rabbit's Foot. We have John Ritchie. I forget why he said you were lucky. Bird Poop. Daryl Morey for having a job. Jalen Hurts being drafted by the Eagles. I think basically what it comes down to here, what do you think? The heads up penny, Rabbit's Foot,
like
bird
poop.
Bird poop?
Bird poop means something to me.
Buzz?
Why not? Bird poop.
What about you, Rhea?
Sure.
Bird poop.
Let's go bird poop.
Sounds good. And that
makes
goes
sense.
Heather with bird poop. That is our winner. She gets a pair of tickets to go see Post Malone, Citizens Bank Park at Philadelphia, PA on May 24th, 2025. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Post Malone, May 24th at Citizens Bank Park. Heather gets a pair of tickets to those. Fun show today. Coming
great
up
job,
next.
Tom.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it, man. Thanks to Buzz for producing. Coming up next, Joe and Hugh. They'll be with you on the midday right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No. This is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back road.
Order up!
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. With a Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 with bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some featured items from our latest seasonal menu. We make magic with shellfish. Try our cluster of Dungeness crab legs served Chicky style for the entire table to share or make it a meal. And our shrimp po' boy sandwich satisfies with our one-of-a-kind fried shrimp. Pair any of these with a cocktail like bourbon cherry lemonade or our Italian ice crush. Now that's flavor. Come taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only, limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Lowe's knows a thriving yard starts with quality care. Right now, get Miro Kukuro 3/4 cubic foot all-purpose garden soil for just $2. Was $4.58. Plus, get a free Select Ego 56-volt trimmer or blower with the purchase of a Select Ego 56-volt mower. The best yard starts with the best deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/14, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Mary Young of San Antonio was in Detroit on Mother's Day to watch her son Josh of the Rangers play against fellow third baseman and younger brother Jace. Before the game, the brothers escorted Mary as she brought out the baseball to the mound. Josh later became the first player to homer against his brother's team on Mother's Day. I wonder how she feels. Conflicted, I'm sure. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe DeLeo on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Swung on, hit deep, center field. Martinez back at the wall, out of room, it's gone, and Schwarber has gone deep again. A 2-run home run here in the 8th inning. His 14th of the season. He's driven in all 3 tonight for the Phillies, who now lead it 3-0.
What a night, what a weekend, what a baseball team right now. The Phillies are rolling, led mostly by Kyle Schwarber. Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. You guys with us. We'll get to a lot today, including a deal the Eagles could make. The schedule is starting to leak. We know the opener. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. All the mothers had a wonderful Mother's Day. And as far as that first game goes, bleh.
Yeah, it's not what we anticipated. We'll get to that. I second your thought. Hopefully every mother out there had a great Mother's Day. And Hugh, it was a fun Mother's Day night watching the Phillies. They get the victory last night, 2 out of 3 over the Cleveland Guardians. And Hugh Douglas, the biggest reason, or I guess one of the 2 biggest reasons, because Wheeler was obviously excellent last night and they shut down Cleveland. But Hugh, a pair of home runs for Kyle Schwarber, who now has 14 on the season, tied for the Major League lead. He's on pace for 57 home runs and an OPS over 1,000. Hugh, the Phillies had a good weekend, and Schwarber continues to he's been their best hitter all season.
Oh, no question about it, man. And it's one of those guys that when you asked him, he was the first person that comes to mind for me. When you ask certain guys to make sacrifices and do things a little bit different, he's the guy that I look at as probably the model citizen for doing exactly what you asked him to do under these circumstances. So, yeah, he's doing his job right now. He's doing a hell of a job, too.
Well, it's time for him to get rewarded as well. So, look, Kyle Schwarber's a free agent after the season. We know where this is going. But I don't see there's any reason why the Phillies should wait. This should be done now. Hugh, I believe the Phillies need to re-sign Kyle Schwarber now. I know they had some talks when he was on with the morning show during spring training. He mentioned there was something, but obviously nothing ever happened, and now we're into the season. But I can't let this guy get to free agency. Kyle Schwarber has been one of the greatest free agent signings in Philadelphia sports history. I mean that. Like, I put him up there with Bryce Harper and Zach Wheeler, Saquon Barkley. You can go back through the years and pick out 5 or 6 more great ones across all the spectrum of all the sports. That's where Kyle Schwarber ranks. I mean, this guy's on pace for 57 home runs. He's hit 1 million home runs since he got to Philadelphia. All he does is get on base. And, Hugh, I think he's becoming a better hitter. This doesn't always happen. Usually players, they hit 30, 32. They start to decline a little bit. I think he's getting better. This reminds me a little bit of when David Ortiz was in Boston, where he was talented, but he wasn't ever like the best, right? And then he got to Boston and he was good. And he just kept getting better. And you're like, holy moly, this is one of the best hitters in all of baseball. He's not just a slugger. A few years ago, he just hit home runs and walked. He's legitimately one of the best hitters in baseball. Hugh, if I'm the Phillies right now, I am trying to get his agent on the phone today and make a deal. I don't want this guy anywhere near free agency. The Phillies need to sign him now. You with me?
No, I'm definitely with you. I think that there's a lot going on here. When you talk about a team who stood pat and didn't do a whole lot in offseason, I get that, and I understand why, if some today don't want to sign Schwarber because of that reason. But I look at it like this. When you've asked this team to adjust and to do things a different way than what they're normally used to doing, he did that. He did that without batting an eye. He did that without question, and he's having one of his better seasons now. I know some might say, well, this is what he always does. I mean, to a certain extent, yes, but it's different this year because of, I would say, the sacrifices that were asked to be made. And not only that, the more he hits home runs, regardless if you want to pay it or not, somebody's looking at that, regardless of how old he is, and they're willing to have that on their team. And they know that to have that on their team is going to cost a lot of money. And what I mean by that is that leadership. That's what he's bringing to the table right now, that those unquantifiable intangibles that I like to talk about, that's one of them. His leadership. Just put his head down, and he just goes to work. And he's been doing that for the last couple of weeks. So, yes, I think that you should reward him for what he's been able to do, because the longer that you wait, the more the price is going to go up. And I know that the sticking point for us, for a lot of people, is not so much the money, it's the years.
Yep.
But that's what we talked about last week, Joe. Are you willing to pay him to not work in those last couple of years if you sign him a 7-year, 8-year contract?
Well, and here's the thing for me with that, Hugh. If you let him get out to free agency, the more likely someone's going to offer one of those contracts.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what this would cost right now. He's making less than $20 million a season. But think about who Kyle Schwarber was when the Phillies signed him. He was coming off a year where a year before he was designated for assignment by the Cubs. Like he was let go by the Cubs. Then he signed a 1-year deal with the Nationals. Then he got traded midseason. He wasn't what he is now. And he got a 4-year, almost $80 million deal. Now he's had 4 excellent seasons. And Hugh, if he was just a leader that hit some home runs, he'd get a good contract. He's become one of the best hitters in baseball. I'm looking right now at the list of the OPS leaders in baseball. It goes Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, Pete Alonso, Kyle Schwarber. He's hitting at a level. I'll just say it like this. He's hitting at an MVP level. That's how good these guy's been on base every game this entire season. And dating back to last year, we don't have to start Ted Williams' watch for his on-base rate. The guy's been incredible. I can't let him get to free agency, and I don't know why they wouldn't do it now, Hugh. Like, unless he wants to wait, which that's his prerogative, right? But if he's willing to sign right now, I got to do it right now. 215-592-9494. I cannot let this guy get to free agency. They got to get something done here because he's the hitter that we want Bryce Harper to be right now. He's their best hitter. I mean, I don't know when it happened, but at some point in the last year, it happened. Bryce is no longer the Phillies' best hitter. That guy is Kyle Schwarber. He can't walk out the door. I can't even let him get to free agency. All right, Hugh, you mentioned the years. Let's listen to Ruben Amaro talking last week about the Schwarber contract situation and why the years, not the money, is the sticking point.
Gotta sign that guy. Price keeps going up. Kyle Schwarber, he's making a good case for himself.
Oh, and he will. He keeps getting better with age, sort of. But the beauty of this guy is that he's really put himself in a position to make more consistent contact through the middle of the field. He can get hits. He can drive the ball the other way like he did last night. And he seems to be getting better, like, as he gets older. So it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, it's not about the money. It's about the length of the contract.
So Ruben Amaro there on the Phillies show, it kind of echoing what you said, Hugh. We brought this up a little bit last week. It's the money's the money, right? The market's the market. If he makes a little less than 20 right now, is he going to get 25 or 30 per year? I think that probably makes sense. He's going to get a raise, but it's about how many years are the Phillies willing to go. And to me, if you let him get to free agency, all it takes is one team to say, yeah, we'll give you 200 and we'll spread it out over 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, that's what's probably going to end up happening.
Yep.
You know, because teams look at what he's doing. Like it's weird how that works. Other teams value those intangibles a lot of times more than the team you're actually with does. And we were talking about it last week. If you put him in one of those orders, like say the Dodgers.
Oh boy.
Or the Mets or somebody like that. That's crazy. And here's the thing. There's not a whole lot of power bats coming up in free agency. Who just signed that was a power bat?
Vladimir Guerrero.
Vlad, yeah. There's not too many of those guys. Granted, he's a little bit older, but like I said, if you put him in one of those lineups, the Mets or the Dodgers, does it really matter? You know, because you're adding a bona fide power to your lineup.
Sure. And
that's what teams are looking for.
Well, and if he's on one of those teams, he's not here, and he's a rival of the Phillies. I mean, I couldn't even imagine him in a Mets uniform would make me sick. I mean, that would be gross. 215-592-9494. Do the Phillies need to sign Kyle Schwarber right now? I mean, we have seen them let guys get to free agency and bring them back. We have. I mean, JT Realmuto came back in free agency 5 years ago. Aaron Nola came back in free agency a few years ago. But I don't want to take the chance with this one. I need to sign him.
This one's different, Joe.
It feels like it.
He's hot.
And he's getting better.
Like fish grease.
I don't even know when this happened, but at some point in the last year, he became their best hitter. Kyle, where you at? Is the Phillies take 2 out of 3 this weekend, and Sherbert, as he's called on this show, is up to 14 home runs on the season.
Yeah, and look, you know how big of a fan of Kyle Schwarber I am. He might be my favorite athlete in the city right now, Kyle Schwarber. Kyle Schwarber getting that extension done should be priority number 1 for the Phillies in free agency.
Not now.
No. Look, everybody knows the number 1 goal of this Philadelphia Phillies season, priority number 1, is win the World Series. We have to win the World Series this year. So I don't know if it's having this contract negotiation up in the air is what's motivating Kyle Schwarber, but right now, unsigned, he is having the best season of anybody on the team right now so far, Kyle Schwarber. While I think the risk might be minimal, it is a risk that if you re-sign him right now, that cools off just a little bit. It just feels like an unnecessary risk when it comes to the goal of being winning the World Series. Plus, we talked a lot about, and we've been talking about it all season, the messaging to this team. This is your last chance to win the World Series as a group, right? Or maybe there's that threat out there of having to shake this thing up. You know who probably wants Kyle Schwarber to get extended? Bryce Harper, right? Some of the other best players on the team probably really want Kyle Schwarber to get extended.
Sure.
Like, that almost is a motivating tool for guys like him to say, hey, you know what? You don't start picking it up. You don't win the World Series this year. You could lose him. We could lose him. Like, it's just out there. So I think when they get to free agency, Kyle Schwarber will be my number one guy, number one priority to re-sign. I only see downside in terms of what can hurt them winning the World Series this season to extending Kyle Schwarber right now. Like, I just feel like it's an unnecessary risk right now.
Well, to me, the risk is letting him get to free agency. 215-592-9495. Hugh, what do you think about one of the things Kyle said there is you kind of not like maybe he's hitting like this because he's in a walk year. I mean, we see that in sports all the time. Guys are better sometimes in their contract year because they're going for the big payday. And if you pay him now,
what's wrong with that?
Well,
he's gonna like.
I have nothing wrong with it.
Well, what he's doing now, here's the thing: either you're gonna pay him, or somebody else is gonna pay him.
No, but do you think paying him now would change the way he's hitting this season? Like,
I don't think so.
Gets the contract
I think he's locked
today.
in. I think he's locked in. I think he's locked in. I don't think you penalize a guy for playing well and you say, well, like dangling a carrot in front of his face, because that could also backfire. It could be one of those things where he can get in free agency, and he might have his heart set on coming here until those dollar signs start flying around, and then it becomes something else. That's the chance that you take. When you do stuff like that.
The other thing for me, I brought up a couple examples where the Phillies let someone get to free agency and they ended up bringing him back anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But Aaron Nola was drafted here. Aaron Nola has been here his whole career. So I think he had a different kind of feeling towards the Phillies. He never wanted to be anywhere else.
Yeah.
And he got to free agency and he still returned here. Look, I think Kyle Schwarber loves being here. It seems like if he wanted to and he could, he'd end his career here. But Kyle Schwarber wasn't drafted by the Phillies. Kyle Schwarber's played in Philadelphia. He's played in Boston. He's played in Washington. He's played in Chicago. I think you said this last week, Hugh, about when his kids are young, they're not in like school age yet.
No.
Like, to me, if he was drafted as a Philly, maybe you got a little extra. But like, to me, when I think of Schwarber, if he gets to free agency and the biggest offer is the Dodgers or the Mets or the Yankees,
he out of here.
I think he'll leave.
Yeah, and then not only that, you talk about a team where, they're probably more in line, with that lineup, and you're in that lineup. You're more in line to probably go to the World Series.
But what's stopping us from giving them the biggest offer? Like, am I missing something, or did they implement a salary cap in baseball?
But it makes it harder if people are. It's a bidding war.
Fine, I understand that, but like, if he's priority number one for us, then go get it done.
Okay, we'll get it done now. What's the difference in getting it done now?
Well, I already told you. if you listen to anything I said,
to upset the apple cart.
No, I get what he said, but I don't think
you have other guys here that need contract extensions, Ranger, JT, stuff like that. But like,
Ranger ain't done enough yet to get the contract.
So now you're not Mr. Scott Boras.
No, what up?
Oh,
see how I put it up.
Who's Schwarber's agent? We'll find out because today he's working for him.
But like
double agent.
But again, don't you want to sort of have that out there to send the message to this team? Nobody's getting re-signed. This is about getting this done this year. We have to win the World Series.
Dude, is that like that? I think that message goes without saying, though, Kyle. Whether you pay him or not.
But you can contradict that message by paying him.
I don't think so. I hear what you're saying.
But there's risk reward on both sides. The reward by doing it now is you have Kyle Schwarber. Like, there's no doubt about it. He's on the team for the remainder of this contract. The risk, and you're right, Kyle's right, like the Phillies could outbid the Dodgers if they wanted to. They could outbid the Yankees if they want to, the Red Sox, whoever it's going to be. The risk is that you lock yourself into a bad contract, another one, because that's where the bidding goes. Like, I'm sure the Phillies, if they have their way, would choose a 3 or 4 or 5 year deal. Like, who wants to pay guys until they're 40? But once you get to free agency and a desperate team, the Red Sox haven't won in a while. They had him there once, and they're like, you know what? We're one guy away. Here's 9 years, $250 million.
Can I throw another reality out there that people might not be comfortable with?
All right.
He is getting older, and I understand he's having one of his best seasons. But like,
He's
what
like
are the
Merlot.
chances he comes back next season after we re-sign him and repeats what he's doing this year?
Chance you got.
Well, it's a good question. I mean, I
Like,
don't.
this might be the best he'll ever be the rest of his career.
It might, or maybe he's David Ortiz. Maybe he's just going to hit till he's 40. I don't know. I mean, all I know is this: he's a better hitter now than the day they signed him. He's a better hitter than he was last year. Heck, the guy, look at his numbers against lefties the last 2 years. He has become one of the best hitters in baseball.
He's probably the best player on the team right now.
He is. I got to have him here. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on the Kyle Schwarber contract? He continues to rake. The Phillies with 2 out of 3 this weekend. 14 home runs for Schwarber now. He's on pace for 57 home runs. Do the Phillies have to get this done now? Like, I think the Phillies need to sign him now, as in Middleton and Dombrowski better be on the phone with his agent this week. Get this done now. Guys, there's not a small chance, or I would say there's a somewhat decent chance he's in the MVP conversation when the season ends. Like up there with Ohtani and Tatis. Like, I'm telling you, what we thought that Harper was going to be, that's now Schwarber. He's the best hitter. He might be in the MVP discussion. We can't let that guy get to free agency. Chris in Middletown starts us off on WIP. Hey, Chris.
Happy hideaway, Phillies hater, man.
Hey, Chris. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, all those haters out there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Like Kyle says, shut up. Don't look now, because the Phillies have the 5th best record in Major League Baseball.
Red
and
hot.
that is
Why am I a hater?
I'm not talking about you. I'm just.
I thought you just told me to shut up.
No, I said, like Kyle says, shut up. I'm going to tell you to shut up in a minute. We're going to get to you. But a massive part of this has to do with what we're discussing today. It's Kyle Schwarber. So here's my feelings. Sign him now, Joe. Joe, thank you for being the voice of wisdom here. And Kyle, here's where you need to shut up. I don't want your ageism hate. You know, Hugh, see how he takes shots at us, Hugh? See how he does us dirty? Because of his age. He's 32. All right? He's not that
Pretty old.
All right. Let's go through and look at some of the haters, what they said about Kyle. They said all the time, I used to hear this, the guy starts so slow every year. We got to wait till June. It's annoying. Well, he seems to have fixed that, hasn't he? He can't hit left-handed pitchers. Heard that forever. He seemed to adjust it and hit that. He doesn't go away enough. All of his long balls are to the pool side, and that's why he gets killed by the ship. Well, he's batting at 269, and I see him going opposite field quite a bit and hitting a lot of long balls the other way. So for a guy, if you're going to say, hey, he's getting older, he's getting long in the tooth, usually the Tiger doesn't change his stripes, this guy's not that guy. This is the guy that goes in and makes the corrections. So this is why at 32 you sign him. Here's the only concern I have. He's a DH, which is great because that will extend his longevity and his playing career. However, that spot is also being reserved for another gentleman that plays on this team that currently resides at first base that has a bad back, and they plan on filling that position later as he gets older, who is also 32. So I think you can't go much longer than a 4-year deal. I say he'll probably end up 4 years, 120 to 150. Yes, you're going to overpay because of everything you guys said. So, Mr. Middletown, I hope you're listening. Talk to your boy, Dave Dombrowski, and sign him to an extension now! S-I-G-N! Sign Schwarber! Pay him stupid money!
Good phone call, Chris. So we had sign, S-I-G-N, we chanted today.
Yeah, that was all right.
I always wonder as the call is going on what word he's going to chant. I mean, I kind of have an idea of 3 or 4. I thought he was going to try Schwarber there. But
that's a lot.
It
tougher
seemed,
one,
yeah, you could screw that one up. I thought maybe you just chant Kyle. That's an easy one to do there. So he made an interesting point there that I think, Hugh, is point for you and I, anti-point for Kyle. So he said that the Phillies probably have a future DH already here. His name is Bryce Harper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, if you let Schwarber get to free agency and the contract length goes to 6, 7, 8, 9 years, then you have a problem because then their 2 contracts are both really long and only one guy could be the DH. Right? If you do it now, I think if the Phillies did it now, they could possibly get Schwarber on a 4 or 5 year deal.
That's what I'm thinking.
And then he could be out of here by the time the Bryce has to become the DH when he's in his mid-30s.
Yeah.
You got to do it now.
Well, that's what I was thinking, because if you go to free agency, the money, you're talking about a team that might give him 6, 7 years, 8 years, and give him a ton of bread, and that's probably what he's looking for, and he might not be that serviceable, those years. But if you go 6, like what he say, 6, 5, 6 years, 120, maybe he'll do that. Maybe that's somewhere around his wheelhouse that he wouldn't mind being in that area.
Yeah, I just think when the player is a hitter is this good, you just can't let him get to free agency. To me, there's too many variables out there, and I think you should reward him for what he's become. You mentioned it, flexibility. He changed a lot since he got here, including where he hits in the lineup. He's been their leadoff hitter for years. They moved him down to the cleanup spot in the middle of the season, and all he's done is hit. And on top of it, the June thing, right? Every year, we're like, well, we got to wait.
Schwarber.
We got to wait for June Schwarber to arrive. He's got 14 home runs. It is May. What is today's date? May 12th. If he has his normal June, we could be looking at one of the greatest power seasons in the history of baseball. Yet he's on pace for 57 home runs right now. If he has his normal June, he's going to enter the All-Star break that time of the season on pace for probably over 60 home runs. This doesn't come around very often. You got to get
fire.
You got to get this guy signed up. I mean, he was their entire offense last night. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on this? Kyle Schwarber hit a pair of home runs last night. The Phillies continue to win. We got a lot to discuss today. Kyle, as in Kyle Quinn, thinks the Phillies should wait till the offseason. Let this thing just play out. Don't re-sign anyone during the season. I think the Phillies should sign him right now and get this done. Do the Phillies need to extend Kyle Schwarber? Your phone calls as he carries the Phillies to yet another win. We'll get to more on just how good his season has been, the adjustments he's made, and why I think he's a good bet to keep hitting. 215-592-9494. It is a midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For JD Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Ike Reese here for my friends at Dietz & Watson. Spring is in the air, and that means grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shea.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the Thuggish Ruggers
Welcome back. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. We got a lot to get to today, including tonight, the NBA Draft Lottery. Our shot at Cooper Flagg, or maybe losing the pick altogether. We'll get to that later on. A trade the Eagles could make after some news this weekend. And the schedule leaks are out. And we know we got the Cowboys in week 1. We'll get to that. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, it's not what we thought. Boo-hoo. Yeah, it's not what we want it to be. All right, we'll get to all that coming up. But Kyle Schwarber, do the Phillies need to re-sign him right now? I say yes. I think every day that we wait to re-sign Schwarber is a mistake. This guy could be the MVP of the National League this year. At least going to get top 5 votes. He's their best hitter on the team. He's on pace for 57 home runs. Heck, he's been on base every game for like 46 straight games. It's remarkable the season he's having here. Get this thing done now. I think most rational people want to sign up today. Then there's Kyle, the other Kyle, not Schwarber. Kyle Quinn is like, nah, we should wait for some reason. No, we should not wait.
For some reason. Like, hold on. The best general manager in the city literally just did this. And I understand, like, I know you're going to say, all those guys left in free agency. Yes, they did. But do you know what happened?
They won.
They won the Super Bowl.
So hold on.
This is about winning the World Series, guys.
It is. But the Eagles did the same thing 2 years ago, and they didn't win the Super Bowl. They got to the Super Bowl, and they lost it, right? This is I get your idea, and I understand the idea of trying to keep motivating, and, you know, he is having a contract year in a contract year. I'm thinking about the alternative, which is he gets the free agency and he leaves, and then we're screwed.
Well, look, but, so you brought up the Eagles 2 years ago. This happened. They didn't win the Super Bowl. Yep. They went back 2 years later.
But the Phillies aren't the Eagles.
I understand that, but I'm trying to take notes from the best general manager in the city right now. Like, he let all of these guys go through this season motivated, unpaid, and they all went out and got themselves paid. They had the best seasons of their careers and then got paid, and the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Totally. It's a fair point. The Eagles just did that, and they won the Super Bowl. I do think, though, maybe we need to look at Schwarber the way the Eagles look at A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. When the Eagles really want to keep someone, they let them get nowhere near free agency. Milton Williams was different. Josh Sweat was different.
Zach Bond wasn't.
Right, but he was on a one-year deal.
Sure, but they let Bond go to free agency, and they still signed him. He was priority number one. Schwarber can be that.
Well, how about priority number one now, today? Get this contract done. If I were the Phillies today.
Different situation, too. Kyle, this is what makes me a little nervous when it comes to Kyle. Mm-hmm. He's going to be a hot commodity.
Yes.
A super hot commodity. Way more than Zach Bond or anybody else, because a lot of, when you talk about Zach Bond and what he did, a lot of teams looked at that, and a lot of people said that was probably because he played with the Eagles, lightning in the bottle. Mm-hmm. Schwarber's skill set, you could put that with any team. You talk about putting him in the lineup like we were talking about the Dodgers, the Mets, any other lineup that you put him in. That translates, especially in nowadays where ain't a whole lot of sluggers out there.
Yeah, but I get that. But the Phillies also have something that's an advantage that the Eagles didn't, right? The Eagles sort of had to be conscious of how much money they were going to allocate to each different spot because there's a salary cap in the NFL. The Phillies can, if they want to, they really want to bring this guy back, allow themselves to get into a bidding war. Like, if they're really serious about bringing him back, screw it. Give the guy the money.
Well, they could, but they also could. Here's my biggest concern with letting this play out. All right, so do I think the Phillies could match or beat any offer if they want to? Of course they can. I mean, John Middleton has money. They paid $300 for Trey Turner. They paid over $300 for Bryce Harper. They could do this. My concern here is, number one, if he gets the free agency, someone could outbid them. That's one. But two, and Hugh, we discussed this, the idea that it could be uncomfortable for them, and they could get into a spot where they have to pay him for years. He's going to be bad or not here, and then you're going to have all these 40-year-olds at the same time. I think if you offered him right now 5 years, $30 million a year, $5,150, he might take it today. If you get to free agency, that 5 becomes 8 because the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Red Sox or someone we're not even thinking about comes in and says, you know what, Kyle, we'll give you $200. We just got to spread that out over 8 years. Yeah. And all of a sudden, in order to bring him back, we have to re-sign him until he's 41, and we have all these 40-year-olds 8 years from now. I don't want that.
And you got, I think his locker room presence is a huge difference too. Like, out of all the people that we've talked about all year long, and some of the sacrifices that they've made or some of the things that they're doing, he just seems to me like he's the calming force in the locker room.
Totally.
Bryce might be the face of the franchise and all this other stuff, but it feels like Schwarber's the guy that's really the guy that most of these guys look at, and he's the calming force in that locker room right now.
Yeah, and look, I understand that we say the Phillies could outbid people if they really want to. We just did. Sometimes there's a few teams in baseball that just have more money than everyone, including the Phillies. Like last year, the Yankees were outbid for Juan Soto. You mentioned the Mets a couple times, Hugh. That owner might just break the game. I mean, he outbids anyone for anyone he wants.
Especially when you talk about how close they were last year.
I know.
I don't know if the Yankees were as serious as they wanted to make it seem about re-signing
maybe you're
Soto.
Right, but they did offer $700-something million.
No, sure. I guess my point is, like, the Phillies, they can make this priority number one and not get outbid. If they really want him. If they want him as bad as we want him, then they could do it.
Listen, I hope you're right. I just don't want to take the chance. Get him signed up now. All right, let's hear MLB Network recently talk about Kyle Schwarber and how the original contract, the one he's on right now, was a steal for this team.
Now, if you watch this show, you know the kind of player we like. Defense, base running, plays multiple positions, preferably in his prime, late 20s. So Kyle Schwarber is none of these things. Yet why do we love this player so much? Let's do a little digging in. Kyle Schwarber is in his age 32 season. He's in the final year of a 4-year contract with the Phillies that has been a huge win for Dave Dombrowski in Philadelphia. Over these last 4 seasons, Schwarber is second in all of baseball in home runs, second only to Aaron Judge, third in baseball in walks to Judge and Juan Soto. He is also 12th overall in total bases. Now, Schwarber has a unique set of skills which prompted the Phillies to bat him leadoff. He obviously has power, but he also has plate discipline, and he's having a career year this year.
Well, he is. Again, he's on pace for 57 home runs. He's their best hitter right now, and June hasn't even arrived yet. All right, let's hear one more. MLB Network talk about Schwarber, the player he's become here, because he's way different and way better than when he first arrived to Philadelphia.
Schwarber is a StatCast darling with plate discipline. You talk about a unique set of skills. There is nobody in baseball that does all of this. Nobody. This is 90th percentile and better in all these things. Nobody does this. Hard hit percentage, 99th percentile. That means he's fourth in all of baseball. Average exit velocity, even though I've got to go over it. Exit velo, 96th percentile. That means he is 10th overall in baseball, both leagues. xWOBA, that's your expected weighted on base, the quality of your contact, 97th percentile. He's fifth in all of baseball. Bat speed, a relatively new measurement, 97th percentile. Tied for fourth. By the way, Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge, Yordan Alvarez. He's tied with them. Walk rate, bases on balls, 96th percentile. Third in all of baseball. And chase percentage, 93rd percentile. That is 12th overall in baseball. Only Kyle Schwarber is 90th percentile in all these things. One guy, that's it. If you want to lower the walk rate to the 85th percentile, you'll have two players. You know who? Kyle Schwarber and Aaron Judge. This is quite a mix. Power, bat speed, discipline, knowledge of the strike zone, and also what to do with it.
You know what I hear when I hear all that? Because he threw a lot of numbers out there, right? Like his stats, where he ranks.
Merlot.
Merlot?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
Age like fine wine.
Merlot.
Merlot. Kobe used to call himself Merlot. That's what it sounded like to me.
That's not how it's pronounced, though.
Merlot.
Merlot.
That's not Merlot.
There you go.
There you go, Merlot.
No, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Here come the angry phone calls.
Yeah,
You give any Merlot recently?
No, I haven't had any Merlot. Not in my wheelhouse.
I like Merlot.
Yeah, Merlot.
Merlot's good. Merlot. You know what I hear there? He is aging like fine wine. Also, when you add all those numbers together that he was talking about, that's a top 10 hitter in baseball. He's top 10 in everything.
Only thing that would probably people would look at and probably shy away from is his age.
Sure.
But that's baseball. And you talk about the way that he's carried himself and the way that he's gotten better since he's been here. That's the chance that I'm willing to take.
Also, once in a while, and I know Kyle over there is being an ageist, and he's worried about this. Once in a while, there are hitters that age really well. Like David Ortiz hit till he was 40. Nelson Cruz hit till he was 40. Barry Bonds. I'm not saying Kyle Schwarber was Barry Bonds, but there's some sluggers that just hit in through their 30s.
And he looks like he takes good care of his body.
I agree.
He takes good care of his body. You're not asking him to do a whole lot. So, yeah, I would be willing to do that. I would definitely be willing to take my chances with him.
And look, I don't disagree with you guys. Like, I agree. Kyle Schwarber's been the best hitter on this team. He's been one of the best hitters in baseball this season. The idea is, I'm thinking of this sort of in this one season vacuum where the number one goal is to win the World Series. Like, the risks for me outweigh the rewards. Like, the risks of hurting any slight chance, any little thing that could possibly derail this World Series run. I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it.
And I get that. Listen, they went into the season with this is your last shot, guys, right? And if you do it now, that kind of changes the messaging. I understand that. I just can't lose him. Brian's in Maryland's up on WIP. What's up, Brian?
Yeah, I don't want to sign him. And my rationale to it is, ever since the Phillies made the World Series, each playoff run to me, they've looked worse. And now you're talking about locking a guy who's older into a long-term deal. I mean, that puts us with Bryce, Trey Turner, and now him are all older, long-term deals. I mean, I know it's a tough pill to swallow to let him go, but the Phillies, and I also don't understand the hype of they're going to get to the World Series. They've looked progressively worse every playoff since they've been there. So what's changed? I don't know. Like, I don't think we had some big free agent signing that's changed to make people believe they're going to get to the World Series this year. So that's, I mean, I think I'm realistic. Maybe some people will think I'm unrealistic, but I say you don't sign him.
Well, okay, so then you just got to let him walk? I mean, this is the best hitter on the team right now. So, Brian, I understand your point. Age, and they haven't gotten to where we want them to go in the postseason. So we're just going to play this out and say goodbye to Kyle Schwarber when free agency arrives?
I mean, I think if you got, like someone mentioned earlier, if you got a deal that makes sense for a few years, sure. But I'm not signing him for People are talking about 7 years, 8 years. No way. No.
Well, I don't want to do that either, which is why I want to do it now.
That's why you're trying to sign the deal
Yeah.
now, because if he gets to free agency, it's a possibility that some team might throw that many years at him. That's why we're talking about signing him now.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I don't even know if it's realistic that he'd take that deal. What would make you, if his agent goes, well, he can get 8 for this amount, why wouldn't he take that?
Well, because he could
Unless
get
it's a hometown discount.
Sure, but he could get hurt or underperform the rest of the season. I mean,
right.
He's never gotten big money, right? So if they throw $160 million at him right now over 4 or 5 years, I think there's a real chance he would just take that and we'd all move forward here. Brian, I hear you. If they don't re-sign him, I'm not sure what the plan is for the next few years, because they'd be considerably worse without his bat next year and the year after.
So then let's fast forward. Say this. Say you sign him, and they go into the playoffs. They lose round 1. At that point, you're just going to keep rolling out the same team and hoping they make it. You're locked into Bryce, Trey, and then him.
Yeah, and Wheeler and Nola. I get it. They're locked into a lot. Yeah, they are. I mean, it's not I hear you. It's not an easy thing. And Brian, we appreciate the phone call. But then what are we doing? Are they not going to try next season?
Well, I think the fringe players, like the Bombs and guys like that, they might be the ones that you might want to infuse with some young talent. Let's not forget, we still got some young cats out here that we potentially want to bring up as well. So I don't think presently constructed that this team is gonna be the same if they fall short this year. But I will say this. If it's going to change, I want him to be a part of the change.
I agree with you. Also, I don't understand. Now we're drawing the line. No one said a word when they gave a shortstop $300 million until he's age 40. He can't play shortstop anymore.
Someone said a word.
Well, I did. I tried. Aaron Nola, it does not look like a pitcher you want here for the next 6 years, and he's here for the next. Now this is the line in the sand. Sorry, Kyle, you're too old, buddy. If I'm him, I'm looking around like, wait a second, they're old.
Well, yeah. So I'm not quite there. I'm not saying don't re-sign him at all. I'm saying just have that out there. Don't you want? I'm trying to show the rest of these guys that nobody's getting rewarded until we as a team accomplish something.
Yeah, I hear you. I feel like we are taking an unnecessary risk. They might have a 60 home run player here enter free agency. This doesn't happen, and it shouldn't happen. Jeff's in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
Put your magic wand away, Joe. We're not talking about Turner here today.
We are not. We're trying to keep people, not get rid of people.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm with you and Hugh. I think dangling the carrot like Kyle wants to do is a risky move, more risky than signing him now. I think both of you guys seem to think, and I agree with this, that you could probably get him for the 6-year thing now, as opposed to having to give him 8 if you let him go to free agency.
And that's where, then you're compounding problems. If they have to give him 8 years, then you start to think about what that team looks like 5, 6, 7 years from now when they're all 40 years old. Then it becomes an issue.
Exactly. Now, maybe you guys brought it up a little earlier about the fact that Harper and him are at the same age, and I think somebody said something about Harper would be the go-to DH.
Future DH,
later on.
Yep.
But, dude, he's already playing first base. I mean, it doesn't get much easier in the field than playing first base, so I don't really worry about that too much. I don't think Harper's skills are going to diminish faster because he's playing first base as opposed to DHing.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. There's been plenty of first basemen that have played, a long time, that have hung out and played that position until they're 37, 38 years old. He could do it.
Yeah, with all those stats that Brian Kenny gave on the ESPN show, I love his show, by the way, that you can't let a guy like that walk. I just don't think you can let him get out of your hands. I mean, just because of that fact of what he's doing right now. And he is, putting him in that third or that fourth and fifth spot, I think really helps.
Hugh mentioned sacrifice because, he never came out and said that he wanted to be the leadoff hitter, but you could tell that was his preference, and he's hit a lot as a cleanup hitter now.
They're still pitching around Harper. So he is, Schwarber is benefiting from being in that spot because he's seeing better pitches. I mean, those 2 home runs he hit yesterday were middle-end pitches that, if you miss them, you're not going to hit them out. But if you get them, you're going to crush them. And he doesn't miss very often on those.
He does not. And there's some nights, and I know they've had a good run offensively, Jeff, we appreciate it. But, Hugh, there's some nights he's the whole offense. And in terms of power, They had a graphic up last night during the game. I think Harper and Schwarber, but it's mostly Schwarber, have 50% of the Phillies' home runs. It's the highest percentage any teammates have of one team's total. Like, he's all their power.
Yeah, and that's one of the main reasons why that I would try to get this done as sooner than later.
Do you think they're going to start reversing it, pitching around Schwarber?
I would.
And throw to Bryce?
I would. And also, like, I'd make Castellanos is usually the one behind Schwarber. He's, we know what Casti is. He goes up, he goes down. But he's been cooler the last few weeks than he was for the couple weeks before that. Yeah, I'm surprised every time a pitch is thrown to Schwarber these days. Like, he has 14 home runs. I don't know if because we're used to him hitting 40, so it's like, oh, he has 14 home runs. But he doesn't usually get going till June. Again, if we follow the same Kyle Schwarber pattern that we're used to, we may look up in the middle of July and say, oh, my goodness, he's going to hit 60 home runs this year. He could do that.
I can see that. Because he's on that pace. And like I said, it's something to be said, especially to me in a year where it just feels like a lot of guys have kind of, I'm not saying that they didn't want to adjust, but it took them a little bit longer than everybody else.
Yep.
And for him to come in and just make it seem as seamless as he did, I think you get rewarded for that.
No. Hey, he was trying to give out money.
I can't believe the handout Hugh today. This is unbelievable.
I'm just saying he deserves it. He deserves it.
No. Like, hold on. Let him hit 60 home runs. He's unsigned. Like, man, awesome.
It's a certain thing to say. The price of the brick go up every time you wait, man.
Let it go up.
Okay.
Let it go up. If he puts that value up here on this team this season, perfect.
I do like handout Hugh. We may have to tap into that more.
Handout Hugh, okay.
He deserves. I mean, he
does deserve it.
I agree with you. I just think there's risk on both sides. I understand Kyle's point that they're kind of rowing in the same direction right now. Everything's going well. He's pushing for the contract. Let it play out. But the risk to me is he gets to free agency and you either lose him or you have to pay him way more and way more years. Like, I know no one thinks about the 2032 Phillies right now. I do. Because you know what? In 2018, if I said the 2025 Phillies, you'd say, who cares? Well, we're here now. Like, that day always arrives. Like, tomorrow's going to arrive. I don't want to have to pay him for years that I don't need to. And if I could get him now for 5 years or 4 years, I'm in. I mean, I thought before the season that they could get him for something like 4 years, $120 million. I don't know anymore. I mean, the guy is on pace for 57 home runs and is fourth in baseball in OPS. And as you heard with all those stats we played from the TV show MLB Now, I mean, he looks like a top 10 hitter in baseball. Aaron is up on WIP. Hey, Aaron.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning, Aaron.
So either you guys decided to broadcast out of a cave today, or somebody forgot to pay the electricity bill at WIP.
Oh, it's dark because it's darker.
Oh,
we didn't turn the lights on.
Yeah, we just sat down.
It's dark.
Maybe I'm not as shiny on YouTube. Maybe it's better.
I do
way.
like now. I'm looking. I'm look a little dark. I don't look as shiny.
Well, you were in a dark
black shirt.
Yeah. Can you guys see Hugh on YouTube?
No, they can't.
It kind of reminds me of like
Dark
that movie
Gable.
Monster Inc., where the monster comes out of the closet and all you see are eyes
and teeth
and a gray beard.
Yes.
Yeah. That was like the first day. We back to the first day.
Joe, before you hang up on me, I and say that I never watched the games or anything like that.
I didn't say that.
I got something I wanted to finish off with.
You said that.
Okay.
To allow it.
Yes, you got it.
But hey, let's talk about Kyle Schwarber today.
What do you got?
I agree with you.
It's about time.
Unfortunately, if it's not for Kyle Schwarber, this weekend, it's the same old story. The Phillies offense doesn't produce anything. We're going cold. So I think what he brings on the field and what he brings to the clubhouse, I think you're kind of stuck, and you got to sign him.
Well, I think they're in the longer they wait, to me, the more complicated this gets. If they wait till the offseason, you get creative bidding more, obviously, and you're probably going to have to go into an uncomfortable amount of years. You could lose him, or you're going to have to pay him till he's 40, and no one really wants to do that. And I just think, Aaron, like, you can't let a player like this get to free agency. He's too good right now.
Yeah, he's playing great right now, and unfortunately, I think we're headed more towards the Sixers with the Phillies than we are the Eagles. I think we're going to have in the next couple of years an all AARP team where we got just a bunch of guys that got gray beards and gray hair and are swinging for the fences every day. But I mean, kind of that's kind of where we're stuck. And, and that's
hold on. You just said to re-sign Kyle Schwarber, though.
What's that?
I feel like, well, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth because you're re-signing a 32-year-old player and then saying that we're going to go the route of the Sixers. Like, what are you talking about?
Kyle, you have to, because he is the leader in the clubhouse. If you take him out of that clubhouse, you're done. You're a 500 ball team that's got a ton of talent, but they just don't have the pieces to the puzzle to win the World Series.
So how are we going to do that and then not become the Sixers?
The only hope that this team is going to win the World Series is if they get hot at the right time. That's the only way.
Well, that's true. The part that makes this complicated, Aaron, is a year or two ago he was their leader. You needed him. He took pitches. He got on base. Now he's their best hitter.
Yeah.
He's
older.
Yeah. If you try to tell me the 2026 Phillies without Schwarber, I don't even know what that looks like. It's a very mediocre offense.
It's a very angry fan base. That's what you'd be left with.
I would be if they let Schwarber go. And they didn't replace him with like a Kyle Tucker, right? The best free agent. Like if they just let him go and got worse, it'd be indefensible.
It's something that, unfortunately, these young guys, I don't know if they're just not doing what they're supposed to be doing in the minors, but at some point we have to kind of switch the narrative because, it's the problem with Schwarber is he's great now. But the risk is that next year, at his age, he can fall off a cliff.
Well, he could. I mean, he could do that, or he could keep hitting. All right, what did you want to end the call with? What did you say you want to talk about?
So I wanted to send this one out to Chris from Middletown. I'm going to scream for no reason. Here we go. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J,
Did you do this last week?
N-O-P, Q, R, S, T-U-V-W-X-Y-A-C. Now I know my ABCs. Won't you come and sing with me?
Aaron, good phone call.
I like the petty.
Yeah, at first I thought the whole alphabet was a lot, but then it was kind of funny by the end. People don't like Chris's chance, you think?
You think?
I don't know.
You think? I guess not. I guess.
All right, listen.
I guess not.
At times, the chants during the football season, you like a good Eagles chant every once in a while,
Every
right?
now and again.
And then I think people maybe start to say too many chants. I do the unpredictability of what word he's going to chant at the end of the call.
I kind of like that.
It does make me laugh.
But obviously, Aaron doesn't.
Well,
he
just went through the whole alphabet to explain
why. He
why.
doesn't like it.
Nope.
He called us out about our light bill, about the light bill being a little dark in the studio.
Well, it is a little dark. Again, I probably am less shiny, but no one can see you. That's the trade-off.
Yeah, I'm dark.
Yeah, so
and I got him the dark shirt. I mean, in the black background. Yeah, I can imagine. I think I might in this break turn the lights back on.
Yeah, I don't know if it's appropriate to put a poll up. It's too dark to see today, but
yes,
I did ask it. All right, 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. I think the Phillies need to extend Schwarber now. Are you with me? The Phillies need to get this done ASAP today. Hugh Douglas says, get this done now. There's no way they should let them get to free agency. No way they should let them get to the offseason. Sign Schwarber now. Kyle, not Schwarber, but Kyle Quinn thinks they should wait because they got a good thing going and upset the apple cart. I don't care about any of that. Get him re-signed now. Otherwise, it's a really, I think, a big mistake waiting to happen here. Also, when we come back, the Eagles, the news is out this morning. We have the opener. The full schedule comes out Wednesday night, but we now know who the Eagles will open the 2025 season with, the Dallas Cowboys. And I got to tell you, I don't love this. We'll talk about it next. 215-592-9494. It's a midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, hockey fans, ready for the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs? Get in on the action throughout hockey's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. Sign up or log in for odds boost tokens and more throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless NHL betting options, including new look same-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Follow the action and excitement for every goal and every game throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs with BetMGM. Get ready for this season's fantastic finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
If a business has been strong for 150 years, they must be doing things right. Welcome to Mid-Penn Bank. Not only are we surviving, we're thriving and growing in the Philadelphia area with 59 financial centers throughout Pennsylvania and central and southern New Jersey.
What I love about Mid-Penn Bank is their involvement in the community and support of local public and nonprofit organizations.
See what we can do for you at midpennbank.com. Mid-Penn Bank, unwavering products and services.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone. Well, I do need a bundle of things. When you bundle, you save. Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter? Save up to $12 on that bundle. What about brake pads and rotors? Bundle those and the brake pads are free. Can't save more than free. You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. Derek Carr is retiring after 11 seasons, 9 with the Raiders, 2 with the Saints, and it ends like most of his seasons did, quietly. He leaves as the Raiders' all-time passing leader, but what does that really mean without wins? The truth is, only special quarterbacks can lift broken franchises. Carr wasn't that. He outlasted coaches and draft busts, but never rose above them. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What would you like to see?
Philly and Philly and a really bad team.
Yeah, exactly. I like Philly.
I don't know.
All right, then I'll tell you.
Tell me.
It's the Dallas Cowboys.
Let's go!
We will start the season on September 4th in Philadelphia with one of the great rivalries. It's been a quarter century since the Cowboys and the Eagles have played Week 1. Dallas, new coach in Brian Schottenheimer, Dak Prescott back against Jalen Hurts, 2,000-yard rusher Saquon Barkley, and the Philadelphia Eagles. What a way to start what begins the 20th year of Sunday Night Football.
And there it was being announced this morning on NBC, the opener to the 2025 season. The Cowboys and the Eagles Thursday, September 4th. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get back to your calls on Kyle Schwarber. Do the Phillies need to give him a contract extension right now? I say yes. Hugh's with me today. Kyle Quinn is just being a wet blanket today and saying, no, we got to wait on the Schwarber thing. No, we got to sign him now. Is we got.
I'm trying to win us a World Series.
I'm trying to keep this guy here for years to come. That's what I'm trying to do. All right, I'm also trying to get excited for Week 1 of the season. And Hugh, I'm telling you right now, I'm having trouble doing it. I think this is such a lame choice by the NFL. And I know typically, anytime it's Eagles-Cowboys, it is exciting.
Not this year.
This Cowboys team does nothing for me with buzz. They could have chosen the Lions. They could have chosen the Rams. They could have chosen the Commanders. Just those 3 off the jump. Those are all teams that are coming to Philadelphia this year. Lions we thought we'd see in the playoffs. The Rams were our toughest opponent in the playoffs. And obviously the Commanders are the biggest obstacle we have in the division.
Mm-hmm.
Hugh, what do you think? I mean, he said it there. It's a funny way Mike Tirico framed it. A quarter century since the last time Cowboys played Week 1. You played in that game, which says something about how long ago you played.
Yeah,
pickle juice game. Yeah. Eagles Cowboys Week 1. Yay or nay?
I mean, the season starts.
It's lame.
it's
a lame opponent to open the season.
Out of all the teams, but I guess there's one consolation in all this.
We get a win.
Well, and we get to raise the banner in front of the Cowboys.
That
what
is
have I done to deserve this?
Jerry will be there. That's fun.
That they have all the popping pageantry.
Yep.
And for it to be on the Cowboys, this is. I was reading something where they talked about how. Well, somebody said, I don't know what the rest of the schedule holds, but Dallas Cowboys have played more like primetime games in the last couple of years than anybody.
I believe it. Well, they're a TV bonanza.
Well, because that whole America's team thing. This is a feeble attempt, in my opinion, to keep that going. Like seriously, at our expense. We're gonna watch it because we're football fanatics. We're gonna watch the game. We're going to watch it with our arms folded and with a little bit of an attitude. I mean, and like I said, the one consolation is going to be the fact that we raised the banner, the Super Bowl trophy banner in front of them.
That's fun. Yeah, I agree.
That's going to be fun. But, I mean, it's the Dallas. It doesn't have the same kind of cachet that it once had.
I like when the season opening game, and especially,
it would have been better with Detroit.
Yes. I like when that first game has buzz, Hugh. And there's just.
Like when people say, ooh.
Yes.
Ooh, that first game.
Yeah, like a little litmus test. There's some buzz to it. And also, the Eagles play quite a few teams on their schedule next year. Good teams.
Mm-hmm.
that have some coaching changes, right? Let me give you Detroit, for example. Detroit has a new offense and defensive coordinator.
And they've been chirping in all season.
You know when I would have rather faced them? We don't know the full schedule yet. We're going to know by Wednesday night. But I'd rather face Detroit early before they figure it out with their new coordinators rather than late in the season where maybe they're rolling again and they look like the team last year. Lions would have been a fun game. The Rams rematch from the playoff game last year. There would have been buzz all summer for those games. The Cowboys, look, the Eagles open on FanDuel as a 6.5-point favorite. There's no doubt in my mind the Eagles are going to win week 1, and they're going to beat the Cowboys and go to 1-0, and we're going to feel good. We could have played them any week of the season and beat them here in Philadelphia. To have it week 1, I think it's a cop-out. Also,
who's the coach again? Schottenheimer?
It's the least inspiring coach hired in 20 years in the NFL. Brian Schottenheimer, if you put him in a lineup of big NFL fans, no one could point him out.
He said the least inspiring.
It is. Brian Schottenheimer.
They got George Pickens.
Wonderful. Are they a good team? No. Are the Cowboys good? No.
I don't think they're a lock to be as bad as everyone thinks they are.
I know.
What do you think they're going to be?
Mr. Cowboy.
No. Well, hold on. I'm living in reality.
That was offensive. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was. I was close to dumping that.
I apologize.
Every year the Cowboys have that's disastrous is when Dak's injured. As far as we know, Dak's going to be healthy next season.
Yeah.
They usually manage to win. They're pesky. They'll win 10, 11, maybe 12 games.
12 games?
That's more par for the course than like the 4-win season or whatever that they're.
When does George Pickens blow up, though?
Soon.
Like how soon we talking?
Week 1 here.
Yeah, I don't know if it'd be that soon.
I'm just saying, man. And look, I understand we're 7-point favorites. We're the better team. We're the Super Bowl champs. This and that. Week 1's week 1. The Saints were like the best team in the league for 2 weeks to begin the season.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then but I'm just saying that's a spot where something funky can happen. We saw the Eagles played on Banner Night the last time they came off the Super Bowl. I don't like it. I would rather save the Eagles' home game against the Cowboys for later in the season.
All right, so we all don't like it just for different reasons. Kyle wants to wait till later in the season for the Cowboy game. There's no buzz to this game.
No, it's not. It's not hype.
Now, look, there have been some years. I know, Hugh, we always have fun at the Cowboys' expense, but there have been some years in the last handful of years where they're good, right? They have
pretty decent.
Yeah, they've been a sure playoff team. I don't think they're that good this year. I don't think they're a playoff team. I think if you power rank the NFC teams, I don't know if I'd put them in the top 8 or 9 right now. I don't think they're very good. So to me, if it was Detroit or Los Angeles, could you imagine the buzz if it was Washington?
Oh, that would be a jumping game.
Well, of course, because it would mean so much. It's like
Jayden Daniels' mama acting all crazy.
Well, that's for sure. Yeah.
What does she have to do with anything?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
Was that in your algorithm this morning?
Oh yeah.
What's she doing? She doesn't like him dating and stuff?
Well, she was defending her stance on him dating women.
Like she wants him to just focus on football?
Well, she was just talking about. Well, she was just talking about how she's concerned with him, not getting with the right woman.
Yeah.
That's
stuff like that.
Awesome.
Yeah, but that would have been more exciting because that would have been a better storyline.
Yeah, because Jayden Daniels' mom.
Well, I'm just saying it would have been a better storyline than the Cowboys. What's the storyline with the Cowboys? George Pickens?
Or the Eagles Cowboys?
Yeah, but that's
the storyline would have been the fact that the Commodores were in the NFC Championship game last year and they got trounced.
No, sure. Look, I get it. I'm just saying because you talked about top 8 or 9 NFC teams, stuff like that. You go down the list of all these teams, like the teams that I know for sure have one of the better quarterbacks in the NFC. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
the Cowboys are one of them.
Sure, Dak's a good quarterback.
They thought about getting rid of him last year, though, didn't it? Wasn't there some conversation about getting rid of Dakota?
But that doesn't really mean anything to me in terms of how he's going to play this year. No.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's one of the better quarterbacks in the NFC.
Well, he is. But their team, I don't think is very good. Again, the Cowboys, it's a division game. If Dak plays, it's competitive. I don't feel the buzz for the game. And also, I would have rather faced a team. They're going to face Chicago at home. That was one of the potential openers.
They could have played Chicago. That would have been my
with you.
And that would have been the first game for the new head coach with the new offense, with the quarterback. Chicago in October might be better than Chicago in September. And not that the Eagles shouldn't beat them in October. I just that felt like the right spot for it.
And you know what? This rousing conversation was brought to you by the Mattress Warehouse with exclusive bed match technology to find your perfect mattress. What you mean? I was just saying she was in the algorithm this morning.
I'm just wondering what she has to do with literally anything.
No, I'm just saying it would have been a better matchup because they would have been talking about Jayden
Daniels' mom.
Well, yes.
I don't think his mom
yes.
has anything to do with the matchup.
Well, she would have been a part of the conversation. It would
For
have been
you?
a better match. Well, it would have been
For
a better
literally
matchup.
nobody but you.
No, it wouldn't have been just me. It would have been everybody. Because
No.
she's been a hot topic the last couple of weeks.
She really hasn't.
Actually,
this
kinda
is
has.
the first time I've heard of her in like long time.
No, it's just like she's a hot topic.
Maybe it's Hugh's fault, but I did hear the story last year that she like gatekeeps him.
She's a gatekeeper of the women.
She wants to keep him on the, just kind of focused. I need her to fail on that. I need Jaden Daniels to start dating other people, dating people, so he's distracted, so he's not good anymore.
Other people.
Yeah. Well, I need him
He quit hanging
distracted.
out. He went to the club with his mama.
Whatever. I need him not to be as good next year. So however I get that to happen, I get it to happen. All right,
Awesome.
215-592-9494 for Kyle Sanoy tonight. All right, your phone calls on all this. Schwarber, should the Phillies extend him now? And do you like the Cowboys week 1? Also, there's something fun about the Cowboys in like week 8 or 9, and we look forward to that game.
Yeah, it's not nothing to look forward to.
Week 1.
This feels like a feeble attempt to let the Cowboys reach their quota of
Primetime games.
I agree with you.
basically. It feels
you know
like
why?
that.
Because if NBC had put this as the Sunday night game in week 11,
Nobody was watching it.
Or they might flex out. If the Cowboys are 3-6, they might flex out of
This is
that
what
game.
this feels like to me. It just feels like a feeble attempt to do that.
Yeah, it feels like a fudging of the numbers to get a big rating for week 1 when it's not a fun game. Steve in Egg Harbor Township. What's up, Steve?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I'll tell you what. I actually like the opening game, and I'll tell you why. I mean, we're not at our best until 3 or 4 weeks afterwards because preseason's nothing for our team. So let's get a cupcake on the schedule, which I don't think the Cowboys are really going to be cupcakes this year. They got a third-place schedule, which always benefits, because they came in third last year. So they're going to have an easier schedule than we are. They're going to win 10, 11 games. If Dak stays healthy, then they're going to be a playoff team. I don't care what anybody says. They're not bad. I just don't think they're exceptional. I think it's the right opponent. And it's all done for ratings because the Cowboys are so popular. As for Schwarber, I'd sign him in a heartbeat. I'd sign him for like a 4-year with a 4th-year club option. Give him like 110, so he's making $27.5 a year. And then the last year, if they don't want him, they ex-nay him and give him a $10 million signing bonus for not signing him for the 4th year, which means he would make 3 years and like $30 million a year. And he's worth it. He's better than Trey Turner by a long shot, and he's right there with Harper.
Well, and over the last year, Steve, he's been their best hitter. I mean, I know Harper's got a track record of being a great hitter, but in the last year, there's no question in my mind the best hitter on the team is Schwarber.
Yeah, well, don't worry. Harper's coming, man. He's starting to hit the ball the opposite way, and he's hitting the ball hard the opposite way. When he does that, this guy's going to go on a 4-week tear. It's coming soon, I'm telling you. And this guy's going to carry us just like Schwarber's been. And once he starts going, we start winning. And we got, like I said, I was telling Kyle, we got a great pitching staff on this team. And I was thinking, being that it's, Ranger Suarez's last year on his contract, and he signed an ass as an agent, as in Boras. Maybe we should use him as trading bait. Maybe go after that closer from Oakland.
Oh, I would love him. Mason Miller is a great young arm. Steve, we appreciate the phone call. I'd love to have that guy here closing games. All right, so Steve, echoing Kyle's point there, Hugh, thinking the Cowboys are going to win 10, 11 games. I don't think they're good. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Right now in the NFC, odds for next season, odds to win the NFC. Here are the teams that have worse odds than the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta, Seattle, Carolina, Giants, Saints. That's it. I mean, I think Dallas is just like a 7 or 8 win team. I don't think they're 4 wins because I agree with Kyle. When Dak plays, they're usually pretty good.
But they're rudderless ship, though.
But they're not good.
And not like this has helped me figure this out, Kyle, and everybody who believes that they're going to be a good team. They waited to the absolute last minute. They wouldn't allow their coach, what's his name, McCarthy. I was about to say Holmgren. Look how far back.
Well, they're kind of the same.
They're built kind of the same.
Built saying they used to coach the Packers.
Well,
yeah, I see it. No mustache on McCarthy.
Yeah, but my thing is, you held this man back. You didn't want him, but you didn't want him to have a job somewhere else. So you held him back from interviewing for a job. And then you stopped him from being the head coach of the team. And then you picked Schottenheimer. You just picked the name out of a hat. To give somebody the job.
Yeah.
And now you think they're going to be good?
No, well, so hold on. I'm not sitting here telling you the Cowboys are going to be like good necessarily, but
10 wins is not bad.
No, well, it's not. But my point is, everyone's sitting here like, the Cowboys are going to suck next year. I wouldn't just be so sure of that. I just wouldn't.
They didn't even want to. They didn't.
But hold on, Hugh, because we do this every offseason. We're like, stupid Cowboys. They did this dumb thing. They did this, that thing. And then they turn around and they compete for the NFC East.
So you're right in that when Dak plays, they are typically good.
And they
last year, though, I think they were like 2-4 when he got hurt. I
agree with you.
I think they were trending towards having a tough season even with him, and then it got ugly without him.
But they also probably still could have ended up winning like 8 games last season.
Didn't they get to 7 anyway? I think they got 6 or 7.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, and they tend to draft well.
They lost an offensive lineman to retirement, right?
But they did draft one in the first round.
They drafted one who said his first thing was, I'm going after Jalen Carter.
Well, that'll be fun week 1. We're going to see it right away.
And Jalen Carter, been in the league for 3 years.
Yep.
He beat your ass like a drum when you were in college your rookie year. What do you think he's going to do? And he's got 3 years under his belt, beasting grown-ass men.
I'm sure Jalen Carter will be fine in the game. I just, for me, it's a lack of buzz for the game. I
agree. You like that to build up throughout the season.
Yes.
And that coming off an injury. And a coach that nobody's excited about.
I mean, the fun parts are
Week 1, though.
So, all right. So Steve did bring up an interesting point. He likes it because the Eagles usually need a month to get ready, and this is a softer opponent. You know, whether or not you believe the Cowboys are soft or not, it's a softer opponent than the Lions. Obviously, it's a softer opponent than the Rams to start a season. Hugh, that part of it, I'm good with that. Right? We get a softer opponent when we have to replace 5 or 6 defensive players. That makes me feel a little bit better, right? That we get a team we should be able to handle, even if we're not.
You fighting a tomato can.
Yeah, I wouldn't quite call them a tomato can, but
tomato.
You would. I mean, you called like some of the best teams in the NFL
that's
tomato
true.
cans.
You called the Ravens tomato cans. They were in a tomato can.
You mentioned the fact that the teams that the Eagles have played throughout this 8-game win streak have been tomato cans.
Tomato cans, yes.
Yeah, they weren't though.
They were.
That's the problem.
They had just played the Ravens, the Rams, and the Commanders.
But it's still, that doesn't help my side of the story.
That's kind of the point.
But there was no side of the story.
I did. It made sense, and I called it though. It was still. Was it a good game? Was it a good game?
But okay.
No, that's not what we're focusing.
No, that's what
we give you credit for calling the Bryce Young thing. But you were calling the Eagles' last 3 opponents tomato cans.
They weren't.
No, they were on the playoffs.
The Baltimore Ravens had the ball for the whole third quarter. It only got 3 points.
But they're not.
We made them look like
were one of the best
we were good.
teams in the league.
So that was my point.
No, no.
Hugh, if you go outside when it's 95 degrees and you say tomorrow it's going to snow, your forecast is stupid, even if it's right.
It's not a stupid forecast. It might. What if something happened? We might be in for climate change. Might be in Canada.
But you can't come back and say it feels cold. I think it's going to snow tomorrow when it's 95 degrees.
Weirder things have happened.
No,
Joe.
but
it's the whole like blind squirrel finds a nut thing.
Yeah.
Like there's no logic or reasoning behind it. The logic and reasoning stinks. It just you might happen to be right.
Maybe they smelled the nuts. Maybe that's why they found them. The squirrels were blind.
What are you doing?
I'm just saying. Strangest things have happened.
They have.
About smelling nuts.
Let's go with Will in the Northeast.
I knew you was going.
What's going on around here? What's up, Will?
Dream team, how y'all doing today?
What's up?
We're just trying to find Hugh. We can't see him in here with the lights dim. What's up, Will?
He's darkness. Everybody darkness.
Somebody said you look like the Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, the teeth.
Yeah.
I mean, I ain't worried about that. As long as, you know. Think about y'all.
Listen, with my man Schwarber, right? I think they need to hold out on him, but sign him, have a talk with him, and let him know. Listen, your money depends on the World Series. You know what I'm saying? And if we can hold out on that, we can hold out on that All-Star game too, man. I know y'all keep saying it's crazy, but like I said, I believe last season that took everything out of us. When all them guys played, it was like that's all they played for. And then that was it. And then that was the end of the season right there, man.
This is one of my favorite new Will takes, that no Philly should go to the All-Star game to stay focused.
Man, listen, keep the focus on the game.
I like it. No, Will, this is one of your better ones. This might rival the Derrick Henry take because you got to keep hitting this.
It's a lot better than Bohm for leadoff. But that bar was pretty low.
We flushed that one away.
But you know what, man? What I do like is these guys is playing. And like my man, the caller before said, listen, Harper going to get hot, man. But he ain't going to get hot for no 2 weeks. He's going to stay hot. He just, like I said, I think he's seeing what the rest of the team can do. He don't want all the weight on him this season. So, and the team is doing what they need to do, and I'm liking that, man, because we don't want to put the weight on Harper. You know what I'm saying? We want everybody to chip in, and that's how we're going to win this World Series, man. Everybody playing a part. And that's what's happening right now, and that's what's going to continue to happen. Man, I don't have a doubt in my mind. If they stay focused and keep the thing on the thing, you know, the World Series, forget that All-Star, man. Keep it on the World Series, and we're going to win that, John.
I love it, Will. Will, good phone call. All right, Kyle, so Kyle, officially the guy that wants Alec Boehm hitting leadoff is the one that agrees with you. So just want to keep that. Make sure you know that.
Well, blind squirrel finds a nut.
Mom, we found that out. All right, Andy thinks we don't know any football, so I want to talk to Andy. What's up, Andy?
Hey, guys, listen. I respect what you did in the league, but wasn't Nick Sirianni a nobody when the Eagles hired him?
Yeah.
Wasn't he a
No. Andy.
The first part of being
But he
smart
was
is knowing
a
what
hot
to do.
commodity.
He was a young nobody who was a offensive coordinator for a few years. Brian Schottenheimer hasn't been relevant for 15 years.
He's been an NFL lifer.
Yeah,
it's not the same thing.
He comes from a football family, so he's
his dad was overrated too. Andy, if Brian Schottenheimer, hold on a second. If Brian Schottenheimer knew anything about football, don't you think with all the teams that have poached offensive minds in the last 20 years,
he would have been poached?
Yes, someone would have hired him.
We'll see what happens. I just think you guys are really downplaying it too much.
How are we downplaying it? Andy? When
because
the NFL,
Dallas got so much better on defense, they're going to have better edge rushers coming around the edge.
Okay, calm
They're
down.
Andy's a
calm down.
Cowboy
Yeah, he's a
fan.
cowboy. Calm down,
I'll
Andy.
admit it, I am. I never said I was an
calm
Eagles
down,
fan.
I just thought you were a Schottenheimer apologist.
Okay, Andy, calm down. But let's be honest.
what
Let's be
happens.
let's be honest here.
Realistically, they'll win
Andy,
between 9 and 10 games.
Andy, get out of your
Between 9 and
feelings.
10.
Calm down and get out of your feelings.
We'll
let's
see.
be honest here, Andy. You hired a guy because nobody else wanted the job.
Of course.
Let's be real.
I mean,
like
Homer. I think Hugh Homer's going to be the next.
Andy, don't be mad at me because your team is running the ship. Listen, Andy, calm down, baby boy. It's cool.
Eagles hat off for 1
Andy,
minute. Be objective
I am being
the game.
objective. I am being objective, Andy. If you allow me to speak, can I speak now? Because you've already went through your range of emotions. So can I have
Let me just say what we agree on. I think they should sign Schwarber for 4 years.
No, Andy,
we're getting somewhere,
first of all, you're not going to steer the conversation where you wanted to go, sir. We're back on this here, your coach thing. Like I was saying before you tried to get rude with me, is that this. Why has he been a lifer as a coach when nobody else wanted him? All these other hot coordinators were getting signed, but y'all got a guy that was in the back of everybody's mind. He made him the head coach. So why did that happen?
And does that mean that he can't have success?
So why'd you block McCarthy from going to get a job if he wasn't going to be the coach? Why are you blocking him from doing that?
Well, I didn't block him, but I would let him
you're
go,
a Dallas fan. Since
anyway.
you came on here with all this,
anybody.
you came on here with all this bravado, and you know so much. Tell me why they did that. Then you're a Dallas Cowboy fan. Why did you block him from getting a job and didn't hire him? Why'd you do that?
Blocking one guy from getting a job and hiring somebody who's unknown are two completely different things.
You blocked him because you wanted him to stay. Let's be honest, and he didn't want to stay.
I didn't want him to stay. First of all,
you're guilty. Guess what, Andy? You're guilty by association. You're guilty by association. Andy,
right,
you know what we're gonna do? Hey, Andy, this is what you wanted to do. Andy, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna hang this banner at your expense for your tired ass Dallas Cowboys and your coach in the first game. That's what we're gonna do. Have a nice day.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
Yeah, Andy, how about that?
All up in his feelings, man. Listen, and the thing about Andy, you was yelling and screaming on the air. I get the last word though, because I got the mic.
Yeah.
Dallas sucks. How about that?
Yeah. Well,
your coach sucks. Your takes suck. How about that?
That was two bad back-to-back ones for me.
I know these are your people. I mean, these are your people now. Andy's on your side of this. I know sometimes there's unknowns that become good coaches, or they come out of nowhere.
He's not one of them.
He was the offensive coordinator of the Jets with Mark Sanchez 15 years ago.
This cat name, this is the thing, and I know Andy might not want to realize this, but here's the truth: nobody wanted this guy.
No,
nobody wanted this job. This was like a what do you call it? Hey, anybody want to coach the Dallas Cowboys?
Do you remember?
Here you go. The keys are yours.
Do you remember the timeline of when the Cowboys announced this? Like a Friday night at 10 o'clock at night, because they didn't want usually the Cowboys.
They didn't want that to be the story.
Yeah, they want the story. They tried to bury this one. We hired Brian Schottenheimer.
Just saying. I know a guy who was a baseball bench coach lifer for
Topper.
a long time.
And guess
And
what?
went to the World Series in his first year.
Since we went there,
He's no topper.
he's regressing. If we want to take it,
But he
there.
started hot.
Hold on.
He's regressing.
But he started hot.
The Phillies are playing well.
I'm just saying, we've been here before. It's only one coach that was the bench coach.
But he
was,
came
was
in and
a
immediately
minor
had
leaguer.
success.
Only one of them that I can
Yes.
think of in this recent, thing of hiring cycle that won the World Series.
But he had immediate success.
How about we agree on
but
this?
he's
Brian
regressing.
Schottenheimer stinks, all right?
He's regressing.
32 teams every year trying to find the next great offensive mind. And for 15 years, no one said Brian Schottenheimer's that. Not one team.
You've been here all along. We've just been overlooking you.
Yeah, right, sure.
Okay.
215-592-9494. Eagles, Cowboys, week 1. Do you like it? Do you not? I hate it. I just think it's a lame game to start the season. And do the Phillies need to extend Schwarber today? All your calls on that next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, wait a minute. It's my turn to do.
It sure is.
What are we doing here, Kyle?
You have to read something here.
It's 11:21, so it's time of that year. It's that time of year again. I completely forgot. It's time to take a break from talking about bacon and share some of my grilling wisdom. It's officially grilling season, people. Elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and so easy to cook. Hatfield's marinated pork tenderloins are a game changer for any cookout, like Tuscan herb, honey garlic, teriyaki, lemon garlic. There are so many different flavors to choose from. Head to simplyhatfield.com for a retail location near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A private pitching lesson with Zach Wheeler. Hit Schwar bombs at the yard with Kyle. And a behind-the-scenes tour of Citizens Bank Park. Game plus dinner with the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This Memorial Day, give your home the protection it deserves and save big on your new roof. Contact Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off materials. Plus, no payments till 2026 and take an extra $500 off. And all military members receive an additional 10% discount. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection today. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
The mystery has been solved. Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club with free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bankruptcy, foreclosure, bad divorce? Don't worry. Stars and Stripes Harley is now considering all credit applications. Couldn't get financed in the past? Don't worry. No perfect credit, no cash down, no problem. Get financed on a new Harley today. Visit starsandstripesharley.com.
On approved credit.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The big box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on there. That's feast mode activated. And you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes.
at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Increasing clouds and warm through the afternoon, high 82.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Schwarber hammers one high and deep to right. He's now been on base 46 consecutive games. And if Kyle Schwarber ever wears the Cleveland Guardians uniform, he'll be headed to Cooperstown. This guy just destroys Cleveland, whether he's with the Cubs, Boston, Philly. Sign this guy as a free agent. Goodness gracious.
Goodness gracious. 46 game on base streak. Schwarber's up to 14 home runs.
On a little bit.
I know. Now I'm shining in here. You turn the light. You just upset because people can't see you on YouTube. It's all right.
Kyle was telling me they're killing me on YouTube. That's fine.
Well, now they'll kill me. They'll say I'm shining.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. So that's the call last night on the Cleveland Guardians radio network of one of the Schwarber home runs. Did you hear what he said there?
What's that?
People like Kyle are okay with this. He's saying
people like Kyle.
If the Guardians sign him, Cooperstown, like other teams.
I'm not worried about the Guardians.
Well, I'm not
signing
worried
him.
about them in particular. I'm just mean
somebody gonna pay him.
Someone's
gonna pay that man.
Or overpay him. Or that we'd have to pay extra.
I don't care if we overpay.
I would feel some kind of way.
Sign him now.
If I was having a hell of a season, y'all made me wait to the end of the year.
Boo-hoo. Go earn that contract, buddy.
Well, if it was you, we might have to keep you motivated. It's different. Schwarber, I believe will be all right. All right, Hugh, let's add this to the mix.
What's that?
I just saw this article. Our friend Todd Zalecki, MLB.com. How
Okay,
about this?
Todd.
Headline, Harper hopes Schwarber stays as a Philly. Some quotes here from Bryce about not wanting to let Kyle Schwarber get to free agency. Here's what he said. Quote, I was talking to someone the other day, Harper told MLB.com, and I was like, man, it would be weird not to have Schwarber in our clubhouse. He's such a good leader. He's such a good person in the community, great family, great person. I think he's a guy that obviously our team can build around. Obviously, he's going to make a lot of money as a free agent. He's going to be a very hot commodity on the market. He's the guy that hits homers. He's a great clubhouse guy and leader. I hope he doesn't get to free agency.
Unquantifiable, intangible.
He's a guy that we could use for the next few years. He went on.
You heard him.
How about this? Here's the quote. I don't want to see him go anywhere else, Harper said. And that's not me saying anything to ownership or Dave. Obviously, they want to.
Yeah.
Well, it is. And I think he wants to be here. I think he likes community. He likes where he lives. But also, it's nice to be wanted. I don't know if he's going to get there to free agency. Like I said, I hope he doesn't. But if he does, he's going to have a lot of teams lined up for his services because he's dang good. Harper gets it. Sign him
The
now.
pander-in-chief
That's
himself
right.
has spoken.
It's time to get his buddy paid. Get
That's
another guy
good.
paid.
I mean, look,
buddy paid.
Harper can also put pressure on them during the offseason to get him re-signed. He did it with JT Realmuto, did it with Trey Turner. Harper can get him signed. That adds to, if he does make it to free agency, then Harper's going to be starting to push even harder to get him back here.
Yeah, I just feel like we're risking it and I understand there's a positive net gain in this, and that maybe his contract year he goes crazy because he's pushing for a contract. I just view it as it's more important to get him signed up than anything else. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on Kyle Schwarber? Do the Phillies have to get him re-signed right now? Or would you be okay playing the year out and hoping the contract year thing continues here? We have our Twitter poll up. Do the Phillies need to extend Schwarber right now? Of course, our Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you, learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. 85% yes. Re-sign Schwarber now. Also, Eagles-Cowboys Week 1. We got that news this morning. That's going to be the season opening game. Like it, don't like it. 67% like it. I do not like it. There's no buzz to this game.
Terrible game.
There's no buzz. I mean, it's just the Eagles are a 6.5, 7-point favorite in Week 1. What's the buzz all summer? Brian Schottenheimer? We had Brian Schottenheimer's brother or cousin calling 10 minutes ago, yell at you.
Andy. You know what I just thought about? I mean, it is too early, but they better win that game.
The Eagles?
Hell yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Because if they don't,
it's a must-win.
You know what? Because if they don't, I could just see Andy calling in.
I'm not worried about Andy.
Trash.
I'm worried about the team.
I am, because Andy gonna call
Andy
in.
could be rent-free in Hughes' head up until the game.
Boy, I tell you,
Are you living with Andy in your head all summer?
No, I'm not.
I
but,
think you are.
But listen, let me tell you what I know that's going to happen, because Andy seems like he's that level of petty, because that was kind of petty. I respect that.
And he was a steamroller.
He didn't care.
Homer Hugh.
If they win, he probably going to call about 3-4 days in a row.
On top of that, Hugh, on top of
I would hate that.
on top of you eating some crow, if you look at the Eagles' opponents, like all the opponents, we don't know the whole order yet, right? I would say the Cowboys at home is probably one of their 3 or 4 easiest games.
Yeah.
If they lose that game, that's a problem.
I'm already looking forward to the show that week where we say, is it a must-win?
It is a must-win.
Well, it has to be.
Dude,
I would
no.
say, it got some must-win, because it's Dallas. And plus, I don't want to hear Andy's mouth.
Must-win?
It's a must-win for you.
Yeah, I don't want to hear Andy's mouth.
Are you afraid of Andy?
I'm not afraid of him, but Andy's a little bit of a trash talker.
Wow.
He was a trash talker. He tried to be a steamroller, so I can definitely see him.
How do you think people would
Trigger
react
warning.
if I put up a poll right now? Is Week 1 versus Dallas a must-win?
Put it up. I need to see the results. It's one clearly.
Oh, well, you're going to get ratio, because people
That's the point.
Why are you doing it now?
Come take the bait,
Because
idiots.
because
no
we having
question
a
it's a must-win.
conversation about it.
Yeah, it's a must-win, or is it a can't lose? I mean, those are the two possibilities there. All right, Gary in Whitehall's up. Hey, Gary.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
Gary, what's up, buddy? How you been?
Nothing, man. Nothing. It's been a cup of coffee there, Joe. How you doing? All right.
I've been well, yeah. So what do you got for us, Sid? What are you thinking?
All right. First things first. Dallas sucks. It don't matter when they play them. Yeah, it could have been a nice, better, more competent opponent.
Exciting opening season, opening game.
Yeah, there's not buzz to this Cowboy team.
But to throw it in their face, putting up the second banner, cry Jerry, and then we get to hear Emmitt Smith going, I'm tired of hearing about Go Birds. Well, good. Maybe you're going to get a lot more.
Well, that's true. Gary, if there is a silver lining, it's that when they put the banner up, we could see Jerry in the luxury suite there, and he's squirming.
Exactly.
Yeah, I do like that.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, but, in a sense, too, it's going to take some time for them to get going, and maybe it would be beneficial that we get them early before they figure out what they got to do, even though Schottenheimer is just a name. His dad never won anything, so, but let's get on to the bigger, better things.
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree with both of you. You got to sign Schwarber now, and I don't care whose feelings get hurt that they don't get re-signed. But he's the most productive guy in that lineup right now, and you have to keep him. If it wasn't for him right now, they'd be there with the Nationals, quite frankly, because, this lineup, I mean, Dombrowski really did us wrong. I mean, it's not looking very good. You got a 7-year contract extension to a guy who's, what do they have, maybe right around a 6 ERA? It's not looking very good, not looking very promising in the future. And it's starting to warm up, so he can't use the cold weather excuse anymore. So
yeah, he went a little backwards on Friday because he was good his 2 starts before that, the Chicago game and then last weekend at home. But yeah, I thought Nola on Friday was pretty hittable. I mean, he wasn't terrible, but yeah, you're right. His ERA is about 5 this season. It's not very good with Nola. Yeah,
right. And the bullpen is not good. I mean, they're starting to come around, and it takes time. I understand that, and then it all depends on Topper how he uses that. If he uses the bullpen properly, and that's another thing. But and the Harper thing, I'm not worried about Harper. He'll come out of it. I think there's something going on, and if you're going to give him a break and give him the day off. Totally let him sit on the bench. Don't let him DH. I don't need to see Schwarber out in left field. Keep him right where it's at and be set with it.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Harper either, Gary. I mean, Gary, we appreciate the phone call. He hit the home run. Was a Saturday night. He hit the ball late in the game when they were winning, and Ranger pitched really well Saturday. The reality is it's what's today? May 12th? May 12th today? And Bryce Harper is hitting .237 still with a .782 OPS.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just, even with the home run Saturday, it's still a very slow start for Bryce Harper.
Yeah, but hopefully he turns the corner soon. And it kind of looked like that before this weekend he was on the pace to do that. So hopefully that is the case.
It is pretty wild, like the importance of Schwarber when you just look at you look at last night's game, you look at the stats for the team. I think he's the only guy in the lineup last night that has an OPS even of 800. And 800 is good, but not great. I mean, Schwarber's at 997. You look at the other guys: Stotts 721, Turner 765, Harper 782, Castellanos 739, Kepler 731. I mean, there's no pop. I mean, the only pop they get is Schwarber. I mean, if you take away his home runs, I wonder where, if you take away his home runs compared to the other leaders on other teams, I bet the Phillies would
suffer tremendously.
Alec Boehm's got us.
Yeah. 1 home run this year. At a minor league park on.
Being funny.
It's about a turn.
Is it?
No.
No, I don't think so. That's probably not. Black Gritty's up next. What's up, Black Gritty?
So, turn them lights back down, man. Joe Giglio, you look like when a light bulb explodes, you know what I mean, when it pop off, and the flare. When the light was low, you was cool. Now you look like a blown out bulb, man. Turn them lights back low.
I actually liked it when it was darker in here. I wasn't as shiny.
But then when it was darker, you couldn't see me.
We need to have different lights over Hugh versus me.
I mean? You got the gray outline on the whiskers.
Darkness, everybody. Darkness.
Darkness. So just turn the lights back on me. The glare is killing me, brother. Matter of fact, keep it on. I mean, turn my lights out of my house. I can get some free light out here. Anywho, so Schwarber, I'm actually with Kyle. I don't like being with Kyle lately. Kyle been on. I don't know what's up with Kyle lately, but Kyle been going. But I'm with him today.
You know what?
Don't
Shut
pay
up.
him. You know why you don't pay him? You don't pay him because I don't want to mess with the juju. Okay, I don't want to mess with the vibes. I don't want to put money in front of his face and have him stop hitting out here. You know what I mean? And Bryce out here advocating for people. I'm done with Bryce. Thank you for choosing me, Bryce, but I'm done with you advocating for your buddies. Bryce ain't got no more pull to sign nobody and get nobody no more money around here. He got me Trey Turner. Now look where I'm at because I let Bryce out here advocate for somebody. So let the dude ride and put up his historic numbers. Because you know what? If I'm Schwarber, I'm not taking what you're giving me anyway. So right now, I'm on such a heater. You come to me with a supermodel and a paycheck, and I'm looking like, I could probably get like 4 of them things. You know what I'm saying? I could probably get like 4 models, 4 checks. Like, I might as well wait. He is on such a heater. He probably don't even want to negotiate with nobody right now. He's like, look, the whole world's my oyster, and I'm coming to get it. Now, on to the whole, I ain't got no buzz. I ain't getting no buzz. Well, I don't know. Hugh Douglas is over there rock'em sock'em robot with somebody 30 seconds ago. He got a whole lot of buzz, got juiced up, forehead started moist and getting sweaty. Like he was upset real quick. That's the juice in the buzz. First of all, it's banner night. The ring ceremony comes. The players are all hyped. They watching highlights.
Yeah, Dallas got to watch that.
Feelings. Yep, and Dallas got to watch that, but the players got to watch it too, because you all your feelings. Remember how we won last Super Bowl, came out, got booed at halftime, okay? So it's a rough go because everybody's excited. We got to settle down. So we come out here and get this Georgia W against the Dallas Cowboys. Number one, the ratings are going to be the highest they've ever been because people hate Dallas, and they kind of hate us too, so everybody really going to be watching. If we were just playing the Rams ain't got no fan base, okay? A lot of people going to check us the first game. They're going to tune out, but everybody in the world gets to watch us hang our banner. Then they get to watch us dog walk. Then they get to watch Jerry cry, and that's only healthy 3 weeks out of the season now, so you got to get them early so I don't have to hear, well, if Dak would have played, we would have beat y'all. Nah, sucker, shut up and
You might
take
be
this
right about
butt
that.
whooping 55 to nothing. I don't care what you say. As mad as you got, when it comes around the Dallas weekend and you put up your little punk, little skewed, what is it called, polls, it's going to be rocking and rolling, and I'm excited about it. I know what y'all talking about.
we
Watch
excited
yourself
right
out there,
now.
Hugh. Blood pressure up high in May, brother. Blood pressure got high. I talk to y'all.
You got it, Black Gritty. We appreciate it.
It was just
Andy
Andy's
got
mad-
under your skin.
Well, he tried to change the conversation. That's what kind of got me. Like we run the buttons on this
Yeah,
side.
he tried to
of
get the last word in on
He
it.
tried. He can't get the last word because I do radio.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to get the last word.
Yeah, we can hang up when we want to hang up.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. But yeah, he can call back and he could yell at you again if he wants to. All right,
He
thing.
probably will.
He will, yeah. And I can't believe you were afraid of losing to the Cowboys because of our caller,
No,
Andy.
because
I mean, that's what happened here.
You know what? When you have that level of petty,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you get like petty people like that. You tend to hear it from.
He's
them
got
quite a bit.
personal reasons for everything.
He does. It's
Jaden
about
Daniels'
him.
mom,
Yeah.
week one.
It wasn't. No, I'm just saying.
That's where the buzz
I
would
just
come
saw
from.
that. That's where the. No, I just saw the fact that I thought that would have been a better game.
It would have been.
Not shooting for Jaden Daniels' mom though, but she probably do need some companionship. Though.
Yeah, about to say.
Better son living life. Just saying.
You can't fool me, man.
Actually, you could take one for the team. You meet
Take
up with
one
Jaden.
for the team.
Well, you meet up with Jaden Daniels' mom. Jaden is unsupervised. He gets into trouble,
He
and
said he's unsupervised.
and then we don't have to worry
Who's
about
gonna
it.
supervise me though?
I don't know. I just don't want him to play as well. All right, so Black Gritty did say something that is interesting about doing the Cowboys-Eagles week one.
What did he say?
So, well, he mentioned that Dax gets banged up a lot, right? And so
So you want to catch him early?
well, he's talking about the excuses. Like if Dak didn't play later in the season, then Cowboys fans make excuses and say, well, if we had Dak. You know, since Jalen became the Eagles starter, Eagles-Cowboys, there's been 9 Eagles-Cowboys games. Do you know how many times it's actually been Dak versus Jalen out of the 9?
3.
This is going to be 4, right?
It's 3. This will be 4. It happened in 2021, early in the season. I think it happened twice in 2023, and that's it. They've only faced off 3 times.
So they're trying to get Dak early.
Well, I think for television, they want to make sure that's the
Dakota.
matchup. Yeah, otherwise late in the season. Well, also, I mean, Jalen could be banged up, but Dakota's been banged up a lot. I just wanted a game with some more buzz. We could have played the Cowboys in week 5, week 9, week 11, and it would have been fun, and it would have been a win.
The Detroit game should have been the one at the beginning of the season. That should have been the one, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. I think it should have been the one.
Yeah, I wonder if now we're going to get that late in the season, and they're
Probably.
going to bill it as like a potential number 1 overall
Sunday
seed.
night, Monday night.
Yep, one of those kind of games. Rob and Delco, what's up, Rob?
Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing, man? Good
Hey,
morning,
Rob.
Good morning, Joe.
Good morning. Good morning.
Listen, I would rather have seen the Giants, at least Abdul Carter, hometown guy going against the Eagles week 1 guy, than the freaking Cowboys. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but you can't put Russell Wilson on to start the season. I mean, you're trying to get people to watch television. No one's watching Russ these days.
I'm saying that tongue in cheek.
I know.
I would. I'd rather see the Minnesota Vikings, the Rams, anybody over the Dallas. It's like a slap in the face to me, Hugh, to the Eagles Dallas week 1. Well, why are you
Yeah, that's not exciting.
It's not.
It's not.
Now, Rob, if they were good, like some years in the last 5, 6, 7 years, they've been good. If they were projected to be good and a real contender in the division, then it would be different. But I don't know. Other than our caller Andy and Kyle and Hugh being scared of the Cowboys, no one cares about them right now.
You're scared of Cowboys, Hugh?
Yeah, he's scared of Andy.
I'm not. I just
He's
don't.
scared of Andy.
I'm not afraid. See, now this is me. This is evolved into something else. Now it's just Andy petty. I don't feel like hearing Andy's petty mouth.
Yeah, so it's about.
But Andy's going. I got a feeling we're going to hear from Andy.
Of course, yeah. Well, we could call him out when the Eagles win the game by 10 points. Go ahead, Rob.
And 2 quick other things. The Sixers will win the lottery tonight, so Cooper Flag will be a Sixer.
Good luck with
And
that. That's not going to happen.
He's coming.
What do you mean it's not going to happen?
They're not winning the
Think
lottery.
positive.
Okay, we win the lottery.
Damn
Then
right
what? We're
they do.
gonna
They're
damage
winning.
Cooper Flag's career.
No, if they get Cooper Flag, we are rolling.
Who's still
Hey,
here?
Drew,
What's his name? Daryl?
Yeah, who cares about Daryl Morey?
You don't. Okay.
If they have
All right.
Cooper Flag and Jared McCain and Tyrese Maxey, we have a base of players. Let's go. We're back.
Joe, they're going to win it before the stinking Flyers win the title. So that's all I know. So Cooper
I
Flag will
wouldn't bet
get-
on either anytime soon, but maybe you're right.
Yeah, well, it's like the lesser two evils.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
You got to take one. But I mean, and the thing real fast on the Phils guy.
Yep.
On the Phils, I'm sorry, Joe. I still got a limit, Joe. I want Schwarber here, but I wouldn't go 5 years. I'd even be worried about 4. I really would. I mean, if they could give him a higher yearly salary and make it like a 3-year, $100 million deal, I would do something like that. But, I mean, would you go 4 or 5? Would you still be worried going 4 or 5?
A little bit. I mean, I'm generally worried about the age of the team as we move forward anyway, Rob. And, Rob, we appreciate the call. I'm just going to let you guys know, though, if we're only willing to go 3 years, we might as well say goodbye to Kyle Schwarber. So, Hugh, that's not enough.
That's not going to happen. It's going to be, like I said, it's going to at least be 6. 6 years.
Well,
at least.
I think it could be 5. Look, it depends on how much money. I just think if it gets to free agency, someone is going to get the biggest dollar, and then they might spread it out over 6 or 7 years. However a team wants to do it. But he's never gotten a huge contract. And I know you might say, Joe, he got $79 million from the Phillies. But
you're talking about like a light. Well, that's life-changing money, but like a banger. He ain't got a banger.
He never got a banger. I mean, Trey Turner got a banger. Bryce Harper got a banger. Aaron Judge got a banger. I mean, he's never gotten one of those contracts. This is his offseason to do it. And we're talking about a hitter right now that looks like one of the 10 best hitters in baseball. Those guys don't take 3-year deals. I don't care how old they are. If you're a top 10 hitter in baseball, you get more than 3 years. So we got to deal with that. Otherwise, we're going to lose the guy. Cowboy Jim, we got to do this now. Cowboy Jim is up. What's up, Jim?
First of all, Andy, drinks are on me anytime. You want to hang out? Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime. What are you talking about with the Cowboys not being a threat now with Perkins on the team? Last year when they played the Steelers, you were like, oh, well,
Isn't
Perkins
it Pickens?
is out.
It's Pickens.
He said Perkins.
Perkins, they said
Jim,
they serve
I've been away-
pancakes at Perkins, Jim.
I've been away for 2 weeks, so give me a break.
It's George Pickens.
We didn't even notice you were gone.
Yeah, it was actually nice.
Yeah. Sure. I have a question for you after this. Anyway, listen. With him on the team, when he didn't play for the Steelers, you were like, okay, well the Steelers don't have a threat. There was no chance for the Steelers. Now he's on the Cowboys with CeeDee Lamb, and you're telling me that this should be no problem? Oh, it should be
You think George Pickens is moving the needle?
You said it last year against the Steelers. You said it when he didn't play against the Eagles. You were like, oh, well, that's it. There's
because he was the only guy. They had nothing. It didn't mean he's great.
Now he's with CeeDee Lamb, and the offensive line is better. The defense is better, and you're telling me like, oh, they shouldn't be playing them.
The coach is a bozo.
If you were playing the Lions now, who are healthy, you get your butts kicked, which you should have gotten if they had played last year, but you didn't.
Well, I would have rather played the Lions. That would have been a fun game. There would have been buzz around that game.
Anyway, and like I said a few months back, you would have taken Schottenheimer over Sirianni when they were hiring. You would have been like, oh, no.
Nobody wanted to hire Brian Schottenheimer. Nobody.
And Hugh, I have a question for you.
What you got, man?
I just got done a 14-day cruise. Could you do a 14-day cruise?
All depends.
Where'd you
on
go?
who I'm with.
Yeah, well, okay.
And is it free?
Yeah.
Is it free? No, it's not free.
No, but it's all inclusive. Mm-hmm. Like I could eat and drink all day.
Well,
I could do 14 days
You
if I was with somebody I wanted to hang out with.
Where did you go? Was this like a Caribbean,
well,
European?
You went to Iceland. You went to Belfast. And by the way, in Belfast, I have trouble with Belfast.
Why?
Okay, let me tell you why. Because I had to go shopping with my wife, and we're in the women's department, and there's two main T-shirts: the Titanic T-shirts and Dallas Cowboy T-shirts. It was horrible. Goodbye, Belfast.
Well, I mean, the two of those go together. Jim, we appreciate the phone call. The Titanic and the Cowboys sinking at the same time. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls here. Should the Phillies extend Schwarber right now? I say yes. And do you like the Eagles playing the Cowboys week one? Like it or not?
No.
I don't like it. It's just maybe it's our fault. Maybe we convinced ourselves we were getting a marquee matchup, and then
that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
Especially
they usually
when you got
do
Detroit.
that.
Yeah, when Detroit was talking all that trash.
Look, I would have taken Detroit, the Rams, the Commanders, even the Bears felt like an interesting one because that's a team on the rise with a young quarterback and a new coach. The Cowboys, week one? Nah, I don't like it. 215-592-9494. Plus, some NFL news happened this weekend, and I wonder if the Eagles could take advantage of a team in desperate need of a position right now. 215-592-9494 for a midday show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you're already out on FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
So, you get in your car and head to work and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Bill Belichick was in Portland, Maine this weekend, not for football, but to watch his girlfriend Jordan Hudson compete in the Miss Maine pageant. She finished third, but the headlines around the relationship are anything but a bronze medal story. Belichick's family is reportedly concerned, and honestly, who isn't? At 73, the question isn't just whether he can still coach, it's whether anything he does on the field can make us forget the mess off of it. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the
here.
Yeah. Wait, we have one of the feeds of one of the screens in here is the feed of YouTube. And when I look up earlier in the show, it didn't stand out to me. It's just us talking.
Yeah, then when I turn the lights on.
Well, now it hurts my eyes to look up at myself. I mean, that's bright. My head is shining.
You look a little pale.
Yeah. Well, we couldn't find you, so we each have our own issues here.
It's the dark background.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, it is what it is. All right, 215-592-9494 for your phone calls. Kyle Schwarber. Should the Phillies extend him now? I say yes. Hugh says yes. The guy's on pace for 57 home runs, and we got people out there like Kyle Quinn who want to wait, don't want to upset the team, and the goal to win the World Series.
God forbid I want to win the World Series at all costs.
Well, I mean, we don't
know.
know.
It's not baloney. I want them to win the World Series.
It's baloney that it would definitely upset the apple cart. I mean, they could pay him.
It's an unnecessary risk.
Well, the risk is letting him go to free agency. That's the risk I don't want to take. But I understand some people want to just let him ride this out because he is hitting the best we've ever seen him in his walk year. I get it.
For sure. I'm just going to say, though, if you told me that Kyle Schwarber has to walk this offseason, but the team wins the World Series,
you'll let him walk.
I'm taking the World Series.
I would too.
Okay.
But here's what I don't want.
I'm just trying to figure out where everyone's priorities are at.
The Phillies don't win the World Series, and he leaves. And then next year, we're screwed.
What if we win the World Series and re-sign him?
Well, that
could happen.
Sure, it could. We also could re-sign him for way more years than necessary because it's a bidding war, and someone out there offers him 7 or 8. Well, but it's your team. And 7 or 8 years from now, when he is 40, I don't know. We can only have so many 40-year-olds, and then still be a good baseball team. We got a bunch of anyway on the books coming up. 215-592-9494. Do you like the Cowboys as the Week 1 team for the Eagles to open up with? The news came down this morning. The Eagles will open the season September 4th, Thursday Night Football, with the Cowboys. Nah, there's zero buzz to this game. I would have rather the Rams, the Commanders, the Lions. I thought the Bears made some sense as a team on the rise.
Young quarterbacks. Jalen's coming into his own.
Yep.
The young quarterback, the new coach,
new
defense.
There would have been some buzz to that game.
The Bears. The Bears.
And there's no buzz to the Cowboys. It is a team that's just stuck in the middle with a coach that no one knows who he is anyway. All right, 215-592-9494. Hugh, before we go back to the phones,
what we got?
We got some news over the weekend.
What we got?
And it kind of brings us back to a conversation we had before the NFL draft. Now we fast forward to post-NFL draft. So over the weekend, Derek Carr, who I consider a generational loser. I mean, just
generational loser is so strong.
I mean,
it's true though.
Very few quarterbacks start
I'm
that
not
many
arguing.
games
It's just
and win
the
that
way he
few
said it,
percent.
though.
I mean, he stinks.
Generational loser.
But he hung him up. So Derek Carr out, retired from the NFL. He had a shoulder injury. He didn't want to do surgery. So that's the end of Derek Carr. But now that means the Saints, Hugh, need a quarterback, or at least could use another one to the mix. Because what they have right now is Tyler Shuck, a 26-year-old rookie they took in the second round.
Yeah.
They also have Spencer Rattler.
Spencer, I think he's going to be the starter.
Well, that's not good enough for the NFL. So here's what I want to do. Hugh, before the draft, I believe you wanted a first-round pick.
First-round pick. Ask for all of it.
For Tanner McKee.
Give it to me.
Well, that came and went. I would call the Saints right now and offer them a 3 for Tanner McKee. Would you trade Tanner McKee to the Saints for a third-round pick?
A 3 for Tanner?
Mm-hmm.
Right now.
Right now, Kellen Moore gets a quarterback he's worked with. They get a guy that could start he could win the job outright for a year and be their quarterback. I would take a 3 from the Saints right now for Tanner McKee.
Who did I draft? We got the quarterback from Syracuse.
We got Kyle McCord.
Kyle McCord? Nah, you can't have me now.
You can't have him?
You can't have Tanner.
Because why?
Because we don't have a backup.
Oh, are you worried about the backup position?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you got to have a backup, comparable backup. So no, when I try to give him to you for your first round draft pick that you traded away, then,
that was never happening.
Yeah,
no,
you say it to me as if I
say,
turned it down.
I'm just saying, I'd have still would have asked for it, but no, you didn't want it. So now you let what's his name do you? Derek Carr do you? He did you right after the draft. Now you're stuck.
He collected his $10 million bonus and he walked out.
You're stuck with what's his name? Spencer Rattler
and Tyler Shuck. Shuck, I think it is.
What did he say? God told me to
Shucks.
retire.
Shuck.
God told him to retire.
God told Derek Carr to retire?
That's what I heard.
Well, good advice.
My thing is this.
Like a lot of Saints fans agreed with God then.
No, I'm just saying. God told you to get that bonus first, though, right? I mean, because that's like, I'm just saying. The timing is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I would do the same thing as him if I was going to retire.
God told me to wait till
I'm
I get
not
that.
sure, guys.
Let that bonus kick.
Let me collect that bonus, and I'll get back to you just a few weeks from now after the draft, and I'll let you know.
You get yourself about 10
Get that 10 yams before you go. Don't be a dummy.
All right, so Hugh wouldn't do it, even though he wanted a 1 a few weeks ago.
I wanted a 1. No, you can't have it now. The price of the brick didn't change.
I would still do it. I mean, Tanner McKee's played what 1 game in the NFL. If I could turn Tanner McKee into a third-round pick for a team that might have the number 1 pick. I mean,
I think they're hoping for that.
Yeah, well, that might be the first pick in the 3rd round next year.
They're hoping for that.
Yeah, well, they're
gonna let Spencer Rattler be the quarterback.
No, they're gonna play the 2nd-round pick.
They might. Well, it don't make a difference because they bought the same.
Well, they probably stink.
They about the same.
Then they could have Tanner McKee and still the number 1 pick. Kyle, would you trade McKee for the 3rd-round pick?
No, I think we get a little bit too obsessed sometimes with draft picks. Like, what the hell does a 3rd-round pick do for me right now? They have they have 10 picks in the draft next year, right?
Yep.
The Eagles are a Super Bowl contender. I'm not in the business. Like, backup quarterbacks are very important. Very important, especially for the Eagles. Jalen Hurts is injured like every single season. I'm much rather trust Tanner McKee to go in there and have to win you a couple games than I do Kyle McCord. I have no idea what Kyle McCord is right now. I've seen Tanner McKee at least be able to play somewhat decently with the level of talent around him on the offense. And if the defense is going to be good enough, I think it's more important that the Eagles have a guy that can fill in for you and win a couple games than some 3rd-round pick.
Okay, I get that. I think I could also go find a comparable backup quarterback this summer compared to Tanner McKee, right? We're not losing Nick Foles in 2018 here. They just won the Super Bowl. Tanner McKee's played a game.
How do you know?
Well, I have a pretty good feeling.
Underestimate Tanner McKee.
Pretty good feeling.
He's the future.
He's a future of what?
I just felt like throwing that out there.
He's the future that's going to get replaced here by Kyle McCord in a year.
He's the future.
Yeah,
it might be a trade piece, but not right now.
You're going to start to lose me with the future thing.
I know the future.
Thoroughly irritated by that, huh?
Because I don't know what future we're talking about.
I mean, if you'd have gave me your 1st-round draft pick, you could have found out.
Nobody's giving you a 1st-round pick for Tanner McKee.
I bet you New Orleans wish they would have gave it to us now.
No,
they do. Yeah, they do.
The 9th pick in the draft.
Derek Carr,
it's a losing fight, man.
Derek Carr,
what are you talking about?
Derek Carr took his $10 million and said, Jesus told me to retire. That's basically what he did.
Now you're deflecting.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just saying, if you'd have gave me that 1st-round draft pick, everything would have worked out and you had a quarterback.
Everyone in New Orleans
now you got
fired.
Spencer Rattler. It's going to be the starting quarterback for the Saints this year.
I think they're happy to Carr retired.
They probably
are.
I
mean, to your point, when we were talking about this morning, he probably didn't factor in to what they were doing early on. But they probably was hoping that he would come back at some point during the season. You know,
I think they're happier to get him off the books.
Didn't I just tell you what he was? He's a generational loser.
You did say that.
All right, let me.
That could help him tank.
It could. Let me throw a couple things at you because you guys seem both. I think Hugh's being stubborn about this, and Kyle just doesn't want to.
Hugh has a personal connection with Tanner McKee. I'm thinking about the team, as
I
always.
don't have a personal connection. I met the guy one time.
Yeah, exactly. And then you started calling him the future the next
I mean,
day.
he's the future.
No, he's not.
He's a young quarterback.
He looked you in the eyes. He gave you the charm.
He looked
and
me
you were
in,
like, you know
he
what?
looked me in the
That's
eyes, and
future.
that was it, huh? We made eye contact, and that was it. that was all it took.
Okay, let me throw. Oh no. Oh boy.
You were being ridiculous
Yeah,
today.
we've gone down the bad path. Okay. What if I could trade McKee for a third-round pick and then acquire a different backup quarterback?
You mean right now?
Yeah, right now. You make it sound like the season's tomorrow. We got
No,
months.
but I mean, he's here. He's here now. Tanner's here.
Yeah, but I could get a third-round pick for a guy that barely ever played.
But I asked for a first.
No one's giving you
You
a first.
have to give up the first
It's
thing.
over.
Okay, second.
You can ask.
I'm compromising.
No, I
second.
think a third is good value. I think Kyle would agree the third is good value. He doesn't want to weaken the room.
I'm more focused on like the best roster right now. Third round pick does not.
Let me give you two names. If you could get one of these guys, would it change your perspective? So you trade Tanner to the Saints for a 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get, let's say Joe Flacco doesn't win the Browns starting quarterback job.
Why? I think Joe's going to be there.
Sure, but let's just say
say if he doesn't. Okay, if he's a comparable backup, competent.
He's all those things.
One of those.
He's a Super Bowl champion. Is what he is.
Yeah. He did take the Browns to the playoffs.
Yes. I would trade McKee and bring
He's
Flacco.
also about to be 50.
He was.
He is not. He's like 41.
Hold on. He was
that's pretty much
48 when he
50.
went on that run 2 years ago. I mean, he's old then. All right, let me give
said 48.
Let me give you one more. Would you trade McKee and then trade, I don't know, a 6th or 7th round pick to get Kirk Cousins out of Atlanta? Same
Kirk
principle.
Cousins here?
Sure, if they could pull that off and not have to pay him.
Yeah, like they
Okay, because I'm about to say Kirk Cousins making a ton of bread on the bench.
But they've got to pay most of the salary because they're trading him away.
Yeah.
I would take him as a backup and move off McKee. Like I understand Kyle's point. I don't want to go into the season with Kyle McCord and who's the other one?
I hear you.
DTR is that our other backup quarterback?
Ooh,
yeah, he stinks. Yeah, he can't play. He can't play. So I know I would have to upgrade the quarterback position. I just feel like the Saints are desperate, and they've got nothing at the quarterback position. And if they're willing to give us a 3 for Tanner McKee, I'm in. All right, where does everyone come down? 215-592-9494. Would you trade McKee to the Saints for a 3?
40, man.
Hughes
Joe Flacco, 40.
If you had to win a game tomorrow, Tanner McKee or Joe Flacco?
Joe Flacco.
No question. Joe Flacco every day.
I'm just saying, I take 40-year-old Joe Flacco.
Yeah, Flacco's awesome. All right, Andy in Westchester's up. Hey, Andy.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up, Andy?
What the hell is going on? I stepped away from the truck for literally a minute, and I come back, and all I hear is Andy's a Cowboys fan. Getting you upset. My name's being thrown everywhere.
Well, not you.
Not you
different
per se.
Andy,
It was a different Andy.
Doesn't matter. I just hear Andy being dragged through the mud.
Yeah,
man.
you're right. It's not good for you and your brand. I
No,
agree.
I mean, Andy's petty was strong. He had strong petty.
Yeah, well,
kind of matched mine.
Hugh's worried now about week 1 because of a caller, so that's where we're at this morning.
Is that what it is? Rent free?
So, anyway, yeah, so I actually agree with Kyle. I would love to sign Schwarber now. I want to, but I think they need to wait. It just seems like it could go wrong so easily. I guess I'm just being scared like Kyle.
I know, a bunch of chicken littles over here. Oh, he's
scared.
going to stop hitting. Oh, we're not going to win the World Series. Or we keep him and we give ourselves the best chance for years to come.
I'm hoping that I'm sure they probably have behind doors conversations where they're saying, this is coming, but we can't announce it. I don't know. Who knows? You would know. Does anything like that ever happen?
You mean behind closed doors if they wanted to sign him? You could have a conversation with him, I'm assuming, that say, hey, we want you here. But until the deal is signed, that really means nothing.
Right. But they could say, here's what we're thinking. Let's wait till the end of the season. I don't know. Clearly, I don't know.
Well, Andy, I think
anything.
they could, and he did speak in spring training when he was on with, I think it was the morning show, that they've talked a little bit. But I just feel like every day we get closer to the end of the season, he's less likely to take a deal, right? Like, if he just...
Yeah, that's the chance you take.
Right, if he waits, he gets to have 29 other teams bid on him. If he takes a deal now, he takes a deal now. So I feel like every day we move further or closer to the end of the season. If I'm his agent, I'm like, Kyle, we just wait this out. We got a bidding war.
Right. I just think I feel confident enough that they are willing to pay that price for him. I mean, if everything falls apart, who knows what's going to happen? And I guess that's the reason. But, yeah, I think it's worth waiting right now rather than upset the apple cart. And then with the Eagles, yeah, I hate this for the first game of the season. I was really looking forward to seeing Detroit come in. I was hoping that was going to be the case.
Well, there would have been buzz to that game. I mean, it would have been all summer long talking about the two best teams from the NFC last year. Instead, we get a Cowboy team that, I don't know. I mean, like, what are they going to win? 7 games? There's no buzz.
Yeah, I don't know. It's lame. Although it will be fun, like you said, to see what's his name, Carter, just bounce that kid around.
That will be fun. Andy, good phone call. Yeah. Is there any upside to the Cowboys game? Like, if we win the game, we're supposed to win the game, right? Like, we're 1-0. We're supposed to be 1-0.
If you lose, you're surprised. Oh, my gosh.
Well, it's a disaster if they lose the game. How's that must-win poll going back there?
Well, so people are voting on it the right way.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a must-win, but all the comments are like, duh, what?
Well, the bottom line is it's a must-win.
What's that voice, though?
That's the commenter voice.
That's classic Twitter commenter voice.
Duh.
So there's a little bit more buzz to the game than I initially anticipated because Hugh has a new rival.
Yeah,
Other
Andy.
Andy.
I mean, look, we got that out of it.
Andy.
That works.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take that. That's a win for the day. Like, Hugh's going to be afraid all summer. That guy calling back after week 1.
Not all summer. Maybe.
We know how you go, man. He's going to be rent-free for a long time.
Did Homer Hugh get you? Was that what he was?
No, it was just the yelling and the screaming. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is our house. This is our house. Yeah. This is our platform.
Well, he
can't come in here and take over.
No,
he can call again. To take over.
Yeah, he can call again. He was offended by the Brian Schottenheimer stuff, and I'm sorry.
He shouldn't be offended because it's the truth.
Pathetic.
It is. I mean,
it's the truth.
It's a pathetic coaching hire. Whether it works out or not is different, but it's a pathetic coaching hire. It is. I mean, it's pathetic. They hired their own coordinator and they fired their own coach
because nobody else wanted the job.
Exactly. 215-592-9494. Ashley in Mount Airy. Hey, Ashley.
My bad, y'all. I was on mute. My bad.
That's all right.
Now you're on speaker, so
I don't know what's worse.
Even worse.
Your phone. That's horrible.
All right, Ashley, we're gonna put you on hold. We'll get that fixed up. We went from mute to speakerphone.
Yeah, that was horrible.
Yeah, that's not what you want. John in San Antonio is up on WIP. Hey, John.
Hello. I'd like to say that I think that the Cowboys game does have buzz. Been following the Eagles since Sonny Jurgensen was the quarterback back in 1962. And Cowboys, I mean, in Philadelphia, they have Cowboys Week. It's always a rivalry. And I just think that is a good game. And I think we could be underestimating the Cowboys. They sucked last year mainly because of injuries. And with our cornerback 2 position being a bit uncertain, I think it could be a better game than what you think.
It could be a competitive game, John, and it's a division game, and it's the first game the Eagles will have their defense out there with 4 or 5 or potentially 6 new starters. I get that. There's always a chance it's more competitive, but there's not buzz for this game, John. I mean, it's Brian Schottenheimer's Cowboys coming in here.
Brian Schottenheimer.
Well, there's probably people who thought Sirianni wasn't going to be anything when he was talking about Flowers and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. I think the coordinators are more important than the head coach anyway. And getting on to the Phillies, I do think they should sign Schwarber because I think right now this is Schwarber's team, not Bryce Harper. It is Schwarber. And one final thing I like to say is, why don't they make Rojas choke up on the bat? I think with his speed, he could be a real weapon if he could get on base. And the only way he's going to do that consistently is choking up.
Yeah, but he is a weapon on the bases, John. He's obviously very fast. He can steal the base. John, we appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I actually thought Rojas, he had a couple tough nights the last couple nights, but I think for the most part this year, Hugh, he's improved as an offensive player. Now, he does boneheaded things sometimes in the outfield, on the base paths. I mean, he's still...
But his speed and his bat for the most part, laying down bunt stuff, he's been an asset.
I would say offensively, he's been much better this year than in years past. I mean, I think his OPS is still over 700. We used to hover in the low 600s, 500s with him. If he gives them a batting average above 270 and he gets on base a decent amount with his defense and his base running, he's an asset.
That's okay. Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah,
Take
as
that
far
all
as
day.
him choking up on the bat,
That's not what you was.
Well, I mean, it's not Little League. You can't make a Major League Baseball player choke up on the bat. They're going to do what they're comfortable with up there. But I think they've tried to get him to bunt more and do that. He's not great at it, but he did have, what was it, in Tampa last week? He had the squeeze play for the run. That was.
I think they're right. That does sound all right.
Yeah, it was a huge play in the game. Ashley is back up in Man Area. Hey, Ashley.
Hey, sorry, guys.
That's all right. What's up?
So, look, first I want to say a huge thank you. Secondly,
For what?
I want to say...
What do you think
what
is you
I
for?
do?
What did he do? Oh, his play on the field?
I mean, that too, but...
It's like 20 years ago.
Talking about the first game. Like, the first game with the Cowboys, it's...
That's what you're
I would
talking
have
about.
rather seen DC. I would have rather see the Commodores, the Cobra Commanders, because it just would have been a better entertaining game.
Well, and a
Yeah,
more
I believe
meaningful
that,
game.
yeah.
I mean, a game that whoever wins the division, Ashley, has the inside track to a 1 or 2 seed and maybe the Super Bowl. I mean, it just is bigger stakes there. The Cowboys, blah.
I mean, as far as the Cowboys look, like I keep telling people for the past 15 years, does it mean it means if we win. And anytime we play a division game, it always means something when we win.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to win, but also Dallas is not doing nothing. And I keep telling people, wait till November. And I'm giving them grace. Wait till November. That's when they fall off the face of the earth. Even if they make the playoffs, it don't mean nothing. And lastly, I wanted to say, as far as Jalen Carter and this guard that they drafted, I hope he doesn't say anything talking about Jalen Carter. All I hope is that when the game starts, they pan the camera over to his face and he beats him like a drum. Say nothing. All I want to see is just a smile on Jalen Carter's face. Because for you to come, you haven't even put on any pads yet, and you talking about, oh, I can't wait to see Jalen. And correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't he beat him like a drum in college?
Beat him like a drum.
They were in the same conference, so yeah, he played him.
Something.
Like, so I'm just waiting for that. But yeah, I don't necessarily like it. I would have rather played DC. I would have rather played Detroit. I would have rather played anybody else but the Cowboys. Not because I'm afraid of it. Ain't nothing to be afraid of. But it's nothing really there except for it's a division game.
That's it. I mean, and you know what it is, Ashley? The Cowboys at week 1, and we appreciate the phone call. You said it a little while ago. It's a way for NBC to generate a huge rating for the game because it's the Cowboys, it's the defending champion Eagles, it's the first game of the season. If they put this game in week 9 and the Cowboys are 3-6, they might have to flex it out.
Yeah, and the Cowboys historically, for whatever reason, they've had a lot of primetime games over the last couple of years.
Well,
so
the
I think
reason
they're
is
trying to
TV.
keep that going.
Yeah, I mean, I know why they're on TV. They get a big number every time. I mean, and they'll get a big number in this game. That's great. But like, why do I care about NBC's TV number? I want to get excited for the season and to start the year. The Lions would have been a better game. The Rams would have been a better game. The Commanders,
a highly contested game.
I mean, it's
out the gate.
The biggest buzz for this game is the first round guard on the Cowboys talk some trash about Jalen Carter. That's what we have. Again, and we got to stop the Schottenheimer-Sirianni comps. They're not the same.
It's not the same thing.
Sirianni was
a hot coordinator coming out during the time, and his name was being bantered around as the next head coach.
Like he was a young coordinator that had just done it for a few years. Like it was like the kind of coach that becomes a head coach. And Brian Schottenheimer
name wasn't mentioned by nobody.
Nobody. And I don't think.
Matter of fact, when he got the job, everybody was like, "Huh?" The only reason it popped because of the Schottenheimer name.
Yeah. Well, of course. I mean, it's a joke. The Cowboys are a joke. When I saw the game tomorrow, I was like, really? It's the Cowboys? I just think it's a lame game to start the season with. 215-592-9494. Your phone calls on the other side. Do you like Eagles-Cowboys week 1? And should the Phillies give Kyle Schwarber an extension right now? I would not waste any more time. Do it now. If this goes to the offseason, you risk losing them. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. They got peanut butter fans' favorite candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpers are a light sponge cake topped with rich icing. Donut lovers, they have options for days. You got the frosted mini donuts, you got the powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious dip and stick flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake. Except no substitutes.
The Phillies are back at the bank to host the Cardinals. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Deep right field. Happy Mother's Day, Mama Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Hey, basketball fans, ready for the NBA playoffs? Get in on the action throughout basketball's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. Sign up or log in to score odds boost, tokens, and more, supercharging your profits whenever you make a winning NBA playoffs bet. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless b-ball betting options, including new look, same-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Just sign up or log in today, and you'll be on your way to exciting NBA action all through the postseason. Get ready for this season's exciting finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense will remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Window Nation is a proud sponsor of this year's Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Right now, take advantage of their semi-annual sale. Includes 60% off a full house of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments until 2027. Visit windownation.com today.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
2-1, swung on, hit deep, center field. Martinez back at the wall, out of room, it's gone, and Schwarber has gone deep again. A 2-run home run here in the 8th inning, his 14th of the season. He's driven in all 3 tonight for the Phillies, who now lead it 3-0.
14 home runs for Kyle Schwarber. Welcome back to Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Kyle Schwarber's not just on a tear. He is having a ridiculous start to the season. Hugh, he's on pace for 57 home runs. And June hasn't even arrived. Pay that man. Extend him now. Hugh, I just think every day we wait is a day that there is a bigger chance that he's not here next year, and that's crazy to me.
The price of the bricks is going to go up every day. Every day that we wait and let him know that, it's a good chance he might reach free agency. He might go into free agency and get stupid paid. Like, for real.
And then what are the Phillies without Kyle Schwarber? Well,
it's a little different.
Well, they'd be without their best hitter because over the last year, he's been the best hitter on the team. Not Trey Turner, not Bryce Harper. The best offensive player they have is Kyle Schwarber. And I got to sign him now. I feel like most rational people today are saying yes. At least one person who maybe claims he's rational is not. Kyle, you still do you remain unconvinced that we should do this now?
Now you make me feel the need to make it clear. I love Kyle Schwarber. When we get the free agency, and if, it all goes the way I want it to, he plays this season out. He hits the 57 home runs because he's hungry for that next contract. He goes to free agency. He becomes priority number 1 for the Phillies above anything else, above whatever free agent you want them to get. Kyle Schwarber is going to be priority number 1. I just think it's for the best for the team this season. I think it's too unnecessary of a risk for what I want this season to end up in, and that's a World Series championship. The free agency stuff, I'll worry about that later. My number 1 priority for this team is not to get Kyle Schwarber re-signed. It's to win the World Series. So if they do it, and I don't think Kyle Schwarber is this kind of guy, but, these kind of things do happen. We just saw it with the Eagles. The Eagles let everyone play out their contracts, got the best possible year out of all of them, and they won the Super Bowl. So, it's just an unnecessary risk. And I think with the messaging they sent to this team is that this could be, I don't want it to be, I don't want Schwarber to be a part of this, but if things don't go as planned and they don't win the World Series, then you need to sort of have that threat out there that big changes could be coming. So I think it's important that they keep that messaging there. Don't contradict it. Let him play out the season, and then you'll sign him in free agency.
Yeah, so I understand that. But to me, that's risky too, Hugh. If he gets to free agency, and I know Kyle's point is they could still re-sign him, and they could. No one's stopping them from outbidding the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Mets or whoever it's going to be. Mm-hmm. But you also may be forced between a rock and a hard place. Like, hey, I really want him back, but the Mets are offering 8 years. And it's like, man, I don't want to give a 32-year-old DH an 8-year contract.
Out of everything. I hear what you're saying, Kyle, and it sends the wrong message. But I would push back a little bit and say this: out of everything that I've asked of these guys to do all season long, he's the only one that actually's done it. Everybody else is kind of giving me lip service.
Yeah.
When you talk about what Bryce was asked to do, and potentially moving to the outfield, I don't know how that conversation went, but it doesn't look like he was willing to do that. When you talk about Trey Turner, and his moving his position to let somebody else play shortstop and things like that, he was dug in on that. And to me, Schwarber is the only bright spot in a year where you did run it back and you asked guys to do different things, and he's the only one that basically stepped up to the plate and's done it.
I get that, and that's why I want to keep things the way they are. Like, let him continue to go off under this final year of his contract.
I get what you're saying, but that's taking a hell of a chance.
I actually think too how well he's doing is making it more complicated for them. I mean, if he was just having a normal Kyle Schwarber season, I think I'd be more in Kyle's camp on this and just let it play out. He's leveling up in front of our eyes. I mean, he looks like one of the 10 best hitters in baseball. You let those guys go to free agency, you're either asking to overpay or pay for more years, or you're asking to lose them. Let's hear Ruben Amar on the Phillies show last week talking about what the sticking point on Schwarber might be, and it's not just about the money.
Gotta sign that guy. Price keeps going up. Kyle Schwarber, he's making a good case for himself.
Oh, and he will. He keeps getting better with age, sort of. But the beauty of this guy is that he's really put himself in a position to make more consistent contact through the middle of the field. He can get hits. He can drive the ball the other way like he did last night. And he seems to be getting better, like, as he gets older. So it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, it's not about the money. It's about the length of the contract.
Well, that's the problem, because the Phillies already have quite a few players that are going to have really long contracts for a really long time, and they're all going to get old at the same time. Like, I want Schwarber back. I want to do it right now. And if I can do it for 4 or 5 years today, I'm in. But if we get to the offseason, it becomes 7 or 8 years, then it's really tricky for the Phillies. 215-592-9490 should the Phillies extend Schwarber right now? Hugh and I both want to do that. All right. Back to your phone calls in a minute, but Hugh, you know what we got to talk about?
What we got to talk about?
Well, we got to tell everyone and remind everyone what we have going on with our show and the Phillies Fantastic Auction. You ready to play some video games, Hugh?
I'm always ready to play some video games.
All right, here's what we have. So the Phillies Fantastic Auction is going on this week, and you can bid on a really awesome experience that we're going to have. So at some point this summer, we'll have a mutually agreed upon date. The winner of this bid is going to play video games with us, Hugh, on Fanavision, like the huge 152-foot wide screen at Citizens Bank Park.
Mm-hmm.
Up to 8 people may attend. You get 8 tickets to the game, obviously for one for every person. You get an autographed baseball of the winner's choosing from a member of the 2025 Phillies, and we get to play for 90 minutes on Fanavision.
90 of them things. That's exciting.
It's going to be really awesome. If you know someone in your life that is a video game enthusiast and you want to, bid on something that goes to a great cause, Phillies Fantastic Auction. You could text to this number 1-989-256-1025. That's how you bid on the Phillies Fantastic Auction, specifically to play video games with Hugh and I on the big screen.
I wonder what we're going to play. I was thinking F-Zero would look nice on the big screen.
I've never played
That's
F-Zero.
old school. Yeah, that's old school right there.
So PlayStation 4 is the console of...
that's what we're going to use?
We're going to use PlayStation 4.
So we could probably use... I'm thinking... Yeah, no, that was Nintendo. Wait a minute, Nintendo and PlayStation the same thing, though, right?
Nope.
What?
I'm trying to remember what F-Zero was on. Well, can you play... I think you can play F-Zero on PS4.
I don't... I just know that PlayStation and Nintendo are not the same thing. No.
Well, I think they bought
Sony.
some of the games. Because Nintendo was Mario Kart, right?
Yep.
That was so.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the same thing then.
What
I think
is
it's the same
F-Zero?
thing.
What is F-Zero?
It's a racing game
on Nintendo.
It was on Nintendo, but I think it's on PlayStation. I don't play PlayStation. I'm an Xbox guy.
Well, we'll play PlayStation this day.
Yeah, so I think it's on there.
It's a Nintendo game.
So we can't play F-Zero.
Not on PlayStation.
Okay,
not how it works.
If you specifically wanted to play F-Zero, you're out of luck. But we can play any other game you want. Obviously, we'll play one that's suitable for all ages.
Yeah, I think that's what. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I just want.
No, I mean you can't. No. See, because you can play it on PS2.
We would play PS4.
Yeah, but you could play it on the PlayStation system. So
okay.
you could if you get the right gaming console, you could probably go on there and get it.
You know what game I want to play? MLB The Show and hit a home run with Kyle
MLB.
Schwarber. Yes.
Are we going to watch a baseball game?
But we're going to play a baseball. I'm going to strike you out. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, that would be kind of tough. That would be kind of tough.
That'd be fun. All right, 215-592-9494 for Phillies Fantastic Auction. You can go on now and bid. And if you know someone who would love something like that in their life, share it with them and let them know about it. Auction goes through this week. All right, back to your phone calls and all these things, including, would you trade Tanner McKee to the Saints for a third-round pick? Derek Carr up and retired this weekend, so the Saints do not have themselves a quarterback. I would offer them Tanner McKee for a third-round pick. If Kellen Moore really loves McKee as much as we think he does, maybe he would maybe be excited by a trade like that. Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see. When they meet you, learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. Quite a few polls up today. I don't think we put one up about not being able to see Hugh, but that's why the lights went on in here. If you're watching on YouTube, no one could see Hugh.
Can you see Hugh?
Now, am I so bright I'm hurting your eyes? I apologize if I am. All right, is Week 1 versus Dallas a must-win? 74% yes. Eagles-Cowboys Week 1, like it, don't like it. 67% like it. I just think it's a lame Week 1 matchup. That's a game that works anytime. I don't need that Week 1. Do the Phillies need to extend Schwarber now? How about this? 86% on the right side of this one. Yes, get this done now. Mike in Norristown is up on WIP. Hey, Mike. Mike?
The moment was too big.
Guess he's not on WIP.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. All right, so Ray in Morristown believes the Eagles are being disrespected. What's up, Ray?
Joe, listen, this is disrespect of the utmost kind. You are putting well, wait a minute. Let's just go back to the beginning. When you think in terms of Week 1 matchups, you usually think of games that have some history, some significant value. You're talking about maybe a NFC or AFC championship.
Or a matchup that we didn't see that we wanted to see.
Yeah, like the Lions, yeah.
Right. So what you're doing is the NFL, I don't know who makes these schedules up, but you have 5 months to sit around and conjure up the schedule, and you come up with an insignificant, irrelevant Dallas Cowboys team to face the Super Bowl champions? That is disrespectful. I think all the fans should be, but you know what? Let me walk that back just a tiny bit. The good part about this is, guys, is we want to knock off the Cowboys early. We don't have to wait till October or November like we usually do to see them for the very first time. We can knock them out and kick their behinds the very first game of the season, and we're done with them until, we play them again in December, because that's usually what happens.
Yep.
So I'd rather get it out of the way. It's good to get it out of the way. Am I excited about it? No, but I got to make, lemonade out of lemons. And I'm going to be excited about the fact that we're going to kick Dallas's ass on September 4th and be done with them until December. And then we'll kick their asses again.
Yeah, we'll get a win and we'll raise the banner, and then we'll move on to the real opponents. But it's not a buzzworthy opponent, right? I mean, the Cowboys are not a buzzworthy team. I mean, they get buzz because that's what happens, but they're not very good. They're not a very good team right now.
Somebody called in a favor. That's what it kind of feels like. Jerry called in a favor, and knowing that they probably won't have too many primetime games this year, and asked for that one. That's not a good game.
They probably will have more primetime games than they should. I mean, they always do, right? But you know what they're probably going to do here? They're going to put them in the first 2 months before their season is over, so it kind of, you don't know they're dead. Yeah. Ray, what do you think about Schwarber?
Some ugly football. It always is for
the
first couple. Well, with Schwarber, I don't have a problem signing him. When I hear Kyle talk about it, it does make a little bit more sense. I wanted to let players show their worth. I don't know that we need to just all the time just start, reneging on contracts and re-signing players before. Work your contract out, fulfill the terms of the obligation, and let's see what you're doing. You might very well, I agree with Kyle, actually. You get the best out of these players when you make them work. And if it doesn't work out here, at least you'll get the very best for him because you'll be playing for another contract somewhere else. But if I did sign him, and I'm all for it, I'd sign him for 3 years because I don't think you're going to get much more out of him after that. I think a 3-year extension would be very fair.
Yeah, well, I think it could be fair, Ray, but for him, why would he take that? And Ray, we appreciate the phone call. I mean, that's, if I'm Kyle Schwarber and I'm his agent right now, I'm not taking a 3-year contract.
Nah, you're going to try to get as much as you possibly can, knowing that if you reach free agency, you're going to get a bit more money. See, here's the reality of everything that we're dealing with right now. got 14 home runs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you projected to have 57. Going into free agency right now, with Vlad Guerrero Jr. just getting a ton of money, and he is the hottest hitter that's going to be on the market by far. He's going to Trey Turner that thing. And we all know what Trey Turner did when he came to him in the offseason.
Got his money.
He got paid. Like Bryce Harper is that guy, Kyle Schwarber is going to be that guy that somebody's going to overpay for him. And if that means sign him to an 8-year deal or whatever like that, so be it.
Well, and you were talking about this earlier. He brings things to the table that would be attractive to teams, even if he wasn't hitting 40 or 50 home runs. Teams would say, "Oh, he's been good in the playoffs. He's a leader. He brings teams. He's a winner." You add in 50 home runs, he's going to be very valuable.
You know what this reminds me of? And I remember it like it was yesterday. Remember when Jason Worth went to the Nationals?
Yes.
And everybody talked about how they overpaid for him. He was good for that team, though. He was really good for that team.
Very good.
And you talk about those unquantifiable intangibles that I talk about. That's what he brought to the table. If you want to stretch it, which I tend to stretch the stories out a little bit to fit my narrative.
Mm-hmm.
He was the reason why they were able to turn that thing around and make it to the World Series eventually.
Well, he was a big reason they turned around from bad to good. I mean, as soon as he got there, they won. I believe they won the division next year.
Yeah, and he was a big part of that, man. So it's one of those things where, I remember like it was just, that was a terrible contract that they gave him, but you're not paying for the player. You're paying for the off the field thing.
Actually, Hugh, it's a very interesting parallel because the Phillies at that time were older, right? They had J-Roll, they had Utley, they had Howard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were locked into a lot of money, and they let Worth get to free agency, and he took more money from the Nationals. I think it's an interesting parallel because he wasn't the guy that was the highest paid on the Phillies.
Mm-mm.
At times, he wasn't looked at. Like, I think over the last couple of years, we probably would have said, or someone would have said, Bryce and Trey are the most important ones.
Yeah.
But then as time went on, Worth kept producing, and then he left, and the Phillies were never the same without Jason Worth.
Unquantifiable intangibles, man. I think that's what he brings to the table. I really, really do.
See, then Kyle is okay over here, letting those unquantifiable intangibles walk out the door in free agency. The Worth comp is actually really interesting because when he went into free agency, I don't think anyone expected him to get that much in that many years.
I remember it like it was yesterday, and people were like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yep.
Are you kidding me? You gave him this much money, and he was pretty good for that squad.
So what? I think he got what?
What I do? I said something.
Did he say something?
I thought we were pretty close.
What I do?
You thought he was going to slip up or say something he shouldn't? You get too comfortable?
Wait a minute, did I almost messed up something? Oh, I must have missed it.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here, but
usually Hugh catches himself when he's about to say something.
Was I about to say something?
That was close though. I think. I don't know. Just move on. We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
We're gonna talk about that later.
I do like this. I do like the Worth comp. I mean, at the time, I think he got like $120 million. And in today's money, that would be like Schwarber getting $200-something million.
Yeah, he got paid.
For all the doubters out there, it's a good comp, the Worth thing. Mike in Norristown's up. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Mike?
Hey, Mike, what's up?
Hug, what's up, buddy?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm great, man. Open up against the Cowboys. Let's go. They're going to spank them.
Spank them.
Yeah, this is a double-digit win right here. Double digits.
Oh, a 48-10.
Woo! Man. Lots of ways to season.
Saquon, fantasy, I'm going to draft him first round. I'm saying right now, Saquon, 3 touchdowns, $120.
Say Sean Broccoli.
Boom, 320.
Are we doing fantasy football this year?
Of course we're doing fantasy football. By the way, we're doing fantasy baseball as a station. You guys, your team stinks.
That's Kyle's fault.
Yeah, how can I get in on getting fantasy with you guys?
Oh, well, we have a midday show league.
You can't.
Well, no, you can't.
Yeah, well, Kyle
I'm not
runs the
worthy?
league.
No, Mike, no.
We'll see.
We'll let you know as the summer goes on how we're going to do it.
That's a no.
No, Mike.
Are you talking about the fantasy
our
football?
league with our listeners.
Oh, yeah, we got to figure that out.
Yeah, Mike.
You're talking to a 3-time fantasy football champion here.
Oh, wow. Well, then you're going to beat the brakes off of Hugh because his team
I only won a couple games.
Usually stinks.
Yeah.
I have a pretty good draft.
Here's what we call it, tomato can.
I have a pretty,
tomato can.
I used to have a pretty good draft, too.
And then what happens?
You call him Paulie from Rocky? You said he ain't a tomato can you kick around?
Yeah, he is tomato can.
He is.
I think at one point during the season, he just outright dropped Malik Neighbors last year.
I did.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
He
just dropped Neighbors.
Man.
No, I tried to hide him, and somebody caught it. And who was it? No.
You know, we all can
who
see
was it?
the waiver
Chris.
wire.
Yeah, Chris caught it. He's like, did you drop Malik? Yes, I did.
Oh, man. That's a bad job.
Yeah, it was. It was really bad. So what are you
But,
thinking, Mike? Cowboys, Eagles, week 1. You like it? Don't like it? What do you feel?
Love it. I love it. Open up and spank them, defeat them, beat them down for the first week and let them know who they really are. Bunch of scrubs.
Well, I do like that part of it. Yeah, I mean, but here's my thing. And Mike, we appreciate the call. The Cowboys are going to be whatever they are anyway. I mean, when they lose to the Eagles
and they don't
lose somebody else.
Are they going to pay Michael Parsons before the season? Might be a little disgruntled. Might not come to camp. It's still.
Or he might have a Schwarber year.
You think so?
Well, yeah. I mean, he could have a lot of sacks no matter what. He gets sacked all the time. Schwarber hits home runs all the time. I mean, this is the reality is this. The Cowboys game is a lame opener.
It is a lame opener, though.
Is it our fault if we get too excited for games that were never going to happen? It's just weird.
Well, I just knew, like, the leader in the clubhouse, I would think would have to be the Detroit game.
I agree.
And for the NFL to say, nah, we're going to make the Dallas game the first one of the season.
We had a caller a few minutes ago who said this is disrespectful to the Eagles. I didn't view it that way, but it is really more about the Cowboys than it is the Eagles.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
They wanted to put the Cowboys on a big game before their season went off the rails, and then maybe the game wouldn't pop on TV anymore. That's annoying. That we got to have the Cowboys here because we have to worry about the TV ratings with them. Like,
the only saving grace is the banner raising and the fact that Emmett was crying about the Eagles getting all this pub and love.
Think he's going to cry with his mouth full again?
Probably.
Oh, I forgot about that.
What if he's going to come to the game?
I hope he does. We'll get him on the pregame show, and we're going to boo him. But
he said we can boo him.
Oh, that'd be great. Imagine we invite Emmitt Smith to the pregame show, and we get the whole crowd to just boo him for like 5 whole minutes.
He'd probably love that.
I did forget about that. What did Emmitt went on a radio show and ate the whole time?
He was snacking. Yeah, he was snacking.
It was totally disrespectful.
Literally eating on it.
It was one of the most disrespectful things I've ever heard.
Oh, wait. I have the end of it.
Okay. Yeah, because he was chewing.
You still got a long way to go to catch up.
Yeah. I wonder what he was eating, though.
What do you think?
Sounds like a tasty sandwich.
You still got a long way to go to catch up.
With some mayonnaise, with some mayo.
There was an apple smack
Yeah,
to me.
there was
you
think so?
Yeah, let's hear it again.
You still got a long way to go to catch up.
I heard an apple smack.
It's starting to remind me a little bit of Hugh.
He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey. No, that doesn't. That ain't got nothing to do with what we're talking about. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. What are you talking about?
Sure it does. It's something funny we could play.
Every day.
I think he's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
You had to run it back. You had to run it back. What you doing?
Not back
You
to
still got a
back.
long way to go to catch up.
Yeah, Emmett was like upset, but that sandwich must have been bussing because he couldn't let it go. He couldn't wait. He couldn't wait to take a bite.
Yeah, he's not as respectful to the host he does a show with, like his, the guests, like you were when you called everyone the Eagles played tomato cans. When you were trying to hype up the Panthers.
I mean, was it a good game, though?
Totally.
Xavier Legette, if he would have caught that pass.
It was not a good game.
It was a good game.
It was a bad game for the Eagles.
Yeah, it was ugly.
It was a good game for the Carolina Panthers.
But wasn't that the game that caused the whole drama between AJ and Jalen and BG?
Was that the sideline game? That was the reason.
Yeah,
on the
that was when
sideline?
AJ came out and said the passing game was the problem.
It's actually your
Well,
fault.
it's sort of
Not
the
my
inflection
fault.
point of the season.
It's not my fault.
Yeah, it was.
No, the inflection point was when Coach Sirianni cut his hair, and we was at the pregame. So, oh my gosh, it's the turning point for the season.
I don't know if we thought of it that way.
I
did.
I did.
But you thought it was.
I'm dramatic though.
You read into it more than anybody else.
I read.
You were like, oh my goodness.
You was the first one saying they were about to go on a run.
Yeah,
I know.
I overread into that, but I was right.
Now,
About
to
the
be
tomato
fair,
cans and all that other
Hugh
stuff,
was
too.
calling for the Super Bowl from when the season started, so he was just looking for his inflection point as they couldn't win any games the first month or so.
Yeah,
you were looking for that. All right, 215-592-9049 for your phone calls on all this. Eagles-Cowboys Week 1. Like it, don't like it. Should the Phillies extend Schwarber right now? I say yes. Every minute they waste is a minute we're closer to him walking out the door rather than coming back, or we have to overpay him for years. Plus, we'll give an update on Phillies jail. I think it might be time to let someone out who did their time and someone else who may need to be locked up. And before the show ends today, we'll give you all of the percentages, chances for the Sixers in the lottery tonight. It's a huge night for the Sixers franchise. At least some of us believe it is. We got Doubter Douglas over here. He does not even excited about the potential Cooper flag.
I'm not.
Oh, come on.
We gonna runt.
No.
If we get Coup Flag, he gonna be runt.
This is the only reason to have optimism.
Runt.
Let me
He's gonna be
have
runt.
it. 215-592-94.9 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by Bet Parks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. Bet Parks.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Stars and Stripes Harley's dedicated team of finance experts are ready to get you approved. Credit so bad your mama won't lend you money?
I love you, dear, but hell to the no.
And let the credit rebuilders of Pennsylvania get you approved at Stars and Stripes Harley. 100% of all credit applications considered. See starsandstripesharley.com.
On approved credit.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Get ready for another round of outrageous fun at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. Friday, May 16th, Cheerleaders presents the Wieners and Wingettes Hot Dog Eating Contest. Food fanatics and competitive eaters, get ready for the ultimate showdown. Doors open at 8 a.m. and 10 hungry contestants will go bun for bun, battling for the grand cash prize. Plus a live performance by the sensational Rubber Doll. The competition will be fierce and the hot dogs will be flowing. May 16th, 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. at Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
Hey Phillies fans, Bryson Stott here. Making double plays on the diamond takes a lot of dedication and trust in your teammates. So when it comes to turning two off the field, I trust the team at Barlow. From sales to service, they're dedicated in handling all of your automotive needs. The team at Barlow is A-OK. Visit them today in Delran or at barlowchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
This month at Barlow Chevy, we have lease offers that will save you money and put a smile on your face. Visit us today in Delran and go Phillies.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in Big Box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes. So it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The New Orleans Saints have put together one of the strangest quarterback rooms in the NFL this offseason. After Derek Carr announced his retirement last Friday, they're left with 25-year-old rookie Tyler Shuck, Spencer Rattler, and Jake Haener. That's a long way from the Drew Brees glory days. It's a reminder of how hard it is to get QB right. They might not have loved Carr, but at least they knew what they had. And when a team can't figure that out, nothing else really matters. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station where every moment of Phillies baseball happens. And that is gone! Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Bad boys, bad boys.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us.
Oh yeah, and I found out you can't play F-Zero on PlayStation.
No.
It's only Nintendo. Okay.
We tried to tell you that.
No, it was a F-Zero. It was like a knockoff that you could play on PS4,
But
it's
that's not
the
F-Zero.
original
Yeah, they
game.
don't they don't really do cross platform.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're gonna.
So that was my fault.
You were supposed to be the gamer.
Yeah.
Because that's old school gaming right there.
Everyone
F-Zero.
that just bid
Yeah.
on it is now disappointed in you.
Yeah, because it was like, oh my gosh, you're gonna play F-Zero. No.
You know how many people called their friends like, I could play F-Zero with Hugh. He said it on the radio. And then people were like, no, he lied. He did it again.
Total lie.
All right, so the bad boys we came in with there, as you know, we usually update everyone on Phillies jail where we're at. And, you know, early in the season, we had no choice here but to lock Jordan Romano up and really throw the key away. I have to say, though, Hugh, just like with anybody else, if there's good behavior, we reconsider things. Jordan Romano closed that game out last night, and since April 20th, have you seen what our guy Romano's done?
What are you doing, Joe?
1.45 ERA.
It's coming around.
7 strikeouts, 2 walks, only 1 earned run in 6 2/3. Are we willing to open up the door and let Jordan out?
I thought he was on work release. This is more Kyle's thing than mine because I honestly thought he was on work release.
Parole for Jordan Romano?
Yeah, he can get out.
Okay.
He's got a parole officer. We're keeping an eye on him, making sure he's still on good behavior.
Yeah, I mean, he's not fully out of the woods yet, but
No.
I feel like he is. We could let him back into society now.
Like he's no longer in maximum security.
Yes. Well, I mean, after that Marlins game,
He's in gym pop. Does he get conjugal visits? Is he allowed to have conjugals? I mean, what are we talking about?
We're not in charge of that.
I mean, look, he's out on parole right now.
I took it too far.
So he can do whatever he wants in terms of that. But,
You did, yeah. All right. So now that we have an open jail cell, are we? Should we have a discussion about Rafael Marchand?
I don't even think there's a discussion.
Lock him up.
He sucks.
All right. Guilty. We have a problem with Rafael Marchand here. Hugh. Have you picked up on the difference between when Aaron Nola is being caught by Marchand compared to JT Realmuto?
I have not picked up on that.
I'm going to give you some numbers here. You ready for this?
So wait a minute. Before you do, does that mean there might be a chance?
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's first decide if we need to jail
sorry.
Marchand, okay?
Okay.
And then we decide if he's in jail, do we need a new catcher? Okay? So here are the facts, okay? This season, Aaron Nola's made 8 starts. 4 of them have come with Rafael Marchand. 4 of them have come with JT Realmuto. You ready for these splits here?
Gotcha.
4 starts with JT Realmuto. 2.49 ERA for our guy Aaron Nola. In the 4 starts with Rafael Marchand, his ERA is 7.40. 7.40 Marchand, 2.49 with Real Muto.
Guess who else probably noticing those numbers?
Stubby?
Well, it's not Stubby. I was laying
Nola.
Nola is the one that's like, oh, hold up,
Sure,
dog. Like,
sure.
wait a minute, what's going on?
So, all right. Is that enough of a sample for you to say we got something really going on here? Because I do think part of it might just be maybe Nola was just bad that night. Maybe it wasn't Marchand's fault behind the plate. It feels pretty extreme.
Well, it feels like a little bit like he doesn't trust him. To be in those situations. I mean, I don't think Nola's pretty self-aware about what's going on, and if that's the case, then yeah, he's probably not happy with him catching. So. Can I get to my point that I was about to make? Maybe.
You're gonna be the
Kyle beat me to it. Hey! And you even said last week, Andrew Painter has benefited tremendously.
Yes.
From having Garrett down there.
That's why I want to leave Stubbs down there. He's got to coach Painter up. Nola's got to figure this out.
Painter coming up eventually. So it is coming up with a package deal.
I guess we could do that.
Chief vibes officer.
Look,
making a run.
If the Phillies really want to bring Stubbs back, okay. If they think he's an upgrade over Marchand, but
he's the missing piece.
He's not in jail. They need somebody.
The missing piece. The guy jumped in a pool in Arizona.
Yeah, he did, and it went south.
Which had nothing to do with anything.
Well, it didn't help. But it didn't help.
Well, they are surging right now, but it would be something to be said if he came back and then all of a sudden they just they take it to the next level. I'm just saying.
They've won 11 out of 14 with Marchand here.
I'm just saying. It was a little bit for a time. There was something wrong. The dots weren't clicking. Maybe he can lock him in a little bit better.
So all right, where are we? Are we putting Marchand in jail? Is this?
It sounds like you are.
You have to.
It kind of sounds like you are.
He's a menace to society right now.
Someone from the Phillies has to be in jail, and we allowed Romano. All right, fine. Put Marchand in jail if you guys want to do that. I think
you want to do it.
No, I don't actually. I think Nola's being let off the hook here for his. Is it really Rafael Marchand's fault that Aaron Nola hangs curveballs?
Well, that's
it's
the numbers. The numbers. There's something to be said about being comfortable with one person as opposed to another.
Oh, sure.
And it's obvious from those numbers. Numbers don't lie. JT obviously makes him feel better when he's out there calling games.
But JT can't catch every game. I mean, we're going to run the guy into the ground. I don't know. The Marchand thing, I think, here's all jokes aside, I think he's having trouble, Hugh, adjusting to being a backup catcher playing once a week. Like, there's an art to that. It's hard to not play and
not
be
locked in.
Yeah.
But I would assume that even if you're not playing, in order to keep that kind of going, isn't there something where you have to kind of sit in and listen to what's being said or how the game's being, like to get a feel for it, to kind of be locked into the game?
So I think defensively, yes. I mean, I was speaking offensively. I think he's struggling to hit because he only plays once a week.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, that's part of the issue with Marchand is he doesn't hit when he plays.
I feel like we have a biased jury here.
What do you mean?
I think you got something personal against Garrett Stubbs.
I don't have anything personal
against him. He definitely has something personal against him because he brought up something that happened a couple years ago about jumping in the pool.
That's right.
You did bring it up, though.
Actually,
he did, you.
It's not about Stubbs. It's about people who think Stubbs has an impact on winning and losing.
Vibes, officer.
It's Hugh. It's people like Hugh over here.
Wait a minute.
It's you people. Okay?
See, I'm just saying, Chief Vibes, officer.
I don't know. I think we got Hugh. Put him in jail.
I think
Marchand's going to jail.
All right, lock him up. Locked up. We'll check back in next week on Rafael Marchand. Yeah, I feel happy for Jordan Romano. He worked hard to get out. Really good behavior for a few weeks here, and he lowered that ERA. I think his ERA is in the 8s now, which considering it was 16 a few weeks ago.
I mean, look, you're welcome, Philadelphia.
We
held his feet to the fire.
Yep.
I mean, but that is something to that.
Here's the real question, because I've been asked this. How long until Bryce is put in Phillies jail?
Bryce Harper?
Yes.
Never.
What do you mean never?
Because he's chief pandering officer. Ain't nobody
that doesn't work on this show.
That's biased jury.
Yeah.
No, nobody's putting it. Who's going to put Bryce in jail?
We're in charge. Us.
It's strictly our decision.
We created
and there's
this.
going to be some pushback. There's going to be some people at the jail with their little signs up talking about
they're going to be picketing outside.
Just wait till we make the graphic and it's Bryce behind bars.
Free Bryce. They're going to picket this. They're
not going to listen to them. That's fine. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, Romano out of jail and Marchand in for his struggles catching Aaron Nola. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Mike in Ben Salem. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up, guys? How
What's
you
up,
doing?
Mike? How you
What's
doing?
going on, man?
Hey, so I just want to talk about this whole Schwarber thing. I mean, really, to me, it doesn't matter when they sign him. I just need him to be signed. I can't see that guy in another uniform. He's becoming one of my favorite Phillies all time. I hear a lot of fans saying, don't sign him now because if we don't win, we got to break up the team. Why I agree with that, Schwarber is the last guy I'm breaking up with. If we don't win, I'm trying to trade guys like Nick or Bohm or Marsh, anybody but Schwarber. I mean, I don't think he's the problem on why we're not winning the championship. To me, he's one of the solutions on why we could win the championship.
I agree. And Mike, I don't, if he leaves, I don't even understand what the direction is. Like if he walked away, are they still trying to compete to win the World Series next year? Are they rebuilding? Because you look at their offense, and I know they had a good couple weeks here, but you take his home runs out, and they just would not be a good enough offense without him.
Yeah, I mean, I see him as a guy like, what Boston had with Ortiz.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, he could hit homers for us until he's 38, 39. I just don't see a reason why to get rid of him. I understand Kyle's point with the whole Zach Bond thing, not signing him until the end of the year. But, with what you're saying, Joe, it could create a problem where it brings the price up. But, real quick, why I had Boston on my mind, too. I just wanted to get your opinion, Joe. Would you trade for a guy like Devers with the way he's acting? Maybe try and trade Bohm or, I'm kind of – I don't really know the player that well, but, I see the situation over there in Boston. I just wanted to get your opinion on what you thought about that.
Yeah, so, if people don't know the story, and I think Hugh and I, we may have talked about this off the air, but Rafael Devers, who is a $300 million player for the Red Sox, he was signed to be their third baseman. Then this offseason, you remember they signed Alex Bregman to play third base?
Yes.
And they basically said, hey, you got to be a DH now, and he wasn't thrilled about that.
He was like, nah.
Well, now their first baseman is out for the season-ending injury, like a patella injury to his knee. So they asked Devers if he would go play first base.
I remember you telling me
And
this
he
story.
said no. I mean, he just flat out no. And he said he told the GM to go do his job and go find a new first baseman. So the dots are being connected because Dave Dombrowski was in Boston when Devers arrived. Like that was his guy. So
you think they're thinking about moving him?
Well, they could think about moving him. And to answer your question, Mike, the whole story bothers me, like a player that won't play enough. And again, it's like a similar position. It's not like you're asking him to go play center field. I mean, I'm sure he could play first base if he puts his mind to it. So it frustrates me. But, Mike, he's such a tremendous hitter that if they were selling low on him, I would absolutely be interested. Like, he's a legitimate top 20 hitter in baseball when he's right.
Yeah, I mean, if you could, get maybe trade Bohm and maybe a pitching prospect for him, I mean, I might be tempted to do it because, I mean, if he's a right-handed bat, you put him behind Harper and then Schwarber, behind him or vice versa. I mean, that could be a pretty dominating lineup right there.
Oh, he's awesome. And he's been so he started the year really, he struggled to start the year, but he's been on fire lately. Mike, appreciate the phone call.
So we don't have a problem with anybody that really doesn't want to be a team player.
No, I do have a problem with it, but if it's a buy low, I mean, if someone's offering you something that you know is worth a lot for a little, don't you have to have some interest?
I mean, but team chemistry is a thing, right?
Yeah.
For him to just tell the GM flat out, hey, nah, hey, we need you to play. Nah, you need to go do your job because that's how that sounds to me when you hear it. When you hear somebody say
it's
that,
a bad look.
It's a real bad look.
But just hold on though.
No, you need to go do your Could you play first base for us? Nah.
But he could play third base here.
You need to go do your job. How about that?
I agree with you. But would you just cross him off your list of potential acquisitions?
Well, I mean, it's like when you talk about chemistry, and I know this doesn't matter because a lot of people, we tend to forget, like, this is something that has been ingrained in us since, Little League, Pee Wee football, whatever. Camaraderie, being a team person.
Yeah.
And to have a grown-ass man in a situation where your team is in desperate need of a position that you could potentially play, and you just tell them flat out, no.
It's just a no.
Just say, no.
Well, this is
go do your job.
It's remarkable, this guy. I mean,
because it just what's okay. I know I'm being petty, and it might not have been as bad as I'm making it sound. No. Now, how do you make go do your job?
I think it was as bad as you make it out to say.
How do you say go do your job in the nicest way possible to the person that signed your checks, that gave you this opportunity?
And again, they're not asking to go perform open heart surgery. They just asked to go play first base. I mean,
hey, could you go play first base? You can kiss my ass. That's what you can do.
All right.
It was like, basically, that's what he said.
I know. Look, I
You
don't
kiss
love.
my ass.
It's a bad look, but over the last 7 years, he's averaged 34 homers and 110 RBIs.
Joe,
Get him here.
No, wait a minute. I can see. Let me try this one. Hey, could you play first base for us? That sounds like a YP, not so much an MP.
That's a you problem.
That's a YP. That's not a UP. That's not an MP.
Yeah,
that's a YP.
So he's a problem. But our third baseman has one home run, and his name is Alec Boehm. If I could swap Devers for Boehm today, I'll take the YPs and all the Ps.
Can we make it sound better though? No, just no. No, what did he say? Could you play first base?
Well, he went on to say the GM needs to do his job and find a new first baseman. How do you think it would
I
go?
like that guy.
How do you think it would go here? If it was in a press conference, one of the Phillies said, "Would you play this position?" No.
I mean, you know how we would react.
I know.
Why? I just like how he said it. I just imagine him saying it as a matter of fact kind of way.
Yeah,
No.
It was.
You know what?
It was a flat no. It was.
It was like not even entertaining it at all. Just no. Go ask somebody else.
I don't think that call is the first time we're going to hear that name connected to the Phillies, though. If they want to dump him, I mean, Dombrowski was the guy there when he arrived to the big leagues, and he's a really good player. I would clearly have interest. You have to, even though.
Go do your job.
Yeah, nope. Go find a new first baseman. Andy in Huntington Valley. Hey, Andy.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Andy?
I wait to sign Schwarber because you know what? If they don't win the whole thing, they are going to break it up. And what are you going to do with a great player with a bunch of mediocrity around them, which is kind of what you have now? So why would you invest the money in the years when you've already got Harper invested for years, you got Castellanos, you got Turner. You need a lot of pieces to fill in, and there's no guarantee they're going to win anything. So I wouldn't spend the money in the years. And if he's having a great year, good for him. That's what he's supposed to do. That's what he gets paid. That's what he gets paid to do.
So then you might as well just trade him now, Andy, if you're not going to pay him.
No, you don't have to trade him now. He's under contract. He's performing. They're winning, and that's great.
What are you saying? Joe's looking at trying to get something.
Yeah,
Joe trying to get something for him. If that's the thinking.
Listen. There's no reason to get something for them. They're moving along the right way. They won 5 out of 6 on the road trip. You know, if the rest of the team picks it up and they're on a run, that's great.
Sure,
that's exactly what's supposed to happen.
I'm just confused why this is the line in the sand. The Phillies have spent like drunken sailors for 6 years now. We keep paying guys.
That's exactly why you put the line in the sand now.
With Schwarber, no one sat here when they signed a shortstop that can't play shortstop for 11 years and said this is not a good idea. But Schwarber, that's where we say no more.
Listen, next year is a year older. He's having a great year.
We're all
a year older. If he had his MVP year, then what happens? You know, we worry about like individual statistics. Start worrying about trying to win the whole thing. And you're not going to do it with
Hold on a second.
one guy.
All they've done since he got here is win baseball games. They had Bryce Harper here for 3 years. They didn't win squat. The only thing that correlates to winning is him since he got here.
But they haven't won the whole thing, have they? And one guy can't get you to the promised land.
Well, I understand, but like, why is this the line in the sand? There's so many other ways to. They didn't have to give Aaron Nola 7 years. He can't even 92 on the radar gun anymore. But this is. I just don't understand.
I'm not saying that was the right idea either, but I'm saying I don't think the guy's performing. It's one thing if he's having an attitude because, hey, he didn't sign me and I'm pissed. He's going out there, he's saying, hey, I'm the guy. So if he can take us all the way to the promised land and they win the World Series, great. Let's have the conversation in the offseason. And no, I wouldn't give him 8 years.
Well, I wouldn't, Andy. I wouldn't either. The problem is, and I'm with you on that. The problem is if he gets to free agency,
somebody gonna pay him.
Someone's going to do that. Yeah, and then you're probably going to lose him. And Andy, I get your point. A good phone call. I mean,
Andy's just going hard today, ain't he?
Well, I just don't understand. Like, what is the plan with the Phillies if we just let Kyle Schwarber walk away? Like, they're just going to be old but worse next year. They're not going to magically get young by letting Schwarber walk out the door. They're old in a lot of places. I just feel like they've gone down this path, and for this to be the one where we say, well, now we got to draw the line in the sand, feels
a little ridiculous.
It feels ridiculous. It feels
ridiculous.
Yeah, it feels silly, actually.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying don't re-sign him at all.
I know.
But, like, I guess to answer your question, though, like, he is the one that's up for contract.
So was Aaron Nola. Sure. That contract
but he was. I'm saying, like, if, we're faced with this now, like, Nola's signed now.
Right.
Kyle Schwarber's the one that is the free agent this year.
I know. But no one had a problem with all these other signings that could go bad. But now he's old. Like,
But then we saw, new information. We got our ass kicked by the Mets, the NLDS. It looks like we're going backwards. I can sort of understand it a little bit.
Yeah, I know. I guess if you're not going to bring, or if you allow for the idea that Schwarber could leave, then I think we're closer to a rebuild than winning a World Series.
Maybe.
Wow.
I like a lot of people are starting to get done with this core.
They are playing well right now.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 over the weekend, 5 out of 6 in the trip.
To see how it's,
Well, no, we took the pledge.
Well, no, I took the players too, but I'm just saying, I'm just speaking for the people. People looking at it like,
Everyone knows what happened with the pledge and you.
I was sincere. I was sincere.
No, you were not.
I said it with.
Were you on YouTube then? I want to find the. I want to find the
think we
video.
are. I think we were.
I said it
You
with
were clearly giggling.
Max, ain't nobody ask you nothing.
Yeah.
Max back there giving the thumbs up
Max
like he
knows
was on.
about you on
Max,
the
ain't nobody ask you nothing.
Yeah. Well, I did ask if we were on YouTube. He knows.
No, he back there giving thumbs up. Max, don't be giving thumbs up.
He knows when we got on YouTube. That's his job. So we were on YouTube and you lied to
He
me.
was going to blame Max for making him look bad.
Yeah.
Taking the pledge.
Max did do that though. That's what Max does.
Well, I mean, you could have taken the pledge more seriously.
I did take the pledge seriously.
You did
I
not.
did. You just didn't believe me. I said it with glee in my heart.
You were giggling.
I said it with glee in my heart. It was glee.
Why do you lie to everyone? I mean, I just.
I said it with glee.
Let's go to David in Westchester. What's up, David?
What is glee in my heart? Seriously.
Lies.
What is
It's you lying to the audience.
That wasn't.
Lies.
It's not. I was glee. It was glee.
No.
It was glee.
Nope.
Oh my God. Hugh, I had a sergeant one time tell me right to my face, "You're a liar." So you can just take that for what it is. So
to your face? Well, he is the sergeant. I know
what are you
did
gonna say?
probably. Yeah, you can't do too much for that.
Well, he wasn't lying. He was telling the truth. So. But anyway, Schwarber, you have to re-sign him now, and you know what? And Andy almost changed my opinion where he said you don't have to pay him, but then Joe, you said, well, why not trade him now? And you know what, Joe? I'm going with the camp of why not trade him now? Because they're not going to win anything in the playoffs. They're going to have a good season. They're not going to win anything, and then when they don't win anything, my head's going to explode again. And I just can't take that. So if you get a lot of really good prospects, and you start changing the score, you bring in Rafael Devers for Alec Boehm. Alec Boehm play first base. And I'm sure he'd do a good job for the Red Sox. But start changing the chemistry of this team, mix it up a little bit. And I think it would go well. So if you're not going to pay him now, then, go ahead and trade him, because you're not going to be able to keep him because somebody is going to overpay. And then we're going to have to watch Kyle Schwarber in a Miami Marlins uniform for the next 12 years, and that's going to suck.
Yeah, well, I can't do that. But
Miami Marlins.
Yeah, no, we can't have that. Miami's not going to pay him. He's not going to end up there. My fear is he ends up with the Mets, David. I can't watch that. Him and Soto and Lindor. No, I can't do that.
Ooh, God, that's a nightmare.
It is.
Yeah. That's a nightmare scenario.
And they got bread, too.
He'll be sitting there with glee in his heart, just chuckling away.
Well, he always has glee. Well, we know what happened with the pledge, and he lied. David, well, you took it. Did we appreciate the phone call?
With love and admiration.
With your fingers crossed behind your back.
No, I took it. No fingers.
All right. We got to talk. We got to check in with you people coming up in a few minutes. We know they had a lot to say today about Hugh being invisible to start the show, and now I'm shining. I think someone said they could turn all their lights off, and I'm just the light in their house.
Shining like new money.
Yeah, I am shining today. All right, tonight though could be a huge night for the Sixers. We're going to break down their chances at actually getting the first pick, and the chances at something not as great happening with this. The NBA draft lotteries, and it's been a while since the Sixers were part of this. Feels like the old days of the process. The lottery tonight, the Sixers' chances, and, of course, the hope of getting Cooper Flagg, which I think would be just a total franchise-changing thing. Hugh Doubter Douglas over here doesn't even think Cooper Flagg could save the Sixers.
I just feel bad for Cooper Flagg if he came here.
Oh, come on.
Daryl Moore is still here, man.
I kind of would, too.
Well, yeah, but
I feel bad. I'm not going to lie to you.
If they get Cooper Flagg, it could fix it. It can fix it.
Or we could ruin Cooper Flagg.
Oh, stop.
See, I'm with that.
What are you guys doing?
Because Daryl Moore is still here.
Screw Daryl Morey.
That's the point.
The same cat that's sitting there talking about how good he's been since he's been here.
Yeah.
You want Cooper Flagg to come here to that.
No, I want Cooper Flagg, and then I'll fire more when I get the chance to. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. Lunch and batting practice with Topper. You and a friend in that 2025 team photo. And play video games on Fanavision with WIP midday shows Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're taking the Padres in the run line tonight at home against the Angels. You say Kikuchi on the mound for L.A., but it's Michael King on the mound for San Diego. He's been a buzzsaw this year, not allowing more than 2 runs in any of his last 5 starts. We think his role continues tonight. With that kind of pitching backing and an angry lineup for the Padres, you have to take them on the run line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Hey, hockey fans, ready for the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs? Get in on the action throughout hockey's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. Sign up or log in for odds boost tokens and more throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless NHL betting options, including new look same-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Follow the action and excitement for every goal and every game throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs with BetMGM. Get ready for this season's fantastic finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra after 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Now is the time for you to make the right choice about who services your car. United Tire and Service. Go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys are up. 215-592-9494. Tell you hop aboard here. We'll check in with you people coming up around 1:45. But Hugh, big night tonight.
Yay.
Come on.
I mean, I'm
That's
excited.
all you got?
Yo, the unfortunate thing about all of this is this. Cooper Flag is here. Daryl Moore is still here. Like, and I mean, he's still here.
I will take my chances with Cooper Flag, Jared McCain, and Tyrese Maxey.
No, I mean, I understand your excitement for the youth movement, if you will. Daryl Moore, man. I mean, I just don't have the faith in his ability like he does.
Well, I don't either, but he's probably going to be here if they have the 5th pick, the 6th pick, the 1st pick, or no pick.
This is true. This is true.
So I need Cooper Flag tonight. So here's the Sixers' chances of everything tonight. So they have a 10.5% chance to win the lottery, and which obviously would be Cooper Flag. He's going to be the number 1 pick out of Duke. They have a 10.5% chance at the number 2 pick, 10.6 at the number 3, 10.5 at number 4. Now, they have the highest chance to get the 7th pick, which means they'd lose their pick. So, it's interesting how all the percentages play out. But they have about a 10.5% chance of 1, 2, 3, or 4. They have a 19.6% chance at number 6, which means they would keep their pick. Their pick is top 6 protected. Hugh, if they stay in the top 6, the pick belongs to them. If they fall out of the top 6 tonight, that pick goes to Oklahoma City. So we were talking about before the show today, they have about a 10% chance of getting the number 1 pick, but they also have about a 30-something% chance of losing their pick totally.
I don't root for them to lose their pick.
Well, I mean, that'd be a disaster.
Yeah,
that'd be a disaster.
I'd hope not.
I'm not rooting for that, but man, it's just like when you see a talent like Cooper Flag and everybody's talking about this, that, and the third, Daryl Moore is still here, man. And
but he can't mess up the Cooper Flag pick.
I mean, but you can mess him up personally, like bringing him here and all this other rigmarole that you got going on with this squad. You could do that.
I will say this about, though, with Morey. They haven't messed up young players with him, right? They got Maxey, and he developed. They got McCain.
Yeah.
What they've done is they have paid the wrong older players, traded for the wrong older players.
I give you that. And the maturation of Maxey really came out of necessity more than anything. Remember that Dallas game when he went home, and that's when it really started to turn the corner for him. And it's just, for me, the whole Joel Embiid, Paul George thing. And what are you going to do with that? You bring in another young guy. What are you going to do with those two guys?
Yep.
Because you've already doubled down and said that they're a part of this squad next year. In what capacity?
So here's the way I'm thinking tonight. If they lose the pick, that's the biggest disaster, obviously. If they win the lottery, that's the biggest positive thing you could ever imagine.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think it's interesting if they move up a little bit, if they stay at 6 or 5 or 4 or 3, because there's no slam dunk pick after Flag.
Yeah.
And then here's where I would not trust Morey, Hugh. If they get like the 4th pick, I'd be afraid he trades it for a veteran and tries to keep winning now, right? Like just we're doubling down on George, doubling down on Embiid. We're going to try to trade for another established player, and it doesn't really help out the future. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I do know this. Cooper Flag is good enough to change the Sixers. And I don't know what else changes the Sixers. Oh, I think he's good enough.
No, I mean, I'm not worried about his ability. That's not it. I'm worried about the people upstairs and how they develop him and allow him to develop.
Doubting Douglas,
Well,
even
I'm
on
just saying.
Cooper Flag.
No, I mean, I believe in Coop, but it's the organization as a whole.
Here's let me ask you this question: are you a conspiracy theorist when it comes to lotteries? Do you think they're rigged? I do.
To a certain extent.
I think once in a while the league will do it on purpose. For
it worked
whatever.
out for Cleveland. Like that's the one I was telling you about this morning when Cleveland, because they got, who was it? They got Kyrie and LeBron.
Yeah.
And it worked out for them pretty good. So
The original one was people said that the envelope, when they used to pull the envelopes out with the team.
And the ones that stuck at the bottom or whatever.
The Knicks, when they gave them Patrick Ewing, that it was a frozen envelope. So David Stern picked out the cold envelope.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
You a believer in the conspiracy, Kyle? Lotteries are rigged?
Yeah, I mean, if they're out to screw the Sixers, probably.
Is that what it is?
Well, also, are the Sixers a team they want to help? Like,
you would think because of the market.
Yeah.
But like the last time we tried to do something, we zagged when everyone else was zagging.
Yeah,
they
I don't know.
got in the way.
I don't know if they'd help the Sixers out tonight.
I don't know. I think they resent the Sixers more than they want to help.
I think so too. I think if it's rigged, it's not going to be rigged for the Sixers tonight. All right, we have ourselves about a 10.5% chance at Cooper Flag. Doubting Douglas over here doesn't believe he turned this thing around. Cooper Flag!
He'll turn it around. Joel Embiid's still going to be here. We're still going to be trying to figure out
Joel
what we're going
Embiid
to
may
do
never
with him.
play again.
Paul George is going to be here. Do you think he's going to be ready for the season to start?
Paul?
Instead of, podcast P?
He'll be ready. He won't play much, and he won't be good, but he'll be ready. I think he'll be ready when training camp starts, sure.
I'm still stuck on him saying he's getting ready during the course of the season.
I just need something. I'm watching all these
No, I
playoff
get it.
games.
You want something to be excited about. But like I told you last week, the teams that we're seeing are teams that built their squads the old-fashioned way for the most part.
Well, but Flag and McCain and Maxey,
that's a piece. But again, Daryl Moore is still here.
Yeah, but he can't screw up this pick.
Okay, I hear you.
Pick him right there. His name is Cooper Flag.
No, I hear you.
Pick him.
And you're right for the most part. But like I said, he's still here, and it's something about him, defending his resume since he's been here. Kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Well, I think he rubs us all the wrong way. Unfortunately, he's probably not going anywhere, at least for the time being. Let's go back to the phones here. Tyler in Delaware is up on WIP. Hey, Tyler.
Yo, good afternoon, Joe, Hugh, and Kyle.
What's going on, man?
Tyler, what's up?
As always, Hugh, we're going to need some reprieve because no matter what, I'm going to be locked in. My dad and I, 7 o'clock, ESPN. The heart's going to be pumping because this is a big moment for the Sixers because it's either going to mean this offseason is going to be one of rejoicing or one that it's going to put us through HE double hockey sticks.
HE double hockey sticks.
Cooper Flag, Hugh. Cooper Flag on this Sixers team would give us hope again.
Yes, that's Tyler. That's the perfect word. He would give us hope. The hope that we had, because the Sixers did give us hope like 7 or 8 years ago, and that has all now become sadness. That we would have hope again.
Yes, and what we need, what the conversation was last week, why we're so upset at the Knicks, is because the Knicks are turning into what we thought the Sixers were going to be. We want dogs on the offensive end. We want cats going after rebounds, cats who aren't injured, cats who aren't concerned about their podcast more than playing on the court. So that is number one. Number two, what you guys were talking about with Kyle Schwarber. My dad and I both said this last night. Kyle Schwarber needs to be re-signed now, and here is why. Last year for the Eagles, take Zach on. The Eagles probably gave up an extra $8 to $10 million to re-sign Zach on after they won the Super Bowl because his price kept going up. So Kyle Schwarber has the World Series championship. Bryce Harper does not. Kyle Schwarber has the cachet in the locker room, that quiet swagger about him when he's doing things for the team that other guys are not. So what better example for the younger guys than to see, man, you have somebody who, it doesn't matter if he bats leadoff, if he bats in cleanup, if he bats second, he's performing. He's doing the work on and off the field. That is number two. Number three, when it comes to the Eagles, Joe, I'm lockstep with you. It's fun. We're like the Cowboy gyms of the world and all, that we get to have a Cowboys month, longer period than just Cowboys week. But the Cowboys are a big game any time during the season. Detroit's been running their mouth all off season long how they wanted to play us, that if they would have gotten past the Commodores, that they would have beat us in their house.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a prime example of the NFL selling out when you know darn well, Joe, Hugh, and Kyle, that the Eagles, this is like going the Eagles shine to a certain extent because the Cowboys are supposedly the number one franchise in all of sports. The Eagles and Lions are the two best teams coming out of the NFC from last year. And you're going to rob us of that for the kickoff.
Yeah.
I get that Detroit played the Chiefs a couple years ago and beat them in their house. But when you got the type of rivalry that's growing between the Eagles and Lions, or even Hugh, the Eagles and the Commanders would have been a better game.
Oh, that would have the hype for that all
It
summer
is-
would have
it
been
is-
wild. Yeah,
The Commodore fans would have been talking trash.
yes. Instead, we
Season
get the
opener.
Cowboys with George Perkins, as Cowboy Jim called him.
George
That doesn't know his
Perkins.
last name. Tyler, it's a good phone call. You're right.
George Perkins.
The Cowboys fan that calls the show doesn't even know the best or acquisition's last name. That team's not very good. It is an interesting point the way Tyler framed it there. The conversation into the game is going to be more about the Cowboys than the Eagles. It probably will.
Yeah, and the fact that
Not here, but like national.
Well, yeah, and what does it mean? You know, Coach Schottenheimer, the new coach, and the way that they had a tumultuous offseason, and you know, Mike McCarthy, you know, them keeping him from getting the job somewhere else, and now he has no job nowhere. That's crazy.
You seem worried about Mike McCarthy.
Well, it's kind of crazy that I don't understand how any Dallas fan could feel confident in the second choice of coach.
They're not. I
No,
mean,
no, seriously, but
they're
you know,
projecting.
like it's because you didn't want him to leave, right? But you also didn't want you didn't want him here, but you didn't want him to go anywhere else. And then you picked a guy that was on nobody's radar because he was in house and you could control it. Because since you want to keep it a bean, that's what you did.
Yeah.
You got a puppet. You got a lifer that's been in the league his whole life, and you did an interview with somebody, and he made it clear that whatever you tell him to do, that he's going to do it.
Here's how insignificant Brian Schottenheimer is as a coach. If he had left the NFL after last season, I don't think a single person would have noticed. And now he's a head coach of a team. I don't like. Where'd he go? I don't know. I haven't seen him coach in a few years. I mean, he just could have left. No one would have noticed. There's certain people in sports that if they disappear, it's like a big deal. Like, oh, he didn't get a job? That's weird. He's a high-profile coach. Nah,
Yeah.
not Brian Schottenheimer.
No, it's just weird how they handle Mike McCarthy. To me, that's the weirdest part.
It's Jerry. I mean, that's what he does.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Pop Pop in Simpsonsville, South Carolina. What's up, Pop Pop?
Well, first and foremost, happy belated Monday, right? Great day after a great Mother's Day.
It is. It's a great Monday. Beautiful weather.
Belated Monday?
Belated Monday.
Well, I think he meant Mother's Day, but
Mother's
it came
Day.
out Monday.
Yeah.
All right. So what I propose is that get Devers from Boston, pay him whatever you got to pay him, and put him at third base. You could trade Alec Boehm. Alec Boehm is an immature guy. Maybe he'll grow up in 5 years, but the core of our team needs this boost now. If they get that Devers production in the lineup, now it's gonna cause John Middleton to spend some money, and then all he'll do is just put it on the fans and raise prices. But that's the cost of doing business in the professional leagues.
Well, it is, and Devers, for all he is right now, is kind of looking selfish. He is a good player. I mean, he's been a good hitter for years now in Boston.
He's real selfish,
but he's a good hitter.
Whenever he gets to the plate in a clutch situation, he comes through. He doesn't strike out. He doesn't hit into a double play. He's a money player. Go get him.
Yeah, he's a difference-making player,
So
Pop-Up. I
we're
agree.
trading one immature player for another.
Keep Schwarber.
Now we're talking. See, Pop-Up gets it. You got to keep Schwarber. Pop-Up, good phone call. Let me throw a hypothetical trade at you. Okay? Because the Boehm thing, I mean, they would laugh if you had to offer them Boehm for Devers. That's not. They're not taking that.
I'm listening.
So let's play it out 2 months from now. Andrew Painter's ready. Okay? Andrew Painter's ready to come up here.
Okay.
Okay, he's ready to come to the major leagues.
Well, anytime you mention his name in trade,
No.
It's
It's not. Just listen. It's not about Painter. I'm not trading Painter. The Red Sox need pitching. And you say, would you take Aaron Nola and Boehm for Devers? To me, that's a possible trade.
Don't do it, Hugh.
Oh, I would do that.
No.
You getting rid of Nola? And you just gave him some bread?
Why do I care about his bread? The Red Sox could pay it.
I don't care about the bread. I care that he's like, I mean, nobody eats innings like Aaron Nola.
But do you need him anymore when Painter gets here?
Yes, we might.
I think you would realize how much you need him when he goes.
Yeah.
Well, again, I'm not giving him for nothing. I'm getting Rafael Devers back, right? I'm getting a 30 home run guy every year.
That has told you flat out that what he ain't about to do.
Don't you always tell-
What you not about to do
Nola
is
puts
tell
his head
me.
down and works.
That's it.
Philly guy.
Hold on a second.
Devers said, I'm not
He's
playing.
from Louisiana. All right, so hold on. You wouldn't trade Boehm and Nola for Devers?
No.
You
Not
guys.
the attitude, oh man.
Attitude? You're the one that always defends these guys.
No. I wish I could have heard the way that conversation went. Hey man, play first base.
No.
Do your job.
I heard this weekend the owner met with him.
and what did he tell him?
I don't know, but
he told owner to kiss his ass.
I don't know. Maybe try to get through to him.
Kiss my, what do you say? Kiss, like what they say back in the day when males died to kiss my grits.
Nola and Boehm.
Kiss my grits. Who
For
said that?
Devers.
Flo. It was Flo from what was it? I forgot the name of the show, but it was. She say kiss my grits all the time. Kiss my grits.
Maybe that's what Devers said. All right, let's check in with you people. See what they're up to today.
You people. It's time to hear from you people.
Yep.
What do you mean, you people?
Here we go.
I am happy for Joe today, who is looking the least pale that he has in a while.
Oh,
At
good.
least to start the show.
I was outside a lot yesterday.
That's
Actually.
good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
I think it was more of, in fact, that the light was off. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Then I turned it on.
Yeah.
So you doing the show from home today?
Why? What happened? Oh
They
yeah,
only
because
can
I'm dark.
hear you.
I'm dark. That's a good one. That one hurt a little bit.
Wondering if you were on remote.
That one hurt a little bit.
Yep. Hugh just looks like a floating beard.
I'm starting not to like y'all. People.
Well,
it gets better.
Maybe a new addition to the bracket of Hughes with you looking like Suge Knight. Death Row Douglas.
Death Row. Oh, that one came back. That one came back. Okay.
Yep. And then one more here for Hugh. You look like Darth Vader today.
You know what? I was gonna wear my Darth Vader hoodie, my Darth Vader T-shirt. I guess I'll wear that tomorrow though.
Yep.
Darth Vader Douglas
Darth
over here.
Vader.
I wanted to actually read a couple from the Twitter poll that we put up about week one being a must win.
Sure is.
Well, the season's months away. WIP's talking about must wins. Typical. Yep, typical us. Here we go. WIP starting drama again.
How's that drama though? See,
That's all we do.
How? Explain to me, like I'm a 2-year-old, how is that drama asking a question?
Because it's WIP.
Well, and not only that, I'm assuming you've heard some of the conversation that's being had.
Oh, no, not the
maybe
people on Twitter.
Yeah, or maybe if you haven't, maybe you should get more information.
That's the thing about the Twitter people is they don't hear the conversation.
Yeah.
They
Also,
see.
we didn't really talk much about it. We
No,
just had
I mean
fun
it
with
was
the idea.
a complete joke.
Well, I think because it's a fact, they have to win that game. It's one of the easiest games on their schedule.
Well, I agree. There were one or two people who were like, "Well, yeah, you can't lose to the Cowboys week 1." Of
course, at home, no.
Actually, and we did get some. Whereas every game's a must-win, which I always disagree with. That's annoying.
That's a lie.
Stop.
Yeah. That's make believe.
Stop being a fake tough.
You don't need to win 17 to make the playoffs.
Yeah. Dumb question.
I disagree.
Slow news day?
No, that's my favorite.
Yeah.
That's your favorite? Yeah.
It's always a slow news day on Twitter.
Yep. One more. People are a little upset with Hugh for not having faith. You got to have faith, Hugh. You got to believe.
Daryl Morey?
Duncan Robinson can save the Sixers.
Oh, that was.
It's a white basketball player joke.
Gotcha. I got it. I got it.
Deep down,
you're never going to live that one
No,
down.
I'm not.
I think deep down, Hugh doesn't want Cooper Flag here, so we can forget about the Tyler Hero thing.
We're never going to.
Because
No,
if
I
he's
would love
drafted
him.
here, well, because we'll
I would
always
love him to be
remind
here.
you that you thought he was Tyler Hero.
That would probably be like y'all gonna remind me of that anyway. So that
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean?
But if he's a Hornet tonight, it kind of fades away.
Yeah, but he's gonna if he's here. I mean, if he's there, they're gonna be like, remember that one time he called Tyler Hero Cooper Flag or Cooper Flag?
We'll
Tyler
never
Hero?
let that one go.
That ain't going nowhere.
But do you think we're due? I mean, the last two times we had the number one pick, we took bums. We took Simmons and we took Fultz. I mean, this kid looks like he's not going to be a bum. So I think we're due if we get the number one pick to hit this one. I mean, how could you have three that bad? It really is remarkable. They took two players with the number one pick within 2 years of each other that couldn't shoot. Neither of them could shoot. It almost sounds made up. The Sixers have the top pick in the draft. They take basketball players that can't shoot the basketball. It sounds like a lie unless you lived it like we
Sounds
did.
very Sixers.
It sounds very Sixers. Mike in Philly is up on WIP. Hey,
Mike.
Yo, what's going on, guys? How's
Hey,
everybody
Mike,
doing?
what's up?
Yo, I was just thinking about signing Schwarber. You know what I mean? Like, if we didn't learn anything from the Giants and Saquon, you know what I mean? I hope y'all got good docs that could get his prescription and value. Because if we see him go to the Mets and they win a World Series, you know what I mean? We're all going to be the laughing stock in Major League Baseball.
It would be gross. It would be gross.
The Mets, though.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Well, if you had to guess a few teams that would go after him, Hugh, I would
Say
guess the
the
Mets.
Mets, yeah.
The Dodgers, the Mets, the
Yeah.
Yankees. I mean, you could pick out the usual suspects. Yeah, Mike, I can't handle that. I can't handle the idea of Schwarber with the Mets.
No, neither can I. About that lottery, though, how does that all even work, really? If you can shed some light on that for me, I appreciate
Well,
it.
yeah, we did
And
explain that.
So yeah,
thanks for taking
you
the
got
call.
it, Mike.
No problem, buddy.
Appreciate it.
That was not right. We kind of been talking
It's
about
like,
the
hey,
lottery.
explain to me how something works that you just explained 5 minutes ago.
It's maybe he missed it, so we'll do it
Oh.
again. There's percentage chances that each team gets the pick based on where they finished in the standings at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the
Sixers have about a 10.5%
24-58.
chance. That was the record.
Yeah, Utah was
wonderful.
17-65.
Wonderful. They've
Washington was 18-64.
they have done something different in the lottery the last.
We won 24 games. That sounds like a lot.
Well, we did have about 20 of those in the first 3 months,
No,
and then
but-
just stopped.
And I saw somewhere where it was only Maxey, George, and Embiid played like 15 games this year.
Wonderful use of money. Yeah, wonderful season.
And we want to get Cooper Flag.
Yes, we want to get Cooper Flag. What is the alternative?
Duncan Robinson.
Duncan Robinson.
Kevin Love.
Tyler Hero.
Same guy.
Mike Miller.
What was the one? White chocolate. The one that-
Jason Williams. He was awesome.
He was awesome.
I
liked
loved
it.
Jason Williams.
Now I'm just leaning into the
Kyle Korver in here.
hater. Yeah,
New
Kyle Korver.
segment. Hugh Douglas names white basketball players. Kyle Korver, sharpshooter. He was awesome. All right, the lottery officially is tonight. All right, what's your gut feeling? You got to pick one of a few things. Gut feeling. They either win the lottery, move up, keep their pick, or lose their pick.
Come on, Hugh. Win the lottery, baby.
Win the lottery, move up a little bit,
Just because
keep their pick, or lose it totally.
Just because I got love for the Sixers fan. Get the pick. Keep the pick. Get the pick.
Keep the
Just
pick.
keep it.
Keep it.
They're not winning the lottery, though.
They're gonna win it.
Win the lottery?
They're gonna win
Well,
the
we're
lottery.
getting Cooper Flag.
Are you guaranteeing it?
Am I guaranteeing it? Oh, now if it don't happen, it's
let's
on
go.
me.
Come on,
I
Hugh.
guarantee it.
Let's go.
We're getting Cooper Flag, and we're gonna runt him. He's gonna be runt.
No, stop. Cut his
He's
mic
gonna
off.
be runt.
Hugh Douglas just guaranteed the Sixers will win the lottery tonight. All right.
Runt.
Why are you doing that?
Because it's Daryl Morey still here.
Daryl-
But listen, I will say there's one
How's Daryl
caveat.
Morey going to ruin him?
if y'all hire me as the PR guy, we might be able to save this
No.
thing.
We got to cut his mic. Looking for a job. You have one.
Yeah, I work from 10 to 2. I'm just looking for another one.
All right, that's more than enough.
Multiple streams of income.
It's more than enough for us today. All right, go Phils. They play the Cardinals tonight. The lottery tonight, the Cooper Flag Sweepstakes afternoon show is coming up next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcasts live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 62225, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet3.
Bets win or lose, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
The mystery has been solved.
Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club.
With free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase. Appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase, May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's Clean Car Month. Right now, get the Pro X1 Car Care Collection Wash Kit for just $19.99, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Indiana Pacers have a right to demand more respect. They made the Eastern Conference Finals last season, but they still entered this year's postseason under the radar. Last night, they sent a message by absolutely destroying the number 1 seeded Cavs. They took a 3-1 series lead. They have the talent and depth, and they're well coached. In a postseason when the favorites haven't looked dominant at all, it's time to talk about the Pacers as real contenders to go all the way. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, we're on the road on a Monday, the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, we're at Franklin Music Hall just hours before the 2025 lottery party. Ike, how you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling pretty damn good today, Spike.
We got to win it!
Listen.
Yeah.
We got one mission today. And let's bring home the freaking flag.
Capture the flag.
Capture the freaking flag tonight. That's what our mission is today, Spike. I'm feeling good. Coming off a good weekend. Listen, the fightings. I'm going to declare something a little later in the show.
Oh! Does it start with a B?
I'm just saying.
Does it start with a B?
Hey, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Then I found out today, those stinking cockroaches in Dallas. Listen, you Cowboys maggot fans, here's how the tide has changed for you all. We're going to give you the opportunity to ride our coattail into the start of the NFL 2025 season. No longer is it there with you maggots. As America's team, nobody really cares. You're riding the coattails of the defending champs opening night. I'm feeling good today, fellas. Jackie Baseball. You got to be feeling good, too. Holla at your boy.
Tell you what, yeah,
I'm just putting a PSA out for.
Legs like that?
I thought there was a lot of intensity. You brought it.
Yeah. I kind of feel like how other players must have felt when you're running down the field, and so kind of terrifying. Also terrified of Spike today.
Yep, as you should be.
For every single person calling up, I don't think it'd be a great day to bring up if Jalen an elite quarterback or not.
Yeah.
You're not going to get the reaction that you want.
Yeah, don't test me today.
There's absolutely no laughs allowed on the show today. So I'm excited to be here. Bills took 2 of 3. They had a hangover game on Friday. They came out. They're playing good baseball. Guardians, are they a real opponent?
Yeah.
You never know. Everyone's got a fraud meter up at all times. So a big day. It's time to capture the flag.
215-592-9494. So it is the NBA lottery tonight, and we have, when we retired the lottery party in 2019, I did not think we would ever be here again. We called it in 2019. We called it the final lottery party. Well, here's
we're back.
Yeah, the final lottery party part 2. So
what a bad season.
Yeah, we are here for at the Franklin Music Hall for a sold-out lottery party tonight.
I'm excited.
And the lottery is the most, if you're not, like, I know a lot of people have checked out on the Sixers, and maybe you knew the lottery was there, maybe you heard some stuff about it. Tonight is the lottery, and tonight we find out if the Philadelphia 76ers keep their first-round pick for 2025. As part of the Al Horford trade years ago, the Sixers traded a conditional first-round pick to the Oklahoma City Thunder. So if the pick is in the top 6, the Sixers keep it. If the pick is not in the top 6, if it is out of the top 6, the Sixers do not keep it. So right now, just for the numbers, the Sixers have a 64% chance of keeping the pick tonight, and they have a 10.5% chance of getting number 1.
Okay.
This is... we've been in the process era, as we call it, since 2013. There have been a lot of important lotteries. There was the pick swap lottery, in which we swapped with the Sacramento Kings, which ended up being number 3, which ended up being Markelle Fultz at number 1. There was the 2016 lottery, which we got number 1. Ike, you were at the lottery party for that.
What a night.
Jumped on Mike's back.
Yeah, almost threw us all off the second level
of Xfinity Live.
All that just to get Ben Simmons.
Yep.
Wow.
There was a 2014 lottery where we got number 3, which ended up being Joel Embiid.
Yes. At least that was positive.
But
seriously, Fritz, all that to get Ben Simmons.
Well, it's true.
That's what it was.
Yeah. But tonight's lottery is the most consequential lottery. It's the most consequential night for the next 10 years, 15 years maybe, of the Philadelphia 76ers franchise. Because if they keep the pick, and even forgetting, like, if they get number 1 or even number 2, it is a franchise-altering thing that can happen for the 76ers. If they were to get number 1 or 2 tonight, you can take Joel Embiid and Paul George and all these things we've been arguing about, Nick Nurse for the last, it doesn't, they matter, but you have a future no matter what happens with those guys. If you were to get number 1 or number 2 tonight, you get Cooper Flagg, you get Dylan Harper. It changes the trajectory of this franchise for the next 5, 10, maybe even 15 years. If you don't get it, what we're doing essentially next year is running the same thing back and hoping it happens. So here's my question for you, Ike, and my question to you as the listener, 215-592-9494. You get the number 1 pick tonight. The Sixers get the number 1 pick. Do you bring everybody back and add Cooper Flagg to the mix, or do you say, we've been given an opportunity to start our youth movement today? You let go of Embiid, you let go of Paul George, and you restart a youth movement with Tyrese Maxey, Jared McCain, Cooper Flagg, Justin Edwards, Adem Bona, all of the young players you have, you fill them in with some vets around. So do you start the youth movement now, or do you give it one more go with Cooper Flagg in the mix with Embiid and Paul George?
Well, that's a tough one. I'm going to tell you where I'm at with Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid, for me, unless there was some sort of offer made that I couldn't refuse, it's for better or worse, to death do us part.
So no getting rid of Embiid.
I ride with Joel Embiid. And here's why. He is a unicorn. His size, his height, his skill set, you're not finding that anywhere else in the league unless you go to Joker. and you're not getting him. So I would even say he's already signed here. He's already on the books. Even if he's a part-time player, if I could put him with Flag and Tobias. Tyrese, Cooper Flag and Tyrese.
You can't quit him, can you? Yeah, you can't quit him.
Let's not get caught up on that. Let's keep moving. Tyrese and Jared McCain, I'm all in favor of that. I here's what I look. So here's a long way to the answer. I view Embiid as a luxury to have. As weird as that may sound. But I'm building my team moving forward around Cooper Flag and Maxey moving forward. I'm just not giving away Joel Embiid. I'm willing to move everybody else, do whatever we need to do. But I'm not going to give away Embiid for a bag of balls. He's worth more to me than he is to anyone else, even if it's just for the sake of him being a symbol of the process. He's one of the greatest players in franchise history. He's a former MVP. I don't need to see him in any other jersey, and I damn sure don't want to see him win in any other jersey. So if he's going to be also-ran player and play part-time, then he does it in the Sixers uniform until he can't play anymore. And then I try to build around Flag and Maxey moving forward with McCain.
215-592-9494. If the Sixers win the lottery
a little bit of both
tonight,
there.
Yeah, it's cheating a little bit.
Yeah. But I'm like, man, I'm not giving away Embiid for nothing.
If the Sixers win the lottery tonight and get Cooper Flag, do you start the youth movement or do you keep Embiid and move forward that way? Jack, what are you doing?
I think that's crazy. I think you have to move Joel Embiid. And this is your get-out-of-jail-free card. This is a chance to hit a reset button. And what I don't want is I don't want Cooper Flag to be brought in and have the Embiid loser kind of vibes around him from day one. And it sucks to say because Embiid is a great talent. But, he has been the face of losing in Philadelphia for the last 5 years, unfortunately. And I just think that this is a chance for a reset off of that. And plus, you bring Cooper Flag and you keep Embiid here, Embiid still thinks he's going to be the man. We have this idea that he's just going to be a part-time player. When he plays, he plays.
Well, that's what he'll be, whether his mentality is there or not.
I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's possible.
That's
because when
fair.
he's on the court, he's going to think he's the man.
It's fair.
And I just want to rid this team of that and let him start fresh or not. It could take him a little bit longer to get back to high-level contention because Cooper Flag's not going to come in day one and be an MVP candidate like a healthy Embiid could be. But I don't care. I don't care. I want the loser vibes out of here. I want to restart. I want to start fresh. And, man, Maxey, Cooper Flag, Jared McCain, not a bad way to restart this thing.
You don't trade away a guy who can play like the best player in the NBA. You just don't do it. And whether they have Cooper Flag or not, look, Cooper Flag's not going to be the best player in the NBA. He's not going to be a top three player in the NBA. Tyrese Maxey's not going to be a top three player in the NBA. Jared McCain's not going to be a top three player in the NBA. Justin Edwards is not going to be a top three player in the NBA.
Who the hell is Justin Edwards?
He's on the team. I don't know what your path to getting the best player in the NBA is. If it's whatever your path is, it's not as good. It doesn't have as high a chance as happening as Joel Embiid coming in, playing 55 games and it working. And you might tell me that it only takes there's a 5% chance of that happening. You might tell me there's a 2% chance of that happening. You might tell me there's a 1% chance of that happening. All of that is a better percent chance happening than you finding that guy elsewhere.
Nope.
And look at all of the great players in the NBA, by the way, who are great players who aren't that guy. Right? Jaylen Brown is a great player. He's not that guy. Devin Booker's a great player. He's not that guy.
But we've had that guy.
Yes.
And what has it gotten us?
But that doesn't mean it doesn't mean you walk away from it.
Right. I mean, you just throw it away.
Too many times people think about this like they think about a car that is breaking down. And they think to themselves, well, if I don't I'll just get a different car, right? You can get a different car. You can't get a different top three player in the NBA. They're not just like waiting at the store. So to me, I don't care if they get Cooper Flag. I hope they get Cooper Flag. It changes the future if this doesn't work. Yeah. But you keep Joel Embiid until he can't play anymore.
Yeah.
That's just it. You keep him until he can't play anymore. There's to get expirings for him or even pay a pick to get off him. It's not worth it. Let him look. Maybe there's a 1% chance. Maybe there's a 2% chance. Whatever it is, it's a better percent chance than we have of not having him. And that is the sad truth. It's the sad truth. Jack, you just don't want to talk about it anymore.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the other thing with that. The beauty of doing that or having a guy like Cooper Flagg here is that from a financial standpoint, it still fits. These guys are on rookie contracts.
He's going to make $10 million, $9 million.
Yeah, but I'm ready for it to be Cooper Flagg's team. If Embiid's here, it's still going to be Embiid's team. For better or for worse.
I hear that. I hear you on that. I hear that part of it.
That's what's going to be.
I hear that. But here's my thing, though. You mean to tell me Embiid, at least I'd want to see Embiid be excited about getting a Cooper Flagg here.
Sure.
And getting that type of talent here.
And have young athletic players around him, instead of broken down.
Older guys. Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9494. Tonight is the NBA lottery. It is the most consequential lottery for the Sixers in the last 10 years. Could change.
We are back.
We're back, baby.
We are back.
And by the way, we do need number one. If we get number one and we get Cooper Flagg, would you move on from Embiid and start the youth movement now, or would you keep Embiid and put Cooper Flagg alongside him and give him one more chance or two more chances, however many more chances it takes? 215-592-9494. Mike in South Philly. Whoa. Mike in South Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Mike?
I'm in. How you guys doing, man? I'm sitting here listening. We grab number one and we get the flag, man. I'll tell you what. You got to keep on Embiid because he will take you to that next level, even though he's a big whiner. He's a big...
Sounds like someone that'll take you to the next level, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But I know he's a whole thing to handle. I know he as long as he doesn't bring down players around him,
right?
You know what I mean? Or sad sacking with his big mug on the face of the court, you know?
It's a true endorsement from you here, Mike.
It sounds like I want to keep him.
That's what gets me agitated with this guy. I mean, I get it. I get it, but it's just he's like a big baby you're dealing with. But if you unleash him, you got to get something good, got to get something golden for him, and you still come away with the 1 or 2 pick, and you're still holding cards because you still got a damn good team. Okay, you lose on.
Remember we used to say with Jaleel Okafor, we used to
roll out of bed,
roll out of bed, get 20 or 10. This is actually legitimate.
Except it's 30.
Yeah, I mean, like on a C average day, he could get 20 and 10 with no problem.
Well,
30 and 10. And by the way, Okafor never averaged 10. He barely even got 10 in any game. Yeah.
But I can see either way, it'll be a plus as long as it will be up down Beeb, to go forward because he would think with the addition to Flagg on the team, this would probably be his last chance to probably even go further, into the playoffs or trying to get a title or something. But the way the teams are playing now, watching them today on TV, I rather see them rebuild and try to build a dynasty or a franchise that's strong.
Mike, are you sure that you're picking the Embiid side?
I don't know, man. I'm just worried about the drama he brings there. You know what I'm saying?
There's always drama. It's the NBA, man.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe get him some psychiatrist or something. I don't know what to give him.
Well, this would obviously, appreciate the call,
Yeah.
Mike. I mean, this would obviously have a trickle-down effect based on how he feels about the team moving forward in the youth movement. And if he's willing to be a part of it and he's energized by it and wants to be here, I would absolutely keep him here. But I wouldn't keep him here against his will. In other words, if he's not up for a youth movement and he wants to go somewhere, then I'd be like, okay, then we got to go where to move him. Yeah, I would not keep him here if he doesn't want to be here.
Yeah, you know what? I don't. If they're keeping him, I don't think they're trading Paul George. I think what they're doing is they add Flagg. And, Jack was joking about Justin
I would have been,
Edwards.
well, Paul George plays Cooper's spot.
They can play together. I mean, I
want George out of here.
Yeah. He ain't going anywhere, I don't think.
I want him out.
I mean, at least he can shoot. We don't know. We don't know if Cooper Flagg can shoot yet.
Well, he's definitely not shooting at the Paul George level.
No, and it does remind me. I'm not saying that Cooper Flagg is Kawhi Leonard. That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
But when the Spurs had Kawhi Leonard,
and it took Kawhi to become. It took a while for him to become Kawhi.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When Kawhi won his first Finals MVP, he was still becoming Kawhi.
Yeah.
And he was on a team with a bunch of other veterans. Remember, Tony Parker was still on that team. Ginobili was still on that team. Tim Duncan was still on that team. And it gave him a chance to not have – Jack, I understand what you're saying about making it Cooper Flagg's team. But there is something to be said for we all love when a guy –
That's actually a good example.
There's something to be said for.
Well, hold on, but he was learning from Tim Duncan and Tony Parker.
No, but
and
I'm
Greg
not.
Popovich.
But I'm not.
This is Joel Embiid.
But I'm not talking about learning from. I'm talking about we all love when the rookie comes in, scores a bunch of points, gets a bunch of assists, and the team wins 24 games. And then we start wondering, well, can they win with that guy as the best player? I would rather have Cooper Flagg figure out how to play next to other guys. He's never going to be a number one option offensively, or at least if he is, he's probably 4 or 5 years away anyway.
Yeah.
Like why are we choosing losing? You know what I mean? I'd rather win some games and let him be on a winning team. 2-1-5.
Don't worry about Coop not shooting. He'll figure it out.
Coop's gonna shoot his shot.
Why do you believe he'll figure it out?
Trust our delegation.
Something about him. Trust our delegation. He's gonna watch white guys
Likes
on
to
YouTube.
shoot.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Oh, Chuck and Mount Airy, you're on W.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Hey, listen, what's up, fellas? Listen, I got some stuff I got to say about this. Let me jump in on this real quick. All right, hey, Jack, what about the Phillies, Jack?
We're back, baby. We're back.
Yeah, when the Mets coming up?
I know. He was texting me over the weekend. Chuck hates the Phillies. It's very sad.
Chuck, big Mets fan.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You get your Lindor jersey in the mail yet?
No, I never said that. I hate New York. You know what I mean? I want the Phillies to smash them, but I know reality is reality.
Well, we'll see.
You know, we got these draft lottery going on here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you, this is the most important draft lottery since 1996, when we picked number 1 Allen Iverson, the best player to ever come wear a Sixers uniform. You know what I mean? That was the most important draft in the history of the Sixers. This is just as important. I'm not sold on Cooper Flagg as the number 1 pick. I'm just telling you that right now. Just not. But we get the number 1 pick. We get Cooper Flagg. You got to let Embiid go. Got to. And here's why. It's not even about anything that I feel about Joel Embiid. You know how I feel about him. I'm not going to go into all that. It's just about a difference of what I watch on TV and where the NBA is going. When I watch OKC, when I watch, Boston, and how these guys are fleet of foot, they move up and down the court, I just want to see a different team out there. You know what I mean? And I don't want this dark cloud hanging over our heads. We got a chance now to move the page and move on. There's no need to hold on to Joel Embiid no more. He gave us 10, decent years. You know what I mean? Our medical staff is not up to par anymore for us to continue to, to rehab and things. That he goes somewhere else where he can extend his career possibly and play, deep into his 30s. Where the medical staff is more diligent than what we have here. It's just a lot of things. It's a time when something just runs its course, man. It's a finale. You know what I mean? And I look at OKC, and those guys, Denver. I like the way they move up and down the court, man, and they don't have to wait to the offense being around Joel Embiid. He's going to feel some type of way if the offense ain't built around him, and we slow the offense down.
Can I ask you something though, Chuck? I understand what you're saying, but let's talk about the teams that those teams are playing, right? New York isn't a team that gets up and down the court and moves quickly, and they're up 2-1. Denver's not a team that gets up and down the court and moves quickly, and they're tied 2-2 with these other teams. There's more than one way to win in the NBA,
Yeah, but the way that we try to win is proving that we can't win that way. See, New York is still the book is still being written in New York. They got a guard that can get a basket in the fourth quarter whenever they want, whenever they need to. We don't have that. You know what I mean? We have Tyrese Maxey, but he's no Jalen Brunson. So to compare New York to us in regards to the way they play basketball, it's just totally is different. You know what I mean? Like I said, Jalen Brunson can get you a basket anytime he wants to. So yeah, that neglects them running up and down the court and playing basketball at a fast pace. I think that the days of us building around a center, it just is over. I mean, I just don't want to do that.
How about this? And I kind of agree with you. I kind of agree with you. But what if Joel is sort of an accent piece? Right? Like they have this. I don't know if Nick Nurse can still have an offense where he says, okay, we're going to run an offense that's Joel centric and everything flows around him or through him. if you got young guys, Tyrese, Jared McCain, and you got a Cooper Flag, I think that's sort of where you go when you try to fit Embiid into that.
But what's he going to do? Rim run?
I don't know.
If he could do that, I would be. I wouldn't be. I don't listen. If I had confidence that he would do that, then it'd be
right. You don't think?
Okay.
Yeah, you don't think
I
that's
think
what
he
he's
would
going to
wanna
do. Yeah.
Rid the stench.
Right.
Because he just come up MVP season 2 years ago. Still think he's that dude. You know what I mean? So you used to tell him you want to take the ball in his hands and go with this young movement. Come on, man. Joel will be better off somewhere else, and the Sixers will be better off moving him. Just let me know that, because it's not going to get prettier when you get Cooper Flag in here and the team and the city is starting to, revolve around these young guys.
I tell you what, though, Chuck.
He's sitting out.
Here's what I'm prepared to do. If it means he's playing 45 games a year, I'd take that.
45?
Well, listen,
As long as he's healthy in the playoffs.
Yeah, as long as he's healthy in the playoffs.
Yeah,
the game slows
Kawhi
down.
just played 30 games.
Exactly.
Rip off the Band-Aid.
Give me a guarantee that he's healthy in the playoffs.
There's no guarantees to anything.
But that's the point that we're making, though.
If you give me that's the point, Charlie. If you give me a guarantee, okay, he's 45 games in. Listen, I would never ever say Joel Embiid is not a talented player. I'd be an idiot to say that. He's a very talented player, okay? But it's always been the injuries at the wrong time of the season. It's always been the mentality when he goes into the playoffs, to me, you know what I'm saying, that I've questioned. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying, if you give me an opportunity where as though he's healthy going into May, June with these young guys, okay, then maybe we're saying something. But if it's I'm injured again, I'm not going to play back-to-backs before you even get into the season, that's the mentality that goes into the locker room. It permeates through the locker room. And everybody, you're the leader of the team. Everybody takes that mentality with them. And then now the season is down the drain again. You know what I mean? I don't need that dark cloud hanging over our heads no more.
I think
if he's going to be that way.
I appreciate what you're saying, Chuck. I think we too quickly forget what it was like when it was good here with Joel, and it was a year and a half ago. It was a year and a half ago he was scoring 70 points against San Antonio. It was a year ago he was scoring 50 points in a game in the playoffs against the Knicks. It was a year ago.
Am I taking crazy pills?
No, it was a year ago.
I know
he
it's
scored
a year
50
ago.
points.
Jonathan Kuminga fell on his knee, and everyone says it's degenerative, and he's never going to be able to play. What are we doing?
No one says he's never going to be able to play.
But he's never going to be able to get back to being peak Joel Embiid?
A year ago, he averaged 35 and 11 in the playoffs against the Knicks.
Yeah.
A year ago.
On one leg.
And he averaged 35 and 11 on one leg. So I'm just saying, I will take the chance of the small chance that he gets through it and is there for the playoffs than whatever the other option is, because I just don't know what the other option is. And I don't think having Embiid here slows down the youth movement. I don't think it does at all. The young guys are still here. Right. They're still here. And if Embiid doesn't play, my position is this. If you're not getting anything back for Embiid, you're not. You're getting role players, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
So if Embiid can't play, then he can't play, and the young guys play. There it is. And if he can't play, you just added a guy who's one of the 3 best players in the NBA. I just think it's no lose to have Embiid here. And I think there is and this is the last thing. Mm-hmm. Last thing. Mm-hmm. Just imagine they trade him away, and next year is the year. He gets through, he plays 58 regular season games, and whoever gets him through the regular season the way the Clippers did with Kawhi, and he goes out there and he dominates during the playoffs, and we're watching it on some other team. And while we won 36 games with Cooper Flag scoring, 24 points a game on 38% shooting. I don't want that.
Are we supposed to be excited about getting Cooper Flag?
I am
tonight?
excited about getting Cooper Flag.
Well, you said 38% shooting.
I'm saying if we make him the primary option, this team's not going to be very good next year. Let him learn.
That's fine.
Let him learn. All right, 215-592-9494. We're at Franklin Music Hall for the sold-out Rights Ricky Sanchez lottery party. Gershon Yabusele will be here tonight.
You threw the sold out to make sure you...
It's sold out, bro. We sold out 3 weeks ago. What do you want? What do you want from me? We sold out 3 weeks ago. Can't get any tickets. Got to go and stub up or something.
Quicker than BG Live.
It was quicker than BG Live. It is what it is. It's me versus the camera. What are you talking about?
Did you just wink at the camera? Is that what
Coming up next, the Eagles' first game. The schedule is released Wednesday night, but we do have one game that is on the schedule to talk about. We will talk about that next. If the Sixers win the lottery tonight and they get Cooper Flag, would you move on from Embiid, start the youth movement, or do you add Cooper Flag to the mix and give it one more shot? This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, golf golf season is back, and I have my swing dialed in for the Surfside Invitational tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
At Ramblewood Country Club.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
right. All right, Spike, Fritzy, we'll be out there tomorrow, and I'll be on a par 3 out there tomorrow, and I'll be teeing off, so you'll get a chance to use my tee shot. I don't know which par 3 we'll be at, but we'll be at a par 3 tomorrow.
I'll be bartending it.
There you go. Well, I'll be teeing off, and you'll get a chance to see if I can get you close to the hole, or you can choose to use some one shots from your group. Now back to the Surfside part of this thing. Now, there's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than a Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka. It's light, refreshing, made with real premium vodka, and there's real brewed tea involved in it as well. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway, and cheers to Surfside, the official canned cocktail of Philly sports. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
The Phillies are back at the bank to host the Cardinals. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Deep right field. Happy Mother's Day, Mama Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake. Except no substitutes.
Hey, basketball fans, ready for the NBA playoffs? Get in on the action throughout basketball's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. Sign up or log in to score odds boost, tokens, and more, supercharging your profits whenever you make a winning NBA playoffs bet. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless B-ball betting options, including new looks, in-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Just sign up or log in today and you'll be on your way to exciting NBA action all through the postseason. Get ready for this season's exciting finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Joe Camry here. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. They are amazing. And now they're doing something really great for our community. United Tire has partnered with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to help fund life-saving care, comfort, and brighter days. This May, stop into your locally owned and operated United Tire. Donate to support CHOP, and United Tire will match it dollar for dollar and give you a voucher for $50 off a set of 4 new tires. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flapping?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models, exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show, like Spike and Fritz. We are at Franklin Music Hall getting ready for tonight's lottery party. The Sixers' most consequential lottery in years.
Yeah.
Could change a 10.5% chance of changing the franchise forever.
Now that's, so 1 through 4 is all 10.5% chance, right?
I think one of them, 4, I think is difficult for them to get. I think there's only a...
But it's all, they evened it out a couple years ago.
Yes, they flattened the odds.
My lottery lingo isn't as strong as it was
yes,
in like 2017.
Let's put it this way. The worst team in the league, the Jazz, only have a 13% chance of number 1.
Okay.
And then the next few, we are 5th in lottery odds right now. So 64.5% chance of keeping the pick and a 10.5% chance of getting number 1.
They better at least keep the pick.
They got to get the pick. This is not going to be a happy place if they don't keep the pick.
I don't think this place is going to stand if they don't end up at least the pick.
If they don't get the pick or if they get number 1, Franklin Music Hall might go down either way tonight. And like the release of anxiety, if we just keep the pick, would be enormous. And from what people are saying, Dylan Harper, I don't watch college basketball, but Dylan Harper pretty solidly in there as number 2 would make for an interesting future decision for the Sixers, as Dylan Harper is a pretty ball-dominant guard, and the Sixers already having Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain there as well. 215-592-9494. If the Sixers win the lottery tonight and get Cooper Flagg, do you run it all back once more, at least with Joel Embiid, and give it a shot with Cooper Flagg, or do you start the youth movement and move on from Embiid? 215-592-9494. Chris and Devin, you're on WIP.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Spike, pretty hard to disagree with your conclusion you made. However, I'll ask this question. How do you guys think he did at the Olympics?
Who?
Well, I mean, they don't win the gold without him.
Come on.
Well, they don't.
He wasn't even involved in the Olympics. I mean, nobody even wanted to play with the guy.
What about the Serbia game?
Yeah, I mean, he won the Serbia game for him. Were you watching the Olympics, or is just somebody told you about it? Okay.
My whole thing is you can't build a team around the guy because everything has to go through him, and he's just not reliable. He's always on the ground. You know, I was a season ticket holder until this year, 3 years. And you don't even want to know how much it was. $80,000 a year for a waste of money. It wasn't even entertaining for the last year.
So I wonder, Spike, with this, you know, getting the number 1 overall pick, does it make people want to move on even more from Joel Embiid?
Yeah, I think so.
I agree. I mean, it's time, guys. Time to move on. find somebody who's not one. I mean, is there one guy on Boston who, the whole world has to revolve around it? No. I mean, they
but hold on. There's one guy on Denver. There's one guy on OKC. There's one guy on the Knicks. There's
Timberwolves.
Yeah, the Timberwolves. There's one guy on the Timberwolves. Like this whole thing where if you want to know, hold on, Chris, I'll let you talk. But if you want to, if you're no, it's all good. If your plan is to be Boston and get like 2 top 10 players on the team, and then also add Derek White, and then also add Drew Holiday
and Porzingis.
Like, go ahead, but that's much harder to do and to accomplish and to build that sort of roster than it is every other team. Every other team gets a best player, and everything circles around the best player. The Celtics are a wonderful team, and last year's team, one of the best NBA teams I've seen, actually. But they're building a team like that is nearly impossible.
I agree. Look, I'm not saying you don't have one guy, but you need a guy who's not on the ground half the game. And by the way, one other comment, and I'll let you guys go. When you're at the games and you're watching him on the bench, you're watching him everywhere, he's not a leader, guys. He's not a leader. He's not the guy that gets everybody motivated and does all that. He's not. And you can't say he is because he's not. Anyway, thanks for the time, guys.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I think you and I both understand the desire to just sort of release and move on.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking at it pragmatically and thinking if the goal is to win a title, then keeping Embiid gives you the best chance of winning a title, at least in the next couple of years. Like I just don't know where that other player is coming from. I really don't. I understand the exhaustion with Embiid, but I also don't. I still want to, with everything they've put together, I want one more chance at a championship. That's it.
The hard thing with this situation is that it feels like Embiid is a cloud hovering over the team.
Yes.
At least for us.
Yeah.
At least for fans. I don't know if it is for the team, but it is for fans.
Right, that's what I'm saying, for fans. So it almost feels like their excitement can't reach its full potential unless they feel like we have a new era and it's not about Embiid and Paul George. You know what I mean? Like people sort of want to feel like they have a fresh start going.
And that's how I've been for the last couple of years. And I don't want this to be perceived as I don't like Joel because I know because I see him over there.
No. I understand.
I respect Joel. I think he's actually going to be underrated. And I'm actually ready to move on from Joel so we can look back 5 years and be like, wow, what a player.
And think fondly of him. Yeah.
Because right now it's not. No one thinks positively about Joel Embiid. Right. I just want a fresh start. And I know that maybe their title odds go down, but also I think it's really far-fetched to think that he's going to even be close to what he could be. So if you get Cooper Flagg, I just want to maybe just rid yourself of the entire process. I mean, people always made the joke of maybe the process was bad karma this entire time. And I know you roll your eyes.
People believe it.
It's bad sports karma. They pissed off the sports gods.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe we gotta rid ourselves completely of the process to get started and get the franchise back on track.
Dude.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's a legitimate argument to move on from. It is legitimate. My thing is, I don't. If he's okay with being here and he's excited about moving forward and he's not an anchor on the team and everything has to revolve around him to where the other guy, he stunts their growth, I'm good with him being here.
But what's your gut tell you about that?
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. I don't know.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you.
Neither do I.
I don't know if he would be.
I still think he thinks he's the man.
Right. And I think.
And he runs this franchise.
I think I believe that more than I don't believe
it. It's kind of like when you have a star quarterback that's on the decline and they draft that young quarterback.
Yeah.
And some of them stick around, but it's kind of ugly.
No, you're right. Yeah, no, because especially you have to wonder how is he going to react if we were to get Cooper Flagg? The excitement about
around
Cooper
Flagg.
Yes.
Well,
maybe start seeing tweets. Maybe start the windmill dunk he tweets out. Remember all the good times.
Well, I do think it'll be an interesting dynamic just from that perspective because he'll be even for Maxey. Like, people love Maxey, but if we have a new toy, number one pick, that'll be the only player that anybody talks about.
Yes.
You know, for the next 6 months.
Yes. Well, especially if it's Cooper Flag.
Yep. 215-592-9494. If the Sixers get number one tonight, would you start the youth movement?
You think it's the same excitement if it's Ace Bailey?
No, probably not.
I'll keep Joel if it's Ace Bailey or
Dylan Harper
or Ron Harper Jr.
You know, if they
or Bryce Harper.
If they get 3 or 4, they could trade back.
Right.
They could. You know, if they don't get 1 or 2, they could trade back. So we have a 10.5% chance of getting the number one pick, but you have a 100% chance of getting a brand new Hyundai if you go to Colonial. 100. No lottery there. None at all. The cars are John Ashdale, the team at Colonial. They have a choice for you right now. It's a good choice at Colonial. Until May 31st, you can have 1 or 2 things. You can either get 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. It's 20% off. It's a big number. Or get $6,500 for your trade, no matter what condition it's in. 20% off or $6,500 for your trade for any new Hyundai in stock. And we're talking about Elantras, Tucsons, Ioniqs, Palisades, more. 20% off any new Hyundai in stock or $6,500 for your trade. And to make it even more affordable, you're talking about the best financing anywhere in the business, as low as 0%. Every new Hyundai you're going to get comes with 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance, and online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. All right, Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Jack, what do we have for the Twitter question?
If the Sixers end up getting the first pick tonight, would you want them to run it back with Embiid and Paul George with Cooper Flag, or trade them both and start fresh?
What do you think, Ike? The poll is up.
It feels like this may be leaning towards moving on from both guys. So I'll say start fresh is probably 73%.
70%. I wonder if it was just Paul George, like trade Paul George and keep Cooper Flag and keep with Embiid.
Or just, I think Embiid's the bigger question. Yeah. I think if you were to rephrase it just with Embiid, but I still think we end up with 63% or 65% saying youth movement. That would be my guess.
And the other one, are you glad the Eagles are playing the Cowboys week 1, or do you wish it was another team?
So that announced today that the Eagles will be playing the Dallas Cowboys September 4th, Thursday night, the night where the banner drops at Lincoln Financial Field.
That's kind of funny to do it in front of the Cowboys.
Yeah, I like that it's the Cowboys because so many times they've been burying these division games so late in the season. And at that point, maybe the Giants stink or the Cowboys stink or whatever. At least in game 1, they don't stink yet. Like, we still think they stink from last year, but the juice from the Cowboys game is there on Thursday night. Yeah. So I like, Jack, you just brought up the idea of celebrating in front of them. And I like the glamour of it being Eagles-Cowboys on Thursday night. I don't know. I think it's cool. And do I want to play the Lions or the Rams the first week as we're getting everything together? I don't know. I think I'd rather play the Cowboys at that point. What do you think?
Yeah, you know what? I see both sides of this coin.
Boy, it's been a big day for you seeing both sides.
Yeah, it really has, man. I feel real disappointed in myself.
Yeah, real hedger over here. Have a take, Howard.
Yeah. Never had you as a hedger.
I'm just saying, man. You know, I would not have guessed Cowboys as an opener.
It's a surprise. We didn't talk about it. We talked about the Bears. We talked about the Rams. We talked about the Lions. We talked about the Commanders. I don't think we mentioned the Cowboys once.
Well, in part because you almost know that Eagles-Cowboys is usually a Sunday night game, so it's an NBC game.
And usually later in the year.
Every year. So we know they're going to be there, so you almost don't expect it to be on Thursday night, but it is a Sunday night NBC production on Thursday Night Football that weekend, and they decided to go with Cowboys. I would have been okay with the Rams. You know, I don't mind starting off with the Rams. You know, they really feel like they should have beat the Eagles, but I don't even really think it should have been close. It was more so based on what the Eagles did the final 2 minutes of that game with that defense, prevent defense that let the Rams get back into the game. But they have taken that and really use that as motivation this offseason, feeling like they could have been in the Super Bowl. I would have been okay with them. Washington, repeat of the NFC Championship game, would have been okay with that. Jaden Daniels is a fresh face, young star. It's a divisional matchup. It's against a good team coming off of last year. I would have been okay with that. And Detroit, because they wanted it so much, because they have players talking about it, they wanted it. I think it would have been nice for us to talk about what could have happened last year based on what did happen, and that would have given it a little juice as well. But I can't be mad about the Cowboys-Eagles opening up the season.
Oh, little pickle juice game 25
yeah, I can't be mad
years
about
later.
that.
Dude, it's going to be awesome. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, it's a good matchup for sure.
I got to be honest, I was a little disappointed. I saw it come across my phone, and my reaction was like, all right.
Dude, how much of that is painted by the fact that the Cowboys were terrible last year?
Well, they've sucked
a lot of it, a lot of it is that.
They haven't done squat.
Because I'm not excited about the matchup from a competitive standpoint.
No, that's why I wanted the Lions. Like, I wanted the Lions week 1 because they've been talking all offseason. They think they belong in that game. And I think, honestly, it would have got the Eagles locked in for game 1. And I think the Lions being there, they can play all the clips. They can, and that's a way to rev yourself up off of a Super Bowl.
You worried Saquon might find some other events
an
to go
award
to?
show?
Now that
is he going to be at Live Ricky tonight? Or is he
you never know. You know, we have the invites out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I do agree that leading up to that game, it would have been more of a back and forth. What would have been and what should have been. If it was the Lions or the Rams.
I actually think there's a little bit more bloodthirst for both the Lions and Rams than Cowboys to start.
I agree with that. But the matchup of Eagles versus Cowboys.
I get the circus and pomp and stance around it, but
the worst.
But it's just, listen, we can all be honest. Eagles Cowboys doesn't hit the same in a long time, and like the Lions intrigued me way more. We've done the Cowboys.
We'll
thing.
play the Lions. There will be a Lions
but week
game.
1, like there's extra juice.
Are you trying to bury? Don't you?
You
want
know what he wants.
Don't you want the Eagles Cowboys to be revived?
Yeah, it's not gonna be revived. They stink. I mean, revived with who? Miles Sanders' revenge spot. Cook, Javonte Williams.
Hey, you got George Pickens.
I know, George Pickens. Dak in a comeback spot. No,
Spike's right. It's the first game of the season, so everybody will be optimistic about the Cowboys.
Yeah, it'll be. And even us, I think there's more juice from an Eagles fan standpoint if you put the Cowboys in a situation where, like, it's almost like helping them out, putting them in a primetime spot. I think it makes the Eagles-Cowboys thing a little bit sexier because of it being in that spot as opposed to, December 8th when the Cowboys are 6-6 or whatever it is.
These thinking Cowboy fans come out when this team is on national TV regardless.
Oh, you know they'll be out.
They do, and they'll definitely be out that night. And that's why, one of the main reasons why I do like this matchup is the unveiling of the banner.
In front of them.
In front of them.
Now that will be cool.
I do appreciate that.
You got to show it to Micah.
Yes, I do appreciate that part of it.
Let Micah Parsons know what it's like to be a winner in case he doesn't get his contract.
I don't know if the league was thinking about this, but this is, a petty thing to do from an Eagles viewpoint.
You think Lurie bribed the league to let him do it?
I don't know if they thought about this, but unveiling the banner for being defending champs that night, that's good to do in front of the Cowboys.
But you know what's not right? Doing it in front of Miles Sanders, who has to deal with Saquon Barkley, who he backed up at Penn State. Couldn't get the job done in 22, and now they unveil a banner right in front of him.
So if Jeff Lurie can bribe the league to make game 1 against the Cowboys, can Josh Harris bribe the league to get us the number 1 pick?
Yes.
Rig it.
Yes.
Come on, Josh. Pay for it.
Well, and by the way.
Pay for it.
By the way.
They already rigged the lottery once.
The Jazz don't need another white guy in Utah.
No, come on.
I mean, come on.
That didn't really worked out very well.
It's the only thing that gets buzz.
I mean, Stockton is still the greatest to ever play in Utah with Malone. I mean,
those two guys. Yeah.
Stockton.
Hold on, what about AK-47?
Yeah, nowhere near.
Laurie Markkinen?
Nowhere near.
Does it count as a white guy if he's not an American white guy?
Yep.
It does. It still counts.
Yeah.
So we got Luka.
Do we have Jokic?
What do you mean?
Well, he's officially a white guy, Luka?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Oh, you confused me when you said we. I'm
no. I'm talking about delegations.
Because who was trying to take Cooper DeJean from us last week?
OG Wade.
Yeah, OG. Hands off.
No. Just when a white guy has a little bit of style, he doesn't just leave. It's still no. I
respect OG. Yeah. I respect the request.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, 215-592-9494. The biggest lottery in the last.
Welcome.
25 years for the Sixers. It changes the course of the franchise. If the Sixers win the lottery tonight, do you move on and start the youth movement or run it back one more time with Embiid? Give it a shot with Cooper Flag there. Coming up next, Jack, the rumor is Phils are hot.
And Ike, I guess, has an official statement on the Phils.
Oh, that might be next. Are we getting it next? The High Hopes Jackie Baseball
The High
Report?
Hopes Ike Reese Baseball Report.
You didn't forget about that, huh?
No.
Oh, Eric Curious been waiting on it for 52 minutes.
No. All right, this is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? How about they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Now, if you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a House of Windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
Come into your local AAA Car Care Center and get a $39.99 full synthetic oil change plus a free tire rotation only at AAA Car Care Centers. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Restrictions apply. Offer ends May 31st. See store for details.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's so complicated. But it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services. I work with small businesses that expertly handle all your HR needs. Do you feel like you're always interviewing new talent? At Clear Employer Services, we have the secret to retaining talent for you. Don't watch your good employees walk out the door. Talk with me directly about keeping your employees happy. Go to hruncomplicated.com so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit hruncomplicated.com.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coos.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. We are 40 games into his season, and Aaron Judge has more 3-hit games, 7, than no-hit games, 6. The Yankee outfielder is hitting .409 overall with an OPS of 1.273. I don't want to get carried away, but Judge might end up being the best righty hitter most of us will see. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Franklin Music Hall, just hours before the 2025 lottery party. Didn't think we'd have to do that. I never thought I'd say those words again.
Yeah, but aren't you glad to be back? Aren't you glad that you can say these words again?
So I'm not glad about how we got here, but
Sure.
there is a little bit of going back to my roots.
Yes.
You know, like a venue full. We're gonna have 1,200 people in here tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So the most tickets we've ever sold for a live show. Like,
And let you know people are excited to be back.
I think they needed a break. Like we all needed to go back to our roots for a second, not worry about the playoffs, and
Right.
worry about one thing.
It's first off, this is way more fun.
It is way more fun. There's no, although it is stressful.
There is stress.
Oh, there's real stress. But watching them lose again in the playoffs, we didn't need to deal with that
I agree.
nonsense again.
I agree.
Yeah.
So, man, it's good to be back. It's like when your favorite band goes on a reunion tour.
Yes, and play. Yes, a little bit like that. You're like, oh, I forgot how much I like that album.
And here's what's different this time around.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be as prolonged.
The
Right?
the badness.
Yeah, this. Like hopefully this is the 1 year we're in the lottery, and hopefully we're not in the
I
lottery.
mean, it could
next year.
change the course of NBA history.
Like I don't want to do the whole lottery every year thing.
No,
They won't. They
no.
won't. They won't.
Well,
Once
and-
we get Coop tonight.
Well,
Yeah.
by the way, next year, if we get the pick this year, the Thunder get it next year anyway.
Oh,
So
well, there you go,
yeah,
then.
so we don't have to worry about it for 2 years.
Oh,
in a
there
row.
you go.
I mean, what a disaster. That would be a disaster if that happened.
If we get it this
No,
year,
he's saying they
No,
automatically
we don't
get it next year.
Yeah. I don't want that.
yeah, I won the pick
You want
this
it
year.
this year?
Yeah, I won
Yes.
the pick this year.
You might have messed up the comprehension there for 1 second. But
yeah,
we'll lock back in.
yeah.
Totally a law.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Well, listen.
Get back to your roots.
Even Spike's
Yeah.
throwing off all the energy in the room because people are relaxed.
The doors open in 2 hours. There's not time to be relaxed. It's funny to you. It's not going to be funny when, we're talking to a mic, can't hear it, the guy's playing a guitar, can't hear it, yada, yada, yada. The wrong thing's on the screen. I'm strangling Morgenstein.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it must drive you nuts looking at me laughing at you.
I want to murder you. We'll get to High Hopes Shaggy Baseball Report in a second. But the background.
No, let's skip it. Just skip it.
We got time.
Well, the background here is that years ago, when Jack was night producer,
a little slappy,
I asked him, "Hey, do you want to be my helper at Live Ricky?" I think it was 2019, live the one with Mike Scott, Live Ricky 4.
That one, and I did the one at Xfinity.
The final lottery party with Choo Choo?
Yes.
The final lottery party.
I forgot about Choo Choo Matty.
Yeah, Choo Choo Matty was there. So, but Jack had never seen, I don't think, the most intense version of me. And the most intense version of me is for the 6 hours leading up to the live event. I'll never forget one specific moment where I was going from all the way in the front of the house to all the way back here. And I needed Jack to come along with me. And I was like, come on. And I'm going full speed. And Jack is 30 feet behind me as I'm walking full speed, walking Jack speed.
Slaughtering.
Yep. And I was like,
pre-hip surgery.
And I'm pretty sure I yelled at you. And I'm like, get over here. And I think Jack was more sensitive then. It took Jack weeks to recover from helping me out.
Was afraid to go by your office.
Yeah.
At the old studio.
Well, because you didn't operate with enough urgency.
Yeah, I know. I learned that to have a sense of urgency that night.
Yes.
That night.
Absolutely.
So it's good to be back.
Yeah.
And it's good to see someone else feeling it.
Yep.
That is Justin Morgenstein.
Yeah, Morgenstein and CJ. We should do the power rankings of who is most likely to get my ire tonight. Morgenstein has a very important job as he's running what's on the screen. And he keeps giving me, I got it.
Yeah, I know. That's got to drive you nuts.
Yeah, I got it.
It's like, I got it. Don't worry. No.
Yeah, I got it.
I think I heard that on the Zoom last night, he was like, I'm not too worried about it. And you said you should be worried about it.
Yeah. Well, I said, don't worry. I am. I'm worried. Worried for you.
I actually think you're just going to get mad at Fran no matter what. Like, Fran's not even going to be here, and you're going to be yelling at Fran for something.
I'll give Morgenstein a little bit of, like, what he has to live up to. Keffer did it.
Yeah.
Keffer did it without screwing
and
it up.
now look at him.
Keffer
he lives in Vermont by himself.
He didn't screw it up, though. He definitely didn't screw it up.
In Vermont?
He does live in Vermont.
Yeah, he lives in Vermont.
He moved to a small town in Vermont.
The way Jack makes it sound is like the end of Breaking Bad or something.
Man, like,
Lives by himself. He's a teacher.
He grew a beard. He lives by himself. He wears flannels all the time.
Yeah, makes meth.
He hasn't come out of his house in years.
All right.
That's going to be Morgenstein.
The baseball team is hot, so let's talk about them.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
That's right. It's Jackie Baseball. We're back. So before we get into the whole spiel here, very curious what Ike had to say about them in the open, where he didn't want to fully get into it because we had more important things. Ike, you have an official statement on the baseball team, and everyone wants to hear it.
Oh, we're doing it first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Getting it right out of the way.
because he kind of knows where I'm going.
I've been thinking about it for an hour.
Oh,
yes.
where are you going?
Well, I'll tell you this. After Friday night, I mean, what a disappointing loss Friday.
7-0.
Wasn't a big deal. They got in at 3:30 in the morning.
There it is.
I don't know how you expect them to get up and win a baseball game after that.
I'm telling you, I was not feeling good Friday night about this team. It was like one of those things you fear. Like, you knew they beat up on Tampa. I was like, okay, going to Cleveland. It's not that Cleveland is a juggernaut, but coming off a semi-easy road series sweep, right? They swept. Yeah, they swept Tampa. Yeah, they swept Tampa. Going into this series, I'm like, all right, let's see how we handle prosperity.
Yeah, good team on the road.
Didn't like what I saw Friday night. But then Saturday came.
Yeah. 6-run 8.
Oh, man, Saturday came, and Sunday was even better.
Oh, yeah.
I got to tell you.
Wheels was dealing.
This is what I felt like at the end of that game last night. I believe.
Oh!
The B word.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a dangerous spot to be.
Welcome over, Ike.
Yeah.
Welcome over.
Yeah.
Oh, it feels good over here.
Yeah, you know, and here's what I'll say to that. I hope I'm not jumping the gun.
Yeah, I know.
Because I'm here now.
You want to be excited.
Yeah, well, you know what? I wanted to do the whole Memorial Day, wait till after Memorial Day, let me see where they're at, that sort of thing. But you know what? When you feel it, you feel it. And Kyle Schwarber just has me feeling it. I mean, Zach Wheeler is dominant. Knowles looks like he's back.
Wow, Friday.
Well, I'm just saying.
Hangover game.
Yeah, you know.
Ranger?
Ranger
Come
looked
on,
good
man.
Saturday.
How about Ranger?
Ranger looked
Ranger looked
phenomenal.
good Saturday, man. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I think it's there.
He's back.
I think it's there.
Well,
I didn't think we were getting this like at all this year.
I think it's there.
And there's going to be lulls. We know it. But
Yeah.
I think we learned, again, we said after the Mets series, we learned a lot about them after that and how they responded
They've
after
won
that.
every series since.
Every series since. And, like, I just like the way that they're winning and the way that they're going about it offensively. I did buy into the, all they try to do is hit home runs thing.
Yeah.
And they try to go for it. They're scoring. Now, last night, I know Schwarber did his thing. But Saturday, they scored all those runs with 2 outs.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen a Phillies team score 6 runs with 2 outs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's good to hear.
Stock's hitting the ball well.
Trey's hitting, what, 320?
Yeah. Yeah, no sense. And I felt, you know what I said to myself?
I can't believe you're in.
Yeah, but you know what I said to myself?
Shocking.
Why would you deprive yourself of enjoying what you ultimately want to enjoy? Because you're afraid of being disappointed or hurt again?
And just to prove that you're right.
Well, that's never me.
No, yeah.
That's never me. So it's really with me, it's more or less, I don't want to buy back in and look stupid again for buying back in. I would much rather be wrong from that viewpoint. But, yeah, this is the time. This is when they need to go ahead and go on a run, and I believe they're going to do it.
Wow.
I do.
I didn't think we were going to get there.
And Bryce is not even hitting the ball with regularity.
No, because he's cooked.
No.
Yeah.
In 2 weeks.
I'm just kidding.
In 2 weeks, these pitchers are going to pay for the fastballs he's missed. He's missing every game. Now, he had the big game on Saturday. That was nice. Third hit was a bloop shot, but whatever. We needed it.
Yeah.
We needed it for the overall numbers. Home run was nice.
Yeah.
He'll get there.
So that
Wheeler's start last night was the best I've seen Wheeler this year. I thought that was the best Wheeler had been.
That bat signal is for others too. It's okay.
Hop on.
It's okay. It's
Hop
okay to
on.
believe. Yeah.
Hop on.
Let's put the positive energy behind them.
Yes.
Forget about the half in, half out. That's not us. I don't really want to be a half in, half out guy.
That's not you. Although the first hour of the show you were, but it's not traditionally.
Well, what?
You really?
Oh, you mean?
Yeah. I want to keep these guys, trade those guys.
In a perfect world, if Embiid would choose to be on the back burner.
Yeah.
I see your point on maybe not the Cowboys, the most exciting thing.
Yeah.
I see your point, Ike, is not one that I thought we'd get on this Monday afternoon.
Yeah.
Well, I like that Schwarber's the one that's really got you feeling the most
He really
positive.
is, yeah.
And, of course, MV3 chimed in on the Kyle Schwarber extension conversation. Now, unfortunately,
GM Bryce always got to chime in on everybody else's contract.
That's not what he said here.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately for everyone involved, there's no audio of this, which means I'll have to read it.
Do you want me to read it?
No, I got it.
Okay, all right.
But if I stumble, I do know how to read, kind of.
Okay.
It's just sometimes I jump ahead and I get stuck with the words. Anyway, so this is what Harper said the other day. I was talking to somebody the other day, and I was like, man, it would be weird not to have Schwarber in the clubhouse. He's such a good leader, such a good person in the community, great family, great person. Yep. I think he's a guy that our team can build around. Interesting. Obviously, he's going to take a lot of money make a lot of money as a free agent. He's going to be a very hot commodity on the market. He's a guy that hits homers. He's a great clubhouse guy and a leader. I hope he doesn't get the free agency. He's a guy that we can use the next few years. He also continued. He said, I don't want him to go anywhere else. And that's not me saying anything to ownership or Dave. Obviously, they want him to. And I think he wants to be here. I think he likes the community. He likes where he lives. But also, it's nice to be wanted. I don't know if he's going to get there to free agency. Like I said, I hope he doesn't. But if he does, he's going to have a lot of teams lining up for his services because he's dang good.
So I go back and forth on the Bryce.
I can tell.
Thing.
That's heavy.
Once again.
On one end, I like that he is standing up for the other players publicly. I think that goes.
Come on.
That means
Start there. Start with
means
that.
a lot in the
Yes.
clubhouse.
Yes.
I think.
Start with that. I'm glad you started with that.
Absolutely, and the fact that I think that is a leadership position. Yep. I think now for him to say, this isn't a message to Dave or the ownership. Well, who are you talking to, right?
All the fans agree.
Yeah, everybody wants him back.
Yeah.
But I want the management of the baseball team to be able to make decisions in the best interest of the baseball team, not just to make Bryce Harper happy. And he says that can put pressure on management and ownership, and I don't think it helps. I don't think them having another thing.
Well, it doesn't help their side.
No,
it helps Kyle Schwarber's side.
Yeah, I want them to be able to make decisions with a clean thought process.
I'm with you there.
Not just like, oh, the fans are bugging us to do it. Because when you make decisions because the fans are bugging you to do it because the player said something, that's when you make a decision that isn't in the best interest of the baseball team. Now, I'm not against them extending him or something. Like, I am still of the mind that if we're getting contract year Kyle Schwarber because it's a contract year, then let's get contract year Kyle Schwarber. I don't think it will cost any more in 3 months than it's going to cost now. He is playing better than he's ever played.
Well, you don't?
Well, it's going to cost more now. It's going to cost more now than it's ever going to cost.
Now, the only problem is
if he gets to 40-plus home runs.
Yeah, but I mean, he's still 32. He's still a DH. Like, I just don't think if it's $400 million now, like, I don't think it's going to be $125 at the end of the year. But like, my point is, I think there is something to be gained from having a guy chasing a contract, and we want them to win the World Series this year.
Yeah.
Their core is this age this year. And I would trade a little more uncertainty with Kyle Schwarber to get the best Kyle Schwarber that we can get.
Sure.
And I think there's something to be said for that.
And I do think there is something to be said for the JT factor on this. I know that we like to think that these guys aren't human, but I think
JT wants a contract.
JT's also in a final year of a deal.
Yeah.
How would he feel if Schwarber gets it and he doesn't? Hopefully the Phillies have some kind of handshake, wink, wink. Like, we will take care of you, but for the dynamics of the team right now, we just don't really want to do.
Well, you don't do either.
Yeah, and Rangers too. Sorry,
Yeah.
Rangers also a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Now I think there's more writing on the wall with Ranger.
Sure.
Yeah.
That he's probably not going to get paid here, but I think at least team-wise, dynamic-wise, that could be a factor as well.
I mean, the Eagles seemingly have adopted that sort of philosophy.
And when did that start? Was that after? Was that
hell,
before
probably
22?
when they started giving out bad contracts to guys.
But what was the last one in season that turned out to be a bad one? I mean, the Alshon
Tim Jernigan.
That was after the season, I thought.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
If he wants to be here and they want to keep him, he's just going to leave for the Mets?
Well, here's my thing. If no surprise here, I'm a Libra too, by the way. Libra, you believe in the zodiac signs?
Yeah, I do.
Libra, the symbol for that is what?
That's a tiger.
No, that's a.
I don't know what a Libra signal is.
Scale.
Yeah, tiger is Leo.
Yeah, that's
a
lion.
Me.
That's a lion.
Yeah.
That's a lion.
Well,
Lion and tigers are different.
right.
Forget about all that.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
The point is that I'm a Libra, so scales, they have to balance.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The balance. So
that's where the voice of reason.
It's hard for me to go completely one way.
Sure.
So I say that to say, long way to the end, on the Kyle Schwarber deal, as if Schwarber isn't bothered by this. If he isn't agitated to a point to where he's holding it against the Phillies for making him sing for his supper, I'm perfectly fine with it. I don't, if he, because he's obviously not affecting him at the plate.
No.
So,
and it's not affecting him in the locker room.
yeah, so as long as those two things are still copacetic, I don't need to rush and do it just for the reason we just said. Copacetic?
Yeah,
I was wondering what that word meant.
Just for the reason we just said, the Ranger JT aspect of this. So I don't need to disrupt any of the other players by doing this. If Kyle Schwarber is fine, then like you said, we'll take care of him at the end of the year. But he's getting paid, and if they're talking 2 years, this thing has 4 years at a minimum written over it.
4 years, 110.
Okay.
I'll pay $10 million more.
Okay.
I'll pay $10 million more to get this performance out of him.
Bryce is speaking this way because Bryce is now seeing the value of having him hit behind him as well. Right? He knew the value of having him in the locker room and what he did from the leadoff position, but now he's getting a chance to see what it's like to have him as a protector in the lineup. And I love the fact that Bryce said what he said.
Yeah,
I get it. So. I get how it can come off looking back, but from a teammate standpoint, that's what you want. You want the star of the team speaking up for you.
215-592-9494. Get to your calls, and if you have an opinion on the Schwarber extension thing, don't you have Mark's Jewelers?
No. It's the end of the break.
Oh. Are you sure?
Yeah.
That's not what Luke says.
Well, Marshall's Twitter question.
I don't have it.
Oh, well, he doesn't understand that. It's all good.
It's all good. We're fine.
215
On lottery day?
Not on lottery day.
Luke.
Just say Twitter
Not
question
on lottery
next time.
day.
All right, well, we'll just do the Twitter question now. Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Jack, what's the Twitter?
Are you glad the Eagles are playing the Cowboys week 1, or do you wish it was another team? What do you think? We didn't get the voting on that.
Oh, that's they probably aren't upset they're playing the Cowboys. I'll go with 64%. Say they're glad.
So it's only 55% saying glad.
Okay.
That's fair.
So most people probably, half of people probably didn't
Wanted
care.
a better
Yeah,
team?
different team, yeah.
215-592-9494. Pat, you're on WIP. What's up, Pat?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Pat?
Hey, so Spike, I think you brought this up on the Ricky that you probably think Daryl's just, saying that they're committed to Joel and Paul because he has to. Because if he says oh no, we're definitely moving on, they're not going to get good quality from them.
Well, yeah, I think he would prefer to go this way, but I also think he would listen on both of them. So when we ask him, just for anyone who didn't hear it, Mike asked Daryl on the podcast, if somebody called you about Joel Embiid and Paul George for trade this offseason, what would you do? And his response was, we are committed to Embiid, Paul, and Maxey. I think that's the only way he can answer that question, but I don't know that that is how he's operating.
Right. So if you get Cooper Flag, you probably have to move on from Paul George, right? Because someone has you have to get a 4 in here, and unless you're going to have Flag come off the bench during the time frame,
no.
right?
I mean, who's the 4 on the Celtics?
Yeah, positionless. Yeah.
I mean, like Paul George can play 4. It's just that Paul George is 6'7", Cooper Flag is 6'7", 6'8". One of them you call the 3, one of them you call the 4.
I was going to say Cooper might be taller, right?
I think Cooper's 6'8".
Yeah.
I think he's probably
6'9".
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can say he's a 4. I don't think that's an issue. And
right.
I think there's also a world, depending on, this sounds crazy, depending on what the roster looks like. Cooper Flag doesn't have to start either, by the way. I don't think he has to. So I would.
You try getting away with that in this.
Well, I think here's what I think. The starting lineup would be Maxey, Grimes, George, Flag, and Embiid. There it is. I don't see any problem with that. Now, are you going to want some toughness and rebounding in there somewhere? For sure. But there's not this is not a league that has Charles Oakley's and Reggie Evans and these big burly, power forwards out there. And if anything, I'm telling Cooper Flag, this year, I want you to rebound the hell out of the ball. You're a strong kid. You're a good athlete. Go rebound the hell out of the ball, So, and with him with less offensive, responsibilities, I think you could put Cooper Flag in a different role in that way.
Okay, so then if it's 3 through 6, are you just taking best available, or are you taking Murray Boyles at any point, or are you just going to take the best forward or best guard available?
I think if they don't trade. Thank you for the call, Pat. If they don't trade the pick 3 through 6, they will take the best player available. So if it's that Duke center, they'll take him. If it's Ace Bailey, they'll take
center.
him.
Take the other kid from Duke.
Yeah.
Who's the other kid?
Knuppel.
Okay. Oh, wing. Is he?
Knuppel.
Yeah.
Knuppel.
I don't know.
Looks like a player.
Yeah.
First of all, his name is Con Knuppel. It's kind of a rough time with the nickname here. We're not going initials, but yeah, we'll roll with him. He's a 6'7" wingman.
It's only 2.
Yeah, I know, but still a problem. still, I'm just saying.
You're 1K away from real trouble.
1K away from problems around here. But yeah, I
don't think they would shy away from taking a center, by the way.
Really?
Nah.
Come
on, man. What are we
doing? You take another center here, man. What are we going to do with that?
Here's the thing. The best case scenario for Embiid, we just said, is he's playing 50 games. So your worst case scenario in that is that you have an awesome center to start 30 games and you have a great backup center, and maybe Embiid doesn't have to play 36 minutes a game. I think they will consider, if we get 3 through 6, they're going to consider trading that pick for a pick and a player or 2 picks or something like that. That's what I think would happen. And I think if they get 1 or 2, 1 is easy. It's Cooper Flag. Maury's already said it. 2 is a little more interesting because Dylan Harper is just another guard. Now, could you we could use 4 guards. There's no way we.
Well, he's actually bigger than the 2 that we have.
Right, like maybe Grimes comes off the bench and McCain comes off the bench. I think there's a lot of things you could do at that point. But I think 3 through 6 is when it starts to get really Sixersy. Picking a player of a position that we already have, trading it, all sorts.
I do like the name Ace Bailey.
It's a great name.
It's a great basketball name.
A great name. 10 out of 10 basketball name.
6'10", too.
Yeah, big guy. Well, it was Jack that said he was Kevin Durant. Was it you? Did you say that?
I definitely didn't say it.
Okay, all right.
You know how much YouTube I'm watching today?
All you're doing today.
I'm waiting until after this is over.
You're waiting to see
I don't want to waste my time. If we don't have the pick, I'm not watching it.
Wow, listen, I'm looking at
guy.
I'm looking at Piano, not today.
That's a good point.
I got a lot of people to yell at.
I got no reason to look at
I got to get on people's asses here.
A lot of people to manage.
Yeah.
The first comp I see for Ace Bailey is T-Mac, and then the other comp is Josh Smith.
Well, Josh Smith wasn't. Josh
He's a
Smith
good
was a good
player.
player.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little
Good
bit.
player.
Yeah.
He was in Atlanta when he got drafted when I went to Atlanta.
Well, remember he was
Nice.
going to be the free agent that the Sixers signed.
I know.
Yes,
that was
remember
he was a
that?
big
Yeah.
Sixers guy for.
And was
for
it
a
a Piston?
Was
that
a
where he
Hawk?
went?
Was a Piston? I think Josh Smith was probably on 4 teams.
Yeah.
At some point. All right.
smoked a lot.
Speaking of the lottery, coming up next, we will go through the history of the process lotteries and how it worked
That
out
ought to be
for us.
fun.
Yeah. We are at Franklin Music Hall on 7th Street in Philadelphia, leading up to the lottery party, the Rights to Ricky Sanchez lottery party. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Oh, don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Listen, Philly golf right now is hot. What a weekend with the Truist Championship, and the city just representing well. A lot of tour players love the Northeast. They'll be back next year. Looking forward to it. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A kid's wiffle ball party at the yard with Bryce Harper. Broadcast an inning of Phillies baseball with Scott Fransky. Have lunch at Chickies and Pete's and be part of the WIP Afternoon Show.
Hey-o.
And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in Big Box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Michael Jenkins with a Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. We'll have Chicago on the run line today as we have to keep fading Milwaukee's starting pitcher, who has not been throwing at a major league level. Yeah, he looked good last time out against the Dodgers, but he's 2-2 on the road this season with an ERA of 7.64, and opponents are batting .315 against him. You don't think that Chicago lineup will be licking their chops in this game? Meanwhile, Chicago has won 4 of 5 with their starter on the mound by at least 2 runs. Chicago on the run line is the play today on the diamond. And that's going to do it for this Sports Betting Minute. It is brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the Sportsbook born in Vegas. And as always, please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford, back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flapping?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models, exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Dominate your fantasy baseball league with Fantasy Baseball Today, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Scott White, Chris Towers, and me, Frank Stanfill, every weekday as we recap every player from every game. We'll get you the latest news, waiver wire adds and drops, trades to make, prospect promotions, and everything else you need to take down your league. Follow and listen to Fantasy Baseball Today on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
So when it's time to move, like I just did, you have two options for movers. You can either call your friends, like an idiot, or you can call Meeting House Movers, who will be like your friends for the day. So here are the bad things when you call your friends to move. You have to make sure they're going to show up on time. You have to make sure they're going to show up at all. They're also bad at moving. You don't know if they're going to ruin your stuff. You don't know if they're going to ding the walls in the house you're leaving from. Meeting House Movers are like your friends, except they're good at everything. I use Meeting House Movers. Not only do they move me, they pack me the day before. They pack my entire house in 3.5 hours. 4 hours would have taken me 3 weeks. Meeting House Movers can pack you, and then the next day they're going to show up on time. They're going to be, and what are you worried about? You're worried about it happening on time, and you're worried about them treating your stuff the right way. Meeting House did both of those things. Everything arrived exactly in the condition it left. They did it. They were cool. They were on time. Meeting House Movers is the way to go. Do not bother your friends with moving. Oh, the also thing is when you ask your friends to move, they ask you for help as well. Meeting House Movers is not going to call you at some point and ask you to help them move. So when it is time, Meeting House Movers, that is meetinghousemovers.com.
Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at the Franklin Music Hall for the Rights to Ricky Sanchez Lottery Party. Sold out. It is sold out. And joining us is one Mike Levin.
Hello.
All of my co-hosts.
Yep.
All in one place.
Everyone's stressing you out.
Yeah, everyone's stressing me out at once. Mike laughs at how stressed out I get.
I do.
Jack laughs at how stressed out I get.
As if we haven't done it before.
Well, yeah, but, somebody's got to be stressed out.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So, Mike, we've been doing the podcast together for 12 years in July. He was once a guest on Angelo's morning show.
One.
Didn't work.
One time.
Yep.
That's not the right mix.
That's one time.
That's not the right mix.
No, Angelo's energy and Mike's energy, they're definitely not the same energy.
I think
accountability.
I think I spoke going into the commercial. I think I just kept going.
Yeah. You ever think we'd be back here doing this?
Come on.
Yeah.
I think I might maybe hoped for it, but they're going to get another pick and we're going to be contending for championships while also in the lottery on someone else's back.
Right, not on our own.
Not on our own.
Yeah. Here we are. It's kind of exciting. Are you nervous?
It's more dread than nervous.
If they don't get the pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. And then having to do the show and you being like, come on, guys.
Yes.
We can still have fun.
Well, that's coming.
And I'm face down on the ground.
That's coming. I'm going to be like, Mike, there's 1,200 people here who paid to be here. We got to do a show.
First of all, there's so many people are leaving if they don't get the pick.
They're not leaving.
They're walking out. They're storming out.
They're not leaving. They're staying.
This is an interesting dynamic.
Yes, yeah.
This is an interesting dynamic.
Well, every time something bad has happened with the Sixers, I've had to convince Mike we have to do a podcast about it.
Yeah.
Right.
Like when Hinkie got fired, I was like, dude, we have to do this.
It's a pretty big one.
Sure. But I was protesting with my silence.
Yeah. Well, when the Sixers lost to the Raptors, he did the entire podcast in the dark.
Yeah, at my parents' house.
Yeah, in the dark.
There you go.
So we were going to go over the lotteries since we started doing it.
Okay.
All right. So 2014, that was our first lottery party, which Mike was not at. That was at Miller's Ale House in the Northeast.
Yeah. My parents were there. My parents have been at everyone.
Oh, there you go.
Well, we had no idea anybody was going to show up.
Yeah.
And we had 300 people there or something. And I remember calling Mike when I got home saying, I think we might be popular. Yeah. But that pick ended up as number 3. And we ended up getting Joel Embiid. So it worked out pretty good.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're off to a good start.
So 2015.
All downhill since.
All downhill. So 2015 was at Buffalo Wild Wings in the Northeast.
Right.
I don't remember that.
Now, was there a reason why you kept picking the Northeast?
Because they would do it. We just needed somebody who would
Sure.
say, hey, we want to do this. So we go there, and we filled up that place, and Buffalo Wild Wings wasn't letting people in. They said they would only let people in if people finished their meal and left. So there were people in the parking lot, and I think there was a fast food place down the street. So we ended up as number 3 there, and that became Jaleel Okafor.
Is that Okafor?
Yeah.
I remember that podcast the day after. It was the most morose podcast after getting the third pick in the draft.
Well, because we were scared it was going to be Okafor.
Yeah.
And it was. So then 2016, that was our first year at Xfinity Live. That was the best lottery party we ever had.
Yeah.
That was when you two became very close,
Yes.
Ike and Mike.
Well, because there's that second ledge. There's a ledge at Xfinity Live. And everyone was celebrating. And I was jumping up and down. All of a sudden, a linebacker is on my back. Not a thing I'm used to.
Well, I said we almost went over, man.
Yeah.
We held on. We held in there.
And then it ended up being Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
All
but
that for Ben.
But that to me was the ultimate
Oh,
because
yeah.
we finally got the number 1 pick, and the place just erupted.
it's sad, but it was the best moment of our time.
Well, absolutely. But also, I think it's important to say, with hindsight, now, the last, 4 or 5 years of Ben Simmons has been bad. But the first 3 or 4 years of Ben Simmons was good. It wasn't perfect, but it was good.
There were the rumors that Elton Brand wanted to trade Ben in that shimmy year.
Yeah.
And I think looking back on it, I agree with you. He was good then.
Yeah.
That was the time to trade him.
Yeah.
And it would have been crazy to trade him, but that was the time to trade him,
Yeah.
was at that point. And Elton apparently wanted to do it, and he was GM at the time.
Yes.
But it was like 8 guys were GM.
This city was not ready to let go of Ben Simmons then.
No, not at that point.
Do you think Hinkie would have taken him?
I think he would have taken him. What do you think?
Yes.
Interesting. Because there was
think so?
There's an idea that he's going to take Ingram, right? Like there's a thought that he liked Ingram.
Well, I'd have been surprised that he took Ben because isn't part of the reason why he wanted to move off of MCW is because he couldn't shoot?
Well, I thought the MCW thing was more about he thought he could get value, and he didn't think he was actually good. Yeah, I think he would have looked at the ceiling of Ben Simmons, and he would have taken Ben Simmons. I think he would have taken Ben Simmons.
I think like special outlier players, I think, tend to be liked by those guys.
2017, Sixers get number 3 again. That was when we raised the Hinkie banner.
Well, hang on. 2017, they got 5.
Oh, right.
But it swapped with the Kings because of the pick swap.
Right. That was
remember that?
No, that was that was 2017. You're right. That was 2017. So that was the pick swap, which was another amazing
I remember
moment.
that. That was a big moment.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
So we raised the Hinkie banner there. A couple got engaged at the lottery
That was
party.
a big night raising the Hinkie banner. I remember that.
And then we ended up trading.
They should have left it up.
They should have.
They
should have. Well, they kept it in the back. Joel eventually signed it when he was in VIP once.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Or at least made Sixers ownership walk across the parking lot and said, "Hey,
take it down.
Take that thing down, please."
Yeah. So then we get we trade for Markel Fultz. Doesn't work.
Oh.
Next year, also at Xfinity Live, that's when Pablo Torre married a couple.
Mm-hmm.
We had an actual wedding at the lottery party. And the funny part of that one was we had never thought about having a lottery party while the playoffs were going on.
Yeah.
And the Sixers had just lost to the Celtics, and Robert Covington was the guest at the lottery party and had a bad series.
Oh, man.
And we were terrified that he was going to get booed. And he didn't. It was a great moment. He got a standing ovation.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I think that was the night I was Philip.
Oh, were you Philip?
Yeah.
Didn't work.
No?
Didn't work out for you. Yeah.
No, it didn't.
Yeah. And then the final one at 2019 was when Choo Choo Madua. The only reason we had it, we had a 1% chance at the top pick. We had the pick we traded to Boston was the Kings pick, and if it was number 1, we would get the pick, which there was a 1% chance of happening. Didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here we are.
We need it.
So what's going to happen tonight?
I'm doing so much bargaining with God. You know, every moment I'm just making deals with something up there, and I'm like, it's okay if it's 3. It's okay if it's 6. I'm just trying to get
as long as we get it.
Anything as long as we get it. But we get to the commercial, which the commercial happens after the top 4. Once the 4 seeds that jump, then we'll know we're in the commercial. By that point, I'm going to be like, well, we got to get 1. Once we're here, we got to get 1.
If we get to the commercial, this place, in the time of the commercial,
we got to get to the commercial.
Oh, my God.
We got to get to the commercial.
Got to jump.
At least get us to the commercial. Yes.
I can't
agree.
believe we're back.
Just so I can, so I can almost have a heart attack for those 3 minutes during the commercial break.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Could be the best 3 minutes of our
Then it
lives.
becomes and then we get the 4th pick.
Funny little.
Which would be fine.
Would be fine.
Which would be fine.
Would be fine. Funny little dynamic here in that if the Sixers do keep the pick, it will be much harder to keep Gershon Yabusele, who is our guest tonight. So if we keep the pick, I don't think we can bring that up to him.
I don't think so.
No.
I would not bring that up to him.
It's a good way to ruin him.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's a good way to ruin him.
We'll get Andre Drummond to opt out so he can play. Hey, come on. We love
Threaten
you.
him. Yeah. Offer him something. Pay him. Josh Harris should pay him off the side.
Something.
Well, thank you for stopping by, Mike. We're going to have Ike and Jack on the stage tonight.
Yes.
There will be a
Real basketball guys.
real hoops guys.
That's it. Man.
Are we going to have the Phils on the big screen or not?
No, we will not have the Phils on the big stage.
If the Sixers don't keep the pick, I'm watching the Phils during the podcast.
During the show.
Nice.
And just when you guys come up, there's going to be a contest to see who knows me better.
Right.
So Andrew Underberger is going to come up and ask you. It will be Mike versus Ike and Jack.
That's unfair.
Well, they don't know.
I was going to say, you may know more than me.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You're sitting next to him. I never sit next to him.
Yeah.
Well, but you've been working with him.
12 years.
12 years.
12 years.
Yeah, if you lose, it's on you.
All right.
I've known you the longest.
I am as a Sixers podcaster, I plan on losing.
All right.
Let's be clear.
I'm
Tanking.
putting Mike as a minus 130 favorite.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes.
What do you say, Fritz?
Oh, I'm going to
We know him.
I think I know him better than
I
most.
think Jack knows me pretty well.
I think Jack wins. I'm throwing the game, putting it on Jack.
Yeah.
Good. If they don't get Cooper Flagg, who's the second guy that you want?
Oh, I mean, I think Dylan Harper is awesome. I think he's excellent. I think he's a really special player. Big physical guard, can wingspan, can guard probably 3, maybe eventually 4 positions. I think he's the kind of player you would want to pair with either Maxey or McCain. The question of do you move on from one of them, I don't think we have to answer that now. I'd bring him in and see how it goes. But I think he's a special franchise-changing player.
Wow.
There we go.
Cool.
And 3, everything's on the table.
Yeah.
Right? That's what I've been saying. Trades are on the table. Trade backs are on the table.
Well,
everything.
I was listening to the radio show.
Oh, you were?
And on the way here.
Oh.
So, and I heard you saying they might trade back, and I was like, that's right, Spike. They might trade back.
First time you ever heard the show?
This show? No, I've heard. I've at least clips.
Okay. All right. Clips. Definitely clips.
At least clips.
All right. I'm just making sure. All right.
And Justin's like, yep.
Yep.
Because he sets out the clips.
He does the clips.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
there we go, clips.
Yeah. Put Mike in a clip. Put Mike in a clip and give him some hot take or something so he gets roasted.
But I do want to trade back. I'm excited for a trade back. If it's 3-6, I want to trade back.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be fine.
No one's excited about a trade back.
Hey, then you get more picks.
Howie season.
Yeah, Howie season. All right, Mike.
Let's go.
Appreciate you, buddy. There he is,
brother.
Mike Levin of the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast. So, Mike, do you want to stay for the Blue Chew ad? No? No? All right.
Smart move.
Yeah.
Smart move.
Hey,
yeah.
we don't judge here.
Yeah, no judging. No judging. Look, to get your basketball team better, you might need some luck.
Yeah.
You might need a 1 in 10 chance.
Might need a tank.
10 in 10 chance that if you use Blue Chew, your love life's getting better.
Yeah. Hey, number 1 pick every single night.
Number 1 pick. We know that maybe you don't perform like you used to. It's okay. It happens to the best of us. She wants you to perform like you used to.
She misses it.
She misses it. You do it for her, and you do it for you. For her, she's having a better time.
Yep.
You're Blue Chew. For you, maybe it's happening more often. You never know.
Sounds like a win-win.
A win-win. It's the same active ingredients as Levitra, Staxin, Viagra, Cialis, but it's a chewable, so you don't have to worry about taking a pill. You don't have to worry about drinking anything. Keep one in the car. Keep one in the wallet. When it's time. I'm not saying in the car. I'm just saying on your ride home.
Yeah.
It's all online, so you don't have to worry about the doctor's visits. You don't have to worry about going to the pharmacy, waiting in line behind some old lady who has 27 questions when she gets up there.
Does that happen to you?
I mean, it's happened before. But not for Blue Chew.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
that's
and
right.
because it's made in the USA and shipped direct.
No tariffs.
No tariffs.
Nope.
It's cheaper. We're going to make it even cheaper for you. We're going to give you the first month for free.
Free.
It's on us. We're paying for it. They told us if we want to do it free, they're like the WIP afternoon show's got to pay for it.
Yep.
So go to BlueChew.com. You meet with one of their licensed medical professionals there. It takes 5 minutes. They figure out what the right mix is for you. And you want to use code 94. You get your first month for free. All you got to do is pay for the shipping. It's like $5.
Yeah.
So again, BlueChew.com. Use the code 94 for your first month for free, and then you can
Chew it and do it.
Nah, that's on me.
Is it?
Oh,
Yeah, you got to tell Luke.
Forgot about it's been like, what, a couple of... We haven't
A
had,
couple weeks, yes.
Yeah, it's been a couple weeks.
haven't had the
Oh, I
same
tell you.
frequency.
Nah.
Luke still has no idea what
No,
the
no, that one's on me.
Am I missing
That
a
one-
jingle or something? Oh,
Yes,
there's a Blue Chew jingle.
yes.
It's not on you, though.
Can you do the jingle?
I don't know the words to the jingle.
All right.
All right.
Do it. Do it.
Nah, that's not the same.
Yeah, it does not. There's something very like sitting at dinner with my wife and my girlfriend about that segment, having Mike and you guys on the same thing.
Sure.
Having like the podcast host and the radio host.
Well,
in
not the same
place.
level of awkwardness.
No.
Did you
That
say
that
your
would have been.
wife and your girlfriend.
Have you
Not
been in that
mine,
situation?
Not mine.
Well, you said my wife.
No,
and my
your
girlfriend.
wife. Your.
I didn't know you were
There's
into
only
that.
one girl for me, and it was
Okay.
Valerie. But
Jesus.
you know what I mean. Holy moly. 215-592-9494. Jake and Delco, you're on WIP. What's up, Jake?
By the way, which one of us is?
Yo, what's going on,
hold
fellas?
on.
Hold on. We got this show
Yeah,
business here.
Where are we
Oh,
at?
boy.
Yeah, are we the girlfriend or the wife?
I've been with Mike longer than I've been married to
we're
Val.
girlfriend, friend.
Yeah, hold on. You like the girlfriend more, some say.
No, you guys are my
That's what you
wife.
said.
You guys are the wife. But if you're the wife, then I'm cheating on you.
Yeah.
So I don't like it. You're both the wives. You guys are the wives.
Wow.
I'm dumping Mike. Podcast is over.
Wow.
Jake, you're on WIP.
You're a Mormon.
Yeah, I think I saw your significant other at Tavola, man. You outkicked your coverage, boy.
Wait, you saw her where?
At Tavola, I think in Springfield, when you were doing the Delco thing.
I don't think she was there. No, she was
No?
not there.
You mean last year the tour of Delco?
No, I don't think my wife was there. I did
Tour
out.
of Delco.
She's way hotter than me. That's for sure.
Wow,
but
yeah,
yeah, I
that's
don't
not
think she
hard.
was there.
Nah,
Yeah.
yeah. Why the long face?
Yeah. All right.
All
All right, Tubbo.
Anyway, so I typically agree with
Guys,
you. But
250. Sorry, Jake. Go ahead.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I typically agree.
It's the
with
wrong
you,
day
Spike.
for that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jake.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, sorry.
I typically agree with you, but what you're saying about Embiid, you're like, well, you're saying.
All right, you guys, phone sucks.
All right.
Yeah, check out. I put him on hold.
You
Joe
sure
and-
wasn't talking about the lady that came up and yelled at our table at Tavola?
That
could happen to your wife?
That was not my wife. Joe in Delaware. You're on WIP. What's up, Joe?
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up, Joe?
All right, I know you don't like people asking me that, but
No,
all
you
right,
didn't.
I got three guys. The 76ers, they ain't even worth the breath or the flowers. You know I'm a Jalen hater. You said you like me about that. You know we're only going to win about 10 games this year if we keep Jalen Hurts because they're not going to run Barkley that much, and they're not going to.
Joe, can we talk? You wanted to talk about the Phils. I don't want to talk about hating Jalen today.
All right, let's talk about the Phils.
Yeah.
You guys might be mad, but I'm tired of. I like Bryce. He's a good player, but
you're making sense with Jalen. You're starting to make less sense. Yeah.
Why don't you like Bryce?
Well, because he was the highest paid when we got it. I know there's about 5 other people making more money than him now.
About 25 more.
Is there that many, Jack? Anyway, so if you're the face of the franchise, you're not the one that chokes at the end of the playoffs and everything. The Phillies just need to get younger. I mean, Bryce always puts his input in, and then Phillies listen to him, or they feel like they have to listen to him because he is the face of the franchise. We need to get younger. We got younger guys down there that are pretty good at hitting the ball pretty good.
Oh, yeah, like who?
And we're sticking with older people, with like Castellanos and Schwarber. Now, Schwarber, a 2-year deal for $50 million, okay, but he's getting older, and he don't bat over 250. You know, if he's making like $300 million, like Turner and Harper even now, you got to bat 300. You know, they're not putting up. They want all that money, but they're not giving the expectations that we expected them.
Losing brains.
Yeah.
I mean,
thank you for the call.
Losing brains.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Try Jake one more time,
Yeah,
and then I'm gonna leave. Yeah, Jake, you're on WIP.
How do I sound now?
Oh,
Yeah,
so much
there it
better.
is.
So
Yeah.
much better.
Awesome. Yeah, I normally agree with your takes, Spike, but this thing about Embiid, and you said, well, a year ago he's scoring 70 points or something like that. I mean, it doesn't matter if it was a day ago. The point is that at the present time, he's got this whole degenerative knee thing that you actually, listening to you talk about it, it was very enlightening that, like, it's his knee is just, it's screwed. It's over. It just feels like it's over with him. He more and more feels like he's going to be the sad sack. He's going to be a cancer. And then if we get Cooper Flagg, then it's going to metastasize through the building and into him, and who knows where it'll go from there. But I could just see him being just a brat about the whole thing, not at all willing to have somebody come in and take the spotlight at all. Who knows what it'll do?
Wasn't it Joel Embiid that went up to Tyrese Maxey during the Knicks series and told him to take him home during every game?
I'm not familiar with that story.
You're not?
No.
Yeah. So did it affect Tyrese Maxey at any point playing with Joel Embiid as Tyrese Maxey was becoming a fan favorite and hitting big shots? Do you ever remember that preventing Tyrese Maxey from being a great young player?
Well, I think that's more Maxey than Embiid. That's just a testament to Maxey, and everybody's not Maxey. Maxey is such a positive guy.
Okay, so Cooper Flagg can't be posive too? I guess my point is you say that you said no. Hold on, Jake. My point is you said Embiid's going to bring everybody down. You're sure of it. Has he brought down Tyrese Maxey? Like I could list off 10 players.
Yes.
How?
He pissed them off.
Okay. You've never worked with anybody who's pissed you off before? Tyrese Maxey, the best version of Tyrese Maxey has been when Joel Embiid has been on the court. I could name 10 players who were more effective when Joel Embiid was on the court than they were at any point in their career. Seth Curry had the best years of his career playing with Joel Embiid. J.J. Redick had the best years of his career playing with Joel Embiid. Danny Green, as a corpse, was effective playing with Joel Embiid. Like he is, because he is so good, he gives the ability for guards to get loose, to have more open shots, like all these things. And it's very easy to say, well, you say, well, he's going to bring everybody down. And I ask you, how has he brought – hold on. That's exactly what you said. And I say, how has he brought down Tyrese Maxey? And you're like, well, that's just Tyrese Maxey. So it either is or it isn't. So what players has he brought down?
I don't know. I can't name specific things.
Okay.
So you're saying he's a net positive for the locker room? Is what
I'm saying he's a net positive for the team.
Yeah. Can he play for 2 months in the playoffs?
Hopefully.
Hope. Well, not to be cliche, but hope is not a plan. And he can.
So what's your plan? So you have Cooper Flagg and Tyrese Maxey. How you win a championship?
I don't know, man.
All right, there we go. All right. I understand the concerns about his demeanor, but I just don't want to go so far where we're making it like. And by the way, everybody wants Jimmy Butler back. Doesn't seem to mention the fact that he has blown up 3 locker rooms.
Do people want Jimmy Butler back?
They did when he was at the trade deadline. They did, and all I hear is we shouldn't have let go of Jimmy Butler, who is not a great teammate at all. You're either good or you're not good. And I think it's very easy to say at this point that Joel Embiid is a net negative because we haven't seen him be great since last season because he didn't play this year.
Right.
But I don't think that ship has sailed. And I think instantly saying that he is a negative from a personality standpoint or a vibe standpoint, I guess it's possible.
Well, you can say you're afraid that's what it's going to be. That's fine. But to say that's what he's going to be, he hasn't really shown you that.
No. I mean, he has been a bummer for him.
Right.
But I haven't seen him dragging. The whole team was dragged down this year. And, there were a lot of factors.
I was going to say maybe this year was the first year that, I don't know, the whole thing with Maxey, remember that? The whole meeting with Maxey?
Uh-huh.
I felt like it was something to that, but for the most part, I kind of agree with where you're at with Embiid. I don't know, maybe he needs a fresh start, and I don't mean a fresh start by starting somewhere else. I mean, having this sort of youth movement around him sort of re-energizes him.
I think so, too. That young energy, I think, will be good for him. I think all the concerns are fine, but I still just don't see the path with letting him go, especially when you're trading him for nothing. All right, 215-592-9494. If the Sixers win the lottery tonight, would you keep Embiid and just put Cooper Flagg in the lineup and give it another run, or would you start fresh with a youth movement? We're at Franklin Music Hall for tonight's lottery party. Coming up next, a guy we all respect very much thinks the Eagles' offense is going to be much better next year. We will talk about how and why and who next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, I know about great defense and great special teams, and I want to tell you about my special team. These are my guys that will defend your home. I'm talking about my friends over at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Now, if you've been looking for a roofing contractor, look no further than my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. For over 35 years, Emmons has specialized in storm-resistant roofing systems designed to last. Call Emmons today at 855-4-EMMONS or check them out online at Emmons.com for a free roof inspection. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those in Lee Green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The mystery has been solved. Where are all the high girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club with free lunch weekdays, happy hour special 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone, come back. It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. Giannis Antetokounmpo is reportedly considering going somewhere else. And while Milwaukee Bucks fans won't want to hear it, part of Giannis's factor has to be this. If he stays in Milwaukee, he'll be beloved. One of the rare stars to be with one team for their entire career. And that has value. Real value. But if he wants to win another championship, and he has said that he does, he simply has to leave. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are at Franklin Music Hall for tonight's sold-out lottery party.
How quick did it sell out?
2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 1,200 people?
1,200.
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting.
So let me just vibe check. Tonight being the biggest lottery for the Sixers in more than 25 years.
Sure.
Vibe check on what you think is going to happen. Obviously, this is not like predicting a game, because there are percentages, but like if in your gut, when the lottery is happening, what happens tonight for the Sixers?
I got to be honest, not that stressed about it. They're going to get the first pick.
The first pick?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Like maybe because the Phils are playing good and my Birds won the Super Bowl. But I just think that we sacrificed the Flyers.
We did. They got 6.
The Flyers got screwed.
Yep.
Broads had a meltdown.
Yep.
And I think the NBA has to do the right thing here. That's where I put my faith in them. Like, I need a cold envelope, whatever.
Yeah,
folded.
frozen envelope.
Don't care,
Yep.
whatever it takes. There's no way they want him to be a Wizard or a Jazz or any of these, like, small market teams. Adam Silver stepped in, saved the league. I say league now, with the Doncic trade when he sent Doncic to the Lakers because he needed ratings. He has to do the right thing tonight, too. And get Cooper Flag in the Sixers.
Now, do you think Silver would be tempted to give him to the Nets?
No.
Nets are a big market.
Come on, the Nets have had stars. They had
Okay.
the KG, Pierce. They had Durant.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
No one cares.
Well, because the Knicks are so much bigger than them. So, yeah.
Gut check on you, Ike. What's going to happen tonight?
Well, we're locked for top 5. I'm not even concerned.
So we're not losing the pick.
No, we're not losing this
Can't
pick.
lose the pick. By the way, Mike was completely right that if they lose the pick, I'm going to go into everybody's still got to have fun mode.
Yeah.
Because I got to start thinking about the show.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to care about that if
Okay.
they lose the pick. Yeah,
So we're good?
You know that.
Okay.
We'll start drinking a little more by the
Okay.
end. Yeah,
Remember, you got to be on stage.
that's true.
Okay.
Are we going to be on stage after the pick is already done?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's when the live show is. Live
That's
show
gonna
starts
be-
at 7:30.
If we don't get it, they're going to boo us.
They're going to boo you anyway, buddy.
Oh, I don't think Phils are.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Yes.
Make sure we
Ike will
don't
get
get
cheered.
booed, yes.
Ike will get cheered.
Who's that third guy?
So we're locked
I do
in.
believe we're top 5 though.
So we're locked in for top 5.
Yeah, I feel good.
I go back and forth.
I'm nervous about the first pick. I'm hopeful. I'm hoping. I'm bringing positive vibes there. I'm hopeful for it.
Yeah. Yep.
But I feel top 3. Like, I feel like we'll get one of the top 3 picks.
That alien-looking freak is going to give us the first pick. I can feel it.
Silver.
Yeah,
I
I can.
freak.
I can just.
Not Wembanyama.
No,
yeah.
no.
Okay.
I can feel it from Adam Silver.
Yeah,
So-
like Philly, we need this. Like, we need this. The league needs it.
So when you're watching them revealing, what you really have to look for is the Sixers can get jumped by one team, but they can't get jumped by 2 teams. So as they're counting down, and if one of the teams, if the 14th team or the 13th team or whatever has jumped into the top, then we can only then nobody else can jump. So we're actually going to have a thing on stage today, just sort of explaining what you're looking for. The good thing is, not good thing, is that if the pick is outside of the top 6, it just says Thunder up there. So if we see Thunder at 8 or 7 or whatever it is, then we know we don't have the pick.
That would be.
Oh, so if we see the Thunder's name up there, then it's
Correct.
not us.
Then
Gotcha.
it's not us. All right. 215-592-9494. In a moment, someone who we respect says the Eagles' offense going to be much better next year. Rick in Easton, you're on WIP. What's up, Rick?
Good stuff, guys. Before I go draft lottery, I just want to mention, I think it's a real smart move by the NFL to go. The Eagles play the Cowboys twice, and there's so many Cowboy Nation people that will tune into that game. We know about the rivalry we have, and they have another Cowboys game anyway. They just don't really know when the Rams game or the Detroit game. There's a lot of prime games that the NFL can go to and flex. So I think it's a real smart move with the NFL going Cowboys-Eagles first game of the year.
Yeah, I think you could say you're not guaranteed, but you're pretty sure that the Lions game is going to be a prime game somewhere, and you know it's going to be that way. And the same thing for the Rams. But you don't really know that with the Cowboys games because you're not so sure that they're going to be good. So it basically guarantees a prime an Eagles-Cowboys game that ends up needing a national platform. And yeah, I also think it's fun. I think there's fun to it as well.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm the Rams or the Lions, maybe even Washington, I may feel a little slighted by this.
A little pissed off by it?
Yeah, I may feel a little slighted by this. Because what have the Cowboys done other than be the damn Cowboys to deserve to open up a season against the defending champs? This has been a game for years where it's usually a great matchup against the two teams that were pretty good the year before and are expected to be pretty good the upcoming season. And like the Cowboys are only in this game because they are the Cowboys.
The Rams just won a Super Bowl, also almost beat the Eagles in the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Lions have been great for the last 2 years. Yeah, and
at least Washington has Jaden Daniels that people are excited about.
In the championship game last year. And if you're the Rams, they've made no secret about the fact that they've been salivating the entire offseason about playing the Eagles. Yeah, I can understand.
I still see them being a little slighted. And I'll say this. It has to be, even though you're going on the road to play the Eagles in their building, it's still something, if you're a team, that you get to open up, you get to kick off the season. Everybody is starting by watching you. And not only that, you get the 10-day off. You get 10 days off.
Oh, right.
So you get you get the mini bye week that comes after that.
Yep.
And if I could now go with the draft. So, there was a great senior from Duke that came out. His name was Christian Leitner. My only concern is, and you did have a plan, and you're asking the callers, what's their plan? Mm-hmm. I'm not really sure what the plan can be because we don't know if Embiid and George can come back and play with their age and their health. And you did have a plan, and I didn't agree with it, but it was a plan to trade Maxey and this pick for Giannis. But now my only concern is, and I asked you guys, for your plan, are we guaranteed? Probably not. That Cooper Flagg, as a 18-year-old freshman, is he going to be the player we need him to be? We don't really know that either. Because look at Christian Leitner when he came out, he really never became the player that everybody thought he was going to be. So we're not guaranteed that Flagg is going to be that player either. So I don't even know if there really is a plan for this Sixers purgatory and this spiral we're going down. I'll tell you one thing, this is a NBA market, Philadelphia. They better figure something out because they can't go 3 more years with disaster. And that's what I wanted to ask what your plan is going to be.
Well, let me just say this real quick. And I'll
Thank you for the call.
Spike can get into his plan.
Yeah.
Cooper Flagg and Christian Leitner are completely two different players.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Leitner was a back-to-the-basket basketball player that could turn around and hit a 15-foot jump shot if need be. And then he's turned into somewhat of a stretch 4 or 5 as he got later in his career.
I thought, and by the way, he was a good NBA player.
Yeah, he wasn't. But you know what it is when you're a great player in college, everyone expects you to be great in the pros, and Leitner just was never that. I think Flagg has a better chance of having more success at this level than Christian Leitner did. Flagg can handle the ball. He can get his own shot. He can shoot the ball. He can face up to the basket and score. He's actually big enough at 6'9" that if he wanted to play in that little mid-range game with his back to the basket, he would have the ability to be able to do that and shoot over guys.
Yeah, he's not raw, but his skills are not developed yet in a way.
I'm going to tell you who I like in him, too.
Who?
Another former Duke player. Jason Tatum.
Oh, really?
A little bit. Yes.
Yeah, so Tatum, the thing that you worried about with Tatum was that he was going to be a mid-range guy his whole career.
Exactly.
But became an excellent NBA three-point shooter.
And he also was kind of cursed by Jabari Parker not working out. Like I think
that Duke, that style of
Yeah.
Duke player.
Because Jabari never learned how to shoot a three.
Nope. I was a big Jabari guy.
I get to see it in your eyes.
Jabari over Wiggins. I was a Parker guy.
Well,
yeah.
the thing about Tatum too is Tatum's become a really awesome defensive player too, because he has the drive, but he also has the physical
He's
skills.
6'8".
Yeah, long
he can
arms.
rebound.
Yeah.
So I could see Cooper Flag becoming that type of player.
Yeah, he asked for a plan, and people always, I feel like they always bring this up with the Sixers, and they don't bring it up with anybody else. One word. Well, nothing. This is not guaranteed. None of it's guaranteed.
Right.
None of it. No. I know nobody wants to hear it. No Eagles draft pick is guaranteed.
Well, hold on.
We've missed on plenty of players.
Yes.
Not recently.
Not recently, but have missed on plenty of players.
Yeah.
If there was a guaranteed plan, everybody would do it. There's no guarantee that Cooper Flag is going to become a multi-time All-Star and Hall of Famer, but there's also no guarantee he's not.
I know.
And if your reasoning is that Christian Laettner was a guy 30 years ago because he happens to be white and played for Duke.
Totally different game.
And he's a senior.
Yeah.
He was. That's back when college kids stayed all.
Cooper Flag won National Player of the Year at
18.
17 most of the year.
Yeah.
And watch some of the just hop on YouTube and watch Cooper Flag playing with NBA players at the USA stuff, and he is a pretty impressive physical guy.
Yeah, he's a player.
And if he has the work ethic that you want, he'll become a good shooter. I don't know if he'll become I don't know if he'll become a great shooter like Paul George, but he'll become good.
Also, his mom's a legend. You see the video of her when he dunked on a guy in the North Carolina game?
No.
She was caught on camera going, on your head.
Oh, yes. I saw that.
Come on, man. You get that in a playoff game here?
And
at the Xfinity Mobile Center?
And YouTube jokes aside, big board jokes aside, when it becomes college players, I just lean on the people who I trust who have had good evaluations in the past.
Sure.
And I know Kevin O'Connor, he is pretty high on Cooper Flag. He knows about all of his, deficiencies at this point and tells me that he is far and away the number one pick. He's a great prospect, and you go and you get him. And by the way, the fact that he has not developed that far yet, I think is another reason for keeping Embiid and keeping a competitive team that Cooper Flag can grow slowly in, as opposed to giving him the ball and telling him, go be Rookie of the Year. I don't care if he wins Rookie of the Year. We had a Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
I agree.
We had two Rookies of the Year.
Two of them.
Two of them. I'm done with Rookies of the Year. I hope he wins Rookie of the Year, but that doesn't mean anything. And I think Cooper Flag developing sort of slowly wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. All right. We all love Rube and Frank here, right?
Yep.
We're big Rube guys. Rube, I think, is a big afternoon show guy. And I was reading Rube's, 10 observations or 10 things or whatever. And the first thing was that the Eagles' offense is going to be significantly better this year. And here is what Rube says. The Eagles won 16 of their last 17 games, won the Super Bowl, scored 95 points in the last 2 games, and it's still fair to say they underachieved on offense. They averaged 26.8 points, 7th highest in the NFL, 361 yards, 8th highest, 10th on third down, 11th in yards per play, 13th in the red zone. Not bad, but with the talent on that roster, the numbers should have been better, and at times the defense really carried them. Now with Dallas Goedert back for 2025, the Eagles returned 10 of 11 offensive starters, with right guard being the only exception. And 8 of those starters were also here in 2023. That sort of continuity is extremely rare in the NFL these days and extremely valuable. When you spent that much time playing and practicing and watching film with the guy lining up next to you, you know how he thinks, you know what he sees, you share his football DNA. Multiply that by 10 guys, and you have a unit that has the ability to operate at a truly advanced level. With a Super Bowl MVP quarterback and an MVP caliber running back, 2 elite wide receivers, and an outstanding tight end and offensive line, I don't see any reason this offense can't take a big leap in 2025. So it's decent reasoning, the cohesiveness of the offense. What do you like your opinion hearing that? Is a leap from 7th or 8th best offense in the NFL up to top 3? Is it in the cards just because they all have the same guys and that could take a step forward?
Yeah, you know what? I do believe it's in the cards, man. It's there. The potential for it is there. And the elephant in the room with this offense all season is going to be, for those of us who don't want to put it out there, is how well Jalen plays at the quarterback position. I don't know how we get around that. You know, if you look at the way he played for most of the year, he played a solid year at the quarterback position. But when you have this level of talent on the offense, solid was good enough last year. So I won't tell you solid isn't good enough, but I don't know if solid is good enough if A, you're talking about repeating as champions when everybody's gunning for you now. The schedule is tougher now. And on defense, from a personnel standpoint, as of right now, you're not going to be as good as you were last year. Their defense being as good as it was last year allowed their offense to be patient and not put pressure on them to have to go score every series because they knew the defense wasn't giving up points. So you can stick with the running game.
Be more conservative.
And be more conservative when you know your defense isn't going to give up more than 14 or 15 points a game. But if you happen to be, if your defense is a defense, let's say gives up, even if it's a touchdown more this year, what is that, 22, 23 points?
Yeah.
That puts more pressure on you as an offense to have to go out and score earlier in games because the dynamics of the game change. This is where the actual details do matter. So we can't just look at the end of the box score and say, well, the Eagles did this, they ran the ball, and this is how they won. Well, what if they're down 14-0 in the first half? You can't stick to the run then.
No.
You got to throw the ball if your defense is giving up 2 long drives for touchdowns. So I think the offense does have that potential. But this is going to – Kevin Petrullo and Jalen Hurts, big year for both of these guys. Petrullo, first opportunity in the big chair as a play caller, as an offensive play designer and the coordinator, taking over for a coordinator to just help you win the Super Bowl the year before. So we don't know if Petrullo's going to get more than 1 year of being the offensive coordinator. Brian Johnson didn't. He didn't get a second opportunity. So it's a big year for him, for he and Jalen to get on the same page. But ultimately, it's going to be how Jalen goes out there and performs. And to me, putting the ball up in the air, getting explosive plays with A.J., Devontae, and even having Dallas Goedert back. And, hey, let's find the way to get Dotson involved in this offense. I think that's where this offense takes the next step. Saquon was your explosive player last year on the ground. That's going to be hard to do in consecutive years. You got to get explosive plays through the air more frequently this year. And I think it starts with the passing game, so it obviously starts with Jalen.
Well, and you say getting Dotson involved. How about just getting Goddard more involved?
Goddard, yes.
He made big plays last year. He made big plays in the playoffs. He made a big play in that Saints game. They don't win that game if he doesn't make that play. He's here, like throwing to him. And I think the optimistic person sees the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl, and you say that is how I want to. That's how I want to exist.
He broke the seal.
But the other thing you could say with those games is you did have a defense
causing number one
havoc.
defense in the league.
And in those 2 games might have looked better than they looked all year in terms of causing turnovers, getting after the quarterback, all that. And we lost a lot of players on defense too. So I think, and last thing, you're talking about even if this defense goes from allowing 17 points a game to, you said a touchdown mark, even if you get to 21 or 22, if you're only scoring 26,
it's a lot different.
You're losing 3 more games that year or 4 more games just because the games are a lot closer. So I do think it's on Jalen and Petrullo too.
$30+ million wide receiver, $25+ million wide receiver, $10+ million tight end, and a former first-round draft pick who you spent the 3rd round pick to get here.
Yep.
As a 3rd wide receiver, and probably the highest paid offensive line in all of football. By the way, a $20 million running back.
And a $51 million quarterback.
It's
pretty expensive offense.
Yeah. Go put up some points.
And also score in the first quarter.
Yeah. And by the way, an offense that is costing us players on the defense. Like in terms of if you're going to spend that money on the offensive line, you're going to spend that money on 2 wide receivers.
That's why you couldn't keep Milton Williams and other guys.
And I'm not saying they shouldn't have made that decision.
Yeah.
And I think they probably think to themselves, we have a better chance of finding those types of players in the draft than we have another A.J. Brown or another Devontae Smith, whatever. I get all of that. But the organization has said, we are investing all of this money on the offense. And if you are, being 7th is not good enough in points, and being 8th is not good enough in yards. It just isn't.
Well, why couldn't Elliott get that last year? Elliott could not seem to grasp, but being 7th in points with that amount of talent.
Well, because
it was good enough last year.
Last
We
year.
had the number 1 defense.
Well,
I know.
Elliott would say, well, they'll score points when they need to. And that's like, that always drives me crazy because you always need to score points.
But I'll say this, but here's where he was hanging his hat, and I kind of agree with him. If your defense is only going to give up 15 points a game,
then you don't need to go crazy. Yeah.
Like you scoring 30, does it matter if you scored 30 or you scored 27?
Well, they decided because the defense was so good that they could be risk averse on offense and cost them points, but they didn't want to give the ball up.
Yep.
And I don't think they can do that next year. Like, I don't think any of us do. All right, 215.
We do agree there.
Yes. 215-592-9494. Coming up next, speaking of the offense, maybe trade one of the players on the offense. Not A.J. Brown, not Devontae Smith.
Everyone take a chill pill.
Yeah. But maybe a potential trade with a
Who
different
the
guy.
hell can we trade?
Well,
you'll have to see.
You two.
You'll have to see.
We're at Franklin Music Hall. The lottery party is tonight. You can't get tickets. It's sold out weeks ago.
Yep, weeks
Sorry.
ago. In 2 weeks.
Yep.
1,200 people.
Yep. What are you doing? This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Guida is not sold out of windows and doors. No. Here we are in the spring. This is when you clean out the garage, you the spring cleaning, and you start to approach those projects that you've been putting off for the winter. Well, the windows and doors are first on that because replacing your windows it does so much for your home, and Guida is going to help you get there. From the process to deciding on it, and then the price, it lowers your energy bills, it increases the value of your home. Look, at night, when it's hot outside, it's not going to be hot in your house, and you're not going to have to turn the air up as high because you replace those windows and doors. 20% off every window, 20% off every door. If that isn't enough, they're going to let you start your project, and a lot of these window and door projects are big ones, I know it, with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 3 years. You will not be happier. You could not be happier with your project going anywhere else. There's a limited time offer, and there are restrictions, so here is your mission. Call 877-GO-GUIDA today. They'll get you all the details. You can even get a free in-home, no-obligation estimate where they'll teach you about everything, measure up your windows, all that sort of stuff. Or just go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
The Phillies are back at the bank to host the Cardinals. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Deep right field. Happy Mother's Day, Mama Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's time to hit the ice for the NHL playoffs. I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Vegas Golden Knights took Game 3 of their series against Edmonton over the weekend. Can the Oilers now bounce back with a win tonight and take a commanding 3-1 series lead? Connor McDavid and company are a short -120 favorite on the money line tonight on their home ice. I'm Kate Constable from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Hey, it's Michael Jenkins with a Sports Betting Minute brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. We left Chicago on the run line today as we have to keep fading Milwaukee's starting pitcher who has not been throwing at a major league level. Yeah, he looked good last time out against the Dodgers, but he's 2-2 on the road this season with an ERA of 7.64. and opponents are batting .315 against him. You don't think that Chicago lineup will be licking their chops in this game? Meanwhile, Chicago has won 4 of 5 with their starter on the mound by at least 2 runs. Chicago on the run line is the play today on the diamond. And that's going to do it for this Sports Betting Minute. It is brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. And as always, please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Ride out for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Stars and Stripes Harley-Davidson.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
The mystery has been solved. Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club with free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations: Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Well, you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Show on the road today. We are at Franklin Music Hall for tonight's lottery party. As the Sixers' next 10 years directly affected by ping pong balls tonight, which we all have a support system here tonight.
Sure.
Right? If it goes well, it's joy. It's like you won the championship. If it goes poorly, at least we're around everybody else. And then on the road tomorrow for the Surfside Invitational at Ramblewood, I'm just going to tease this. Might have a new outfit.
Nice.
Might have gone shopping.
Yeah. You kind of like the golf outfits, huh?
This is what I'm going to say.
Golf attire.
It looks pretty good on me, I think.
There you go.
I looked in the
did not
mirror.
look bad. You look good.
Yeah, I looked in the mirror. I was like, I could pull this off.
Yeah.
You know.
I got a new outfit yesterday too.
Oh,
God.
we're all styling.
That's never good.
No, listen, I might change my old color scheme up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm usually a khakisman.
Yeah.
I've mixed in some green shorts this year.
Oh, you could be like Payne Stewart.
Not like Payne Stewart.
Okay.
Not like Payne Stewart, but I might have gone a little crazy. Might have gone a little crazy.
You stepped out there a little bit.
Yeah, you know me. You know me.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Jackie, baseball, what is the count on the Twitter question as of now?
Yeah, well, listen, obviously.
You weren't looking.
Wasn't looking, but
Yeah.
I have it now,
Yeah.
ready to go. Don't
Here it
yell at me.
comes.
I know it's
I'm
your
not
very.
yelling.
Yep.
I've handled myself pretty well once
You
the show
have.
started.
I'm
I
trying
do.
to break you, but
Yep.
I'll get there.
Yep.
Do you expect the Eagles' offense to take a step forward in 2025?
Okay.
Yes or no?
What do you think, Ike? I know what my guess is.
Well, they're going to say yes.
Yeah, but not.
Oh, well, let me guess. Let
Yeah.
me go 58%.
That's what,
Okay, well, 68% say yes.
Oh.
68%. Oh,
But
well, it's
that's-
almost 70%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But there's still some dissension in the
Yeah.
ranks. But yeah, I would have guessed 50. 58 is where I would have put it as well. 68 is pretty confident. That's a lot of
it
people.
is pretty confident, yeah.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. John in Abington. You're on WIP. What's up, John?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Hey, John.
What's up, John?
So, considering the lottery, I just happened to go on CBS Sports, and it says that the Sixers are the luckiest of pulling the lottery pick. It says,
What
so
does
if
that
your
mean?
luck trekking holds where flag headed, Philadelphia 76ers by 2 of our 3 metrics, the Sixers were far and away the luckiest team in the lottery history.
Good.
Well, good. One more day. That's all I ask. One more
There you go.
lottery. Yeah. All the metrics that actually matter, though, are the actual numbers. This isn't something that the past actually matters on. It could make us feel better, but what matters is what happens in that private room. And people do know before it's revealed. Now, I don't think Daryl knows. I don't think.
No.
Yeah, but there is a representative from each team. That
May he
knows.
rest in peace, but Mutombo knew.
Well, we
Dude.
just got to bring Pat Croce back, though.
Yeah. Well, Mutombo, you remember Mutombo congratulated the Sixers
He did.
on winning the lottery before the lottery was
In the
revealed.
middle of the day.
On Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we all had to pretend, like, is that real? Because it could be.
It was 2016. It was real.
Do you remember that?
Pat
You remember that?
remember
Pat
that,
Williams,
yes.
I think Pat
thought I was
Williams
kidding.
pulled out a lottery pick, too, didn't he?
Pat Croce won, the Iverson lottery.
And no, Pat Williams, too.
Oh, Pat Williams.
Did he win? He had the Sean Bradley lottery?
No, that was number 2.
Oh, you mean when they won the lottery?
Well, that wasn't good.
No,
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 that
yeah.
wasn't good.
We don't have a ton of luck at 2. At
That
2,
was-
we've had
that
Evan
was back in
Turner.
the Lynham days.
Good player.
Yeah, we had, yeah.
Good league.
We had Evan Turner. We had Sean Bradley. I'm trying to think. The Sixers lottery picks, it's not like a great list. It's a Sharon Wright lottery pick.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Yeah, Sharon, right?
Yeah, like not a great list.
Yeah, I mean, Fultz, Okafor,
Yep.
Embiid, great. Ben, great. I
Yeah.
mean, as of my lifetime, that's pretty much.
And Iverson.
Iverson,
Yeah. Okay, so Ike, told you about a possible Eagles trade. So it's not really, it's just thinking out loud. Derek Carr retires, New Orleans Saints.
Yes.
And, they drafted a quarterback this year. Of course, they have YouTube big board star Spencer Rattler in there.
There you go.
But do you think that it is a possibility that Kellen Moore might be interested in trading for McKee? And, you have to make a decision with Tanner McKee at some point. You basically have 2 years to make a choice because he can be a free agent. You have this year and the next season, and the Eagles just draft Kyle McCord. Is there a price that you would say that would interest you from the Saints from a draft pick perspective for Tanner McKee? Would a 3 get it done?
I'm going to surprise you.
Yeah.
Unless they're giving me a second, no.
Really?
Yep. Here's why.
Okay.
For this year, primarily, you want to get to the offseason and think about moving on from Tanner McKee once you know he's in his final year, what have you. Okay. But this year, in a back-to-back sort of scenario where you're trying to get back to the title game, I'd rather have Tanner McKee than the other 2 guys that are on this roster right now. If I had to miss Jalen for a game or 2 or what have you. I'd rather have Tanner McKee. He's been here 3 years now. He knows the players. Even though it was some, not necessarily high leverage situations at the end of the year last year where he had to go in there and play, I still like his makeup. He doesn't go out there and he's fumbling all over himself and stumbling all over himself. Seems to know where to go with the football. The players seem to love him as a backup quarterback. So I like that part of it. Big kid with some. I think he has a little moxie to him. With a little bit of moxie to him. If it wasn't the Eagles in this type of situation where I'm trying to win another title, I'd be okay with it. I just think he's too important to us to have, if something were to happen with Jalen, to give away a couple of games just for a third-round pick. Like, what am I going to do with a third-round pick?
Right. Draft another quarterback? Yeah.
What am I going to do with third?
I agree with you, even though I like McCord. Yeah. I don't want my backup quarterback to be a rookie.
Yes.
I just don't want a rookie backup quarterback on a team
Robinson's
that has
to. He's here.
They wouldn't have drafted McCord if they thought a lot of him.
Yeah. Well, what did they think of Tanner McKee then?
They know they may lose McKee at some point.
Yeah, so then get the pick while you can.
No. You need a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
In the 17-game season, a quarterback that has been hurt at the end of every year, and a quarterback who runs, you need – I just think you say one or 2 games.
That's what I'm saying.
I count on – I always say – I want somebody who in 4 games is not going to ruin the season.
Right.
And can Tanner McKee, depending on what those 4 games are, go 2-2 or 3-1?
Right.
100% I think he can. And I wouldn't even do it for a 2, to be honest with you.
Oh, come on.
A 2 would be tempting. It'd be hard for me to pass up on a 2.
No.
Here's why from the Saints, because that's going to be a high 2.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But that doesn't help me this year.
It's basically a first-round pick.
But that doesn't help me this year.
It's a backup quarterback.
Okay. I know it's a backup quarterback, but
that we need.
Maybe.
Well, if we didn't have a backup quarterback last year,
or
maybe
17.
What would they have done in last year?
Well, I don't know. Fine. Maybe Jalen missed 2 games?
Yes.
Like maybe we miss. Maybe we
Well, you could have certainly lost the number 2 seed.
Sure, and then what happens? Then you're on the road for a playoff game. Then
and they had 2 quarterbacks that could run the system perfectly fine. And it's not like McKee.
But one was a vet. Like,
you're talking about because of Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett
was fine.
Yeah,
was he great? No, but
was
people forget the broken ribs game with Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, but you had Pickett. They don't have a Pickett sitting around on this roster.
I agree.
DTR.
No.
DTR.
Stop it.
DTR.
215-592-9494. Chris in Middletown. You're on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Happy win the lottery Monday, man.
There we go.
Hey, Chris.
What up, Chris?
We're going to win it. Rig it.
I like that.
Rig it. They got to rig it. When we had Maury on the podcast, we said, are you telling Josh Harris to maybe call the league office and rig it? Coy smile.
He can't answer that.
No, we like putting him in that position, though.
A lot of good things, that can go on with this. First of all, I think Blue Chew will get an uptake in their stretch of their dollars with a lot of planting of flags going on.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
More importantly, though,
not at half-mast, right?
Yep.
Well, listen. More importantly,
full
Spike,
staff.
Yep. Spike and Jack, the delegation will grow, and we're not just talking about delegation is going to grow, and we're not just talking about Blue Chew tonight. All right, so that's really, really important. But
it's important that we have more white guys.
Wow.
Yep. It is.
Is that where we are?
Need a little extra length,
All right. Okay. All right. Get on to it.
Well. All right, let's move over to this cowgirl thing that we're opening our series with and season with, and I'm happy for them. I'm happy for them because the team hasn't been relevant during most of their fan base's lifetime. They get to ride our coattails. They get to see what a real winning franchise looks like. They get to see what the Lombardi looks like. And, guys like Flight Attendant Jim that haven't seen a Super Bowl since he was a kid playing with, toy trays and beverage carts get to see what a Super Bowl contender really looks like. And that's what I'm happy for them. We get to open the season with a win. It's good all around. I mean, no?
I think it's good. Yeah, I mean, I'm not so sure. I'm not putting it into the world that we're opening the season with a win. I'm not like
There's a preview of September 3rd.
Yeah. Well, I'm just
September 4th.
What do we think the line is on that game?
7. It's 7 already.
Oh, 7. So my guess was going to be 5.5.
Yeah.
All right, 7. Yeah.
Guys, can I put out something on the airwaves though? Can we find out, Spike, what the hell is going on with your boss there, Rod Lincoln? Is he off on another vacation or something?
I don't know. Is he coming tonight? I left a pass for him. Is he going to come?
Come on.
All right.
Is
He
it
has to
free?
get back home.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He has to get back home. What? Is one time a week? Is
Yeah.
1 week a year at home?
Is it spelled FREE?
What do you mean? What's the problem?
This guy's got 2 jobs to do right now, and I need him to lock in. All right, he's got to get the WIP games scheduled and set up with Jack and Mr. Softgrinds.
Yep.
And he's got to set up the push-up contest that you've been ducking with Hugh because of ailing back excuses.
And Hugh is getting stronger from everything I've heard.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Well, I'm getting weaker because I'm scared to do push-ups in my neighborhood now because I'm scared somebody's going to videotape me because you guys put a bounty on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're getting bullied by neighborhood
I need
kids.
Rod to lock in.
I need Rod to lock in, too. Thank
Now-
you for the call, Chris. When is DeCamera versus Fritz actually happening?
Were you successful in, you were trying to get that asked out at the Barrett Sports Media thing last week. Do you know if that was asked?
I don't know. Barrett told me he was going to bring it up.
Okay.
So I haven't watched the video of it, but Barrett told me he was going to bring it up.
'Cause I could only imagine how red his face got.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Furious at me.
Yeah.
Yeah. He says all the time, I'm becoming more and more talent every time. Prickly.
We all
I'm a
see
little
it.
prickly. Yeah, well, I'm feeling it. Speaking of prickly.
Wow. That's
Sex.
a good transition into
Yep.
the Blue Chew.
That is a good segue.
Yep. How about tonight? Let's think about tonight.
They get Cooper Flag.
You're coming back from the lottery party. They get the pick. Say they get number 1. You want to celebrate. Well, if you keep a Blue Chew in the car, maybe 10 minutes from home, pop that sucker in there, you're ready to celebrate.
You get home.
Yeah.
Bang.
Yep. Give her the look.
Give her a wink.
Yep. A little wink.
Say, hey, this isn't the only lottery we're going to win tonight.
Yep. Send a text message with the winky emoji.
What?
You know?
Is there, yeah, I guess there is that emoji.
There's a winking emoji.
What about the purple one?
No.
No. Blue Chew's the way you want to go.
Well, unless you're trying to say it's demon time. You put the demon on there, the purple demon.
Oh, yeah. It could be purple
demon.
demon. Could be purple demon. Look, all you have to do is go onto the website. Go to bluechew.com. Our message to you is get a first month free, see how it works for you. Because my gut tells me once you see how it works in that first month, your gut's going to be telling you, keep the prescription. Don't you dare. We keep that right there.
Yep.
We keep it right there.
Yeah.
We're keeping that right there. I see Ike laughing.
Yep.
We're going to keep it right there.
God.
The same active ingredients as Levitra, Staxon, and Cialis, and Viagra. Just go to bluechew.com.
Yep.
It's chewable. It's cheaper because it's made and shipped right here in the U.S.
No tariffs.
No tariffs at all.
Can I let you 2 guys in on a little bit of secret?
Yeah.
It's a good weekend.
NFL.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Everybody's happy.
Wish I had the Ike snarl sounder.
Yep.
Gotta let the big dog eat. Yep.
We're going to get you your first month for free.
I was wondering why you're such a good mood today, Ike, you know?
Yep. You are in a good mood.
Feel light on my feet.
Yep.
Can't relate.
You're not going to have to go to the doctor. You just go to bluechew.com. You're not going to have to wait in line in the pharmacy. They're going to send you everything in a discreet and
hard package.
First month free on the WIP afternoon show. Go to bluechew.com, use code 94. All you got to do is pay for the shipping, like $5, and then you will be ready to
chew it and do it.
Do it. Do it.
There he is.
Do it.
There he is. Look at that grin from Mike.
Yep.
Well, listen.
Yeah.
I'm still managed. Renee still has not heard one of these commercials yet.
Oh, she hasn't?
Nope.
I don't think
But
Val...
she knows about them, though.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
She's heard about
Well,
them. but she
Val
hasn't heard
knows
them
about
herself.
him too, and she's in the area now. But I'm finding out, even in the area, she still doesn't listen to me on the radio. As it turns out, it had nothing to do with living in North Jersey. It just has to do with she hears me
She
enough.
hears you enough.
Enough.
That's exactly what it is.
Yep. I talk at home. She's not a big talker, so I just yap away. Brian in Maryland, you're on WIP.
Before I comment, Spike, can you make Mike wear the Fitbit while they announce the picks?
Yeah, so we were earlier this year on the pod. The team sucked, so we never did it. Mike got a Fitbit so he could monitor his pulse during Sixers games and see how high it would go. I hope he's wearing it. I would love to see his pulse as the lottery begins. I will check in on him. I didn't see it on his wrist, but if it is, we will get a pulse update after the lottery.
Okay, that's incredible.
Yep.
All right, my main comment is this. And I want to hear what you guys think. I don't understand how the number 2 and 3 pick were on the same team, and that team was awful in college. Like, that's why I'm thinking you keep Cooper Flagg, you move the 2 and 3. I just don't understand how they could be that bad.
Oh, you're talking about the Rutger kids, yeah.
Yeah, you had 2 out of the number 2 and number 3 players in the country, and you guys weren't good.
Yeah, I mean that's that whole Ben being the number 1 pick, and he couldn't even get his team in the tournament. Fultz the same way. I believe in that too. I mean, it doesn't tell the whole story. Listen, I didn't watch a lot of Rutgers basketball. It is hard for me to believe how you don't make the tournament with the number 2 and number 3 overall pick in the draft.
Well, and people kept telling me, well, the rest of their team was trash. I was like, okay, but still.
Yeah.
If you have 2 top 5 lottery picks, you should win 19 games.
You should win 19, 20 games with 2 NBA caliber players.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And they were under 500. It raises my.
Fire that coach. I don't even know who it is.
Well, it raises my
Eddie George though.
It raises my antenna a little bit, but also college basketball is just like feels like it's never mattered less to the players. Like it really doesn't. They're going there for a year because they have to. They're going whoever pays them the most money. Like I think it puts them in a. I'm not saying a bad situation, but I'm like.
But I'll say this though.
Winning doesn't matter.
And I'll say this. Duke had went through some mediocre years. Coach K has retired.
Yep.
Right? I look at that Duke team. That's not it was a nice team, but it
wasn't loaded.
Yeah, I think Cooper Flagg coming in and doing what he did, that shows you about his greatness and impact of others. And you got 2 of those guys. I mean, well, Duke had 3 guys. I do see that now. They do have 3 guys.
The center and
Knoble.
Yeah.
Knoble, whatever his
name
whatever
is.
it is. Yeah. I don't know. I think I would still have to take them, but the antennas are raised on the Rutgers kids.
Yeah. Thank you for the call, Brian. I'm just at this point until I dig in. I'm taking Mike. I'm taking KOC's word for it on Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
I'm taking Mike's word for it on Dylan Harper. Okay. And after that, it just seems like it's
okay.
It's wide open.
Yeah.
But
I'm taking your word on both of them.
Yeah.
I've seen Cooper Flagg, but I had that Dylan Harper.
I'm not watching Rutgers.
I'm watching Rutgers.
I didn't watch Duke. I watched one Duke game this year. 215-592-9494. Luke in Lancaster. You're on WIP. What's up, Luke?
Yo, what's up? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Luke.
What's up, Luke?
The Sixers draft lottery tonight. I want to know how long you guys think not getting, like, if they don't get a top 5 pick, I do think they'll get a top 5 pick, but if they don't, how long are they screwed for?
Well, they better win. They better be good the next couple of years. I don't think they're screwed. I think they're in. For a team that is highly leveraged contractually on older players who didn't play last year, I think they're in pretty decent shape. I think Maxey is young and he's really good. McCain is young and he's really good. They own most of their firsts, and they also have 2 Clipper firsts coming up. So if they're forced to rebuild, I think they are in a better situation to rebuild. Thank you for the call, Luke. Than most teams would be. The only trouble that you're going to have is what are you doing with? I think this year you could trade Paul George and just get off of it and not have to pay a pick. Yeah. Embiid, I don't know. If it doesn't work out for Embiid this year, it might be one of those things where you just see they don't want to trade a pick, so they just have him sitting on their salary cap for the next 3 years as they work it out. But I don't think they're screwed. I just think they're in way better position if they get the pick. But I don't think they're screwed if they don't.
They don't get it right.
Yeah. Just like, think about a team rebuilding that has Maxey, has McCain when he got hurt last year was the favorite to win Rookie of the Year, has all but one of their own picks, and have the 2 Clipper picks. I don't know. It's not a bad situation to be in.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, McCain certainly looked much better than I anticipated him.
Way better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't even a fan of the pick when they made it.
No.
He quickly turned me into a fan in a month and a half.
Just seeing him in summer league, I was like, this guy sucks.
Yeah.
And preseason, too. And then he just exploded.
Yeah, he had that 6-week run there where he was like the talk of the early NBA.
It feels like McCain was a Sixer 2 years ago. That's how
And
long.
that's how long it's been. Yeah.
Yep.
You're
It
right.
feels so long since he's been here.
By the way, for all the Sixers screw-ups, getting McCain at 16, getting Maxey at 21.
Yeah, 21. Yeah.
Pretty good picks.
Oh, yeah.
Edwards is definitely a rotation guy, was an undrafted free agent. Even Bona, when he finally got...
I like Bona, yeah.
When he finally got, minutes at the end of the year, they done pretty well that way. So I think they're... By the way, Cindy's shoes, like...
They're outrageous.
God bless her.
Yeah.
Oh, boots on the ground.
We hear them. You
I
can
know.
hear Cindy coming down. We can hear you. No,
I know.
it's no big deal. We can hear you coming down the hallway because you got the
my
boots.
boots on
Yep.
the ground.
You hear the
Yeah, come on
clicking.
now.
I was going to wear something similar.
You are?
Yeah.
You're gonna
yeah.
wear your cowboy boots?
Decided against it.
Yeah.
But not tonight.
Would have been awkward if you and Cindy wore your boots at the same time.
I got to say,
Yeah.
wasn't sure how it was going to turn out. But the delegation has moved over to the cowboy boots with the hats and
Oh,
the
really?
outfits. Yes, they have.
Actually, thank you, Beyonce.
I was gonna say that. Was that did
I think
Beyonce do
I
that?
think that was a Beyonce thing. Like I said, I was not in favor of this in the beginning, but it seems like it's
Are you gonna do it?
no. I'm too old. But
Okay.
I don't mind looking at it on TikTok. I see a lot
Right.
of the line dancing on TikTok, and we've infiltrated.
You know, I think actually
We're in there now
It's-
with our
it's-
cowboy outfits.
it's normally the delegation influencing our style.
Yeah.
I do think we've had two things that have influenced the other way. Skinny jeans started with us.
Yep.
And they infiltrated.
I definitely hate y'all for that.
Sorry.
Yep.
And then the cowboy stuff.
Yeah,
A little look.
it has worked.
This is us all getting look at the harmony.
This is what I'm talking about, harmony.
This is harmony.
All it took was for Beyonce to make a terrible country song.
Yep. Whole
Oh,
album.
I'm sorry, Beehive. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
album.
Don't
Album.
that
Tweet it out.
tongue
Tweet it
in
out.
cheek. Don't come at me.
Tweet it out. Jack, what is coming up in the top 5 at 5?
Well, I had a conversation this
no.
morning,
With who?
and it reminded me of the toughest guys for me to have conversations with.
Ah.
Yep.
That's different.
Okay.
Toughest guys for you to have conversations with.
Okay.
I don't even know where he's going
Yeah.
with this.
Yep.
That is
Me
coming.
either, really.
Yep. That is coming up next. We're at Franklin Music Hall for the lottery party. Doors open in 10 minutes. Oh, boy.
Oh, man. Spike's nervous.
This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
All right, fellas, defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Now, did you know that hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men have already experienced hair loss and thinning? Now, Glad Hair's got you covered like a blue chip first round prospect with cutting edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes. They help you keep the hair you already have and help you bring back what you've already lost. Give them a call, 610-980-4000, or visit them at gladhairmm.com and tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Napa, we are the pros that know AC services inside and out. From professional-grade replacement parts to complete system solutions, Napa has what your business needs to keep your customers cool mile after mile. Need AC repair kits and refrigerant? How about compressors and condensers? Name the part, Napa has you covered coast to coast, behind a nationwide network built to keep your business ahead of the curve. Find your AC parts right now at Napa.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sportsman. It's sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. The New York Knicks came back from down 20 points in games 1 and 2 of their series up against the Boston Celtics to take a 2-game-to-none series lead. Saturday, Boston took another big lead, but this time didn't look back, beating the Knicks by 22 points. Game 4 is tonight, and if the Knicks win, I think they'll win the series. But if the Celtics take this one at Madison Square Garden, then I don't see a way for the Knicks to win 2 more games. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna throw Jack in the dumpster. I'm gonna throw Jack in a dumpster.
I didn't even do anything.
I don't need the laughing every time that something doesn't go right, and I'm getting a little tense about it.
Well, would you rather? I'm a de-escalator by nature.
It doesn't de-escalate me. It escalates me.
I know.
Yeah.
But it de-escalates me.
Oh, wow. That's the kind of guy you are. It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Franklin Music Hall for today's lottery party tonight.
Sold out. 2 weeks.
Sold out 2 weeks. There you go. Nothing.
Yeah.
No big deal to me.
Yeah.
Big moment for the Sixers tonight. Big moment for us as fans. They either keep the pick or they don't keep the pick, and the difference between those two things for the future of the franchise is enormous.
Yeah. Don't make it too big of a deal out of it. It seems pretty drastic.
It is drastic.
I think that's the biggest thing that we've accomplished today.
Is make it a big deal?
Yeah, because I don't think people even knew. If you ask the common Philadelphia sports fan this morning, do you know the NBA lottery is tonight?
No.
I don't think many knew.
Because I think a lot of them aren't even watching the playoffs, and
Right.
they haven't even talked about it that much. We haven't even talked about it that much. We brought it up.
I think everyone knows Cooper Flag.
Yep.
But I don't think they know when the night is for the Sixers.
Yep.
And that's what we accomplished today.
Yep.
But I guarantee you, when we get this number one pick, that changes.
They're going to know.
Yes.
They're going to know when the lottery was.
Yes, that changes.
All right, let's get to it, Luke.
Each the 5. Number 5. At 5. With Jack Fritz.
Well, Spike, maybe this will bring some levity to your day. Nope, don't see it happening.
Nope.
Don't see it happening. What I have for you tonight is the toughest guys for me to have conversations with.
This is a kind of guy or specific guy?
Kind of guy / specific guy.
Okay.
Number 5 is talking to a guy that loves Jalen.
I'm with you.
Because I don't know how to break it to him. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sitting there internally, and I'm wondering, like, are they going to go too far to where, like, well, he didn't even make the Pro Bowl last year. You know what I mean? Like, that's my...
Are they going to force you?
Yeah, to start doing the WIP thing. Because I know they see it. They're like, oh, do you think I can get him? You know what I mean? Like, they look me in the eyes. Like, am I going to be able to troll him into breaking down about Jalen? Some guy last week at the High Hopes event, he got me. And I had to go stand in the corner for 5 minutes and cool off. But... The talking to the guy that really, really loves Jalen, and it's like I see in his eyes, like, oh, he's just like, oh, he's just such a winner. He's like,
Well, why is that tough for you to handle?
yeah, because in my head, I'm like, do I want to? I don't
Argue
want.
with
I'm
him.
not I don't love arguing all the time, and I was like, do I want to get into the nitty-gritty?
Arguing would imply that you disagree with that statement.
Well, it depends how far they go. You know, they try to say he's number 2. That's where I have some pushback.
Top 5.
For right now, I will concede.
Oh,
well, 5,
okay,
and still
5.
outside the top 4, and I still take Herbert. But
Yeah, a guy tried to do it to me at the Truist thing.
Yeah, I know.
And at the end, I just went to him. I was like, dude, you know what I think. Why are we doing this?
yeah, it's not. It's believe it or not, it's not an on-air bit.
Yeah.
No, but I don't think people believe it's an on-air bit. That's also why people, when they see you, it's the
They wanna
first thing
talk
they
about it.
think of. They
Yeah.
want to talk about it.
Well, that's not bad for business.
Because they're sitting there listening saying, I can't believe
How
these
can you
guys.
believe that?
What this guy think he was going to get me to go, bah, you're right.
Yep, the best.
I was lying.
Yep. Oh, gotcha.
Ah, you got me.
The 4th toughest guy for me to have a conversation with is I don't like this at all. But talking to a drunk guy when I'm sober.
Oh, yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah,
Nothing worse.
Yep.
They get a little close.
Yep.
They start leaning in a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like
James.
Nah, he's fine.
Okay.
He's fine. This is like people I don't know.
Okay, all
You know
right,
what
fair.
I mean? Like,
Which makes it worse.
Which makes
Yeah.
it 10 times worse.
Yep.
And they're all usually excited, which is good. You know?
Yeah.
It means the brand's hot.
Yeah.
But it's just I want it to end so bad. And it feels like it never ends. It feels like it just goes on.
A lot
and
of
on.
close talking and hand on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Like you're really close with each other, but you really don't even know the person.
It's the liquid courage.
Yeah.
And when you both had a few,
You're engaged a little bit more.
sure. But when you're stone cold sober, and it's like, come on, like read the room. I mean,
Read the room.
Read the room. Please make this end. The 3rd toughest guys for me to have a conversation with is talking to a guy that's just complaining. You know, like I'll listen. You know what I mean? But I don't.
You got your own problem.
I'm not offering up
Yep.
much. You
Yep.
know, like I'll just nod. I hear you. That
Yeah.
stinks.
Yeah.
But you know, figure it out. I mean, we're all just trying to figure it out.
Which is, this is our warning to not go to him.
Well, I complain to him all the time. So
and I listen.
He does. He will listen.
I'm a great listener.
Yep.
But I just know I'm not giving much back.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. I'll let you get off your chest.
Jack will give me every once in a while. They got to grow up, and I'm like, you're right.
Yep,
they
do got to grow up.
Yep.
That's how I get out of it.
Yep.
They got to figure it out.
Look.
And you're like, you know what? They do got to figure it out. You're right, Jack.
Sometimes I give it to Jack because I don't want my wife to know that I'm stressed out about something at home.
Sure.
So I just tell Jack about it.
Oh, yeah.
And then Jack will go, yeah. I actually think you're good at it, Jack. I actually think you're fine at it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're good at pretending.
Well, no, I'm not. I do care.
Yeah.
It's not even like,
well,
yeah.
Yeah.
I care.
Let's not go overboard.
Yeah, I was going to say no.
Yeah.
I do. Although, man, when people complain a little too much, it's a big turn.
All right. Okay.
Anyway.
Okay. Let's go.
The second toughest guys for me to have conversations with is talking to a guy that doesn't follow sports. What am I supposed to talk about with you? I've
really?
What about? Yeah, I don't like. There's nothing we can relate on.
Oh,
I mean, if you don't
those
know
people are a blessing.
No, if you don't know an ounce of ball, it's awful.
Can you talk about music or
No,
politics or
there's
the
a
weather?
very rare chance that we have the same kind of musical taste.
Okay.
Very rare. Politics? You kidding me?
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know anything about that either.
Hey, this guy wants to get into
political
discussions.
Yeah, good take.
You want to talk about
I would rather have like a
food?
fun. Yeah, I would rather have like a
What's
fun
in their food?
sports conversation versus a guy who knows nothing. You know what I mean? Like I don't conversate well. Now, also at the same time, if a guy has a lot of takes but doesn't know what he's talking about,
Those are the worst.
Also an awful conversation. We talk to them for 4 hours a day, though.
You said
Is that
that.
the insult to
I
the
didn't say
callers?
that.
Got him.
Yeah.
That was for like Jacob.
No,
Delco.
I would. I'd much rather talk about anything else other than sports when I'm not here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't mind thinking about sports. I like watching sports. I just like.
It already consumes you enough. You don't want.
I just don't need more debate. I could do that was fun. I could do one of those.
Right.
I'll take anything.
Over
Yeah.
sport.
Yep.
But the number one toughest guy for me to have a conversation with, and I might have expressed this in the past, but just talking to a guy that I know is more manly than me. You know, like they're in my house doing housework.
Yep.
And I'm sitting there on my computer, like typing out a show email or something.
Yep.
This guy's like hanging something for me. And I don't like, he's probably not judging me.
Yeah.
But I feel like that when a guy more manly than me is in my own house, I feel it's so emasculated. It's not even funny.
So, I mentioned.
What's wrong with him, man?
I mentioned the movers, right, from Meeting House. I was talking about.
Yeah.
Dude, watching them pick up all my stuff that I am too much of a
Too lazy
loser to pick it up.
Then you hurt your back.
Yeah,
to it.
either I can't or I've decided not to. They're more manly.
Yeah.
The guys that fix the house don't even start. The
Yep.
guys that did the kitchen. Oh my God, are you kidding me? I could barely, if the outlet doesn't work, all I can do is turn the circuit breaker on and off. That's all I can do in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you care? Like, there's a
Yes.
Yeah. see,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it matters.
I wish I could.
I tell you what, I'm a little different with that. I'm
You
not.
play the NFL?
No. Well, yeah, I played in the NFL so that I wouldn't have to do that. But it's more or less with my neighbors that I feel that way with versus with somebody that I pay to come over to do it. You know, if my neighbor's out cutting his own grass or planting his own trees and doing that sort of thing.
All of a sudden, Renee's like, why aren't you doing that?
Oh, no, dude. My neighbor next to me, I love him to death, Dayton. I don't think there's ever been a worker's truck outside his house.
Because he does it all.
He does everything.
Nah.
like seriously, he does everything.
That's a tough
at his
neighbor.
house, and I'll be sitting out there, and I'm like, hey, what's up, bro? He's on his ride more, like he's doing it.
Meanwhile, I literally have somebody to do everything.
Yes. Meanwhile, I got people coming to the house every week to do something.
Here's a moment when my neighbor came over to help me put together. I got a new desk, and basically it just ended up him doing it. While I watched him going, oh, yeah, you mean I didn't do anything? And he just sort of like I was a child, came over, you can screw this one in. It's like, oh, all right, I did it.
Right.
Screwed one in. Look at me. Look what I did. Look what
A
we
handyman.
did.
I'm actually looking for a handyman right now.
Oh, dude. Need a handyman.
Need a handyman.
A regular handyman?
Yes.
Yeah, just to take care of this little thing and that little thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Real quick, we do have a second schedule leak for the Birds.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man. Are we going to have to damn half the schedule
I
out
hope
before we
not.
get to Wednesday?
Have some class.
This hour brought to you by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com.
So it looks like week 16, we're having a double header on Fox on a Saturday. The Eagles get a Saturday.
Week 16.
So that'll be Eagles at Washington. Eagles at Washington.
Late in the season?
Is that Christmas weekend?
It is Saturday, December 20th.
Yeah,
so
I was
leading
going to
into
say.
Christmas.
Okay,
Leading
yeah.
into Christmas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Followed up by Packers-Bears.
Okay. All right. That's a big game.
Okay, that's a big weekend.
Yeah.
Most
Saturday.
I hope we don't get. Can they have some class and leave schedule reveal night to where you can just get it all revealed,
Yes.
get excited.
No, we're gonna be down at 6 games
There's
by the
gonna be
time we
nothing
get
left.
by the time we get to Wednesday night.
Oh, it stinks.
215-592-9494. A big Sixers night like this calls for Tasty Cake, Dom.
Yeah.
You're on WIP. What's up, Tasty Cake?
Hey, Spike, Ike, Jack, how are you?
What's up, Tasty Kate?
Well, Ike, I got to ask you. So, I'm a big fan and participant at Fritz at 6, but that top 5 of 5, 2 of those categories were absolutely me.
Well, hold on. Which ones?
I mean,
Which
I'm a Jalen guy all the way.
Yes. Okay.
That's
yeah.
something to hold against you.
And since 2 years ago, when the Sixers lost 6 and 7 to the Celtics, that broke me. I've certainly been more negative calls than positive, which
I like negative calls.
Yeah, which one was that?
Yeah,
what number was that?
Oh, was that complaining?
for the guys that complain all the
Oh,
time.
I'm talking about
different kind of
real life
complaining.
stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, he's talking about things that he really has no interest in.
Yeah.
How
Like
am I-
somebody's feelings or lives.
Yeah, like how am I supposed to help you with that?
Yeah.
Or one of us coming in talking about issues at home.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. Got his own problem.
Just leave.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Like we got to be lucky.
I'm just kidding. It was just,
Oh, my God.
it was a joke.
Just leave.
It was sitting right there.
Jack
Holy cow.
Jack is on one today.
Yeah, he's like, just leave.
He
Oh,
has
wow.
seen me vulnerable, and he has decided to just go full Jack.
You can't let me on remotes.
No.
Okay.
Tasty Cake.
Okay.
All right.
We got to be lucky tonight, Spike. I mean, all the 4-leaf club, we can't lose this pick, and hopefully we get one.
Yeah, I mean, we can't be unlucky. I'll put it that way, because the odds say we keep the pick, right? 64% chance we keep the pick. We can't. So if we lose it, it means we're unlucky. So I would I want number 1. I would love number 2, all that. Just give me the pick. Let me have the pick. Give me some hope. Give me some, trade this guy for that. Give me some, looking at college players I haven't watched. Give me some hope. Just give me the pick. That's all I want.
Also, every time that you or I mention the word trade and the Sixers, I get a rash and start to scratch. Because in my lifetime, the Sixers have never, ever won a trade in my lifetime, and I'm 61. Ever.
Oh, no, they've won trades.
I can't.
Well, the Stauskas trade was a win.
Yeah, come on, Tasty Cake Dom. Stauskas trade.
We got Maxey for Fultz, essentially. That trade was a win.
Well, Spike, those trades, and you're going to say Simmons for Harden was a win, right?
No, I'm not. But
okay.
you could acknowledge the
To
first
me-
2 I
to
gave
me,
you
a
were
win
wins.
is
Right?
something that improves your team. If the season before you get bounced in the first or second round, and then the season after the trade you get bounced in the first or second round, it's not a win.
That doesn't
To
mean
me.
you didn't win the trade. It doesn't mean you didn't
Okay,
win the
that's
trade.
I'm with you, Spike. I'm
Yeah.
not planting my flag there because that's irrelevant. But what I did want to mention is in my lifetime, we cannot trade Embiid because in my lifetime, we traded a top 50 player 3 times in my life, and each trade was an absolute disaster. That's a fair statement, right? We didn't
I
get
think so,
anything
yeah.
for Moses.
Nope.
We got a cripple that's in the wheelchair next to me.
Nothing for
Barkley,
Charles. Yep.
Slop.
Can we say
Iverson. I
He
mean,
said
we
it.
just we just were never successful. And the other disastrous trade earlier, Spike, Pat Williams did pull a number 1 pick, and he traded it. All he had to do was say Brad Daugherty.
Oh, right.
And then you got Barkley and Brad Daugherty next to each other for 10 years.
Yep.
But he trades that number 1 pick for a guy named Roy Henson.
Yep. I forgot about that one. That was a disaster, too.
So, disaster.
Yep.
So I want to keep Embiid.
Well, because the thing is, you usually you don't want to be the part of the trade where the other team's getting the better player, the best player in the trade.
Yep.
And no matter how many draft picks you get or whatever, if the other team, this goes back to the Luka thing, the other team is most likely getting the better player in the trade, and you got to be really careful because when those things come back to haunt you, they come back to haunt you worse than any other trade. You know, and I'm with you. Do I think there's a great chance Embiid's going to be healthy enough to get us through the playoffs? No. But, God, man, I don't want to see it happen for a different team.
No.
I can't even imagine that pain, you know. He's on
And if there's even, Spike, you absolutely won me with, if there's a 15% chance that he can get to be Joel Embiid again, even for 50 games and the playoffs, even for 45 games and the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's and then hopefully you build enough that you get seated high enough that you could do something in the playoffs. The last thing I hope I'm dead wrong about a couple of things. I'm trying to let you convince me, Mike, I'm very concerned about the guard rotation. You told me that somehow now, 2 weeks ago, Spike, you told me that it would be the starting guards would be McCain and Maxey.
No, it'll be Maxey and Grimes.
Yeah, that concerns me. Who's coming off the ball?
Grimes. I mean, Grimes. Grimes in most of Grimes' career was not what we watched last year. I'm not talking from a skill perspective. Thanks for the call, Stacey. Not from a skill perspective.
Mm-hmm.
He was not the engine behind any offense.
Sure.
They were essentially trying to lose. They were not trying to win.
Yeah.
And he went nuclear, and he got somebody's got to get the ball on those teams. And that doesn't mean that the stats don't count, but he was certainly in a different role than he's been in his entire career. I don't think he foresees. Nobody sees Quentin Grimes as that.
No, hell no. And with Maxey and Embiid on the floor, you're not going to be that anyway. You don't get the green light to go shoot anytime you want to.
They want him to defend, to hit open threes. To when Maxey's not on the court, maybe he runs point for 5 minutes a game or something like that. But the great thing about Grimes is that you can play with Grimes with Maxey or you can play Grimes with McCain. The McCain and Maxey thing is an iffy fit, and Morey basically said on the podcast that assuming they get Grimes back, then McCain's not going to start. It'll be.
He's just running the second unit. He's that energy for the energy bunny for the second
plays
unit.
25 minutes a game. We don't need the whole team, and maybe he and Maxey play 8 minutes a game together.
Right.
And really the rest of the time, he's playing 20-some minutes and Maxey's playing his normal 35 minutes. 215-592-9494. Chris and Ben Salem, you're on WIP. What's up, Chris?
What do you say, boys? How we doing?
Hey, Chris.
What up, Chris?
Hey. First off, Adam Silver should be in prison for what he did with Brian Colangelo and Baz Botini, forcing them upon him.
I completely agree with you. They should lock him up and throw away the key.
Unless we get the first pick tonight.
Unless he makes it up to us and gives us the first pick.
And that's my point. They owe us. They absolutely owe us.
They do. They ruined everything we had.
That's it. That's
They
it.
did.
It's not our fault.
Yep.
It's theirs.
Yep. And you can blame David Stern, too, because he wasn't in charge, but he was still involved in that whole thing. And he has the relationship with Jerry Colangelo, and he helped to make that whole thing happen. Adam Silver, the most overrated commissioner in the history of sports.
Wow.
He is.
You can say that after we find out what we get tonight?
I mean, unless he rigs it for us tonight.
Well, as we get the first pick tonight, you get to text the old lady and say, hey, you a Hosman, Bo?
Sounds just like Spike.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're all popping blue chews on the way home tonight if we get
right,
one
baby.
pick.
Yep.
Hey, Jack, I got a Mick Abel question for you.
Fantastic.
So are you buying, he's got like the man body now. He doesn't have his high school body. You buying that he kind of figured it out?
Yeah, I am. I think he's trade bait though. I think he's more. I think he's more for
second
other
level
teams.
prospect.
Well, no, I think if you look at the stuff models, it's all major league quality now, which is good. But I don't think they need him, and I think that they would rather use that to try to upgrade this team. So, but I think he's definitely real.
Yeah, you think like they run into any issues like Rangers 29, Bohm 28, like trying to pair those guys with prospects. Are they getting caught there with teams that are maybe the older guys would go to a contender versus the young guys would be going to somebody that's not in the race?
Yeah, again, it's tough to. Are they going to move on from their starting third baseman in the middle of the season? That's my unless they. And Devers is even like in a weird situation because he's also not a great third baseman, but so I don't know what they do at third base. I think they kind of played out. I think Ranger could be trade bait, but they'd have to be in a really strong position pitching wise, I think.
Well, yeah, because pitching at this point is still the best thing about the team.
Yeah.
Well,
it's such a luxury-ish kind of thing right now. They could have 7 starters when Painter's ready.
Oh, Painter. But then Painter, thank you for the call, Chris. I'm interested in the timing of the Painter thing because if Ranger is okay now, they don't need Painter for a while.
Yeah, I wonder my only thing with Rangers, how long can he do it?
Right.
Obviously,
and you have to balance putting him out there enough to increase the trade value, but not having him out there too long where something happens before the trade deadline, then you get nothing for it.
It's precarious. And Painter, they think in 2 weeks he's going to be to 90-95 pitches, which means he's close.
Yeah.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
But they're not going to go to a 7-man rotation. I mean, they're just not.
Why not?
It's too many. It's just too many.
It's too many.
Too many for Zach Wheeler. Wheeler somewhere.
Well, also,
7-man rotation. The eyes are bugging out.
Well,
of his
also
head.
they would have like 5 guys in the bullpen because you'd say
Right.
that.
You're losing the bullpen guy.
We ready to sing Creed in here in a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe liven this place up a little.
They're going to be like, what the hell's going on back there?
Yep. There's no noise in here except for us yelling the whole time.
And Cindy's boots.
Yeah, and Cindy's boots. We'll get you ready for, I don't even know, Phil's Cardinals tonight?
Phil's Cardinals.
Leading off coming up.
Cardinals winners of 8 straight.
We are at Franklin Music Hall for the lottery party. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man, there's no lottery party needed when you're talking about National Appliance Warehouse. Spike.
Absolutely not.
They're always the number 1 pick.
Yes, they are.
They're always the number 1 pick.
I told my mom. I was having breakfast with my mom Sunday. She was like, we need a fridge. And she mentioned a place she was going to go. I was like, nah. Go to National Appliance Warehouse. She's like, right there on 202. I was like, yes.
Did he say it was a 15,000 square foot showroom?
Well,
Did they have 100 brands?
I told, look, they are a little more high class than I am. And she was like, what about Sub-Zero? I was like, yeah, they got it. Yeah. We didn't get Sub-Zero. No, we got a great fridge, not Sub-Zero. She went there and got a Sub-Zero fridge.
Now, did she walk in and say, give me the Eskin, where there's only 2 options?
She said, Fritz sent me.
Yep.
And the customer service she got was outrageous.
Confetti
I told her
off
about
the
Price Assure, how she guaranteed to get the best price because it's updated on the thing. I told her how easy delivery is going to be. I told her they can install it if they want. Dude, it's great.
I mean, it sounds like they got you all covered from every angle.
Every angle, National
And you know
Appliance
what?
Warehouse. What?
You're going to get a great, knowledgeable service.
Yes, absolutely. And no tax.
No tax. Tax-free Delaware. Middletown, Wilmington, 100 brands, Sub-Zero, budget, Price Assure. Yeah, it's just like the whole package is at National Appliance Warehouse. So if you need to experience what Spike has experienced, what my parents have experienced when they got a new dishwasher a couple weeks ago, go down to National Appliance Warehouse today. Trust me. Visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A private pitching lesson with Zach Wheeler. Hit Schwarbombs at the yard with Kyle. And a behind-the-scenes tour of Citizens Bank Park. Game plus dinner with the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. And more. To benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Hey, hockey fans, ready for the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs? Get in on the action throughout hockey's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. Sign up or log in for odds boost tokens and more throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless NHL betting options, including new look same-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Follow the action and excitement for every goal and every game throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs with BetMGM. Get ready for this season's fantastic finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Describe Delilah's to Gentlemen's Club and Steakhouse. Where do you start? Maybe with the world's most beautiful showgirls. If you've been to Delilah's, you know why it's won every award there is, from Best Gentlemen's Club in the country to Zagat-rated cuisine. And if you've never been to Delilah's, what are you waiting for? Catch happy hour every day from 5 to 8 p.m. or book your own private party. Bachelor's, divorce, fight night, or a big game are better when you reserve your own table for bottle service. Find details now at delilahs.com.
This is Sports Radio. Download the Odyssey app now and take 94 WIP with you anywhere you go.
there.
Yeah,
Yes.
at the time it was the Electric Factory. I know.
I'm gonna say, is this a big enough venue for
Well,
Creed?
when they were coming up, when we
Okay.
played them on YSP, I know they played the Pontiac, which is the tiny little place. I think they must have played this place at some point. I think so.
Have to.
So we are here at Franklin Music Hall for the lottery party. Doors have opened. There are a bunch of weirdos out there. I love it. I love it.
Weird people?
The weirdest of weirdos. Yep.
I gotta go out here and see them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, you're going to get, yeah!
Nah, not with your crowd.
Yeah, you'll
You
get
think
some.
so?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just picture them all like hipsters, you know.
Well, they were hipsters 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And
Now
now,
what are they?
now they're me. They're the washed old guys who used to be cool. Yeah. Yeah, pretty psyched. We're going to get the pick.
Yeah.
We're going to get the pick.
So I'm trying to think. What do we have after we're done?
Yep.
Then we have
So you got that. It
like
almost
a little
starts
chill down period.
just 20 minutes.
Oh.
So starting at 6:30, we go up on stage, and Mike and this guy, a listener of the podcast, Professor Jack, will go up there and explain to everybody how they should watch the lottery, like as the picks come up
Sure.
and things like that.
Yeah.
Then my buddy Tim, who actually sang the theme song of Jack's
met him
podcast,
out there, yeah.
Timmy
Met him
Hawes.
out there,
He
yeah.
should have come in for Creed, by the way.
He should have come
Oh,
in
yeah,
for
I'm surprised
Creed.
he didn't.
Yeah, he's a
That's-
good singer.
That's
on
on
us.
us.
Yep.
That's
So
on us.
Tim's going to do a song, a process version of Imagine that we've had for years.
It's a great song.
And and then we are going to we're sacrificing a listener.
Nice.
So somebody
Well, this is new.
yeah, somebody
Interesting.
emailed the pod and said we should stone somebody to death as a sacrifice.
Okay.
So we're not doing that, but we've given everybody who comes in a ping pong ball, and we have this guy Mark. We had 14 people volunteer. We picked one, and Mark is going to go up on stage. We put a protective mask on
Sure.
stage. He will be sacrificed, and then the lottery, and then the live show afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right.
Sounds good.
Get to the text line?
Yeah.
What do you think? Text line brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
That was the most positive I've ever heard Chuck on Embiid, and it was still about getting rid of him. Mark in Montco.
It's very true.
It's so true.
Yep.
This guy love Embiid. He's obviously so talented. He's,
Yeah, it was a very different Chuck on Embiid.
It was, we want growth from our callers.
There you go.
And I think there was some growth there from Chuck.
I like it.
What's next?
People think about Embiid like they think about cars. You can't just go out and get a new car. The guy who's talked about all his new appliances for the last 2 weeks.
Well, and you can get a new car.
You can.
No, that's why I said you can get a car. I think the texter missed the point.
Maybe.
I said you can get a car. That's why you would get rid of a car. But if you couldn't get rid of a car, you would keep your car. You couldn't get a new car, you would keep your car. What's
215.
next? Yeah, what's next?
You rang? Luke, panicking whenever Spike questions him.
Yeah.
You can't keep doing the same bit, Luke. You rang.
Well, I like you rang.
I know.
But you got to stop screwing up.
I'll switch it up at some point.
All right.
Pipe down.
Yeah, pipe down. Who asked you to talk? What's next?
This guy hasn't helped us with a shot one time today. The people on Ike's Hole tomorrow at Ramblewood.
It's a fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee, that my shot actually matters.
Yep. Not at all. What is next?
Ike, Spike, Jackie, baby. I'll tell you what. Sounds like my man Ike was all about Knipple this weekend, baby. Yoshi in Brewery Town.
Knipple.
I'm surprised Battle got it right.
Yep.
Yeah, seriously. I'm actually surprised you got that right.
Yeah,
He definitely Googled it.
Yep. What's next?
It's about damn time. Ike's inner monologue when Jack and Spike were talking about getting new clothes.
It's true. Well, I always get clothes. They always look like old clothes, though. That's what happens when you buy old
vintage look,
T-shirts.
yes.
Yeah. All my T-shirts are 35 years old. I'm like, look at this new one I got. It's like it's got a hole right at the bottom. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com.
70% of voters want to start fresh if they get Cooper Flag tonight. 56% are glad it's the Cowboys week 1.
Okay.
And 70% expect the Eagles offense to take a step forward next year.
There we go.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it to you guys.
Sounds great.
All right.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Hold
man.
on.
I'll see you guys out there.
Hold on. We got the Phils tonight.
We're proud of you, kid.
We're getting a win tonight?
Yeah, we're getting a win.
Oh, okay, good.
You
good,
think
good.
he gives a rat's?
I don't.
I don't think he cares at all.
Not tonight.
Phillies tonight.
Yeah, not tonight.
Not at all?
Don't
All
care.
right. I look forward to your recap in the morning.
Yeah. I'll watch the game in the
Well,
morning.
he'll watch the game.
Yeah.
It'll take him 40 minutes to watch it.
Yeah. Get through it quick.
Yes.
Just have them win 5-1.
There you
easy,
go.
Easy peasy.
Yeah.
All right.